Chapter 001. Transformed into Frieza? Pain. Excruciating pain. Dazed, Wang Jie slowly opened his eyes, only to be greeted by a vast expanse of green, unidentifiable liquid. His body was ensnared by numerous tubes, and an oxygen mask was affixed to his mouth, all while he found himself encased within a treatment pod. Through the glass of the pod, he glimpsed a flurry of peculiar figures clad in white coats bustling about outside. What is happening to me? Before Wang Jie could ponder further, a cacophony of cheers suddenly resonated around him. Several of the white coat figures approached him, seemingly attempting to communicate. King Frieza! King Frieza! The indistinct voices echoed these words, but Frieza? Wang Jie's eyes widened in shock as he lowered his gaze to inspect his own form. Short, stubby limbs, skin marked by distinct veins, and a carapace enveloping his upper body, everything sent shivers through him. Ultimately, he turned his gaze toward the glass of the treatment pod, where a remarkably familiar visage was reflected. Frieza, I have transformed into Frieza. A tumult of disbelief surged within Wang Jie as he recalled the conversation he had with that enigmatic, mysterious orb of light before his traversal. If you could traverse, into whom would you wish to transform? Is there any doubt? It would certainly be an emperor. I can fulfill your request, but he is not the emperor of China. Do you accept? What does it matter what emperor it is? As long as I hold power and live long, I am not picky. Thus, Wang Jie sighed in exasperation. This system is rather impressive. It has directly bestowed upon me the title of a cosmic sovereign. Suddenly, an ethereal voice resonated within Wang Jie's mind. Host has successfully traversed. The Superpower Simulation Training Ground is now activated. Superpower Simulation Training Ground? What is that? As Wang Jie pondered this, a torrent of data surged into his consciousness, detailing everything about this training ground. With his eyes closed, Wang Jie delved into the system's guidance, clearly perceiving all that the system entailed. In the pitch-black realm of his mind, 10 blank humanoid interfaces appeared to his left, with various options below. Having comprehended the instructions, Wang Jie nodded in understanding. These 10 blank interfaces represented potential combatants for future simulations. However, the limit was 10, and only by witnessing the individual in person could the system read their combat data for simulation. Should the number exceed 10, the earliest scan target would be discarded to accommodate the new one. Moreover, among the various categorical options, there were settings for selecting special environments, adjustments for the strength of both opponents and oneself, and intelligent controls to determine whether combatants would retaliate, among other features. Of course, the most exhilarating option for Wang Jie was the final selection, gravity adjustment. Gravity adjustment. What does that signify? It is well known that in the Dragon Ball universe, the most effective and rapid means of enhancing one's strength is through gravity training. This black tech training ground, straddling the line between the ethereal and the tangible, would not only shield him from harm, but also enable all training achievements within the arena to be directly reflected upon his physical form. In the Dragon Ball world, this is an incomprehensibly fortuitous circumstance. Wang Jie envisioned a future not far off, where he would reign supreme at the pinnacle of the universe, surveying all living beings. At that moment, the inquiries of the doctors outside the treatment pod broke Wang Jie's mental reverie. King Frieza, do you feel any better? As a newcomer, Wang Jie was hesitant to speak freely, merely nodding in a feigned aloof manner. Witnessing that Frieza appeared to be unharmed, the peculiar doctors collectively exhaled in relief, pressing a switch beside the treatment pod to open the glass door. They respectfully stood aside and bowed, proclaiming, "It is truly wonderful that you are unharmed, King Frieza." As the treatment pod opened, the green nutrient liquid gushed forth, and the treatment tubes that had ensnared Wang Jie detached themselves automatically. Wang Jie gazed at the unfolding scene with a complex expression, his heart a whirlpool of emotions. Well, since fate has made me Frieza, I shall embrace this identity. With this thought, Frieza regained his composure, stretching his powerful limbs, and curiously inquired of the doctors, "How did I sustain my injuries? It seems rather severe." Originally, Frieza had not anticipated receiving answers from these doctors yet. Upon his inquiry, an eerie silence enveloped the room. The previously bustling medical chamber fell utterly quiet. Only from a corner, a relatively youthful doctor seemed hesitant to speak. Noticing the shift in atmosphere, Frieza raised an eyebrow, puzzled. What is the matter? Nothing at all. The doctor of apparent standing rubbed his hands nervously and replied, King Frieza, King Krud has requested that, should you awaken, you immediately seek him out. Krud? Frieza's father? Frieza nodded, gesturing to the young doctor. You, lead me to my father. The young doctor appeared taken aback, seemingly unprepared for Frieza's attention, yet he promptly sprinted to Frieza's side, bowing in a gesture of invitation. King Frieza, please follow me this way. Frieza nodded and followed the young doctor out of the medical room. The instant he stepped through the door, the sound of the doctors behind him exhaling in relief was unmistakable. In the corridor, seizing the opportunity with no one around, Frieza asked the young doctor, Young man, what is your name? The young doctor glanced around, then knelt before Frieza, whispering, King Frieza, my name is Chiderman. Frieza crouched down, lifting Chiderman up, and quietly inquired, what was that all about earlier? Why did they all fall silent when I asked about my injuries? Chiderman hesitated, puzzled. King Frieza, do you not remember? A month ago, King Krud commanded you to invade the planet Atla. Not only was your entire force annihilated, but you also sustained grave injuries. King Krud is exceedingly furious. You must exercise caution when you meet him. Annihilated? Frieza could not suppress his astonishment. How could this be? I, Frieza, am so formidable. Who could possibly inflict such severe wounds upon me? Chiderman cautiously replied, My lord, it is said that your brother Kvila informed the planet Atla of your approach, granting them the means to prepare. They launched their full assault before you could transform. Thus, Kvila? Frieza's heart raced in shock. Isn't he a character from the movie? Could it be that the world I have entered is not the canonical Dragon Ball timeline? Observing Frieza's shifting expression, Chiderman, unaware of Frieza's thoughts, spoke anxiously. King Frieza, please do not disclose this information to anyone. It is a secret I have entrusted to you. Clearly, he feared that Kvila might seek retribution. Frieza nodded, yet turmoil brewed within him as he solemnly remarked, Does my father remain oblivious to Kvila's interference in this matter? Chiderman whispered, Perhaps he knows, or perhaps he does not. But forgive my daring to say this. Your father has always favored King Kvila. Even if he is aware of the situation, he may not advocate for you, but instead deem you incompetent, believing you merely a child who complains to his parents after suffering defeat. Infuriating. Frieza clenched his fists, a surging aura of fury enveloping him. Curse Kvila, I have yet to provoke you, yet you have already chosen to entangle yourself with me. Very well. How delightful. Chapter 002. Kvila with a couple of rapid breaths. Frieza gradually composed his anxious demeanor and spoke in a deep voice to Chiderman. Enough. I understand your loyalty to me, and I shall remember it. Now, take me to see father. Chiderman nodded, saying nothing further, and led Frieza through several checkpoints until they finally arrived before the most opulent chamber. At the entrance stood extraterrestrial guards equipped with detectors and laser guns. Upon seeing Frieza approach, they immediately straightened up and saluted. King Frieza. Chiderman turned back, quietly informing Frieza, Your Majesty Frieza, this is the chamber of King Krud, and I can only escort you this far. Frieza nodded and gestured for Chiderman to withdraw. Taking a deep breath, he gestured to the two guards at the door. Open the door? Yes, my lord. The extraterrestrial guards complied without delay, swinging the grand door open. Before him lay an expansive starry sky, separated by immense transparent tempered glass. A towering figure, cradling a glass of red wine, stood at the edge of the spacecraft, admiring the celestial beauty. Has Frieza arrived? The imposing figure turned, revealing himself to be Frieza's father, the Cosmic Emperor, King Krud. King Krud was a formidable presence, his countenance somewhat fearsome, with sharp, knife-like horns flanking his forehead and an imperial cloak draped over him, lending him an air of aggression. As Frieza faced his father for the first time, an inexplicable thought flickered in his mind, and an ethereal voice echoed in his consciousness. Target for scanning identified. King Crud. Shall I proceed with the scan? Frieza mentally affirmed, yes. In an instant, a red light flashed from Frieza's eyes, and the progress bar in his mind filled to 100%. The topmost image on the 10 blank screens to his left transformed into the likeness of King Crud. Frieza subtly nodded and bowed to King Crud, saying, I have arrived, esteemed father. King Crud swirled the wine in his glass, a hint of amusement in his voice. Frieza, where are the 3,000 elite soldiers I entrusted to you? Frieza was momentarily taken aback, then realized that King Crud was referring to the battalion he had led, which had been entirely wiped out. Frieza hurriedly knelt on one knee. Lowering his head, I apologize, father. It was my oversight. King Crud set the wine glass aside and approached Frieza, coldly commanding, lift your head, Frieza. With palpable tension, Frieza raised his gaze, feeling the immense pressure emanating from King Crud's towering figure and formidable presence. Frieza, look behind me and tell me, what do you see? That is the universe. Correct. Suddenly, King Crud roared, seizing Frieza by the neck and lifting him effortlessly, as one might a mere chick, coldly stating, we, as a lineage, are born to be the rulers of the cosmos, and we shall not tolerate failure. And you, my disappointing son, have let me down gravely. Frieza struggled desperately, but the chasm between his strength and King Crud's was insurmountable. All his efforts were in vain. Fortunately, King Crud merely intended to impart a lesson, not to take Frieza's life. Soon, he cast Frieza harshly to the ground and turned away, refusing to glance at him again. Though King Crud had not inflicted severe harm upon Frieza, he felt a burning sensation on his face. Seizing the opportunity while King Crud was distracted, Frieza shot a resentful glance at the Emperor's empty lower half, cursing inwardly. What a fool, lacking even a little brother, yet still possessing such a temper. Of course, in uttering this insult, Frieza unconsciously overlooked the fact that he was not so different from his father. However, to Frieza's astonishment, it seemed as though King Crud had eyes in the back of his head. Sensing Frieza's fleeting gaze, King Crud suddenly felt a chill in his nether regions, fury igniting within him. He spun around and struck Frieza down to the ground with a single hand, roaring, Frieza, your disrespect is growing intolerable. Is my little brother something you can gaze upon? Though struck, Frieza found himself inexplicably wanting to laugh. Yet, King Crud quickly regained his composure, returning to his regal throne and rhythmically tapping the armrest, uttering cryptically, Frieza, your temperament appears to have shifted somewhat, which is a good thing, as it may save me from further troubles in the future. Frieza was still trying to decipher King Crud's words when the grand door swung open once more. A robust figure, strikingly similar to King Crud, stepped inside. Upon seeing Frieza sprawled on the ground, a smirk of disdain curled at the corners of his mouth. It was none other than Frieza's elder brother, the firstborn of King Crud, Kuvera. Father. Kuvera first bowed to King Crud, then turned to Frieza, provocatively remarking, Isn't this my dear brother, Frieza? I didn't notice earlier. I thought a stray dog was lying here. Frieza, infuriated, retorted, Kuvera. Just then an ethereal voice echoed in Frieza's mind once more. Target acquired for scanning. Subject, Kuvera. Proceed with scan? Taken aback, Frieza confirmed the scan, and the second blank image in his mind instantly transformed into Kuvera's likeness. Excellent. King Crud clapped his armrest. Slightly displeased, Kuvera, he is still your brother. Perhaps you should refrain from speaking so much. With the king's admonition, Kuvera dared not continue provoking Frieza, merely scoffing disdainfully at him before turning away, not sparing him a glance. Frieza, too, was disinclined to engage in further argument with Kuvera, observing the overt and covert rivalry between his two sons. King Crud felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, yet he understood that competition was essential for the progress of a clan. Thus, despite being aware of their unrelenting conflict, he never intervened, with his eyes closed. Contemplating his words, King Crud raised his glass of red wine and spoke leisurely to his two sons below the throne. My sons, Kuvera and Frieza, You are now of age and possess extraordinary power. I believe it is time for me to step back. What? The revelation sent shockwaves through the room. Kvera, naturally, harbored ambitions to usurp the throne from King Krud, while Frieza, though a mere commoner in his past life, had watched countless court dramas and understood well what the king's intention to retreat implied. King Krud sought to choose one of his sons to inherit the title of Universal Emperor. Before King Krud could finish, Kvera eagerly thumped his chest and boasted, "Father, since you wish to step back, allow me, Kvera, to manage your forces." Frieza, hearing this, became frantic. If Kvera successfully ascended, where would that leave him? His aspirations, his dreams, all would be utterly dashed. Thus Frieza would not yield, standing up immediately to plead, "Father, my brother is arrogant and overconfident. Let me be the one to manage." Kvera coldly retorted, "You, who can only maintain your first form and nearly perished at the hands of a pack of wild monkeys, have no right to compete with me." Frieza, initially ready to rebut, found himself speechless, grinding his teeth in fury. "You're the one to blame." "Enough." King Krud, observing the imminent clash between his sons, rapped his armrest and said, "Displeased, if you wish to fight, do so outside. Do not forget, this is my chamber." With that, both Kvera and Frieza fell silent, turning away with disdainful huffs. King Krud rubbed his aching head and solemnly declared, "I, your father, King Krud, control over 70% of the eastern and western galaxies, yet my influence has yet to reach the more remote southern and northern galaxies. Frieza, Kvera, it is time for you both to expand our family's territory." Contribute. Kvera and Frieza, both astute, grasped the underlying meaning of King Krud's words. Kvera quickly interjected, eager to seize the moment. "Father, trust me. If you entrust me with your army, I shall conquer the southern and northern galaxies within 30 years. Frieza, not to be outdone, countered, "Father, I can do it in just 25 years. King Krud calmly extended his right index finger, gently shaking it. "You underestimate the power of the strong in this universe. Even I took nearly 200 years to conquer the eastern and western galaxies, and an additional 300 years to ensure their obedience. Although the southern and northern galaxies are relatively weaker, a careless approach could easily lead to your demise." Kvera disdainfully glanced at Frieza, scoffing, "Only a fool would fall into such a trap. I, Kvera, am no useless waste. Kvera." Frieza could no longer contain himself, letting out a furious roar as he transformed into his final form. An overwhelming surge of energy surged forth, making even the deck tremble under Frieza's formidable power. With narrowed eyes, Frieza launched himself at Kvera with a fist raised. Kvera, smirking coldly, also transformed into his ultimate form, colliding with Frieza in a fierce confrontation. The immense energy emitted by both of them clashed violently, causing the entire spaceship to creak as if it might collapse. In that fleeting moment, King Krud suddenly materialized between them, grasping both Frieza and Kvera and pinning them to the ground. Yet, the two remained restless, struggling fiercely to attack one another. King Krud's expression darkened as he lifted them up and hurled them into the air, unleashing a powerful energy blast upon each. The once seemingly invincible duo was sent crashing to the ground. Frieza, struggling to rise, finally comprehended just how terrifying King Krud's strength truly was. "Kvera, Frieza, you have both become increasingly audacious." King Krud's face was grim as he paced back and forth. "Is this how you wish to destroy my spaceship?" Realizing the gravity of the situation, Frieza reluctantly apologized. "I am sorry, father." While Kvera merely scoffed, it was Frieza who struck first. King Krud remained silent for a moment, then spoke. "Kvera, Frieza, it seems I can no longer keep you two together." He turned to Kvera. "Kvera, you are my eldest son. I have never doubted your excellence, and you have always met my expectations." He then shifted his gaze to Frieza. "Frieza, while your innate talents may surpass Kvera's, your arrogance has led to numerous blunders that I believe I need not enumerate them further. 50 years. King Krud, shrugging off his scarlet cloak with authority, declared, "Choose one of the southern or northern galaxies as your battleground. For 50 years, you are not to engage in conflict with one another. Violators shall forfeit their claim to inheritance. After 50 years, whoever has conquered more territory shall inherit my title of Universal Emperor. Despite these stipulations, an unspoken rule lingered in the air, known to the three present. After 50 years, regardless of how much territory one possessed, if the other's combat prowess had surpassed theirs significantly, all efforts would merely serve to benefit another. Kvera, with a sardonic tone, addressed Frieza. Frieza, I hear the Northern Galaxy is notoriously weak. How fitting for you. Frieza said nothing, instead reflecting on the plot of Dragon Ball. If memory served him right, Earth and Namek seemed to be located in the Northern Galaxy. Seeing Frieza rendered speechless by his taunt, Kvera burst into triumphant laughter, stepping forward to thump his chest. Father, it seems Frieza is eager to take advantage by choosing the Northern Galaxy. But no matter, with Frieza's feeble strength, it is only right for me, as his elder brother, to let him have a little. King Krud, slightly disappointed in Frieza's demeanor, snapped his fingers, and soon the door opened to reveal three elite warriors clad in combat gear. With a smile, King Krud introduced them to Kvera. These are my most capable subordinates, Shaviza, Nez, and Drizu. Each possesses remarkable skills. With their battle powers exceeding 160,000, I bestow them upon you as a parting gift, hoping they will aid you in your endeavors. Upon hearing these words, the three individuals immediately stood at attention and saluted, proclaiming, "We pay our respects to King Quira." Quira nodded in satisfaction, provocatively flicking his tail towards Frieza, and swaggered out with the trio in tow. Frieza, however, maintained a cold demeanor. Having watched all the Dragon Ball movies, he knew that these three elite warriors would eventually form Quira's mech army, only to be defeated by Piccolo in the end. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that, at this moment, they indeed possessed formidable combat power. King Clud turned around, regarding Frieza with indifference, and remarked, "As for you, Frieza." Frieza had almost discerned who King Clud intended to appoint as his aide. "Enter Dodoria Zabo, what? Not the elite army?" Frieza was taken aback, glancing towards the now-opened door, where two familiar figures came into view. One was a rotund, red-skinned fellow with sores on his head, while the other was a flamboyant character capable of transforming into a frog. Frieza was astonished. "So it was you two fools." He had briefly entertained the hope of acquiring a team as elite as the Royal Army right away. King Clud casually returned to his throne and stated, "They are newcomers who have recently joined the ranks, with combat power around 10,000, sufficient for you to sweep through the North Galaxy." Faced with King Clud's blatant favoritism, Frieza felt no significant indignation. After all, this world operates on strength. Only then would others respect you. Furthermore, these two were fated to accompany him. After all, familiar faces are far more acceptable than strangers. Frieza approached the duo and scrutinized them closely. Zabo and Dodoria appeared somewhat inexperienced, their youthful faces tinged with anxiety, unlike the fierce countenances they bore when first introduced in the Dragon Ball manga. In an instant, Frieza felt as though he had crossed into another realm, and with a benevolent smile, he addressed them, "Mr. Zabo, Mr. Dodoria, let us proceed." Zabo and Dodoria were momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for the unexpectedly amiable demeanor of the notoriously capricious Frieza. It was only after Frieza had moved a short distance away that they regained their senses and excitedly followed after him, exclaiming, "Yes, King Frieza." Chapter 004. The Worthless with a power level of 5 upon returning to his chamber and dismissing Zabo and Dodoria, Frieza finally had the opportunity to delve deeper into the wondrous system residing in his mind. Closing his eyes, he once again entered his mental space, gazing at the two silhouettes on the left side, King Clud and Quira, which plunged him into contemplation. After a moment, Frieza selected Quira's silhouette and adjusted the parameters for the setting and combat power levels. Simulation target, Quira form. Ultimate form combat power assessment, 300 million weakness. Unknown luck. He will retaliate intelligently. No combat power adjustment. Maximum reduction, combat power, 300 million 5, gravity adjustment. Normal setting. Desert is the above information confirmed. Yes, Frieza smirked sinisterly and promptly clicked confirm. In an instant, the endless darkness transformed, sunlight dazzling above, while boundless yellow sand surged beneath his feet. Directly before Frieza, a beam of light descended from above, summoning the simulated target into his presence. As the beam dissipated, the simulated Quira stood there, dazed and confused, seemingly unaware of why he had suddenly appeared in this location. Frieza beheld the colossal five emblazoned above Quira's head and could not help but burst into laughter. This laughter caught the attention of the virtual Quira, who then roared in fury, "Frieza, are you behind this?" Frieza laughed heartily 3 times before suddenly sneezing in Quira's direction. The sneeze struck Quira directly. As if struck by a heavy blow, Quira coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground, utterly defeated. Frieza approached, placing his foot on Quira's head, and scoffed, "So, do you now understand the might of your Lord Frieza? Just a sneeze can cause you to bleed from all orifices if I am displeased." Yet Quira, with unseeing eyes, could no longer hear Frieza's boastful declaration as his form vanished in a flash of white light from the simulated arena. Though aware this was merely a simulation, Frieza's spirits lifted considerably. Taking a deep breath, he cast a resolute glance at the silhouettes of King Clud and Quira in the options, silently vowing, "Though I can only vent my frustrations in this manner for now. Mark my words, one day, I, Frieza, shall trample you all beneath my feet." Despite harboring such lofty ambitions, there was still a more pressing matter at hand that required his attention. Knock! Knock! A sound echoed from a door. Frieza snapped back from the training ground in his mind, calmly stating, "Come in." The door swung open to reveal Chitman, the first subordinate to pledge allegiance to Frieza upon his awakening. Frieza seemed unsurprised by Chitman's arrival and directly inquired, "Have you discovered who leaked the information?" Chitman nodded, moving closer to Frieza and whispering, "It was Quira's confidant, the strongest general of Quira's army." "Well, good." Frieza's eyes gleamed with malice as he clenched his fists. "Chitman, immediately arrange for a spaceship. Have Dodoria and Zabo wait for me aboard, ready for departure at a moment's notice. We only need to bring enough scientists and pilots. I don't want a single soldier." "Understood." Though Chitman was puzzled as to why Frieza wanted no soldiers, he nonetheless nodded affirmatively. "Yes, King Frieza." With that, Chitman turned to leave, but Frieza suddenly asked, "Chitman, where is Bell now?" Chitman was startled, realizing Frieza's intentions. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he nervously replied, "He is reportedly still on planet Atra, preparing to assist Quira's army in the next wave of attacks." Frieza chuckled coldly. "I see. Quickly arrange the spaceship. After we set off, we will make a detour to planet Atra. I wish to present my dear brother with a grand gift." Chitman nodded eagerly, hastily exiting the room, while Frieza took this opportunity to familiarize himself with the power coursing through his body. Simultaneously, he discovered another feature of the simulation training ground within his mind. It could scan his being and create a mirror image to battle against. After confirming the scan, Frieza learned his bodily data. Simulation target. Frieza form. Ultimate form combat power assessment. 110. 0000000 weakness. Unknown luck. Yet after examining his data, Frieza couldn't help but twitch his lips. The fact that his combat power was several billion lower than Quira's was one thing, but what on earth was this luck? However, soon after, Frieza seemed to recall something and quickly checked King Clud's information. This time, Frieza didn't bother with anything else, immediately focusing on the luck value. And, as expected, an exceedingly glaring E was prominently displayed. The 3 individuals truly embody the essence of kinship, their luck seemingly boundless. However, upon deeper reflection, one might argue that such fortune is not entirely unfounded. Originally, the universe's sovereign was well established, but a careless release of a certain cockroach led to the demise of his entire family. Particularly for Frieza, who, after a painstaking resurrection, faced the ignoble fate of being cleaved once more by Trunks. Indeed, he was reduced to mere fragments. The mere thought of it sends shivers down Frieza's spine. Shaking his head, he managed to dispel this peculiar sensation, and thus began to familiarize himself with his various skills in the training arena. Naturally, the first skill to revisit was the instant transmission. In his previous life as an ordinary earthling, what was his greatest aspiration? Of course, it was to charm ladies, and the second greatest, to acquire his own abode. Admittedly, there was a phase in Frieza's childhood when he idly fantasized about soaring through the skies. Now, Having arrived in this new world, how could he resist the urge to experience the exhilarating sensation of gliding freely through the heavens, as he attempted to harness the energy enveloping him? Frieza gradually lifted off the ground, ascending gracefully into the air. This was a skill he had already mastered, and reacquainting himself with it proved less arduous than he had anticipated. Before long, Frieza had executed every technique his new body possessed within the simulated training ground. Finally living up to the title of Frieza, the Emperor, feeling the omnipresent, surging energy coursing through him, Frieza confidently clenched his fist and sneered. Beal, prepare yourself. Chapter 005, Planet Atla having departed from Planet Cold 7. And having relinquished all his warriors save for Zebon and Dodoria, Frieza took with him merely 3 colossal spaceships and several spherical, convenient space capsules. Seated within the vessel, Frieza gazed through the reinforced glass of the spaceship at the cosmos, with Zebon, Dodoria, and Tamong standing behind him. Countless galaxies whizzed past in a dazzling display, while his mind replayed the various narratives from the Dragon Ball saga. The current era was still in its infancy. According to the original tale, from this moment until the fateful encounter with Son Goku on Namek, Frieza's battle prowess was of an unparalleled caliber. His initial form, boasting a formidable power level of 530,000, was sufficient to sweep through the entirety of the northern galaxy. Unlike later times when modified beings, magical entities, and bioengineered foes emerged one after another, causing a cataclysmic escalation in combat prowess that transcended comprehension. Of course, due to Frieza's early arrival in this timeline, he remained oblivious to the future threats posed by deities of destruction, such as Beerus and the Omni King, despite King Cold's earlier mention of them. However, it was evident that the self-important time traveler Frieza had paid little heed to such warnings that Frieza-sama, Zebon interrupted Frieza's reverie, prompting Frieza to raise an eyebrow. "What is it, Mr. Zebon?" Zebon hesitated slightly before speaking. "My Lord Frieza, I do not quite understand why you have chosen to abandon all the warriors." Frieza blinked, glancing at Dodoria and Tamong, and with a distinctive chuckle said, "Ho ho, it seems that both Mr. Dodoria and Mr. Tamong share your perplexity." The two exchanged surprised glances but nodded in agreement. As Frieza elevated the spacecraft, he spoke in a calm yet deliberate tone, since he wished to know the reason. "Allow me to enlighten you. I, Frieza, aspire to be a true sovereign of the cosmos, not merely an invader who revels in conquest and boasts of dominion over countless colonies. A true emperor should inspire awe, not fear. While those soldiers are indeed skilled killers, having served my father for over a decade, they possess little beyond their talent for slaughter and plunder. Why, then, would I take them along? Do you believe?" Frieza's eyes gleamed with a dangerous light, "that someone as powerful as I requires the protection of such useless beings?" The 3 men were taken aback, swiftly kneeling with trepidation. "We dare not question." Observing their anxious expressions, Frieza's demeanor softened as he reassured them. "Ho ho, there is no need for such alarm. Once you become more acquainted with me, you will find that I am, in fact, quite easy to get along with." The trio exchanged glances, uncertain whether Frieza's words were earnest or mere jest. Seeing that he had successfully placated them, Frieza felt a slight relief. While his previous statements might have sounded reasonable at a glance, they were, in truth, mere pretense. The core reason was crystal clear. Frieza did not wish to be the infamous villain of the Northern Galaxy from the original narrative, leading to enmity with Son Goku. This decision stemmed not merely from Goku's status as the protagonist, but also from a profound admiration for his unwavering spirit. Just then, a voice crackled through the intercom in Frieza's command room. Report. "Lord Frieza, in 3 minutes, the ship will arrive at Planet Atla. Please prepare yourself." "How swift?" Frieza activated the display screen on the wall behind him, where a small red indicated the spaceship's approach to its target planet. Comparing it to the map, Frieza soon beheld his destination, Planet Atla, through the reinforced glass. Simultaneously, the scrolling data regarding the planet caught his attention. Planet Atla. Frieza narrowed his eyes, meticulously reviewing the information, beyond the basic planetary introduction. One detail piqued his interest. The Atla inhabitants, though individually weak in combat, possessed many extraordinary abilities, such as instantaneous movement and time manipulation. Moreover, their technology was remarkably advanced, particularly their latest invention, the planetary orbital cannon, which could severely injure even the mightiest foes. Exercise utmost caution. Instantaneous movement. Suddenly, Frieza recalled that it was on planet Atla where Son Goku, having transformed into a Super Saiyan and defeated Frieza, learned this very technique aboard the flagship of the elite army. The thought ignited a fervor within Frieza. Both instantaneous movement and time manipulation were indeed extraordinary skills. Mastering instantaneous movement would render anyone incapable of pursuing him. As for time manipulation, well, surely every man harbors a desire for such a power. Of course, in this moment, Frieza inadvertently overlooked the fact that he no longer possessed certain attributes. Had this been the former Frieza, he would have dispatched his army to seize the Atla inhabitants, coercing them to teach him these abilities without a moment's thought. His arrogance left little room for interest beyond immortality. However, the current Frieza was transformed. He yearned to acquire those remarkable skills. Yet, having just been gravely injured by the Atla's weaponry as an invader, was it realistic to seek their tutelage now? Quickly, Frieza's mind whirred, and a cunning plan began to take shape. Clenching his fist and covering his mouth, he let out a sinister chuckle. Zabon and the others exchanged bewildered glances. Uncertain how to respond to Frieza's sudden amusement, Hishamon, being the shrewdest among them, quickly interjected, "Lord Frieza, grant me a space capsule, and I shall venture to planet Atla and retrieve Beal for you." Though Seichtamong's words were enticing. As one of Kawira's strongest warriors, Beal's power level surpassed 200,000, while Seichtamong's was barely 5,000. Such a reckless endeavor would only lead to his demise. Seichtamong was well aware of his inferiority to Beal. He merely sought to demonstrate his loyalty to Frieza. That it was only then that Zabon and Dodoria realized the gravity of the situation and hastily approached, kneeling in unison to request joining Seichtamong in the battle. However, Frieza did not acquiesce to the pleas of his three loyal subordinates. Instead, he responded with his distinctive laughter, exclaiming, "Ho ho, there is no need for that. I do not have the luxury of time to squander on a mere mouse." Chapter 006. The Death of Bell Chipman. Activate the top security wall immediately. Chipman, taken aback, promptly approached the control panel, and after a series of operations, the ship's upper section responded with a resounding noise. The reinforced glass barrier gradually opened, and the air within the spacecraft surged into the vacuum of space, the powerful suction even causing Sabo and Dodoria to struggle to maintain their footing. Yet Frieza remained unfazed, effortlessly grasping Chipman, who was nearly pulled into the cosmos, and tossed him to Sabo and Dodoria before commandeering the vessel, departing the spaceship and soaring into the void of space. Gazing upon the azure planet before him, Frieza slowly extended his right index finger, raising it high, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Planet Destruction Ball, prepare, as Frieza's energy coalesced around his fingertip. A pulsating crimson energy sphere abruptly manifested at his fingertip, expanding at an astonishing rate. The frenzied Planet Destruction Ball voraciously consumed nearby small meteors, generating immense gravitational pull, even attracting nearby asteroids into the colossal energy sphere. Meanwhile, Bell, who still masqueraded as the savior of planet Atra, remained blissfully unaware of the impending doom that loomed over him, indulging in the countless gifts bestowed upon him by the Atra people in gratitude. Until, look, why are there two suns in the sky? A child's innocent exclamation outside the window sparked Bell's alertness. After all, his mission was to act as an insider until Kavera arrived with his forces to conquer. Swiftly quelling all resistance from the Atra people in conjunction with Kavera's army, any sign of disturbance warranted his attention. Thus, Bell approached the window, gazing outside. Planet Destruction Ball. The sight nearly sent Bell into a panic. This was Frieza's signature technique for annihilating planets and exterminating races. How could he not recognize it? The Destruction Ball was growing larger, nearing its critical launch point. Without hesitation, Bell resolved to abandon everything here. Racing to the backyard, entering a makeshift spacecraft, frantically pressing the launch button, and instantly taking off, soon, Bell's spacecraft pierced through the atmosphere, while Frieza's planet destruction ball appeared as if it was still unprepared. It was only at this moment that Bell, believing he had escaped danger, exhaled a sigh of relief. He quickly pieced together why Frieza had appeared here. Given Frieza's vindictive nature, it would indeed be strange if he did not return for vengeance. Gritting his teeth, Bell activated the communicator within the spacecraft, ready to contact Kefira and report everything that had transpired. This time, Frieza had made the first move, even if Kefira succeeded in slaying Frieza. King Crud would have nothing to say. With this thought, Bell couldn't help but chuckle at the unexpected fortune of Frieza delivering himself right to his doorstep, seeking death. The communicator connected, and Kefira's voice, tinged with self-satisfaction, came through. "Bell, I was just about to contact you. I have good news to share with you." "Huh." Bell replied with a grin. "What a coincidence, King Kefira, for I too have even better news to impart to you." "Oh, how can you be certain that your news is superior to mine?" "That is because, before Bell could finish, a blinding red light streaked across the spacecraft's hatch. In a moment of terror, Bell screamed, "F Frieza!" With that final utterance, Bell's body, along with the spacecraft, was instantaneously engulfed in an explosion akin to the size of a planet, reduced to cosmic dust. Meanwhile, at a distance, Frieza sat in his vessel, slowly retracting his still smoldering right hand. Gazing at Bell, obliterated by his planet destruction ball, Frieza let out a cold chuckle. "Ho ho, Kefira, this is merely a small interest payment. When I have amassed sufficient power, it will be your turn to be obliterated. Ha ha." Upon returning to his spacecraft, Frieza, as expected, received a communication request from Kefira. "Humph." Frieza nodded toward Dodoria, who stood before the communication screen. "Accept the call. I am quite curious to hear what Kefira wishes to convey." Dodoria pressed the answer button, granting access to Kefira's video call, and the screen instantly revealed Kefira's anxious visage. He was no longer the composed figure from their first encounter. His eyes were bloodshot as he roared at the camera. "Frieza, what have you done to Bell? If you dare harm him, I will immediately mobilize my army to annihilate you. Even your father's pleas will not save you." In stark contrast to Kefira's frantic demeanor, Frieza appeared utterly composed and elegant. Unhurriedly lifting a glass of red wine, Frieza replied languidly, "Oh, Bell? Who is he? I have not heard of him." Kefira, in a fit of rage, smashed his fist against the armrest of the control panel, shouting, "Bell is my most capable subordinate. Do not play dumb, Frieza." "Oh," Frieza replied, feigning realization. "So he is one of Kefira's men that I suppose you had him infiltrate planet Atra, waiting for your assault on the Atra people to coordinate with your actions. Correct?" Kefira's eyes narrowed dangerously, responding in a tone laced with threat. "Indeed, it seems you have indeed laid hands on Bell. Have you not?" Frieza's sinister smile widened as he shook his head. "No, I know nothing." Kefira was on the brink of losing control, roaring, "You are lying." Frieza, unperturbed, waved his hand dismissively, chuckling in his usual tone. "But you have no evidence." Kefira straightened his posture, taking a deep breath. "Frieza, I will immediately deploy my Kefira army. You will regret your actions." Yet Frieza remained unfazed by Kefira's threats, instead swirling the wine in his glass and taking a delicate sip. "I will not regret." "Kefira, and you will accomplish nothing. You lack evidence. If you act rashly against my ship without proof, have you forgotten what your father said? In doing so, you will lose everything." Kefira was undeterred, countering Frieza's stance. "If you perish, your father will be left with only me as a son, leaving him no choice. But you would not dare attempt it, would you?" Frieza erupted in laughter. "Kefira, you are always this way, arrogant yet as petty as a jester, reckless yet cowardly as a mouse. Your life is a complete failure. You." Kefira, consumed by rage, uttered one final threat before abruptly terminating the video call. "Frieza, in 50 years, I will ensure you have no place to be buried." Frieza scoffed, silently resolving, "No need for 50 years. In 20 years, I shall eliminate both you and King Crud. I will make you understand that what is given by others can never be firmly held. Only what one fights for is truly one's own." Chapter 007. The light wave bath. This was hardly a pleasant conversation, and the relationship between Frieza and Kvera had deteriorated beyond repair. Yet, Frieza paid little heed to Kvera's threats, revealing a triumphant smirk. "Mr. Dodoria, did you record the previous video call?" Dodoria immediately stood at attention, his face aglow. "Yes, my Lord Frieza. I've captured the entire video, ensuring every word is crystal clear." Frieza laughed heartily. "Foolish Kvera. Not only has he lost his most important subordinate, but he has also provided me with the crucial evidence to gain the trust of the Atra people. Truly, he is my dear brother." The raucous laughter of Frieza's sycophants filled the air as they fawned over him, showering him with praise for his cunning strategies. Frieza, immensely pleased, reveled in the admiration, regardless of its authenticity. The sensation of being esteemed by all was simply delightful. However, the jubilant atmosphere was abruptly shattered by an announcement from the main control room. "Lord Frieza, it appears the Atlans have discovered our presence. They are in the process of setting up their planetary orbital cannon." "Planetary orbital cannon?" Frieza murmured, a blinding flash suddenly igniting in his mind. Almost instantaneously, an excruciating pain seized his head without warning. Clutching his skull, he gasped deeply twice, finding a modicum of relief. Frieza comprehended that the blinding light in his mind was none other than the very source of his previous defeat, the one who had vanquished him before he could even transform. "Dodoria, Zarbin, chilled," Frieza suddenly bellowed. "Immediately alter the ship's course and activate the jamming systems to prevent them from targeting us." The three sprang into action, swiftly approaching the control panel to execute the commands and relay orders to the navigation room. Without a moment's hesitation, Frieza shattered his protective battle suit, leaping from the spacecraft, his rage surging. As his combat power escalated, Frieza's form began to undergo a remarkable transformation, culminating in his ultimate state. "Dodoria, lower the protective barrier. I must venture out once more." The overwhelming aura emanating from Frieza's transformed state instilled a sense of relentless pressure upon the three. Dodoria, drenched in sweat, complied and opened the protective barrier, allowing Frieza to dash forth as a streak of purple light. Hurtling through space towards the planet Atla, suddenly a flicker of starlight appeared on Atla, and a violent energy shockwave, several thousand meters wide, erupted, hurtling toward Frieza. Yet Frieza remained undeterred, a cold smirk gracing his lips as he charged headlong into the oncoming wave of destruction. The purple-hued Frieza navigated through the cataclysmic energy, utterly unscathed. The slightest hint of pain only fortified his resolve. "Ha ha!" Frieza exclaimed triumphantly, having pierced through the cataclysmic shockwave capable of obliterating multiple planets. What a thrill it is to bathe in the light waves. In the blink of an eye, the transformed Frieza had breached Atla's atmosphere. Countless missiles and laser weapons rained down upon him like a torrential downpour, yet they could not so much as ruffle the now fully unleashed power of Frieza's fourth form. He shattered numerous tight security lines, with no weapon able to impede the future ruler of the cosmos. With a resounding crash, Frieza landed heavily before the royal palace of Atla, his formidable pressure turning the ground beneath him to sand. Creating a vast crater, a multitude of guards, armed with laser rifles, stood resolutely before the palace, unwavering as they pointed their weapons at Frieza. "Such commendable courage," Frieza remarked as he slowly raised his arm, unleashing a straight beam of light. The flash, as swift as lightning, cleaved through the ranks of palace guards, severing them in twain, their bodies split apart. Observing the energy fluids spilling from their wounds and the intricate circuitry within their humanoid forms, Frieza chuckled coldly. "No wonder they show no fear before me. The Cosmic Emperor Frieza. They are merely puppets on strings." The sole survivor among the royal guards trembled in abject terror, stammering as he retreated. "Who are you? Why have you invaded our homeland?" "Oh," Frieza flashed his signature smile. "It appears there's still a living soul here. But do you not recognize me? Just days ago I was caught off guard by your orbital cannon." "Why, you are Frieza." The commander immediately recalled the malevolent figure who had led an assault on Atla mere days prior, and his fear intensified, disbelief washing over him. "Why, you're lying. You look nothing like the Frieza we defeated days ago." "Ah," Frieza suddenly understood. Indeed, they have yet to witness my fourth form. It is no wonder they fail to recognize me. With that thought, Frieza decided not to torment a mere lackey further, placing his hands behind his back. He smiled nonchalantly. Where is your king? Bring him forth to meet me. Tell him that the cosmic Emperor Frieza has come bearing a grand gift. Yet, to his surprise, the commander suddenly found his courage, extending his arms toward Frieza and shouting, "Intruder, you shall not proceed." Time, halt. Frieza's body stiffened momentarily before unleashing a powerful surge of energy, propelling the commander skyward and effortlessly dispelling his supernatural ability. With a dull thud, the commander crashed back to the ground, convulsing and gravely injured, unable to move. Frieza casually touched his nose, smirking, your powers are pitifully inadequate. You couldn't even manage to halt me for a second." He then cleared his throat and called out toward the palace. "Atlas King, I come in peace today, but should you continue to show disrespect, I will no longer hold back." After a prolonged silence, the palace doors slowly creaked open, revealing a servant-like official who bowed before Frieza, saying, "Lord Frieza, please follow me." Frieza smiled slightly, placing his hands behind his back once more. "Lead the way." The official said nothing further, turning expressionlessly to re-enter the palace, and Frieza, bold and unafraid of any potential traps or schemes, followed closely behind. As he passed the almost lifeless form of the palace commander, Frieza leaned down and whispered a cryptic remark into his ear. "I truly envy you, Chapter 008. The transaction in the bizarre palace of Atlas stood in stark contrast to that of King Krud. Rather than a mere palace, it might be more fitting to describe it as a grand temple. Despite its advanced technology, the interior was constructed entirely from massive stone blocks, adorned with unknown totems etched into the towering support columns. Perhaps these were the ancestors of the Atlans, or perhaps they represented some unique aspect of their culture's beliefs. Frieza, filled with curiosity, followed the official while surveying the surroundings, captivated by the unique cultural allure. Indeed, Frieza found himself entranced by the unidentifiable motifs, a profound yearning blossoming within him that he could not quite comprehend. After traversing numerous suspended corridors, Frieza finally arrived before an immense floating throne. This throne, constructed from the same material as the surrounding palace, hovered majestically in midair, unwavering as a mountain. To Frieza's astonishment, the ruler of Atla was not a king, but rather a queen. Indeed, the Atla queen possessed a healthy and normal complexion. Frieza had always stubbornly believed that flamboyant skin tones were not particularly healthy. Though her hairstyle was somewhat unconventional, it did not detract from her poise and grace. Bearing a scepter and adorned in a distinctly styled garment, she gracefully descended from her throne, approaching Frieza. Her beautiful eyes seemed to brim with boundless wisdom and compassion. "Greetings, Frieza." Frieza was momentarily taken aback, but nodded in response. "Greetings, my lady." The Atla queen smiled gently before inquiring, "Who are you?" Frieza furrowed his brow in confusion. "Do you not already know?" The Atla queen shook her head slightly. "No, I do not." Frieza sensed something amiss, crossing his arms defensively. "What do you mean?" Queen Atla seemed oblivious to Frieza's hostility, smiling gently with warmth and inclusivity as she spoke. "I possess a unique ability to see beyond appearances and perceive the essence of things, which is why I have ascended to the throne of this planet. But, dear king, why not take a guess at what I have discerned beyond your Ade?" Frieza, feigning humor, replied haughtily, "My innards?" Atla shook her head slowly, tapping her scepter lightly. "It is merely a vessel named Frieza and a soul that eludes my understanding." The habitual smile on Frieza's face began to fade, his gaze growing increasingly cold and menacing. "You are courting death." Yet, there was no trace of fear on Queen Atla's visage. Her smile remained unwavering, as if she were eternally unfazed by the impending doom. "No, you will not kill me, for I know that you are unlike Frieza. Rest assured, if I wished you harm, I would not be foolish enough to divulge this information to you. This secret shall accompany me until my last breath." Frieza's hands shimmered with a dangerous crimson light, a sinister energy ball now poised for action. "Or perhaps I could ensure you forget this secret forever." Queen Atla smiled and shook her head. "If you spare my life, In return, I shall provide you with a piece of information that is vital to your existence." Frieza's eyes glinted with mockery as he scoffed. "Super Scion? No, it is Frieza. What?" Though Queen Atla maintained her smile, the sincerity and gravity in her tone were remarkably persuasive. "You must be cautious. Frieza, he still resides within you, never dissipating." Frieza was taken aback, hastily dispersing the energy sphere, his expression grave. "What is the meaning of this? Explain it to me." "You may find it difficult to perceive. But reflect carefully. Do your actions truly remain untainted by another will? Consider your habits, your manner of speech, even your thought patterns." Frieza fell into a long silence, recalling the myriad of events since his transmigration. Unprovoked rage, sinister laughter, a somewhat pathological arrogance. Too many. So many. Suddenly awakening, cold sweat began to bead on Frieza's forehead. "I understand now." Taking a deep breath to calm his tumultuous emotions, Frieza sincerely nodded in gratitude towards Queen Atla. "Thank you, my lady." Queen Atla smiled and shook her head. "No need for thanks. I too wish for that malevolent Frieza to remain absent, lest he disrupt the peace of the universe." As she spoke, Queen Atla regarded the still trembling Frieza, tilting her head with a smile. "There is no need for excessive worry. Think of joyous matters, such as the wondrous abilities you are about to learn. Might that not lift the shadows from your heart?" Frieza paused, curiosity piqued. "You would teach me?" Queen Atla nodded. "From the moment I first laid eyes upon you, I knew your intentions. I shall summon the finest masters of various super abilities to instruct you. But I also hope you can grant me a request." Frieza did not nod immediately, instead responding with slight reservation. "Let me hear it." Queen Atla lightly tapped her scepter, and the surroundings transformed into a cosmic vista, with the very ground beneath them resembling the primordial Atla planet. "From our primitive Stone Age to the current era of super-civilization, we have extracted too much from our mother planet, due to the overexploitation during our early development. The once fertile lands have withered, making agriculture nearly impossible. This planet's lifespan is nearing its end. This juncture." Queen Atla turned to Frieza, inquiring, "You intend to journey to the northern galaxy, do you not?" Frieza instinctively nodded, not questioning how she possessed such knowledge. In his mind, Queen Atla had become akin to a prophetic sage. The influence of King Clud's forces has nearly permeated the universe, and the southern galaxy is on the brink of war. Though we possess many extraordinary abilities, we remain vulnerable to the collateral damage of conflict. Thus, I hope our kin can accompany you to the secluded northern galaxy to escape the turmoil of the cosmos. Can you provide us with a desolate planet where we can thrive?" Gazing into Queen Atla's expectant eyes, it was only then that Frieza began to sense her humanity, rather than viewing her solely as a sage. After a moment of silence, he nodded. "That is a fair trade. I agree." Chapter 009. The spaceship. "Thank you for your generosity, Cosmic Emperor, and thank you for yours, Prophetess." Frieza and Queen Atla exchanged knowing smiles. Though they had just met, an unspoken understanding seemed to bind them. Frieza paused, as if struck by a thought. "By the way, since you possess the ability to see through people's hearts, what about Bell?" Queen Atla nodded and smiled. "Indeed, I can see through him as well. His betrayal is insidious." Frieza finally understood. "I see now. You wish to keep Quila at bay, feigning ignorance to allow him to believe his scheme is succeeding. While you prepare for migration, correct?" Queen Atla nodded. "You are quite astute." King Frieza, with a habitual gesture, placed one hand behind his back and formed a fist with the other, resting it against his mouth with a smile. "Oh, you flatter me, my lady." However, before Queen Atla could respond, Frieza's expression grew serious, his voice low. "I had not noticed until now. It seems his influence over me is far more profound than I realized." Queen Atla lightly tapped her scepter, sighing. "There is no need for excessive distress. Habits do not impinge upon your spirit. I will find a solution for you." Frieza nodded gratefully, stepping back slightly to offer a gentlemanly gesture, asking, "My lady, may I have the honor of knowing your name?" Queen Atla hesitated slightly, but eventually nodded. "You may call me Chinrue." Chinrue? Frieza was momentarily taken aback, not expecting that this graceful and dignified sage would possess such a beautiful name. Chinrue nodded, smiling somewhat sheepishly. Chinrue is merely a transliteration. If translated from Atlan into the universal language, it means cherry puppy egg. Frieza could not contain his laughter, bursting forth at the absurdity that a sage named Puppy Egg. Truly, the vastness of the universe harbors endless wonders. A mysterious silence enveloped the scene. Break the awkwardness. Frieza awkwardly shifted the topic. By the way, you mentioned accompanying me to the northern galaxy. When shall we depart? My subordinates are still lingering in the cosmos, and if the delay is prolonged, I hope you can arrange a place for them to rest. Chinrue lightly tapped her scepter, smiling. Now, in an instant, a brilliant light emanated from the base of her scepter, and a clear, transparent water orb slowly emerged from the ground. Chinrue flicked her finger, transforming the water orb into a smooth, translucent water mirror, revealing every city of Atlas Star. Raising the top of her scepter to her lips, Chinrue proclaimed, "My people." Immediately, a resounding echo filled the sky beyond the palace, broadcasting her voice to every corner of the land. The migration plan is officially initiated. We shall journey with the great cosmic emperor to the northern galaxy to establish our new home. Soon, the palace's spaceship would embark on its journey. My fellow compatriots, my brothers and sisters, heed my call and follow me to forge a new future. Such a passionate and rousing speech, such exhilarating words. Frieza felt a twinge of caution as he replied in a low voice. While you exalt me as the cosmic emperor, I cannot help but feel that you, in truth, resemble an emperor far more than I. Chinrue smiled in response. I shall only command my people, and once we have discovered a new homeland, I will remain in the palace in silence for 1,000 years, causing you no trouble. Rest assured, your majesty, that is for the best. Frieza nodded, declaring, let us proceed to your spaceship and commence our journey. Where is your vessel? Please, follow me. Chinrue turned and flew back to her grand throne, with Frieza following closely behind. It was only at this moment that Frieza truly beheld the entirety of the throne's splendor. The essential mystical totems and the peculiar runes etched upon each stone brick, as well as a groove directly in front, perfectly sized to accommodate the scepter in her hand. Is this an altar? No, this is my spaceship. Chinrue stepped forward and inserted her scepter into the groove. In an instant, for immense floating screens materialized around the throne. The images reflected upon the screens showcased the scenery outside the palace. Frieza exclaimed in astonishment, "Is this your entire palace spaceship?" Indeed. Chinrue raised her palms, slowly lifting them. As she moved her arms, the palace began to tremble and shake. The runes initiated the propulsion sequence. The Atla is about to embark. In an instant, the runes on each stone brick began to glow, illuminating the entire palace. The palace, radiating an inexplicable divine light, suddenly surged with a powerful thrust, breaking free from the gravitational pull of the earth and soaring into the skies. Quickly, so fast, the spaceship had instantaneously breached the atmosphere, entering the boundless cosmos. Through the display screens at the rear, Frieza beheld countless lights flickering on Atla. At least thousands of spaceships followed closely behind the majestic palace. This is the true essence of royalty. This is the authentic ruler. Countless subjects willingly follow their emperor, even if it means leaving their homes and facing an uncertain future. A fire ignited within Frieza's heart. Just wait, there will come a day when all beings in the universe will willingly raise their voices in praise of their emperor's name. Frieza, great king, is that your spaceship? Chinrue's gentle call roused Frieza from her ambitious reverie. Turning in the direction she indicated, Frieza saw her 3 spaceships appearing somewhat flustered amidst the throng of vessels. Frieza's expression darkened as she nodded. Indeed, that is my spaceship. I believe it is time for me to return. Please hold on. Chinrue gently tapped the tip of her scepter, summoning the official who had previously guided Frieza. This is Suking. Chinrue introduced my attendant, my aide, my priest, and my family. He's the most renowned master of superpowers on Atla. And from this moment forth, he shall accompany you, imparting all the superpowers you wish to learn. Suking paused slightly, but bowed to Frieza without objection. Great King Frieza. Frieza regarded Suking with satisfaction. a gentle smile gracing her lips. Ah, Queen Shinrei, you truly are a woman of your word. Suking, if you teach me those marvelous abilities with dedication, I shall grant you many privileges. Chapter 010. Vitality once back aboard her spaceship. Frieza sat upon the elevated throne, observing her three somewhat anxious subordinates, Zabu, Dodoria, and Chitman. Frieza lightly tapped the armrest and gestured to Suking, maintaining a neutral tone. This is Mr. Suking, our new addition. You all should make his acquaintance, for you will be working together henceforth. The three below exchanged glances, evidently surprised that Frieza had not displayed fury at their earlier disarray. With a collective sigh of relief, they approached Suking and extended their hands. Hello, I am Dodoria. Greetings, I am Zabu. Chitman, pleased to make your acquaintance. Suking shook hands with each of them in turn, introducing himself. I am Suking, hailing from Atla. I look forward to your guidance. Esteemed seniors, Frieza cast a sidelong glance at Suking, comparing him to her other three subordinates, and let out a sigh. In terms of social grace, her three subordinates paled in comparison to him. Frieza waved her hand dismissively. Enough, Mr. Zabu, Mr. Dodoria, Mr. Chitman. You may leave. I have matters to discuss with Mr. Suking. What? Zabu and the others gasped in astonishment. Frieza was actually seeking counsel from someone who appeared to possess little combat prowess. What winds of change had blown today? However, their surprise aside, the three obediently suppressed their curiosity and exited the room. Now, the vast command chamber was left with only Frieza and Suking. Frieza descended from her throne and approached Suking, speaking softly. Mr. Suking, it is said that you possess mastery over all superpowers of Atla. Is that true? Suking nodded and bowed. Yes, great King Frieza. What superpowers do you wish to learn? Frieza's gaze sharpened, unwavering in her determination. I wish to learn instantaneous movement. Suking appeared momentarily taken aback, responding, Great King Frieza. It is not that I am unwilling to teach you, but instantaneous movement demands an exceptionally high level of innate talent. Only those with unwavering focus may hope to master it, and even the most brilliant genius requires at least half a year's study to fully grasp the technique. What? Frieza was taken aback, recalling that in the original Dragon Ball series, apart from the Kaioshin's innate talent, only Son Goku and Cell had learned instantaneous movement. Son Goku needed no elaboration. His pure heart, fierce spirit, and love for peace made him an ideal candidate for learning the technique. As for Cell, his ability likely stemmed from the genetic cells of Son Goku within him. No wonder Frieza now understood why Son Goku never taught this technique to his son or Vegeta. It was not out of reluctance, but because they were unable to learn it. Frieza frowned, feeling a twinge of reluctance. Instantaneous movement was indeed a divine technique. The distance between Earth and New Namek spanned countless light years. Yet Son Goku could traverse it in an instant. This was not merely a skill for escape or pursuit, but also a means to save precious time. No, I must attempt this no matter what. To have the fortune of traversing into this world and not learn instantaneous movement would be a grave regret. Thus, Frieza resolved firmly, gazing earnestly at Suking. I must learn. Observing Frieza's resolute expression, Suking said nothing further but nodded. Then inquired, Great King Frieza, if you close your eyes, can you sense my ki? Frieza suddenly recalled that while sensing ki was merely a small trick, martial artists born on Earth typically mastered it. Yet Frieza, this cosmic emperor with combat power exceeding 1 billion, had no understanding of it. To substantiate his point, Frieza deliberately closed his eyes, yet no matter how hard he tried, he was met with an impenetrable darkness. Nothing but blackness engulfed his sight. Frieza could only shake his head and say, I cannot perceive anything. Please teach me from the beginning, Mr. Suking. Suking nodded, crouched down, and sat cross-legged, extending his hand toward Frieza in a gesture of invitation. Frieza flicked his tail and drew his legs in, sitting cross-legged to face Suking. Suking placed his hands against Frieza's and spoke in a deep tone. To master instant transmission, you must first be able to sense the presence of Chi, King Frieza. Please close your eyes and feel with your heart. Frieza nodded, shut his eyes, and soon felt a warm current flowing from the point where his palms met Suking's. In that moment, Frieza understood. This was Chi, a non-aggressive form of Chi. He had never imagined that chi could be utilized in such a manner. As he sensed the flow of chi, Frieza began to mimic and respond in kind. Suddenly, a wondrous sensation surged within him. He felt as though this breath was akin to a child of the universe, the beloved of all creation. It was omnipresent, brimming with vitality and vigor. Was this what chi truly was? Frieza's heart stirred slightly as the essence joyfully flowed around him, akin to a playful little monkey like a tea that moment. Suking, who was connected to Frieza's palms, suddenly felt a shift in his consciousness and opened his eyes slightly. Yet upon doing so, he nearly gasped in astonishment. Frieza sat cross-legged on the ground, and the energy swirling around him, resembling chi, was in fact the lost essence of the universe. Every being possesses a spirit. Whether mountains or earth, they all harbor life. Though their forms and appearances vary, they are undeniably alive. The source of their life is this energy known as essence. Frieza had yet to master the application of chi. Yet he had already grasped the essence that only deities could manipulate. What an extraordinary talent this was. Just as Suking marveled at this moment, Frieza's expression suddenly darkened. A surge of dark energy erupted from Frieza's mind, engulfing the essence that drifted around him. In that instant, Frieza, who had been closing his eyes in concentration, felt as if he had been struck hard. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood and collapsed to the ground, gasping weakly for breath. "Are you all right, King Frieza?" Suking hurriedly approached, assisting Frieza to his feet, using his unique psychic abilities to dispel the dark energy enveloping Frieza. Only then did Frieza's complexion begin to improve. Suking inquired with concern, "King Frieza, what has happened? You were on the verge of mastering the essence." However, Frieza's expression remained stormy as he gritted his teeth and said, "It is him. The essence I gathered has stirred his slumbering soul." "Mr. Suking. I believe our training may need to come to an end." Chapter 011. The distress signal. Who is he? Though Suking did not comprehend whom Frieza was referring to, he was an astute individual and, in an instant, surmised that Frieza might be harboring some dark matter or malevolent spirit within his body. Unfortunately, the divine techniques Suking possessed did not offer any solutions for such matters. Thus, Suking could only nod and respond. "Very well, King Frieza. Let us bypass this stage and learn some psychic techniques that do not require such stringent mastery over chi, such as telekinesis. What do you think?" Frieza took a deep breath, reluctantly acquiescing. "Very well. I shall leave it to you, Mr. Suking." "Excellent, then please imitate my movements, King Frieza." Day after day, Frieza dedicated his days to learning various psychic techniques from Suking, while spending approximately 3 hours each night battling Quira in the training grounds of his mind. Without a doubt, Suking was an exceptional teacher. He was patient and possessed proficient teaching skills and experience, effortlessly helping Frieza navigate through every challenge he encountered on his path of cultivation. Regrettably, due to the presence of another soul lurking within Frieza's body, he was unable to learn the more practical psychic techniques. For techniques such as instant transmission or telepathy, mastery of chi at a grandmaster level was required. Having already mastered telekinesis and the ability to manipulate objects from a distance, Frieza was not content with merely these accomplishments. He sought every possible means to discover a way to eliminate the original Frieza's soul and conducted multiple private attempts, yet the results were consistently minimal. Reluctantly, Frieza had no choice but to temporarily abandon his studies in psychic techniques and began to devote more time to enhancing his physical strength in the training grounds. After a month of traversing the cosmos, aside from occasional resupply stops on other planets, Frieza's spacecraft and the fleet of the Atlans continued their relentless journey toward the northern galaxy without pause. Thanks to Frieza's diligence, he had significantly improved his strength. Now able to contend with Quira at 50% of his power, and had risen to the level where he could defeat Quira at full capacity, if one were to measure combat power. Frieza's current strength had reached an astonishing 400 million. Moreover, he could maintain his fourth form indefinitely, making it his default state. Though such a rapid increase in strength was indeed astounding, even Frieza himself did not foresee such immense potential residing within his body. However, this was still far from sufficient. setting aside the monstrous beings with combat powers measured in millions that would later emerge, even the legendary Super Saiyan Broly, who had met his demise midway through his journey, was an opponent that Frieza might not be able to overcome. Thus, each time Frieza emerged from the training room, drenched in sweat, he remained resolute in the face of Dodoria and Zarbon's perplexed inquiries. King Frieza, you are already invincible in the universe. Why do you continue to train so hard? Indeed, King Frieza, with just a flick of your finger, you could obliterate a planet. Why burden yourself so? Frieza coldly glanced at Dodoria and Zarbon, scoffing disdainfully. I train to prepare for future threats that you cannot even begin to comprehend. 100 million for 100 million. What do these numbers signify? They are utterly weak, pitifully weak. Dodoria, Zarbon, Frieza's eyes turned icy as he fixed his gaze upon the two men. Chiteman is a medical staff member. I do not hold him to such standards, but as warriors, you should never allow even a single day of complacency that I demand that you grow stronger. The two men felt a chill run down their spines and quickly stood at attention to express their agreement. Only then did Frieza's expression soften considerably. However, in light of the duo's laxity, Frieza realized that it was imperative not to remain so complacent any longer. A warrior who strays too long from the battlefield will lose their ferocity. The current Frieza army was in dire need of a war. Yet before that, there was a pressing issue Frieza needed to consider: the scarcity of combat personnel. Flicking his tail, Frieza fell into deep contemplation. It seemed that the time had come to recruit a new batch of warriors. Just as Frieza pondered where to recruit such warriors, a sudden announcement echoed through the ship, and Chiteman's slightly anxious voice came through the speakers above. King Frieza, our spacecraft has received a distress signal from cosmic survivors. Should we proceed to rescue them? Before Frieza could respond, Dodoria scoffed and shouted into the speaker. Are you out of your mind, Chiteman? We're the esteemed Frieza army, not a cosmic rescue team. Ignore them. Let us leave directly. However, Chiteman hesitated for a moment before explaining. King Frieza, among the signals they transmitted, there's a segment of the distress code that is quite peculiar. I inquired with Mr. Sooking, and he informed me that this is an ancient mystery code, understood by very few, and each individual possesses extraordinary abilities. Should we? Ancient code? Extraordinary abilities? This implied that the individual sending the distress signal might possess the means to resolve the turmoil of the other soul within themselves. Frieza's eyes fluttered open slightly, clutching onto a glimmer of hope that it was better to err on the side of caution. He lifted his gaze towards the communicator and declared, Mr. Chiteman, I hereby authorize your request for assistance. Let us proceed immediately to the origin of the distress signal. Understood, King Frieza. Chiteman responded eagerly, promptly directing the crew to alter their course towards the planet from whence the signal originated, just as Frieza's vessel had barely adjusted its trajectory. A voice echoed in his mind, 1,000 petals. My king, it appears your course has deviated somewhat. Have you encountered a cosmic interference field that necessitated a detour? Frieza paused, his brow furrowing as he narrowed one eye with a dangerous glint. Can you eavesdrop on my thoughts? Please do not misunderstand. This is merely a method of communication, allowing our voices to intertwine, akin to an everlasting communicator, she explained. After a moment of contemplation, Frieza relayed the information he had just received. 1,000 petals. It is as I have stated. I suspect they may possess a solution to the malevolent spirit within me. Therefore, I wish to investigate further. You may proceed ahead. My ship can catch up to you at any time. 1,000 petals shook her head in disapproval. I have heard whispers of the ancient, mysterious codes. Yet those who wield such codes are often malevolent sorcerers, with the infamous Babidi being the most notorious among them. Your journey may be fraught with peril. How about this? I shall accompany you. And no sooner had 1,000 petals spoken than she vanished from her palace, appearing abruptly within Frieza's spacecraft, their eyes locking in mutual resolve. Let us depart. King Frieza. Chapter 012. Babidi. Meanwhile, not far from Frieza's vessel, on a desolate and shadowy planet, 3 figures lurked in the obscurity. This planet was devoid of any stars, shrouded in darkness so profound that, were it not for a beam of light illuminating the area, other spacecraft would pass by without a trace. The concealed figures comprised a praying mantis-like creature, a grotesque humanoid warrior, and a diminutive, caterpillar-like sorcerer. Among them, aside from the small figure, the remaining two beasts bore a distinct emblem resembling and upon their foreheads. An unmistakable sign of malevolence. Judging by their stature and presence, the mantis creature undoubtedly possessed the greatest strength, while the hideous humanoid warrior was notably second in power. Strangely, the seemingly weak little figure stood between them, exuding an aura of leadership. Nearby, a spacecraft continuously emitted distress signals towards the surrounding celestial bodies. Ahead, a colossal spotlight pierced the cosmos, awaiting the arrival of any unfortunate soul. Yet after an extended wait, they had yet to detect the presence of any spacecraft. Finally, the diminutive figure could no longer contain his frustration, jumping up and directing his ire towards the imposing mantis creature. "Yakin, this is all your fault. You've ruined my spaceship. Otherwise, how could we be stuck on this accursed dark planet, waiting for some unfortunate soul to stumble upon us?" The mantis creature, named Yakin, took a couple of steps back, seemingly intimidated by the little figure, and sheepishly muttered, "I sincerely apologize, Lord Babidi." "Ah, what a day of utter misfortune!" Babidi exclaimed, flailing his short arms in frustration, kicking at Yakin in a fit of rage that "I've truly lost my mind. Who thought it wise to seek warriors on this wretched, dark planet? I hadn't even laid eyes on you when your foolishness led to the destruction of the power core of the ship." Despite the harmlessness of Babidi's kicks, Yakin writhed on the ground, pleading for forgiveness, but Babidi paid him no heed, continuing to vent his frustrations upon him. At that moment, a flash of light streaked across the sky, prompting the humanoid creature to squint and urgently alert Babidi. "Lord Babidi, it seems we have a potential target." "Oh," Babidi lifted his gaze, observing a shooting star blazing across the firmament, strikingly visible in the pitch-black surroundings. "Well done. Let us conceal ourselves. Once they disembark from their ship, we shall ambush them." With that, Babidi shot a fierce glare at the slightly cowering Yakin and barked, "Remember, do not damage their spacecraft. Do you understand?" Yakin, clearly intimidated by Babidi's wrath, nodded vigorously that of course, Lord Babidi, in a flash of white light. Frieza, Thousand Petals, and the diminutive figures of Dodoria and Zabon broke through the atmosphere, producing a shower of blinding sparks as they crashed heavily onto the surface of the dark planet, creating a resounding impact. Frieza, Thousand Petals, Dodoria, and Zabon opened the hatch of their spacecraft and stepped outside, only to be met with confusion. "What is happening? I can't see anything. King Frieza. King Frieza. Are you there, Dodoria?" "It's Zabon. I cannot see anything either." "King Frieza. Are you present?" Contrasting with the panic exhibited by Dodoria and Zabon, Frieza and Thousand Petals remained relatively composed. Frieza had already caught sight of a distant beam of light, while Thousand Petals, possessing the ability to perceive through the darkness with her inner vision, was not hindered by the shadows that "Oh, not panic. Dodoria, Zabon," Frieza spoke calmly. "The universe is vast. Such planets are not uncommon. Do you see the light beam in the distance? Let us make our way there." With that, Frieza suddenly erupted with energy. A powerful aura enveloped him, emanating a brilliant purple glow. As Dodoria and Zabon regained their sight, their uneasy feelings began to dissipate. "Now that we can see, there is nothing to fear," they both thought. Yet Frieza understood that on a planet perpetually cloaked in darkness, either life was non-existent, or the creatures dwelling there were the most perilous of predators. To emit light in such an environment would undoubtedly attract the attention of the lurking threats, a perilous endeavor indeed. However, Frieza was undaunted. He was confident that, with his current strength, few beings in the universe could pose a threat to him. The four of them cautiously advanced towards the light beam, unaware that their movements had been observed through a crystal ball by Babidi, who had retreated to his spacecraft. Although Babidi lacked combat prowess, he possessed a keen eye. He immediately recognized Frieza's formidable presence, realizing he would be a challenging opponent. Yet he mused, today seems to be my lucky day, though the damage to my spacecraft vexes me. Fate has sent me 3 warriors, especially the little one in the middle. He would make an ideal servant for me, the sorcerer Babidi." Babiti's interest was particularly piqued by the dazzlingly radiant Frieza. He certainly does not appear to be a virtuous individual. This is simply splendid. The aura of malevolence surrounding him is palpable, an astonishing sensation. As Babidi muttered to himself, he began to gesticulate excitedly, proclaiming, "Babalababa, heed my call, and become my mightiest warrior." At that moment, as Frieza traversed the terrain, an excruciating pain suddenly surged through his mind. The malevolent spirit that had been suppressed by Suyu erupted violently. An overwhelming tide of darkness engulfed him, and Frieza was seized by unimaginable agony, as if his very soul were being twisted in a frenzied roar. "Ah! What?" Startled by the sudden upheaval, Dodoria and Zabon exchanged shocked glances as Frieza spiraled into madness. Urgently inquiring, "King Frieza, are you all right?" Yet Frieza paid them no heed. With a wave of his hands, he unleashed energy blasts that sent both tumbling to the ground. Meanwhile, he writhed in torment upon the earth. In this dire moment, 1,000 petals swiftly stepped before Frieza, emanating a gentle divine light from her hands and pressing them against the sides of his temples. A miraculous event began to unfold. Countless strands of dark energy seemed to cower before the divine light of Qianrui, retreating once more into Frieza's being, while Babiti's magical connection was abruptly severed. Through the crystal ball, Babidi gazed in disbelief at Frieza's countenance, which was gradually calming, and exclaimed in astonishment, "How is this possible?" The malevolent force had clearly infiltrated his soul, yet how could he suddenly break free from the magnificent magic of the great Babidi? Chapter 013. The inept ally Babiti's questions went unanswered, and meanwhile, Frieza had regained his composure. Feeling the aftermath of a throbbing headache, he was overwhelmed by dizziness. However, these pains paled in comparison to his current fury. He was infuriated. How dare that despicable rodent attempt to ambush me? The Cosmic Emperor, Frieza. With a darkened gaze, Frieza suddenly erupted into a frantic roar. "You dare to challenge me?" In an instant, an immense aura enveloped the entire land. Frieza's energy intensified exponentially, transforming into a beam of purple light. He soared into the air, raising his right hand with a cold smile, and declared with furious laughter, "Despicable rodents, be reduced to mere dust in this universe." In that moment, a blinding dark red energy sphere materialized at the tip of Frieza's right index finger, beginning to swell violently. Babidi, observing Frieza through the crystal ball, quickly discerned the terrifying power contained within that energy sphere. Panic-stricken, he shouted, "Yakin, Pei-Pei, stop him at once, hurry!" Yakin and Pei-Pei, comprehending the gravity of the situation, abandoned their ambush and swiftly revealed themselves, racing towards Frieza. Yet, this was precisely the moment Frieza had awaited. Feigning madness, he acted without hesitation, eager to strike down these self-righteous hunters. Frieza's expression shifted from a twisted grimace to a calm demeanor as he sneered. "Ah, the rodents have finally decided to show themselves. Next, allow you to experience the sincere greetings from the Cosmic Emperor." "Ha ha!" Frieza ceased gathering energy and hurled the planet-destroying ball towards Yakin and Pei-Pei. Although Pei-Pei had never heard of Frieza's notorious reputation, the sheer terror emanating from that energy sphere filled him with dread. Thus, he swiftly dodged to the side. However, Yakin, having dominated this dark planet for centuries, had only ever been the one to take lives. Never once had he felt the sting of injury. Therefore, without a second thought, he charged headfirst into Frieza's planet-destroying blast, curious to experience the sensation of such a light wave. "Fool!" As Babidi outside the crystal ball let out a desperate roar, Yakin was instantly engulfed by Frieza's planet-destroying attack. Exploding into oblivion, a mere flick of his wrist had dispatched a monster, and Frieza was taken aback by how smoothly events unfolded. After all, in these times, deceivers abound. While fools are rare, he never expected to encounter someone so unafraid of death today. "Ha ha!" Frieza casually flicked his massive tail, smirking with bitter irony. "This valiant martyr is truly admirable." Then, Frieza cast a fleeting glance at Pei-Pei, who was paralyzed in midair, trembling in fear, and politely inclined his body. Well then, brave warrior, would you care to exchange a few blows with me? Ha ha! Pepe, already overwhelmed by Frieza's imposing aura, dared not rush in to meet his demise, just as he swayed left and right, contemplating an escape. His eyes caught sight of Chinrei standing not far off. This woman had accompanied him, seemingly devoid of combat prowess. In a flash of inspiration, Pepe devised a plan, swiftly landing and kneeling before Frieza, pleading, "I beg you, do not kill me. Do not kill me." Just as the last words escaped his lips, Pepe suddenly bent his knees, launching himself toward Chinrei with all his might. If only he could seize this woman, perhaps my mission would not be deemed a total failure. As the distance between him and the woman rapidly diminished, a victorious smile crept onto Pepe's face. Yet, Pepe, do you intend to flee? Accursed scoundrel! Outside the crystal ball, Babidi, unable to see Chinrue's figure, could only observe Pepe fleeing without a backward glance. The first thought that crossed Babidi's mind was, he has betrayed me. He seeks to abandon me and escape alone. You shall not flee unscathed, Baba Bidi. In an instant, Babidi activated his control magic, unleashing his dark energy to severely injure Pepe from within. Pepe coughed up blood, his right hand stretching forward in a desperate grasp, as if trying to seize something. Yet the overwhelming agony rendered him powerless to take another step. Collapsing to the ground, burdened with pain and resentment, Frieza approached Pepe, ensnaring him with his tail, and coldly inquired, "Speak. Who sent you?" That distress signal was a trap, wasn't it? Pepe managed a weak smile, raising his right hand with the last of his strength, and unleashed his final ki blast. Due to the close proximity, Frieza was caught off guard, and in an instant, half of his body was scorched by the attack. Staggering, Pepe used his remaining energy to laugh maniacally. Huh. You expect me to betray Lord Babidi? A fool's dream. Ha ha. Frieza's fury ignited. An inexplicable rage surged within him as he gritted his teeth and stated, "You possess quite the skills to make the illustrious cosmic Emperor Frieza feel pain. You truly are." Frieza slowly raised both hands and bellowed, "You possess audacity beyond measure." With that roar, countless ki blasts erupted from Frieza's palms, pouring down like rain upon Pepe's battered body, obliterating him into fragments. Yet, Frieza's anger only intensified, relentlessly unleashing a torrent of ki blasts until his remains were reduced to ashes. Unaware of his ineptitude, Babidi watched within the crystal ball as Pepe, who had followed him for many years, was annihilated into dust in an instant, and instead of feeling sorrow, he triumphantly cursed. Good. He died well. He deserved it. All traitors to my lord deserve death. In that moment of outrage, Pepe's unwavering loyalty appeared so tragically forlorn. Just as Frieza's fury began to subside, he finally came to his senses and turned to Chinrei, asking, what did he just say? He would never betray anyone. With a grave expression, Chinrei enunciated clearly, Babidi. Babidi? Frieza furrowed his brow, as if vaguely recalling the name. Yet when he pondered further, he could not recall where he had heard it before. Yes, Babidi. Chinrei reiterated, explaining to Frieza, Your Majesty Frieza, do you remember the most nefarious sorcerer, Babidi, whom I mentioned? Frieza nodded. I remember. Chinrue's eyes gleamed with an inexplicable hatred as she clenched her teeth, angrily declaring, Babidi is the son of the sorcerer Babidi, the continuation of that wretched bloodline. Chapter 014. The Escape It Is He. Suddenly, Frieza connected the dots. The ultimate antagonist from the Dragon Ball saga, Majin Buu, was indeed the monstrosity created by the sorcerer Babidi. However, it was later that Babidi, fearing Majin Buu's power, sealed him away, allowing the Kaioshin to exploit the opportunity and eliminate Babidi. This led to the later events where Bibidi's son, Babidi, sought energy to resurrect Majin Buu. So it was like this. Frieza recalled who Babidi was, and subsequently remembered the identities of the two pawns he had just dispatched. Were they not the very minions that Goku and others faced in their cosmic ship's trials? No wonder he felt an odd sense of familiarity. However, in an instant, Frieza was struck by a rather ominous thought. If his memories serve him correctly, the guardian of the first level was none other than Pepe. whom he had just reduced to ashes, while the second level was defended by that monstrous mantis that had just faced the planet-destroying blast. And the guardian of the third level was the demon King Dabura. 7 years ago, from Vegeta, he had received a description of a being named Cell, who was said to possess power comparable to his own. Cell, that was a creature with a staggering battle power of 400 billion. 1,000 times stronger than himself at present. If Dabura was indeed under Babbidi's command now, it would be wise to retreat while they still could. Frieza, my lord, I have located Babbidi. A shout from Shinrei shattered Frieza's reverie and contemplation. I used my psychic energy to search the entire planet, and he is just ahead in that spaceship near the beam of light. Let's hurry and eradicate him. Frieza, startled, quickly grasped the already prepared Shinrei. His expression grave as he inquired, Shinrei, if a creature countless times stronger than you wishes to conceal itself, would your psychic energy be able to detect it? My lord. Shinrei paused, but nodded in affirmation. Rest assured, Frieza, my psychic scan transcends ordinary capabilities. As long as he is mortal, no matter how powerful he may be, he cannot evade my search. Even Dabura is the same. Even Dabura. Shinrui's mouth slightly parted. Astonished, Frieza, how do you know of the Demon King Dabura? Frieza had no time to explain. If Dabura truly existed, they were in a perilous situation. Do not concern yourself. Just answer me quickly. Shinrei nodded earnestly. Trust in my psychic powers, Frieza. I assure you, even the Demon King Dabura cannot escape my psychic search. Very well. Let us proceed immediately. If Dabura is absent, then a mere weakling like Babbidi is nothing to fear. Frieza erupted with fury, ready to take action. But suddenly, Shinrei grasped Frieza's hand and nodded. We shall go now. Instant transmission. In an instant, the figures of Frieza and Shinrei vanished from their original location. Meanwhile, standing beside the crystal ball, Babbidi, who had been secretly observing Frieza, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He turned abruptly, only to see Frieza and Shinrei materializing inside his spaceship. Instant transmission. Babbidi, being astute, quickly realized the trick Frieza had employed and cursed. Damn it! How did you discover me? You are you? Frieza was taken aback, but Shinrei had already released Frieza's hand, stepping forward with a look of vengeance. Indeed, it is I. Babbidi seemed to cower before Shinrei, retreating nervously as he stammered. How can it be you? Why are you still alive? Shinrei laughed with fury, her teeth clenched. Yes, I am still alive, but you are about to die. Frieza observed in utter astonishment as Shinrei today was no longer the wise sage he had known. She seemed to possess an air of commanding control, resembling an ordinary girl imbued with national grievances and personal vendettas. Countless minor questions he had accumulated over time coalesced into a singular, significant inquiry. Who exactly was she? But this time he did not need to guess, for Babbidi had already revealed her true identity. Of course, it is you, the Supreme Kai of the West. You are the one meddling, preventing me from successfully controlling that warrior filled with malice beside you. It is you who found my spaceship. No wonder I always felt something was amiss. Why he was constantly muttering to himself. Why Pei, despite being completely under my control, still attempted to escape. The Supreme Kai of the West, who was proficient in all magic and divine arts, would certainly not be revealed by my crystal ball. How infuriating! So it was all because of you, Supreme Kai of the West. Layla. The Supreme Kai of the West formed a seal with her hands, a divine light emanating from her palms as she forcefully pushed toward Babbidi, shouting, Indeed, prepare to meet your demise, Babbidi. But Babbidi was clearly not one to sit idly by. Not so easy. In an instant, Babbidi activated a protective shield, blocking the Supreme Kai's divine light. He then turned and, with a flick of his hands, tore open an abyss of utter darkness. Ha! Supreme Kai, if you have the courage, come chase me. Once I escape, I will one day return with Majin Buu and truly end your life. Ha! With that, Babbidi leaped into the black hole. Frieza, now aware of Babbidi's identity, could not allow him to escape so easily. He forcefully pushed the Supreme Kai aside and swung his hand. A flash of lightning surged forth. Babbidi was instantaneously cleaved in two by Frieza's energy. emitting a piercing scream before plummeting into the black hole, disappearing without a trace. Subsequently, the black hole closed, leaving no remnant behind. Frieza furrowed his brow and asked the Supreme Kai, "Is he dead?" The Supreme Kai sighed and shook her head. "Not so easily. His life force is exceedingly strong. Even if his head is severed, he can survive for another 10 days. Now that you have merely bisected him, with his magical prowess, he will eventually heal and return." Frieza nodded, evidently sharing the same sentiment. The two lapsed into silence for a long moment before Frieza suddenly spoke, his tone somber. "Chinrui, should I continue to address you as Chinrui, or should I call you the Supreme Kai?" Chapter 015. The Supreme Kai Chinrui opened her mouth, meeting the dark clouds on Frieza's face with a smile. "My lord, please continue to call me Chinrui. This name is the most precious gift bestowed upon me by my people." Filled with their sincerest intentions, since the former Supreme Kai of the West is deceased, let the name Layla drift away with the wind. Yet Frieza did not allow Chinrui to evade easily this time. Instead, he sneered, extending his right hand to tap her forehead, speaking gravely. "The Supreme Kai, who creates all living beings, actually disguised herself to lurk by my side. Should I consider this an honor?" Suddenly, Frieza's expression changed dramatically, and he anxiously demanded, "Speak. What is your true purpose for following me?" Chinrui, unperturbed, pointed to her forehead where a faint purple light was beginning to manifest, calmly and steadily replied, "I confess I have concealed certain truths from you. But as a former deity, I never am my sole purpose is as I have stated. I wish to find a new home for my people. Please believe me." Frieza, looking into Chinrui's earnest eyes and recalling how she had saved him from Babiti's impending control. Frieza ultimately could not bring himself to eradicate her entirely, lest he invite future troubles. Slowly withdrawing his hand from her forehead and placing it behind his back, Frieza coldly remarked, "Though I still require your power to deal with the other entity within me, I do not wish for you to conceal anything further from me, madam." Chinrui nodded slightly, her expression serious, neither joyful nor sorrowful. Frieza scrutinized Chinrui, intrigued, as he had only seen the manga of Dragon Ball in his past life, where the Supreme Kai of the West was never depicted. Thus, he held a certain fascination for this legendary cosmic deity. However, Frieza suddenly recalled something Babidi had said earlier and raised his head to question Chinrui. "Babidi just mentioned that you are already dead. What is the meaning of this?" Upon hearing this, Chinrui was momentarily taken aback, her gaze momentarily frozen as if she had succumbed to a reverie. However, she soon regained her composure and, with a tinge of bitterness, smiled at Frieza, saying, "Lord Frieza, have you ever heard of the divine hierarchy of this universe?" Frieza nodded slightly and replied, "On certain planets, there exist celestial deities. Above them are the Kaiashins, and above the Kaiashins are the great Kaiashin. Ultimately, there is the fabled Kaiashin god, whose status is said to be the most exalted." Chinrui nodded in agreement and sighed. "Indeed, since you are aware of these matters, I can convey my thoughts to you in a more succinct manner. In the distant divine realm, unreachable by humanity, there stands a divine tree. This tree bears fruit once every 100,000 years. And when the fruits drop, they become Kaiashins. Among them, the 4 largest will ascend to become the legendary Kaiashin gods. Each of the 4 Kaiashin gods has distinct roles and talents. One is a leader, benevolent and gentle. Another is a warrior, fierce and fearless. The third is a diplomat, eloquent and persuasive. And the fourth is a master of divine arts, capable of transcending the heavens and the earth. Frieza grasped the situation. "You are the master of divine arts from the previous generation of Kaiashin gods." Chinrui affirmed, "Indeed, the previous generation of Kaiashin gods suffered near total annihilation, with the chief culprit being the monstrosity known as Majin Buu, conjured by the dark sorcerer Babidi. Majin Buu, born of ultimate evil, possesses boundless magical power. Even the most adept fighter among the Kaiashin gods, the South Kaiashin, was no match for him and ultimately met his demise. As for me, I was the first Kaiashin god to fall victim to an ambush during that catastrophic battle." Frieza expressed his astonishment. "You died?" "I did." Chinrui confirmed with resolute nods. "That time, I could not bring myself to slay the childlike Babidi. and as a result, I was ambushed and gravely injured, ultimately falling to Majin Buu. Yet, they never anticipated that as a Kaishin god of divine arts, I am favored by the cosmos, allowing me to resurrect once every 100 years, provided my physical injuries do not exceed 50%. Frieza's understanding deepened. So you have resurrected again, and you have settled on planet Adara, imparting your wondrous abilities to its inhabitants? Shinrui nodded with a sigh, though Majin Buu is currently sealed. With the seal weakening, that terrifying monster could escape at any moment, once again threatening the universe. Thus, I have spent these years hidden on planet Adara, researching ways to completely annihilate Majin Buu. However, a single person's strength is ultimately too feeble. And with the possibility of Majin Buu's revival looming, I have chosen to teach the locals all the divine arts I possess, hoping to harness collective strength to devise a solution. Rest assured, my divine sense permeates the planet. Should anyone harbor ill intentions, I will be immediately informed and take action. Frieza raised an eyebrow. Yet you have ultimately achieved nothing, and were nearly responsible for the destruction of the entire planet. After a moment of silence, Shinrui conceded. Indeed. Well then, I believe I have grasped the gist of it, Frieza stated, flicking his tail and stretching his neck. Now, for the final question. Where has Babidi fled? The Emperor of the Universe, Frieza, must put an end to him. Shinrui's expression turned grave as she shook her head. I advise against pursuing him. Although you are immensely powerful now, should you fall into the demon realm, even your strength would afford you no chance of survival. The demon realm? Frieza was momentarily dumbfounded, his mouth agape, as if thunderous waves surged within him, accompanied by flashes of lightning. The demon realm. The demon realm king, Dabura. Could it be that all of this is the will of fate? It is destined for Babidi to control Dabura. It is destined for Majin Buu to be resurrected. It is destined that I will perish at the hands of a Super Saiyan. No, this cannot be. I shall not allow history to repeat itself. In that instant, Frieza's resolve solidified extraordinarily. The desire to grow stronger had never burned so fiercely as it did in this moment. Frieza's fighting spirit blazed like a flame, enveloping him entirely. The sheer intensity of his aura even left Shinrui somewhat overwhelmed. I must become stronger, Frieza proclaimed earnestly, fixing his gaze upon Shinrui and articulating each word with conviction. Find a way to eradicate Frieza's soul, no matter the risk. After a pause, Shinrui finally nodded. In truth, there is a way to resolve the other soul residing within you, but the conditions are exceedingly stringent. Frieza asserted resolutely. I will overcome any obstacle. I must prevail. Very well, Shinrui sighed. The divine art of soul transfer, although I have some knowledge of it, first requires locating a physical body that matches that soul, as well as a sufficient amount of ki to sustain the weight of that soul. Frieza furrowed his brow. What do you mean? It means, Shinrui explained, that I must find another Frieza, so I can transfer the evil soul within you into that body. Frieza's expression darkened. Are you mocking me? How could there possibly be another Frieza in this world? Shinrui shook her head. Rest assured, Lord Frieza, since I have proposed this method, there must be a means to achieve it. Years ago, I heard tales of a distant planet in the depths of the northern galaxy. Known as Planet Hua, Shangjiu O.IT is inhabited by a group of humans who, despite lacking power, are exceptionally intelligent. In their efforts to fend off foreign invasions, they invented a weapon called super water. This super water can absorb all the energy of enemies, creating new entities endlessly. However, later on, due to absorbing too much energy from wicked individuals, the super water developed a malevolent consciousness and began to invade other planets, continuously assimilating the powers of any humans they captured. Although the super water was eventually sealed by the peace-loving inhabitants of planet Hoshangwa, I believe that if it is you, Lord Frieza, you should be able to locate it once more. Frieza seemed to grasp Shinrui's intentions, anxiously flicking his tail and frowning. You mean for me to willingly give my power to this super water to absorb, thus creating a new entity, and you will then transfer Frieza's soul into that entity, completely eradicating it? Shinrui sighed. If all goes well, then yes. Yet Frieza detected a hint of reservation in her words, narrowing his eyes. And if it does not go well, Shinrue continued, then you will lose all of your power, and 1 hour later, you will vanish from this world forever. From that point on, only that cold-blooded villain will remain, with no trace of the Emperor of the Universe. Frieza's pupils constricted as uncertainty clouded his mind. In the original Dragon Ball manga, he had never heard of such a place. If what Shinrue claimed was true, and this super water was indeed so formidable, then it ought to serve as a plot boss within the Dragon Ball narrative. Could he truly handle such a troublesome creature? Furthermore, Frieza cast a dark glance at Shinrue. This woman might not share his intentions. One could never be certain she would not seize the opportunity to eliminate him. Taking a deep breath, Frieza nodded. Once I reach the Northern Galaxy, I will send my subordinates to search for the super water as for what to do next. I will make my own decision. Now let us return. Shinrue nodded, gently taking Frieza's hand, her beautiful eyes widening. Instant transmission. In an instant, the two figures vanished from Babbidi's spaceship, returning to the very spot where they first arrived on this planet. Meanwhile, the awakened Zabon and Dodoria, who remained at their original location, found themselves gradually surrounded by countless hunters from the dark stars. In the oppressive darkness, unable to see, the two individuals anxiously positioned themselves back to back, adopting an aggressive stance and emanating a formidable aura. They unleashed erratic waves of energy, attempting to intimidate the monstrous beings of the Dark Star. However, as the number of encroaching monsters swelled, including a colossal creature exhibiting superior combat prowess, countless hunters could no longer restrain themselves and frantically charged towards Sabo and Dodoria, sensing the imminent threat of death. The two unleashed their full potential in a desperate frenzy, plunging headlong into the throngs of monsters before them. As countless monster corpses soared into the sky, Sabo and Dodoria became increasingly marred with wounds. Until, with a blood-curdling scream, a centipede-like hunter tore Sabo's arm asunder with its massive fangs, greedily devouring it. Having lost an arm, Sabo could no longer fend off the relentless tide of monsters. In that moment of despair, as he gazed into the gaping maws of numerous beasts poised to rend him apart, a flash of purple light pierced the gloom. Countless monsters were propelled into the air. It was King Frieza. The timely appearance of the purple figure was none other than Frieza and Chi-Hui. With a slight retraction of his still smoldering right hand, Frieza's expression darkened. As if he could weep, he glanced down at the armless Sabo, then at the still battling Dodoria not far away, extending his hands to swiftly draw both of them into his embrace, placing them safely behind him. Facing the overwhelming horde of monsters, Frieza exhibited no trace of fear. His fists clenched, crossed before his forehead, he laughed in fury. How dare these vile insects show disrespect towards the Cosmic Emperor? You possess quite the audacity. With a sudden, forceful motion, Frieza's arms swung downward, unleashing an overwhelming aura that shattered the earth beneath him. A tumultuous energy surged like a hurricane, instantly lifting countless dark hunters into the sky. Frieza raised his arms to the heavens, his hands coming together. The purple glow surrounding him intensifying. Perish, monsters, cosmic destruction shockwave. In an instant, an immensely powerful and wild surge of energy erupted. The purple shockwave illuminated the entire sky. Countless monsters were submerged in this wave, annihilated to mere fragments. After the tempest receded, tranquility returned, save for the Vaskar left on the ground before Frieza. Let us depart, Mr. Dodoria, Mr. Sabo. Your arm requires immediate treatment. Sabo and Dodoria, overwhelmed with emotion, could hardly articulate their thoughts, wiping away tears of survival, while simultaneously crying and laughing as they called out Frieza's name. Frieza offered a calm smile, casting a glance at Chi-Hui, and said nonchalantly, Lady Chi-Hui, I inadvertently destroyed our spacecraft on the way here. Might I trouble you to return us to the ship? Chi-Hui nodded, beckoning the still exuberant Sabo and Dodoria. You two, place your palms against my back. The two hesitated, glancing at their bloodied hands, uncertain on whether to comply. It was not until Frieza exhibited a hint of impatience that they hurriedly pressed their hands against Chi-Hui's back. Immediately, Chi-Hui grasped Frieza's hand and lightly snapped her fingers. Instant transmission. When they regained their senses, the four had already returned to Frieza's spacecraft. Pretending to overlook the handhold between Chi-Hui and Frieza, Sabo and Dodoria exchanged knowing glances, nodding to each other with a sense of self-importance. From now on, they would treat this Queen Atlara with greater respect. Chapter 017. The North Galaxy. After the brief interlude at the Dark Star, Frieza and Chi-Hui's fleet finally entered the domain of the North Galaxy the following day. Chidaman busily operated the main control console, the display revealing all planets within a radius of tens of millions of miles, with a small red indicating Frieza's spacecraft at the center. Radiating expanding ripples. Frieza, growing impatient, paced beside Chidaman. "Mr. Chidaman, have you yet found a planet with intelligent life?" Chidaman wiped the sweat from his brow, nervously shaking his head. "I sincerely apologize, Lord Frieza, but we are at the edge of the North Galaxy, which appears to be exceedingly desolate. The probe has yet to return any signals indicating intelligent life." Suddenly, a mark point caught Chidaman's eye on the screen, and the probe's alert tone rang out melodiously. "Ha! We finally found one," Chidaman exclaimed, leaping from his seat to report back to Frieza. "Lord Frieza, we have discovered a planet with intelligent life 10 million kilometers away." However, before Chidaman could finish, the large screen was suddenly filled with numerous marked red dots. These dots formed a perfect circle, as if drawn with a compass. The probe's alert tone intensified. Frieza frowned. "Chidaman, what does this mean?" Chidaman turned back to the screen and, with a hint of hesitation, replied, "This highly regular orbital pattern of the planets appears to be unlikely to have formed naturally. Those markers are likely artificial planets." "Artificial planets?" Frieza, hands clasped behind his back, flicked his tail in contemplation. The detection of life signatures on these planets implies habitation, and the fact that they are artificial suggests that the inhabitants possess remarkably advanced and mature technological capabilities. "Ha! Frieza lightly stroked his nose, a sinister smile creeping across his face. "This is truly splendid." Noticing Frieza's apparent interest in this cluster of planets, Chidaman quickly inquired, "Lord Frieza, shall we choose to land on this planetary cluster?" Frieza nodded. "Of course, planets with life are notoriously difficult to locate. Since we have found one, there is no reason not to pay a visit, or two, we can also inquire about other intelligent planets they may be connected with." Ha! Chidaman promptly recalibrated the course, setting a rapid trajectory towards the planetary cluster. After completing these tasks, Chidaman turned back with a sheepish smile, rubbing his hands together. "Your wisdom, Lord Frieza, is truly commendable. Moreover, their technological foundation will undoubtedly save us a great deal of effort." Ha! "Lord, we should arrive at our destination in about an hour. Would you like to rest a while? I will notify you once we arrive." Frieza nodded and turned to leave, but just as he was about to exit, he seemed to recall something and addressed Chidaman. "Mr. Chidaman, please also inform Lady Chi-Hui." "Understood?" Chidaman promptly stood at attention and saluted. "Yes. I shall remember this well." Only then did Frieza nod in satisfaction and depart. Left in the control room, Chidaman cautiously peeked outside, and upon confirming Frieza's departure, he let out a sigh of relief. Pondering maliciously about the nature of Frieza and Chi-Hui's relationship, IT was curious how, despite only knowing each other for less than a month, Frieza showed such concern for her. Could it be true, as Sabo and Dodoria suggested? Unbeknownst to the already distant Frieza, his three subordinates dared to speculate about their leader's little secrets behind his back, nor did he realize that his need to remove another Frieza from his own body had necessitated a reliance on Chi-Hui, which in turn fostered a profound misunderstanding among his subordinates. Even if Frieza were aware of the situation, he currently lacked the time to address these issues, or rather, the rumors held little significance for him. His foremost concern remained the matter of the superwater that Qianrui had mentioned. This superwater could absorb all the powers of its original form and create a false body. If the replica was not destroyed within an hour, the original would be utterly erased from existence. What a terrifying weapon. Yet, the most troubling aspect for Frieza was the nature of this superwater, which contradicted his desire for power. If he became excessively strong, then the replica of the superwater would be unbeatable. However, if he ceased his training, he would be easily vanquished, not just by the likes of Majin Buu or Cell, but even by King Cold. A universe emperor devoid of power was utterly ludicrous. What was he to do? Should he cultivate a warrior capable of easily defeating him? Damn it, Frieza found himself in a dilemma. Even neglecting his usual training sparring, and instead spent nearly an hour in his quarters in deep contemplation. At that moment, a voice echoed through the ship's intercom. Frieza-sama, we are about to enter the atmosphere of the target planet. Please prepare yourself. It was the voice of Chiteman. Frieza took a deep breath, boarded his spacecraft, and made his way to the control room. Upon entering, he discovered that Dodoria and Chiteman were already prepared, while Sabo was still occupied with the healing apparatus to mend his arm. However, this was of no concern. Given Sabo's current strength, his absence would make little difference, and the ship indeed required someone with a modicum of combat capability to remain behind. Through the control room's display, Frieza beheld the target planet after traversing the atmosphere. Yet, all he could see was an impenetrable haze. Frowning, he turned to Chiteman and inquired, Chiteman, what is the meaning of this? Chiteman hurriedly dashed to the control panel, initiating the ship's hover mode. That I sincerely apologize, Frieza-sama. It appears that the surveillance probe may be malfunctioning. I will investigate the cause of the failure at once. But after an extended examination, Chiteman remained perplexed, muttering, it's strange. There seems to be no issue, yet why? At that moment, the ship's communicator suddenly activated, transmitting distress signals from 2 other spacecraft. Astonishingly, the problems they reported mirrored those of Frieza's ship, complete loss of visibility. Dodoria exclaimed in disbelief. Could it be that we were ambushed by the planet's natives as soon as we arrived? Frieza shook his head. If this were indeed an ambush, they should have already concentrated their fire to bring our ship down. Then, Frieza gestured at Chiteman, instructing Chiteman immediately open the spacecraft's hatch. Dodoria, go outside and investigate the situation. Yes, Frieza-sama. Yes, Frieza-sama. Chiteman pressed the hatch release, and Dodoria swiftly exited, racing toward the spacecraft's exit. However, before long, hurried footsteps echoed from the corridor outside, accompanied by Dodoria's muffled shouts. Chiteman, quickly close the hatch. Hurry. Unsure what transpired, Chiteman wasted no time and promptly initiated the procedure to seal the spacecraft's entrance. Just then, a disheveled Dodoria stumbled back into the control room. Covered in filth, curious about Dodoria's disheveled appearance, Frieza inquired, Dodoria, what happened? You look as though you've just returned from a coal mine. Dodoria wiped his face, clearing away the grime, and then replied, Frieza-sama, I have discerned the cause. Cough, cough. The spacecraft is functioning properly. The issue lies with the atmosphere here? Ugh. The atmosphere, Frieza questioned, intrigued. What is wrong with this planet's atmosphere? Dodoria took a deep breath of the fresh air inside the ship. Still shaken, I'll report to you. Frieza-sama, as soon as I stepped outside, before I had even traversed the corridor, a foul, acrid wind swept in, laden with all manner of debris. It was horrendously filthy. I suspect this planet is a heavily industrialized artificial world. We are still ensnared within its tainted atmosphere. At that moment, the main control room screen flickered to life, revealing the figure of Suking, surrounded by a flurry of busy researchers. Suking bowed slightly to Frieza and reported. Frieza-sama, the spacecraft was suddenly engulfed in black smoke, and many instruments suffered severe contamination. Do you have any idea what might have caused this? Standing beside him, Dodoria stepped forward, pointing at himself. Mr. Suking, it was I who ventured out to assess the situation. But the atmosphere of this planet has been severely polluted, obstructing our ship's visibility. Do you have any solutions to rectify this? Suking fell into a momentary silence, frowning. I see. However, a planet with such high levels of pollution should be exceedingly inhospitable to life. Why then did the probe detect so many life signals? Yet soon, Suking shook his head, deciding to set this issue aside for the time being. Understood, Frieza-sama. Rest assured, all of our spacecraft from the Atlas Star are equipped with protective shield systems. Although they consume considerable energy, the shield should effectively isolate us from this dreadful environment. With that, Suking slightly inclined his body toward Frieza. Please wait a moment. I will contact the Queen to arrange for escort ships for you. Frieza nodded. Very well. I shall await your good news, Mr. Sooking. As the video call concluded, the screen gradually cleared, revealing the outside world. Approximately 50 spacecraft surrounded Frieza's vessel, jetting streams of cleansing vapor toward it. The escort ships shimmered with white protective halos, completely enveloping Frieza's ship within a protective barrier, leaving no opportunity for the swirling dust to penetrate. Through the shield, Frieza could see the dense, suffocating black smoke and exhaust outside. Darkness reigned in every direction. The environment was truly wretched, reminiscent of an abhorrent hell on Earth. Accompanied by countless escort ships, Frieza's 3 colossal spacecraft successfully navigated through the atmosphere and landed on a desolate terrain. A multitude of smaller ships followed suit, neatly aligning behind Frieza's vessel. Frieza activated the energy barrier of his spacecraft, alighted from the ship, and gazed at the polluted wasteland before him. Chitman and Dodoria, clad in isolation suits, followed closely behind him as they disembarked. They were both taken aback by the apocalyptic scene that lay before them. Filthy, putrid, even the air was thick with pollutants, saturated with countless particulate matter. The heavily contaminated planet appeared even more desolate under the cover of night. Dodoria kicked at the muck beneath his feet, grimacing. Damn it, our first stop in the North Galaxy is utterly abysmal. Beside him, Chitman, equally repulsed, brushed off a hideous insect that had crawled up his pant leg, squashing it with a foot, and declared, Frieza-sama, such a revolting planet ought to be destroyed. After all, there are plenty of habitable worlds out there. Frieza nodded, preparing to turn away. Yet, suddenly, 2 beams of laser struck Frieza's spacecraft. 2 soldiers clad in protective gear sprinted towards this direction, brandishing their weapons and muttering indistinct curses that, in an instant, Frieza's countenance darkened. Despite the energy shield safeguarding the vessel from the laser guns, the audacity of these 2 insignificant minions to provoke and insult the Cosmic Emperor was utterly infuriating. Dodoria, Jeez, Frieza, slowly rose from the spacecraft, enunciating each word with chilling precision. I have changed my mind. His tone was as frigid as ice. In that moment, a sinister breeze seemed to sweep past, leaving a trail of icy sweat upon Dodoria and Jeez as they realized that Frieza was genuinely enraged. Meanwhile, the oblivious soldiers, unaware of their impending doom, reached Frieza's front. They hesitated, taken aback by the sight of thousands of spaceships docked in this desolate expanse. A flicker of retreat crossed their minds, but Frieza would not allow them to leave alive after such insolence. Behind him, Dodoria activated the nearby scanner, smirking sympathetically. Power level 10. What pitiful creatures! With a swift motion, Frieza raised his hand, and a red beam of laser sliced through the air, instantly obliterating one of the soldiers. The second soldier, horrified at the gruesome demise of his comrade, hastily dropped his laser gun, kneeling before Frieza and fervently begging for mercy. Yet, Frieza coldly retorted, Die, insect! A flicker of red light emanated from his fingertip once more, and the supplicating soldier met the same fate. However, Frieza's wrath had not yet subsided. He intoned ominously, Dodoria, Jeez, ascertain who rules this place, and inform him that the Cosmic Emperor Frieza has arrived. Dodoria and Jeez immediately stood at attention. Saluting, rest assured, Lord Frieza, we shall accomplish the task. With that, they turned and swiftly departed into the distance. Behind them, the thousands of Atrians activated a vast array of protective shields, isolating the tainted air, while countless Atrians disembarked from their spaceships, commencing the purification of wastewater and the cultivation of food. Chime descended from her royal spacecraft and strolled to Frieza's side, inquiring softly, What do you observe, my lord? Frieza flicked his tail dismissively, not turning around. I ponder whether all planets in the North Galaxy are as ravaged as this one. Shinrue shook her head with a somber expression. While that is not entirely accurate, such tragic worlds are not uncommon. Oh, Frieza turned his head, curiosity piqued. Have you encountered similar planets? Shinrue nodded, her demeanor heavy with sorrow as she reminisced. During humanity's darkest times, for every 100 suffering, one thrived. Thus, in humanity's brightest moments, even if 100 prosper, one must suffer. No matter how advanced human civilization becomes, it remains intertwined with the blood and sweat of factories, especially when capitalists seize control over the state and the very lifeblood of planets. Frisia's eyes widened in realization. Are you suggesting that this cluster of planets serves as the North Galaxy's sweatshop, supplying industrial goods to more developed planets? Shinrui nodded, though its trade network may not encompass the entire North Galaxy. The capitalists controlling this cluster wield immense power. You must exercise caution, my lord. Humph, Frieza chuckled nonchalantly. Even if their power is immense, can it surpass my planet-destroying bombs? Shinrui refrained from directly answering, instead offering a faint, pained smile. The Kais never anticipated that the creations of mortals could annihilate gods. Frieza's gaze narrowed as he recalled the original Dragon Ball series, specifically the formidable foe Cell that emerged after his own defeat. Cell and the androids possessed strength that far surpassed Frieza's, and yet they were merely the creations of a destitute warlord scientist. Perhaps Shinrui was indeed correct. He should not underestimate the situation. Nodding thoughtfully, Frieza stroked his chin in silence. Shinrui remained by Frieza's side, silently accompanying him as they gazed aimlessly at the monotonous and desolate industrial wasteland. Finally, after approximately an hour, the voice of Dodoria echoed through Frieza's spacecraft. Lord Frieza, we have apprehended one of the local officials and learned the whereabouts of their boss. However, it is said that their boss has never set foot on this planet. What should we do now? I see, Frieza replied slowly, tapping his fingers thoughtfully. Thank you for your efforts, Dodoria and Jeese. Bring him to me. I have some questions for him. I need to wait. Send your coordinates to my spacecraft, and I shall come to you. Understood. Lord Frieza. Frieza activated the display screen on his spacecraft, and shortly after, 2 red dots appeared, signaling the locations of Dodoria and Jeese. Turning to Shinrui, Frieza asked, Shinrui, would you like to join me? Shinrui smiled and shook her head. There is no need, Lord Frieza. Someone must remain here to manage certain affairs. She almost added, safe travels. But recalling Frieza's formidable nature, she settled for, I wish you a pleasant day. Frieza, however, dismissed her sentiment with a mocking smile. Don't the Kais possess the power to eliminate me with a single blow? Your flattery is rather grating. Shinrui. Shinrui was momentarily speechless as Frieza's words rang true. Apart from herself, who had no combat prowess, even the youngest Isekai was indeed far more powerful than Frieza. Ultimately, Shinrui could only manage an awkward smile. I mean, no offense. Among mortals, you are truly exceptional. Frieza smirked enigmatically. Indeed, at least for now. With that, he abruptly activated his spacecraft, soaring through the protective barrier of the Atrians and ascending into the sky, heading towards the destination marked by the red dots. The area where Dodoria and Jeese awaited was an industrial complex, not far from Frieza's position, so it wasn't long before he reached the skies above the industrial cluster. The entrance to the complex was heavily fortified, with soldiers in protective gear patrolling the streets in pairs. While overhead, electric grids and massive searchlights swept across the sky. It was quite impressive that Dodoria and Jeese had managed to locate the local leader without alarming anyone. Frieza spotted a gap and gracefully descended amidst a cluster of rudimentary structures. This area appeared to be a residential zone, albeit quite basic, with a metal door secured by padlock and windows lacking any substantial barriers, save for a few railings to prevent escapes. Surrounding it were countless electric fences, and at the entrance was a guard post where an armed soldier snored loudly. Nevertheless, to a being of Frieza's caliber, all of this was utterly insignificant. A single laser shot could reduce the place to rubble. However, Frieza had devised a plan to draw out the mastermind behind this industrial cluster, so he refrained from acting with reckless abandon. Just as he prepared to embark on his journey, a faint glimmer caught his eye. Frowning, Frieza thought to himself, if I am discovered by the patrols, my plans will be thwarted. As he pondered, Frieza's gaze grew icy, and he deftly maneuvered the spacecraft towards the alley where a flicker of light had caught his attention. Gradually, a faint violet glow began to coalesce at his fingertips. Chapter 20. Furman, steering the craft, Frieza glided slowly to the corner, pressing against the wall, biding his time for the appearance of patrolling personnel. However, after a considerable wait, Impatience began to gnaw at him, for no one emerged from that narrow passage. Tentatively, Frieza turned the craft, tilting his head slightly to peer into the alley, only to discover it was a dead end. Yet, the source of that light remained a mystery. Frieza, perplexed, guided the spacecraft further into the alley, scanning the windows of the adjoining houses. At last, he spotted a figure nestled beneath a tattered quilt, its surface brimming with unsightly lumps. The quilt emanated a soft glow, occasionally shifting as if alive. In such a grim sweatshop, it was astonishing to encounter such an oddity. Intrigued, Frieza extended his finger, beckoning towards the bed concealed by the quilt. Suddenly, the bed floated to the window as if responding to Frieza's gesture. Remarkably, the person beneath the quilt appeared oblivious, continuing to fidget with some unseen object. Growing impatient, Frieza reached through the window's bars and pulled the quilt aside. A disheveled child came into view, sitting on the bed with a makeshift lamp casting a feeble glow. The child was engrossed, seemingly unaware that Frieza had lifted the quilt, busily tinkering with a small toy in her hands. How fascinating! Utterly captivating! Frieza, intent on teasing her, extended his hand toward the toy gun she held. In an instant, the toy slipped from the child's grasp and flew into Frieza's hand with a whoosh. Only then did the child register the shift, her gaze rising in confusion to behold Frieza's somewhat sinister visage against the gray-skied. Just as the child was about to scream, she quickly clamped a hand over her mouth, casting anxious glances at the slumbering figures nearby. Once reassured that no one had been disturbed, she exhaled in relief. Frieza, raising an eyebrow in interest, remarked, "Little one, you seem rather concerned about waking them." The child, startled by Frieza's loud voice, momentarily forgot her fear and whispered urgently, "Keep your voice down. We mustn't attract the guards." Frieza flashed his signature smile, saying, "Fear not. Little one, I have encased us in an energy shield. Even if your head were to explode right now, they would hear nothing. That's so. How splendid. Wait, why do you have to phrase it so ominously?" The child, now irate, extended her hand towards Frieza, and "Hurry up and return my light gun." Frieza casually tossed the toy gun in his hand, smirking, "What is so remarkable about this toy gun, little one? I dare say it wouldn't even swat a mosquito." The child, incensed by Frieza's derision, flushed crimson and retorted, "If you don't believe me, then try taking a shot yourself." Frieza recognized her words stemmed from anger, yet he held onto the toy gun, pressing it against his palm disdainfully. "Now, little one, keep your eyes wide open and witness the true power of your toy gun." With that, Frieza suddenly pulled the trigger. A violent, spiraling energy pulse erupted from the gun's muzzle. A sharp pain shot through his left palm. Frieza's pupils constricted. Though his expression remained impassive, a tempest brewed within his heart. How formidable his physical form had become. Even the explosion of a planet could not inflict upon him the slightest harm. Yet this seemingly simple toy gun had inflicted a piercing pain. Frieza observed the child, who appeared increasingly anxious, desperately checking her hands for any signs of harm, and his desire intensified. This child, amidst the harsh conditions of servitude, had crafted such a powerful laser gun. What a prodigy! The Frieza force must possess her. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Frieza returned the laser gun to the child, then slowly raised his left hand, palm open towards her. Though charred, he merely brushed it lightly, and his hand returned to its original state, seemingly unscathed. The child gazed at Frieza's unharmed hand, initially breaking into a smile that "I'm so glad you're all right. I almost caused you harm." Yet in an instant, her voice grew somber, and with a hint of sorrow, she wiped away a tear from the corner of her eye, tucking the laser gun beneath her pillow, her small frame radiating desolation and helplessness. Frieza called out to her, "Hey, little one, what is your name?" The child turned her head, her eyes slightly puffy. My name is Furman." "Furman," Frieza nodded, inquiring, "Mr. Furman, I have a few questions for you that it would be best if you answered truthfully." "Understood?" "Yes, sir," Furman mumbled, her head bowed as she sniffled quietly. Perhaps still lost in the sorrow of her creation going to waste, Furman failed to notice the shift in Frieza's tone. Frieza, unfazed, continued with a congenial smile. "Very well, Miss Furman, may I ask what this planet is called, and who its rulers are?" Furman replied absent-mindedly. This planet has no name. We commonly refer to it as Industrial Number 1. There are 9 other industrial planets akin to this one, orbiting around an artificial sun. The factory's director is Toli, and the shadowy owner is most at this point. Furman seemed to suddenly realize why Frieza was at her window in the dead of night and why she had never seen him before. Furman quickly lifted her gaze to Frieza's neck, and upon noticing its emptiness, she gasped in disbelief. You came from outside? Chapter 21. The Sweatshop. Following Furman's gaze, Frieza glanced at his own neck and then at hers, finally discerning a clue. Miss Furman, what is that around your neck? Furman touched the collar around her neck, her voice tinged with despair. This is the shackle that strips us of our freedom, a demon that can end our lives at any moment. Frieza surveyed the other slumbering individuals in the dormitory, noting the diversity in their skin tones, physiques, and even physical traits, leading him to speculate. Are you all captives forced into labor? Furman nodded sadly that on these 10 industrial planets dwell countless kind souls who have lost their homes. Some have become slaves due to plundered planets, while others have been sold here by cosmic marauders. Frieza raised an eyebrow. Like you? Furman nodded slightly, but fell silent. Understanding dawned on Frieza. No wonder she spoke so articulately and possessed such refinement at her tender age, even crafting laser weaponry independently. It was evident she had been abducted by cosmic thieves. Clearly, her past life must have been quite privileged. Her parents were likely brilliant scientists from some planet. Frieza smirked with a hint of encouragement. Well, Ms. Furman, do you wish to escape? To flee this place and gain true freedom? Furman nodded, as if it were a matter of course, saying, Of course I long for that, but there are so many suffering brothers and sisters here. All men are created equal, and they too deserve their freedom. That is why I clandestinely crafted a ray gun. Yet I ultimately failed, and as she spoke, a flicker of disappointment crossed Furman's dirty little face. And she waved her hand towards Frieza, saying, Little one, you should leave quickly, lest you be discovered as well, or else you will be confined here, toiling alongside us. Frieza raised an eyebrow in mild surprise and inquired, And what about you? Furman reclined on her bed, pulling the blanket that Frieza had dislodged back over herself, murmuring, I must sleep, I need to rise in 3 hours to work. I am simply too exhausted. Frieza blinked, glancing at the polluted sky, which was devoid of anything but dreariness. Narrowing his eyes at the danger, Frieza boarded his spacecraft and swiftly departed towards the red dot on his coordinates. Guided by the automatic navigation of the ship, he soon arrived at the luxurious residence of the factory chief within the industrial complex, in stark contrast to the hellish world outside. Everything here radiated opulence. A colossal energy shield enveloped the expansive residential area, while an artificial sun floated above on one side, and an artificial starry river adorned the other, allowing him to bask in sunlight at will or enjoy the tranquility of night. Clear waters flowed through the artificially carved channels below, and even unknown fish frolicked joyously within. There were artificial mountains, swimming pools, runways, and even private amusement parks. It seemed as if all the resources of this planet had been monopolized here. Shimmering with pale splendor, there was not a single guard in sight. Following the marker's guidance, Frieza smoothly entered the grand mansion at the very center of this residential area. Upon opening the door, he found Dodoria and Chilai pacing back and forth in the hall, a bald old man with a belly resembling a fat pig bound beside them. Lord Frieza. Upon seeing Frieza, Dodoria and Chilai hurried towards him. Suddenly, midway, Dodoria seemed to remember something and dashed back to drag the bald old man along as they rushed toward Frieza, observing the pile of corpses in the corner of the room. Frieza chuckled softly. Mr. Dodoria, Mr. Chilai, no wonder I encountered no obstacles along the way. It appears you have eliminated them all. Truly, your efforts are commendable. Dodoria and Chilai straightened up, excitement evident in their voices. Thank you for the praise. Lord Frieza, Chilai kicked the bound old man lying on the ground, laughing. To be honest, we were quite fortunate. This old bastard actually saw us on the monitors, yet he had the audacity to bring 20 worthless minions with combat power barely exceeding 10 to intercept us. Ha ha! Dodoria yanked the bald man up from the ground, tearing away the rag that muffled his mouth, and said menacingly, Listen here, you filthy old man. The one standing before you is the magnificent cosmic emperor. Lord Frieza, you must answer our questions truthfully. Do you understand? The bald man, having lived a life of opulence atop the corpses of countless slaves, was terrified by such a scene, trembling and pleading for mercy from Frieza as urine trickled down his leg. Frieza furrowed his brow slightly and coldly inquired, "What is your name?" "Ah, yes, you are called Tali, correct?" Tali wiped away his tears and nodded repeatedly. "Yes, yes, great cosmic emperor, Tali is at your service. Haha, I have no need for a coward like you," Frieza unabashedly remarked, disregarding Tali's mortified expression, and continued, "Tell me, if your elusive boss cannot be located, can you contact him?" Tali nodded fervently, a sycophantic smile on his face. Of course, I can reach my boss. But he is exceedingly cautious. A lowly underling like me cannot communicate with him directly. Even if I request him, he may not wish to come here. As you know, this planet is truly deplorable." Dodoria, losing patience, kicked Tali back to the ground, growling, "You are just a lowly underling. The house you reside in is even better than that of King Clud. You cannot fool us." Tali, terrified, clutched Dodoria's leg, crying, "I am not. I swear I am not lying. My boss has trade relations with nearly all the major merchants and cosmic thieves in the North Galaxy. To him, I am merely a lowly underling." Dodoria refused to believe him, kicking him 10 meters away. "All right, Mr. Dodoria, enough." Frieza coldly regarded the writhing Tali, clutching his stomach in pain, and said flatly, "He is not lying." Although Frieza had stated this, Dodoria remained incredulous. "But, Lord Frieza," Frieza waved his hand, recalling the words spoken to him by Chinrei before his arrival. "This is the nature of capitalism." "All right, I understand now." Frieza slowly paced to Tali, personally bending down to assist him up, smiling amiably, "Haha. Perhaps your boss would not care about such matters, but what if it involves rebellion?" Tali trembled, shaking his head. "I fear the boss still would not make an appearance for such trivial matters. They are to be handled by me." Frieza raised an eyebrow. "Even if those slaves possess weapons capable of annihilating this planet." What? Tali gasped in astonishment, his mouth agape, incredulous. "How is that possible?" Frieza casually flicked his tail, responding nonchalantly, "Why is it impossible? I have witnessed it with my own eyes." Taking a deep breath, Tali asked with uncertainty, "Who is it?" Frieza's expression remained impassive, void of emotion. "It is a little girl named Furman. If you wish to witness the power of her weaponry firsthand, I can take you for a visit. I understand." Tali gritted his teeth and nodded resolutely. "I will report this matter, but if the boss still does not take it seriously and does not come personally, I hope you will spare me. Otherwise, I would rather die fighting." Chilai's eyes narrowed, stepping forward, conjuring a flickering red energy ball, and coldly stated, "How do you intend to die fighting?" Tali roared defiantly, "I do not know why you are targeting my boss. But without me, you will never catch him. Never. Ha ha." Frieza waved a hand at Chilai, smiling. "Mr. Tali, you are indeed no ordinary underling. Very well. I, as the Cosmic Emperor, promise you that as long as you wholeheartedly assist us, regardless of whether your boss can be lured here or not, I will not kill you. How does that sound?" Tali's large belly quivered 3 times as he murmured, "I hope you keep your word." The following day, although it was morning, the murky air bore no hint of freshness, and the gray sky concealed the dawn. Countless enslaved laborers rose, lacking even the time for basic hygiene, and after consuming a small piece of compressed food and a cup of filthy water, they were thrust directly into the production line without any protective measures. "Uncle Benny, good morning." Furman greeted the frail middle-aged man seated beside him with enthusiasm. However, the individual named Benny appeared oblivious to his presence. Remaining in a daze, staring blankly ahead, his murky eyes devoid of any glimmer of hope. Undeterred, Furman turned to a slightly younger woman nearby and cheerfully exclaimed, "Hello, Sister Sharian." Yet her response was even more disheartening than Benny's. She rolled her eyes and collapsed onto the machine, never to awaken again. Nearby, soldiers maintaining order noticed and rushed over, dragging her away while warning Furman, "You little brat, if you dare to make another sound, I'll make sure you regret it." Furman quickly fell silent, yet his resolve remained unwavering I must lead everyone to escape this hell on earth. I will ensure they regain their freedom that I will not give up. I will strive to create more powerful weapons that I cannot allow myself to be disheartened. With such conviction in his heart, Furman discreetly glanced around and stealthily pocketed a piece of energy crystal from the assembly line, hiding it in his trousers. Meanwhile, Frieza, standing behind the one-way glass in the observation room on the second floor, observed everything. So, this was how she acquired materials for weapon manufacturing. Quite the clever little rascal. However, with a sudden crash, a multitude of soldiers burst through the door. Armed mercenaries stormed in, instantly seizing control of the entire area. Naturally, the observation room where Frieza was located was no exception. The door behind her was kicked open, and two armed mercenaries rushed in. Following Frieza, Dodoria leaped beside the two mercenaries, swiftly snapping their necks with a single motion. He then discarded their bodies like garbage in the corner and returned to Frieza, sneering, "These provincial tycoons certainly know how to make a grand entrance." Frieza shook her head in silence, continuing to focus on the events unfolding below on the factory floor, amidst a throng of bodyguards. A middle-aged man clad in a sharply tailored suit swaggered in. His attire exuded opulence, with 12 rings adorned with various gemstones on his fingers, 6 on each hand. But he shimmered with an air of arrogance, as if a wave of extravagance enveloped him. He wore no protective gear, for the 4 strongest bodyguards beside him had already formed a mobile shield to safeguard the health of this sweatshop owner. Before the man could utter a word, a foreman scurried forward, bowing and smiling. "Boss, what brings you here in person? You should have given me a heads up so I could organize a welcoming ceremony for you." The newcomer was none other than the capitalist mogul of this industrial star system. Most raised his head haughtily, snorting disdainfully. "Notify you? Huh. Someone execute him." The foreman barely had time to react before a bodyguard in black stepped forward and shot him dead. Brain matter splattered everywhere. The foreman's unyielding gaze seemed to implore Most, "Why must you kill me?" Most, disgusted, stomped his foot, and immediately, others came forward to drag away the foreman's corpse and clean the blood and brain matter from the floor. "I had no intention of coming to this wretched, filthy planet. Even though it is part of my empire," Most mused, playing with the rings on his fingers, his head held high. "However, I received a tip-off from someone who assured me that there are those plotting rebellion, even going so far as to create a weapon capable of annihilating this planet." Saying this, Most gestured to a black-clad bodyguard standing nearby. The bodyguard understood and pulled out a crude toy pistol from his pocket, hurling it onto the ground with force. Yet I never anticipated that the so-called weapon capable of destroying a planet would be such a piece of junk. Most chuckled as he spoke. "I believe today is certainly not a day for jokes, is it? A holiday celebrated in the outskirts of the northern galaxy, akin to April Fool's Day." Suddenly, Most expression darkened, his face contorting with fury as he growled, "I am furious, extremely furious. I will not let the one who falsely reported this go unpunished. But first, I must capture the creator of this pathetic weapon to alleviate my anger." Chapter 024. My territory re-kick, slightly repulsed, pushed Most away, coldly stating, "I am an assassin. As long as you pay, I will certainly endeavor to complete the task. Now, step aside." Most gasped, his face flushing crimson, yet he had no choice but to rely on re-kick. He begrudgingly retreated in frustration. Dodoria, with a scornful expression, flexed his arms and sneered, "In the remote northern galaxy, I never imagined there would be a warrior with some semblance of skill like you. But alas, you are unfortunate to have crossed paths with me." Lord Dodoria. Re-kick remained expressionless, seemingly unfazed by Dodoria's disdain, and pointed at Dodoria's ear, querying, "You self-proclaimed powerful alien, that device on the side of your face must be the combat power detector developed by the Crud Legion, correct?" Dodoria paused momentarily, then scoffed, "Indeed. I'm surprised that someone in this backwater northern galaxy has heard of the name King Crud. Ha. But if you think this is enough to plead for mercy, you are sorely mistaken." Re-kick shook his head, calmly replying, "I am an assassin. I work for money, and I will never beg for mercy. I merely want you to activate your detector and properly assess my combat power." Dodoria pressed the button on the detector, and the red display revealed Re-kick's combat power. 5,000, just 5,000. My combat power exceeds 10,000. Haha. Re-kick, upon hearing this, casually assumed a fighting stance, sneering, "It seems you possess great strength but lack the understanding of how to harness and control energy. Truly disappointing. What did you say?" In an instant, Re-kick vanished from his spot. When he reappeared, his fist was nearly touching Dodoria's nose. Yet no matter how hard Re-kick exerted himself, he could not advance any further. Because Frieza, the great Frieza? Indeed. The one who suddenly appeared before Dodoria and seized Re-kick's fist in the blink of an eye was none other than Frieza. Dodoria broke into a cold sweat. Enraged, he punched Re-kick in the face. Yet Re-kick's wrist was firmly grasped by Frieza, akin to an ant being held by a giant. Helplessly, Re-kick could only endure Dodoria's punch. Frieza regarded Re-kick's terrified and furious expression and couldn't help but smile slightly. His tone dripping with sarcasm. "Mr. Assassin, oh no, the most formidable assassin in the Northern Galaxy. Mr. Re-kick, you have been quite disrespectful to my subordinate." With a swift flick of his tail, Frieza struck Re-kick across the face. Re-kick's teeth scattered across the ground, and his jaw was dislocated from the blow. Trembling from head to toe, the physical pain paled in comparison to the shattering of his pride and confidence. He could scarcely fathom that such a terrifying creature existed in the universe. "King Frieza, I sincerely apologize for my negligence." "Oh, it matters not, Mr. Dororia." Frieza slowly extended his left hand towards Re-kick's face, conjuring a crimson orb of energy. Squinting his eyes as he chuckled, "I surmise that this esteemed Northern Galaxy's mightiest assassin possesses a combat power exceeding 150,000. You are no match for him, which is not shameful. Rather, your recent display of courage was quite commendable." In the midst of their banter, the energy sphere in Frieza's hand exploded instantaneously, unleashing a tremendous wave of power that obliterated Re-kick's head into a fine mist. With this single act, Frieza instilled fear across the entire venue. Both mercenaries and enslaved laborers recoiled in terror, desperately trying to distance themselves from Frieza. Yet he paid no heed to their fright. Instead, he reveled in the sensation of being both feared and revered. "Ah, it appears a mouse wishes to scurry away." Frieza turned his head and spotted Most, who was trembling and attempting to sneak away. Upon hearing Frieza's terrifying voice, Most shrieked in horror and fled without a backward glance. However, it was already too late. Frieza reached out, feigning a grasp towards Most, and then slowly raised his hand. Not far away, Most, in a frantic escape, suddenly felt an immense force grip him tightly, causing him to lose his footing. Glancing down, he was bewildered to find himself inexplicably lifted into the air by an unseen power. In the distance, Most experienced an overwhelming sense of pressure upon his chest, standing within the factory. Frieza smiled sinisterly, suddenly clenching his palm. Before Most could even utter a cry, he was crushed into fragments by that immense force, transforming into a crimson rain that fell upon the factory floor. Most was dead. His demise was utterly tragic. Everyone present was left in shock, not only astonished by Frieza's might, but also elated by Most's death. "Most is dead? We are free. Ha ha!" In an instant, the factory erupted with uproarious laughter and cries. Countless enslaved workers wept openly, celebrating their newfound freedom. Yet, Frieza's voice, though not loud, silenced the crowd the moment he spoke. From a cacophony to utter silence, one could hear a pin drop. Frieza accomplished this feat in but a second. "Ladies and gentlemen, have you misinterpreted the situation?" An elder, seemingly comprehending Frieza's intent, trembled as he inquired. "Are you not here to rescue us?" "Rescue you? Aha!" Frieza clutched his abdomen, feigning laughter that caused him pain, and remarked, "You wish for me to liberate you. Yet why would you not strive to save Furman just moments ago?" The elder quavered. "We were powerless." Frieza pondered briefly, then nodded. "Indeed, you speak with a degree of reason. Therefore, now, faced with someone 1,000,000 times more formidable than Most, you are equally powerless." Frieza's demeanor shifted abruptly, his expression darkening as he bellowed. "What are you waiting for? Return to your labor, you wild monkeys. From this moment forth, this territory belongs to me, King Frieza, and you shall toil here until your last breath." Chapter 023. Torment. The instant the light gun was thrown, Furman's small face turned ashen with fear. In that moment, her mind went blank. She knew it was all over. As expected, most arrogantly lifted a shin and coldly commanded the thousands of enslaved workers. "Who is Furman? Step forward at once." Instantly, countless eyes fixed upon the young Furman. Those once dull and apathetic gazes now brimmed with urgency and desire. A desire to deliver a brave little girl, who sought to save them, into the jaws of danger to preserve their own lives. How utterly vile and grotesque! Furman stood dazed, unaware of how she had emerged under the scrutiny of the crowd, nor could she fathom the expression on her own face. All she knew was that her time had come. By the time Furman regained her senses, she stood before the copper-smelling Most. Most appeared taken aback, not anticipating that such a young child would dare to defy him. Yet upon reflection, it was quite reasonable. After all, only a child of her age would be unafraid of death. Most kicked Furman aside, disdainfully tossing her a shoe to the face. Immediately, someone nearby presented an identical new shoe for Most to wear. Most strutted proudly before Furman, who lay on the ground clutching her abdomen, and stomped her foot down on Furman's head with a resounding thud. "You wish to resist me?" Most laughed heartily. "With you and your toy gun? Do you truly think you can defy the great tycoon Most? Ha ha ha! Are you not afraid of dying?" The last statement dripped with menace. Furman breathed rapidly, the pain igniting her resolve. In an instant, a surge of extraordinary strength swelled within her. That strength was courage. Furman turned her little head with determination, meeting Most's gaze without flinching, gritting her teeth as she declared, "You filthy vampire! I have long since wished for death. Your threats only amuse me." Most found himself momentarily daunted by Furman's fierce spirit, hesitating to continue staring down this seemingly fragile girl. "Very well," Most shouted furiously, gesturing to a nearby black-clad bodyguard, pointing at Furman on the ground. "Strike. Torture her mercilessly. I want everyone to witness what becomes of those who dare defy me, the great Most." Four merciless bodyguards complied, seizing Furman's limbs and slowly lifting her into the air. Crack, crack, for crisp sounds rang out. Furman's limbs were brutally snapped apart by their bare hands. A heart-wrenching, innocent wail of agony echoed through the blood-soaked factory, lingering in the air. The bodyguards released her simultaneously, and Furman fell to the ground like a marionette with severed strings. Her limbs grotesquely contorted, broken bones piercing through her flesh. Exposed to the air, she wished to cry, but the pain was so profound that she could not even muster a sound. Silence enveloped the scene. Thousands of slaves bore witness to this living nightmare, yet remained utterly indifferent, unwilling to intervene, merely watching. "Ha ha!" Most laughed maniacally, stepping forward to take a steel knife from the guards, plunging it into Furman's abdomen with fervor. With a swift twist, he pulled out her intestines. "Do you see this? Do you see, you lowly peasants?" Most brandished the dagger triumphantly, declaring, "Any who dare oppose the great Most shall meet this same fate." Lying in a pool of blood, Furman's gaze gradually dulled as fleeting fragments of memories flitted through his mind. Ultimately, the images crystallized around a family dinner featuring 4 members: a father, a mother, a younger brother. "How he longed for you all! Mr. Doria, Mr. Chiteman, do you see this? This girl is exerting every effort she can muster to liberate these enslaved souls, yet these wretched hybrids, devoid of spirit, are unwilling to risk their lives for her. How pitiful!" Beside him, Doria could no longer tolerate Most despicable actions. "King Frieza, I can scarcely bear this any longer. Allow me to descend and eliminate this trash." Frieza nodded and replied, "Mr. Doria, you shall handle the cleanup. While Mr. Chiteman, your task is to protect that little girl. Immediately escort her back to the spaceship for treatment. Ensure she suffers no further harm." "Yes, King Frieza." In an instant, Doria and Chiteman shattered the one-way glass of the observation room and leaped from the 2nd floor. Chiteman swiftly positioned himself in front of the nearly lifeless Furman, a veritable wall of steel. He bent down, scooped her up, and unleashed a shockwave that blew a massive hole in the factory wall, soaring into the sky without a backward glance. Meanwhile, Doria let out a roar, shattering the heads of the 4 black-clad bodyguards with a single punch, resembling a vengeful deity from the underworld. "Trash, today, Let me demonstrate the might of Lord Doria. With a power level exceeding 10,000, Doria charged toward most. Countless bodyguards and mercenaries were sent flying like leaves before the unstoppable force of Doria. A sea of blood was carved out in his wake. Most stood frozen, paralyzed by fear, his legs weakened. Just as Doria reached him, hand outstretched to seize most, a blinding red energy wave shot toward Doria's eyes. Doria hastily dodged, but it was too late. A long gash marred the side of his face. Blood streaming forth. Who is it? Doria roared in fury. Who dares to ambush Lord Doria? As his words fell, a blue-skinned alien clad in a red jacket and black tight pants sauntered into the factory. His voice measured and unhurried. It is I, the #1 assassin of the Northern Galaxy. Re-kick? Ah, Re-kick, you have finally arrived. Most, seeing his savior, scrambled behind Re-kick, gasping for breath as he pointed an accusatory finger at Doria. Shouting, quick, help me kill him. Re-kick, I will pay you any sum you desire. Chapter 025. The Guardian, now that this territory belongs to me, I must leave behind a trustworthy individual to oversee this. My first domain in the Northern Galaxy. Frieza instinctively glanced at the burly Doria. Better not. Though his combat prowess is passable, his intellect leaves much to be desired. Entrusting him with the management of this star system seems ill-advised. So, who should I leave behind? As Frieza pondered, Doria's communicator suddenly beeped, relaying Chiteman's voice. Doria, can you hear me? Is King Frieza there? With keen hearing, Frieza reached out to Doria's communicator, which promptly flew into his grasp. I am listening, Mr. Chiteman? Ah, King Frieza. I have successfully sent the little girl back to the spaceship. She is currently in the treatment chamber under the personal care of Mr. Shuqing. Please rest assured. Well done, Mr. Chiteman. Frieza raised an eyebrow. While you deserve this praise, I assume you did not call solely to report your success. Chiteman's voice, tinged with excitement, responded, Of course not. King Frieza. Yesterday, we administered a tracking capsule to that scoundrel, Tally. Today, he indeed took advantage of our engagement with most to stealthily escape in a small spacecraft. King Frieza, you are truly astute. Upon hearing this, Frieza smirked coldly. The factory manager is clearly not one to appreciate mercy. How rare for an emperor of the universe to spare him. Yet he still chooses the path of destruction. However, if he had not fled, I would have remained unaware of which thorns still needed to be removed in my conquest of the Northern Galaxy. Haha. Shall we pursue him immediately? King Frieza? Frieza shook his head slightly. The environment of this planet may be harsh, but it possesses a considerable industrial foundation. Additionally, most of those conducting trade with this industrial star system are affluent individuals from the fringes of the Northern Galaxy. Thus, we cannot hastily relinquish control here. Business must continue as we are still short-handed. Therefore, Mr. Chiteman, as my most trusted aide, are you willing to remain behind on this planet to oversee the territory? On the other end, Chiteman's voice wavered slightly. King Frieza. Frieza smiled warmly. Haha, if you're unwilling, then never mind. This exceedingly benign tone, emanating from Frieza, carried an underlying terror. The chilling sensation sent shivers down one's spine, compelling one to feel utterly frantic. Chiteman was taken aback, quickly responding, Rest assured, King Frieza, I will guard this territory with unwavering dedication. I am always ready to offer you my all. Haha. Frieza chuckled with delight. Mr. Chiteman, I do not require you to do much, particularly since we are currently understaffed. You may temporarily disregard the other 9 planets. Simply manage this one well and ensure that the news of most demise does not leak out to avoid chaos. I will leave a portion of scientists for you to develop the industrial products we need. As for the future, I will soon arrange for a contingent of warriors to assist you in managing this star system. So do not fret. Chiteman's smile appeared strained. Why yes. Frieza pressed the communicator's button, terminating the call and tossing the device back to Doria. He then beckoned to a figure resembling a foreman, who approached timidly. Frieza smiled and said, Greetings, I am the Emperor of the Universe. Frieza. The foreman, trembling, nodded. Why yes, I am the foreman here. My name is Terrell. Mr. Terrell. Frieza grinned, flicking his tail with a friendly demeanor. Shortly, one of my subordinates will arrive to take over here, as well as all affairs on this planet. Please inform your colleagues to comply without hesitation. Will you? For some reason, the more amiable Frieza appeared, the more Terrell felt a chill of dread. He forced a smile that resembled a grimace. I will, your majesty. Ha! You are far more astute than your factory manager. Frieza turned, slowly floating upwards, and addressed Doria. Mr. Doria, it is time for us to return, and I entrust all subsequent matters to Mr. Chiteman. Doria promptly soared into the air, following closely behind Frieza. Yes, King Frieza. Frieza nodded slightly, and he and Dodoria transformed into a shimmering purple light, vanishing from sight, leaving behind thousands of enslaved laborers and a few surviving mercenaries, who exchanged bewildered glances. Suddenly, the overseers recalled Frieza's words as he departed, hastily slapping their faces to regain their former bravado, unsheathing their whips to relentlessly lash at the idle slaves. Get back to work, you scoundrels! Did you not hear the command of Lord Frieza? Frieza was not mistaken. To effectively manage this group of slaves, it was imperative to rely on these overseers, who had long instilled fear in their hearts. Having alleviated some burdens from Kaitamon, the rest was entirely up to him. With the speed of a tempest, Frieza and Dodoria swiftly returned to the location where their spaceship had landed. However, to Frieza's astonishment, the once desolate and filthy wasteland had been transformed into a pristine environment. The water had been purified, the earth nourished, a small artificial sun hung in the sky, and green shoots sprouted from the soil. Achieving such a feat on a planet severely contaminated by heavy metals was nothing short of miraculous. Gazing at the scene before him, Frieza felt a premonition. Sure enough, in the distance, Shinrui approached gracefully, smiling at Frieza. My lord, my people wish to settle here for the time being. They can no longer accompany you on your journey. Frieza turned to observe the thousands of Atralians laboring to improve the dire conditions of their surroundings, then looked back at Shinrui and inquired, "And what of you? Will you remain as well?" Shinrui shook her head, turning to her people with a gentle smile. "Though they wish for me to stay, I believe, my lord, that you may still find use for me on your future endeavors. May I continue to follow you, the great emperor of the cosmos?" Frieza, however, was not swayed by Shinrui's sweet words. He merely smirked coldly. As expected of the Kaioshin, you truly excel at manipulation. That Shinrui's expression remained unchanged as she smiled subtly. "I only wish to put your mind at ease." After pondering for a moment, Frieza nodded. "Very well. Since your people are willing to stay and rehabilitate this dreadful environment, that is for the best. Moreover, Kaitamon indeed requires some trustworthy subordinates. That I appreciate your intentions, but do not expect my gratitude." Shinrui smiled lightly. "And one can bear the burden of an emperor's gratitude, nor do I wish for you to feel indebted to me." "You are remarkably astute, which is somewhat irksome," Frieza remarked as he turned and soared back into his spaceship, a clear voice emanating from within. "Please, enter, Lady Shinrui." Shinrui blinked and gestured to Dodoria with a smile. "After you, Mr. Dodoria." Startled Dodoria, after regaining his composure, bowed profusely, drenched in sweat. "How could I? You truly overwhelm me. Lady Shinrui, please, you go first. It is already an honor for me to follow behind and close the door for you." Observing Dodoria's comical demeanor, Shinrui could not help but chuckle softly. She understood perfectly why Dodoria held her in such high regard, though she had no intention of elaborating, with her own plans in mind. Shinrui ceased her refusals and stepped aboard Frieza's spaceship, with Dodoria closely following, resembling a guardian deity. Once everything was ready, Frieza's 3 spaceships ascended slowly, continuing their journey of conquest through the cosmos, through the tempered glass. Kaitamon waved fervently at Frieza below, desperately shouting, "Lord Frieza, you must return swiftly. I wish to accompany you until old age." Fortunately, the soundproofing of Frieza's spaceship was quite effective. Kaitamon's heartfelt declaration went unheard, or else he might have been assigned to toil here for a lifetime. Now, let us shift our perspective. Here, aboard the spaceship Wealth Raider No. 3, which belongs to the renowned Moken conglomerate in the Northern Galaxy. Moken is a significant collaborator of the most blood and sweat factory. The Moken conglomerate stirs up wars throughout the Northern Galaxy, wholesale purchasing cheap, inferior weapons from most, and selling them at exorbitant prices to various planetary factions or government forces, as long as payment is made. Moken will conduct business with anyone. Moreover, they also engage in buying slaves at remarkably low prices across war-torn planets. Quality slaves are sold to nobles and emperors as playthings, while those of inferior quality are resold to the most blood and sweat factory to offset part of the weapon costs. Their business spans the northern galaxy, although they may not wield as much power as King Crud. In terms of malevolence, they surpass him by leaps and bounds. Today, Moken received a business proposition, though the transaction volume was not large. The other party was surprisingly agreeable. Whatever price they offered, the other party accepted. This left Kid, the second son of the Moken family, who was currently aboard Wealth Raider number 3, in a foul mood. Had he known it was such a lucrative deal, he should have quoted a much higher price. Ideally, he would have sold a broken gun for 1,000 energy crystals. Just as this young master sulked in his room, a knock sounded at the door. The aged voice of the butler called out, "Young master, the spaceship of Tally requests to dock with ours. D. Oh, you approve? Tally? Who is that?" Kid replied impatiently. No, absolutely not. I'm in a bad mood. We are capitalists, not philanthropists. Why should we care about those cosmic shipwreck victims? You are getting more senile by the day. The butler hastily waved his hands. Young master, this Tally is not a cosmic shipwreck victim. Do you not remember? At last year's Northern Galaxy Business Summit, Most brought him along and introduced him to you. He's his most trusted aide and the controlling agent of his 10 industrial planets. Oh, I suppose there was such a thing, Kid replied. Still somewhat irritated, he approached the door and opened it. He is most subordinate. What does that have to do with me? Why does he want to see me? The butler smiled mysteriously and discreetly activated the communication watch on his wrist, pulling up a message sent by Tally. Kid opened it, his expression initially unchanged as he began to read. Gradually, however, his demeanor shifted to one of gravity, soon followed by a glimmer of schadenfreude. Most is finished? Ha! That is truly delightful news. Rubbing his hands together, he paced back and forth, muttering to himself, Let me think. We should immediately send troops to seize his territory. Eliminate that fool named Frieza, and then absorb all of Most's assets and profits. I've long found him displeasing. That old scoundrel. What right does he have to monopolize such a large slice of the blood and sweat factory? The butler interjected timely. Young master, what about Tally? Kid laughed heartily. He has brought me such a grand gift. He shall be my most esteemed guest. What kind of master would refuse entry to a guest? Hurry and approve his docking request. Bring him here. I have questions for him. Yes, the old steward hurriedly turned away, leaving Kid, who was still exhilarated, pacing back and forth in place, his mind a whirl of dubious ideas. Yet perhaps Kid never anticipated that his moment of greed today would eventually lead to a calamity for all the capitalists of the Northern Galaxy. Chapter 027. The Pursuit. Tally, my dear friend. Greetings to you, young Master Kid. Kid opened his arms wide, feigning warmth as if to embrace the rotund Tally. However, after a brief hesitation, he recoiled at the sight of Tally's excessive bulk, finding it quite repulsive. With a casual wave of his hand, he chuckled, Please take a seat, old friend. It's a rare occasion to have you aboard my spaceship. Tally glanced around, noticing the absence of any chair to sit upon, and awkwardly managed a forced smile, saying, No. I've come to see you, Master Kid, regarding a matter of great importance. Kid nodded, nonchalantly popping a throat lozenge into his mouth, and remarked, I know, it's about Frieza. I assent to it. Upon hearing Kid broach the topic, Tally's worries eased somewhat, and he replied joyfully, Yes, Master Kid, my boss, Mr. Most, was ambushed by the villain known as Frieza, and he's likely kidnapped or even dead. You are our boss's best friend and the leading figure among all merchants in the Northern Galaxy. I implore you to rescue him. No. Kid leisurely shook his finger. Feelings aside, business is business. We are all capitalists here, and there is no reason to assist someone for the sake of a laughable friendship. In fact, if this Frieza is willing to continue doing business with us, the identity of the trading partner is of no concern to us. Tally, now anxious, stepped forward as if to grasp Kid's hand, but was immediately restrained by Kid's bodyguards, rendering him immobile. Tally's complexion, somewhat unhealthy, paled as he urged, but Master Kid with a cold expression, Kid kicked Tally away, grasping his greasy chin, and snorted disdainfully. Listen here, pal. The reality is he may soon become our business partner, while you're nothing more than a traitor he despises. If it weren't for our past friendship, I would have you bound and returned to him to secure my own friendship and trust with him. Tally wailed in anguish. No, you can't do this. Master Kid, why not? Kid replied with a chilling smile. He turned to walk away but paused, crouching before Tally, adopting a friendly demeanor. You see, we are all businessmen. Everything can be negotiated. You wish to leverage my influence to deal with that self-proclaimed cosmic emperor. And that is, in fact, open for discussion. Tally seemed to grasp Kid's intent and stammered, What do you want, Master Kid? If I know, I will surely give it to you. Haha. Relax, old pal. I would let you incur any losses. Quite the contrary, you could stand to gain immensely. Kid chuckled as he patted Tally's shoulder, conspiratorially whispering, I've heard whispers that you've discovered a rare mineral planet on the outskirts of the northern galaxy. The value of that planet could rival our family's entire fiscal activity for half a year. Do you know where that planet is? Tally swallowed hard, looking at the beaming Kid, and stiffly nodded. I know where that planet is. Boom! In that instant, the wealth plunder number 3 was suddenly struck with a violent jolt. The entire ship shook violently, and the alarms blared incessantly. Damn it! Just as Kid was about to extract the information he sought. Such a calamity struck. Enraged, he bellowed into the communication device in the cockpit. What the hell, Cheek? What is going on? Didn't I tell you not to indulge in narcotics while piloting the ship? Re-reporting, young master. The communicator crackled with intermittent signals. The ship is under attack. What? Kid's eyes widened in disbelief. Who in the entire northern galaxy would dare assault a vessel belonging to the Moken family? Whether cosmic thieves or interstellar marauders, who would dare show such disrespect to the Moken family? Yet today, you dare tell me we are being attacked? Before he could fully comprehend the gravity of the situation, the entire ship shook once more with an even louder explosion. Only then did Kid attain a full awareness of the dire predicament. Meanwhile, not far from the spaceship, 3 figures floated ominously, the very culprits behind this assault. Frieza, Dodoria, and the fully recovered Sabo. Frieza lounged in his craft, propping his head up with his hand, muttering, Their reactions are astonishingly slow. So much time has elapsed, yet they have not organized an effective resistance. These capitalists of the northern galaxy are truly pathetic. As Sabo continued to unleash energy blasts at the wealth plunder number 3, he scoffed, a bunch of ignorant petty capitalists like them. I could wipe them all out with a single hand. Frieza, may I obliterate this bothersome spaceship right now? No. Let us wait a moment longer. We didn't come all this way just to kill a couple of mice for sport. Suddenly, Frieza raised an eyebrow and smiled at Sabo. Look, they're coming. Sabo and Dodoria looked up, and indeed, dozens of warriors clad in spacesuits, armed with laser guns, surged from the opposite side of the spaceship, firing relentlessly at Frieza and his companions. Bravo, brave warriors. Frieza clapped his hands in amusement, remarking, Sabo, Dodoria. Both men understood the command, swiftly positioning themselves in front of Frieza, raising their arms high to deflect the onslaught of energy bullets to the rodents of the northern galaxy. Taste the might of Lord Dodoria, capital parasites. This is a greeting from Frieza's legion. Dodoria and Sabo transformed into streaks of shadow, swiftly closing in on the Moken warriors before those warriors could react. 7 or 8 of them were slain by Dodoria and Sabo, and the death toll continued to rise. Hiding within the spaceship, Kid was struck with horror. His family's elite warriors were being effortlessly slaughtered by these 2 monsters. What kind of beings had he entangled himself with? Chapter 028. A quick in just as the warriors were on the verge of being entirely wiped out by Dodoria and Sabo. Kid could no longer restrain himself and activated the external audio, angrily shouting at the 2, Stop! Who are you? Why are you attacking us? Sabo, grasping the last surviving warrior, glanced coldly at Kid, then suddenly swung his hand, mercilessly severing the warrior's head. Kid's fury threatened to explode. As the second son of the illustrious Moken family, he had humbled himself to plead for assistance. Yet this monster didn't even regard him. How brazen, how arrogant! Kid's eyes nearly bled with indignation. He glared fiercely at Sabo, vowing to forever remember that face. One day, he would ensure that this creature paid dearly for his actions today. Well done, Mr. Dodoria. Mr. Sabo, Frieza applauded, maneuvering his craft to the control room on the opposite side of the wealth plunder number 3, gently pushing to create a gaping void in the cabin. Frieza descended from his spacecraft, striding purposefully towards Kid at the control console, while Sabo and Dodoria swiftly follow behind, the acrid scent of blood from Kid's subordinates still lingering upon them. With a smile, Frieza addressed the bewildered Kid, introducing himself. Greetings, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am Frieza, the sovereign of this endless universe. Frieza? Is it truly you? Kid exclaimed, his gaze drawn to a trembling wretch cowering in the corner of the control room. Ah, so, it's Mr. Toli. What a long time it has been. Toli managed to force a smile that resembled more of a grimace, stammering, "FF Frieza, my lord." Frieza responded with a nod, slowly extending his right index finger, aiming it at Toli's heart as he conjured a purple orb of energy. "Now, Mr. Toli, what will you offer this time in exchange for my mercy?" Toli shook his head vehemently, tears streaming down his face. Yet, unexpectedly, Kid found a flicker of courage rising from the depths of his heart. Stepping forward, he shouted at Frieza, "You, purple monstrosity, do you know who I am? I am the second heir of the Moken family. You have wronged me today, and I swear, you shall pay for it." "Ah, how impressive!" Frieza feigned humor, shrugging his shoulders while Dodoria and Sabo erupted in laughter behind him. Dodoria took 2 steps forward, seizing Kid by the head and lifting him off the ground. Grinning wickedly, "You insolent brat! How dare you act tough before Lord Frieza? I care not if you are from the Moken family or the Monkey family. You shall all be subjugated one by Lord Frieza." "Ha ha!" Kid struggled to retort, but as Dodoria's grip tightened, the pain surged through his skull, rendering him speechless. Finally, with a sickening crunch, Dodoria crushed Kid's head with his bare hands, brain matter spilling from his mouth and ears. Dodoria disdainfully discarded Kid's lifeless body and turned his icy gaze towards Toli, who was now nearly catatonic with fear, his pants soaked in terror. Yet, at the brink of death, Toli's mind suddenly became remarkably sharp. "Wait, I have information. Important information." Frieza raised an eyebrow, lowering his hand with a sinister smile that, "Mr. Toli, this is the second time you have begged for mercy. If you fail to provide me with substantial intel this time, I shall not grant you another chance. Lord Frieza, rest assured, you will find my information satisfactory," Toli declared earnestly, rushing to the control panel and frantically tapping away. Sabo, wary of any tricks, narrowed his eyes, ready to strike him down. However, Frieza halted Sabo. Intrigued by Toli's confidence, it appeared this rotund fellow had indeed acquired something of value. Before long, Toli completed his task, extracting a chip card from a slot beside the control panel, and approached Frieza with utmost reverence, presenting it to him. Frieza accepted the chip, curious. "What is this?" Toli smiled ingratiatingly. "Lord Frieza, the Moken family is one of the 3 largest capitalist forces in the North Galaxy, and this chip contains records of all their business operations and locations across the North Galaxy, with coordinates for every planet inhabited by sentient life. Given your immense power, I trust you do not merely seek to dominate a single region. This information will greatly facilitate your quest for universal conquest." "Oh, this is indeed a fine gift." However, Frieza's smile turned sinister as he turned away, returning to his spacecraft. "I have an aversion to traitors." Toli gasped in horror, panic seizing him. "Lord Frieza, you cannot do this. I have served you loyally. Please grant me another chance." Despite Toli's desperate pleas, Frieza remained resolute, eventually uttering, "Sabo." Sabo immediately stood at attention, responding, "Yes, Lord Frieza." Frieza's chilling smile returned. "Give him a swift end." "Yes, Lord Frieza." As Frieza's spacecraft departed, Sabo turned back, extending his right arm while resting his left palm against his right bicep, looking down at the despairing Toli. "Well then, Mr. Toli, we bid you farewell." With a thunderous explosion, a massive shockwave tore through the entire spacecraft, obliterating Toli's body into nothingness. Having completed their task, Sabo and Dodoria departed the now-wrecked ship, heading back towards Frieza's vessel. However, shortly after their departure, an elderly figure clad in a space suit appeared in the control room, kneeling beside Kid's corpse and weeping uncontrollably as the camera zoomed in. It revealed the figure to be the old butler who had always been by Kid's side. Gazing at Kid's lifeless eyes, the butler's expression twisted with profound hatred. Gritting his teeth, he vowed, "Frieza, just wait. The Moken family shall return to exact vengeance upon you." Chapter 029. Taking her, as a disciple, the lamentations of the defeated did not reach Frieza's ears. Upon returning to his spacecraft, he presented the chip, which Toli had offered in exchange for his life, to the busy scientist Su-Chong.M.R.Su Chong. "Do you know how to access this chip?" Su Chong looked up after acknowledging Frieza. Taking the chip in hand and examining it closely. "Lord Frieza, this is merely a standard storage chip. Do you wish to retrieve its contents?" Frieza nodded. "Let us see what it contains." Su Chong turned and activated a secondary computer, inserting the chip into a slot, and began the reading process. However, the reading window abruptly closed, and a password entry screen appeared. Frieza frowned. What is the meaning of this? Unfazed, Su Chong swiftly switched to another interface, operating programs that Frieza could not comprehend. Evidently, this chip is protected by one or more layers of password security, preventing our computer from accessing it easily. However, rest assured, Lord Frieza, the encryption method is rather rudimentary. "Give me 30 seconds." Before Su Chong could finish, the computer speaker emitted a chime. The password had been successfully decrypted. Instantly, a window filled with documents popped up on the screen. Mr. Su Chong, you are truly a versatile genius." Frieza praised without reservation. "Had you not been the attendant of the Kaioshin, I would have considered incorporating you into my Frieza force." Su Chong remained unperturbed, responding coolly, "Lord Frieza, even if I once served as a Kaioshin, I can continue to assist you. That I have long been a member of the Frieza force, have I not?" Frieza regarded Su Chong with a cryptic smile, remarking, Let us hope so." Su Chong, "It is said that this chip contains details of all the strongholds and business plans of a certain capitalist in the North Galaxy. Could you verify the authenticity of this information for me?" Shuqing silently nodded, commencing the evaluation of the document security. Once the scanning was complete, she proceeded to open each file one by one, meticulously discerning their contents. After a considerable pause, Shuqing closed her eyes, inhaled deeply, and then reopened them to address Frieza. "Lord Frieza, this documentation presents no logical inconsistencies nor any fundamental errors. Moreover, it contains numerous unique pieces of information that cannot be fabricated. Thus, I would estimate an 80% likelihood of its authenticity." Frieza, still harboring doubts, inquired, "Is there any method to confirm this?" "Indeed," Shuqing replied, gesturing towards an open document. "This report indicates that today, the Wealth Raider No. 3 is scheduled to travel to the nearby Fosti star for a transaction with the planet's original royal family, aimed at countering a usurping general. The items in question include 3,000 laser guns, 200 handheld laser cannons, and various other accessories. To verify the veracity of this information, observing the occurrence of this transaction would serve as the most effective means of discernment. Frieza raised an eyebrow slightly. "But I suspect this transaction may have already been disrupted by us." Shuqing, perceptive as ever, immediately grasped the implication behind Frieza's words and cautiously probed. "Lord Frieza, is this information sourced from the cargo ship involved in this transaction?" Frieza nodded, albeit with some displeasure. "I believe so." Shuqing pondered momentarily before suggesting, "In that case, Lord Frieza, you could masquerade as the supplier and make contact with the royal family of that planet. If everything checks out, then this information would indeed hold credibility." Frieza nodded in agreement with Suking's strategy. "Very well, Mr. Shuqing, your suggestion is quite valuable. I shall give it careful consideration. Also, how fares the young girl that I had Sabin retrieve?" Shuqing casually extracted a medical report from her vicinity, glanced at it, and then looked up at Frieza. "There is no significant issue. Although her injuries were rather severe, the healing process may take some time. Her life signs have stabilized. The only lingering concern is her organs, which have been compromised due to prolonged exposure to toxic fumes. However, these are not insurmountable problems. You need not worry. Lord Frieza. Frieza's eyes narrowed into slits. A smile forming on his lips. Ha. With Mr. Shuqing at the helm, I have no cause for concern. However, I do have one more request. Shuqing nodded. Lord Frieza, feel free to speak your mind. Frieza focused intently. Her name is Furman. She is a genius, a prodigy in weapon manufacturing. Of course, she may possess other extraordinary talents, but those are inconsequential, Mr. Shuqing. I wish for you to take her as your apprentice upon her awakening, imparting all your knowledge regarding weapon creation without reservation. She will henceforth belong to your research division, but must never step foot off our ship until she produces weaponry of satisfactory power. Do you understand? Shuqing nodded. Everything shall be conducted according to your instructions, Lord Frieza. Frieza smiled in satisfaction and turned to leave. However, he feigned casualness, casually asking, by the way, Mr. Chiteman, do you possess the ability to confine enemies on a large scale? Shuqing paused, inquiring, to what extent? Frieza contemplated briefly before responding. Around 10,000. How does that sound? Shuqing hesitated before nodding slightly. I can't attempt it. However, it would be best if their combat capabilities do not exceed 10,000. Rest assured, you will manage, Frieza stated, clasping his hands behind his back as he addressed Shuqing. Mr. Shuqing, immediately transmit the cosmic coordinates of Fosti Star to the main control room and initiate a course correction. Shuqing complied, sending the documents to the main control room and relaying Frieza's orders. Before long, the spacecraft began its course adjustment, heading toward the targeted planet. Meanwhile, Frieza, standing beside Shuqing, gazed intently at the myriad black dots displayed on the computer screen. Those are the strongholds of the Moken family scattered throughout the northern galaxy. Ha, Moken family, you shall become the first stepping stone in my conquest of the northern galaxy, he declared. Chapter 030. Annihilation. The destination was not far from Frieza's current location. Soon, Frieza's 3 spacecraft arrived at Fosti Star, preparing to descend into the atmosphere at the designated rendezvous time. As the ships approached the ground, Frieza observed a multitude of soldiers awaiting his arrival. Their demeanor suggested a lack of defensive readiness, indicating no intent to attack. Frieza nodded slightly. Evidently, Tori was not audacious enough to gamble with his life. This information was indeed genuine. Mr. Dodoria, Frieza remarked, his interest piqued as he surveyed the soldiers below, although he felt somewhat disappointed by their scattered formations. He nonetheless turned to Dodoria with a hint of expectation. Utilize the scanner to assess their combat capabilities and determine whether they qualify as competent warriors under my command for battles. Dodoria nodded, activating the scanner and switching it to group detection mode. However, shortly thereafter, he returned to Frieza with a hint of disappointment. Lord Frieza, their combat powers average around 300, with the strongest among them barely reaching 500. I even suspect they might not be capable of flight. Ditto. Is that so? Frieza frowned slightly, his original intention of recruiting soldiers dissipating. Observing Frieza's dismay, Sabin blinked and tentatively suggested, Lord Frieza, I have heard that certain peculiar races in the universe can conceal their combat power, only revealing it in the heat of battle. Might they be such individuals? Frieza pondered this carefully. In the original narrative, upon encountering the Namekians, both Sabin and Dodoria had expressed astonishment at their ability to conceal their power. This implied that, at least in the northern galaxy, such beings were exceedingly rare. Thus, it was evident that the ragtag group before him, with their unremarkable visages, could not possibly belong to that rare minority. Nevertheless, a glimmer of hope remained in Frieza's heart, so he refrained from outright dismissing Sabin's notion, merely nodding. Let us descend and see for ourselves. As they conversed, the scene widened, showing Frieza's spacecraft gently landing in the clearing deliberately left by the soldiers. Stirring up clouds of dust, the ship's hatch opened, and Frieza emerged on his flying apparatus, followed closely by Dodoria and Sabin, one on each side. As they glided toward the throng of soldiers, Frieza appeared utterly unfazed by the numerous watchful eyes around him, moving through the crowd with remarkable ease. Behind him, Dodoria and Sabin mirrored his composure, exuding a calm confidence that commanded respect from the masses. Despite being only 3 individuals, they radiated an intimidating presence akin to a tiger among sheep. Particularly Frieza, whose formidable aura left some soldiers gasping for breath. Haha. Frieza's signature laughter echoed as he surveyed the surroundings, extending his right hand in a casual gesture as he inquired, "Where is your king? Bring him forth to meet me." This seemingly simple question rendered countless soldiers present speechless, their voices stifled by an overwhelming sense of repression. At last, a bold individual in the midst of the crowd shouted hesitantly, "Who are you?" "I." Frieza erupted into a hearty laugh. "It was your king who sought me out to purchase weapons, and now you dare inquire about my identity. How amusing." Huh. Upon hearing Frieza's words, the surrounding soldiers visibly exhaled in relief. Behind the throng of soldiers, akin to stars encircling the moon, an elderly man clad in royal garments and crowned with a diadem emerged. He cast a wary glance at Frieza and cautiously inquired, "Are you of the Moken family?" "Indeed." Dodoria respectfully gestured towards Frieza, declaring, "This is our King Frieza. Young Master Kid has other pressing matters. From this moment forth, we shall take over this transaction." The old king appeared somewhat perplexed, questioning why a mere capitalist would presume to call himself a king. However, Frieza did not afford him the opportunity to voice his inquiries. Instead, he contemptuously surveyed the thousands of expendable soldiers around him and scoffed. "Ha ha, Mr. King. While technically we need only to finalize this transaction, I must say, even if your subordinates were equipped with the most advanced weaponry, it would be of little consequence. They are simply too weak." What was an undeniably arrogant provocation elicited an inexplicable sense of dread among the thousands, as none dared to retort. At this juncture, Frieza's disappointment deepened. He had confirmed that these soldiers were merely the low-ranking foot soldiers commonly found throughout the North Galaxy. They could hardly be classified as warriors. With a faint sigh, Frieza exchanged knowing glances with Sabo and Dodoria, both of whom nodded in understanding. Despite having thousands on their side, they were rendered mute by the presence of just 3 individuals. The old king's face turned pale with anger as he struggled to salvage his dignity, glaring at Frieza and retorting, "No need for your concern. We have already enlisted the universe's premier assassin to deal with Jinyu. As long as my soldiers are armed, those traitorous troops shall pose no threat." "Jinyu? Could it be?" Frieza's pupils narrowed slightly, a dangerous smile creeping across his face as he murmured, So that's how it is. You are the adversaries of Jinyu. How splendid." The old king, oblivious to the looming danger, regained his composure and curiously asked Frieza, "Do you know that traitor Jinyu?" Frieza nodded, his smile unwavering. "Indeed, we are quite familiar." "Mr. Dodoria, Mr. Sabo," Frieza suddenly sneered, his expression turning sinister. The old king finally sensed something amiss and, in a panic, attempted to retreat into the crowd, exclaiming, "You! What do you intend to do?" Dodoria and Sabo stepped forward, arms spread wide, their laughter echoing maniacally. "By the decree of King Frieza, we send you to the afterlife." "Ha!" Accompanied by their devilish laughter, countless energy blasts surged from Sabo and Dodoria towards the crowd, the air filled with the cacophony of explosions. Cries and screams filled the atmosphere. As countless soldiers were obliterated, their remains scattered across the sky. Gradually, the screams diminished and the struggling figures became fewer until silence enveloped the scene. The royal army was utterly annihilated. Chapter 031. The Jinyu force, while Dodoria and Sabo rampaged, leveling an entire mountain range in their wake. Such a commotion could not escape the notice of the current ruler of this planet, who was none other than Jinyu, the future captain of the elite squadron. True to expectation, moments later, 5 luminous points of varying colors appeared on the horizon. 5? The unexpected arrival filled Frieza with delight. Could it be? Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In an instant, 5 figures of differing heights materialized before Frieza. Although Frieza did not recognize the individual in the center, he was intimately familiar with the 4 flanking him. The pineapple-haired bird, the blue whirlwind, known as the universe's fastest, the crimson magma, the aesthetically pleasing Juwaius, and the one with an array of extraordinary abilities. What was his name? Ah, yes. Good. Frieza's gaze shifted to the imposing figure at the center. a smile gracing his lips. Oh, this is your true form. Mr. Jinyu. Ha ha. Jinyu cast a curious glance at Frieza, then turned to survey the surroundings. Pointing at Frieza and his companions, he bellowed, "Hey, you three were the ones causing a ruckus here. Whereunto you? Jinyu now officially informs you that you are under arrest. Come with us." Sabo scoffed and prepared to provoke Jinyu, only to be halted by Frieza's outstretched hand, with a grin. Frieza greeted Jinyu. "Ha ha, Mr. Jinyu, it has been quite some time." Jinyu stood frozen for a moment, then hesitantly scratched his head, saying, "You know me, but that is of no consequence. You are guilty of malicious destruction on my planet and must face punishment. However, since you know me, I might consider sparing you the handcuffs." Huh. Frieza spread his arms wide, gesturing dramatically, and replied, "In this world, no one has ever succeeded in placing handcuffs on the hands of Cosmic Emperor." Jinyu paused, intrigued. "Cosmic Emperor? Who is that?" Sabo interjected, exasperated. "Of course, that would be the strongest in the universe. Our King Frieza, the strongest in the universe?" The future Jinyu Force exchanged glances, erupting into uproarious laughter. Jinyu guffawed. "Are you joking? Blue-faced freak, the strongest in the universe should be me, Jinyu." The other four members of Jinyu's team joined in the laughter, mockingly chanting, "Ha! Blue-faced freak, blue-faced freak." Yet after just two shouts, the five suddenly fell silent, their expressions turning awkward as they exchanged glances with Berta. Berta, too, appeared bewildered, sniffling slightly. Berta was also blue-faced. Blue-faced freak? Sabo's face darkened, and he erupted in fury, ready to charge at Jinyu. However, Frieza knew full well that even though Jinyu had not yet assumed the form he would take in the original narrative, the fact that he was the leader of the five indicated that his current combat power was certainly over 40,000, far beyond what Sabo could contend with. Nevertheless, Frieza had no intention of restraining Sabo. Firstly, Jinyu's team was still considered outsiders, and Frieza had no reason to prevent his subordinates from teaching a lesson to those who insulted them. Secondly, Frieza had his own motives. The so-called Frieza army was currently lacking in combat power, and Jinyu's team would undoubtedly be of great value in the future. If Sabo did not learn a lesson now, resentment could brew between him and Dodoria later on. Allowing Sabo to face a setback at this moment could ultimately be beneficial. Indeed, just as Frieza contemplated how to recruit Jinyu, Sabo was struck in the stomach by Jinyu's punch. He was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing heavily to the ground, unable to rise for a considerable time. "Ha ha!" Frieza applauded lightly, exclaiming, "What astonishing power! I never anticipated that in this remote North Galaxy there would be a master like you." Jinyu and his comrades proudly raised their heads in unison, declaring, "Of course." Frieza laughed with heightened glee. "I hold you in high regard. Would you be willing to follow me and join my Frieza force?" "Why should we?" snorted Bart, standing beside Jinyu. Frieza's smile gradually faded as he slowly descended from his spacecraft, landing gently on the ground before erupting with immense energy. Countless powerful energy waves surged forth from Frieza, enveloping the surroundings. The overwhelming aura instilled an unparalleled sense of pressure upon Jinyu and his companions. Frieza's devastating combat prowess was enough to alter the very fabric of the world around him. Dark clouds gathered and thunder rumbled ominously. The colossal gusts of energy crashed against Jinyu and his team, making their hearts tremble uncontrollably. Frieza stretched his form, devoid of any display of affection, and asked, "Is this sufficient?" However, Frieza's intimidation did not compel Jinyu and his companions to yield. Rather, it fortified their resolve. Jinyu bellowed in anger. "You will not bend us to your will through force?" "Oh, not through force." Frieza slowly retracted his aura, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Then what would it take for you to follow me?" Jinyu and his comrades exchanged glances, seemingly taken aback by Frieza's unexpected amiability. They thought their bravado would be disregarded. Yet he appeared to take them seriously. After a moment of silence, GYS suddenly raised his head. "Unless you can dance better than us, otherwise we would rather die than follow you." "Well said, GYS. Hey, GYS is a man of courage." Frieza gazed at the five peculiar individuals before him. Bemused, he had not anticipated that they would reveal such frivolity so soon. He was genuinely curious how the original Frieza managed to tolerate them. Dance, you say? Frieza inhaled deeply, then turned to Dodoria and the recently risen Zabo, commanding, Mr. Dodoria, Mr. Zabo, return to the spaceship at once and await my arrival. Remember, deactivate all detection devices and ensure no one gazes in this direction. Understood? Though Dodoria and Zabo were baffled by Frieza's intentions, they obediently soared back. Before departing, Dodoria expressed his concern for his leader. King Frieza, please take care. If they pose any threat to you, do not hesitate to call for us. Dodoria is always at your service. Chapter 032. The formation of the Ginyu Force, as Zabo and Dodoria returned to the spaceship. Not long after, all three spacecraft powered down. Satisfied, Frieza nodded, since no one was watching anymore. He could proceed. The impatient Ginyu and his companions shouted, Hey, your subordinates have left. Are you not going? Leave? Frieza replied with a mischievous glint in his eyes that I have yet to showcase my true dance to you. To leave you utterly astounded. Suddenly, with a graceful turn, Frieza pointed one hand to the sky, placing the other on his abdomen, and let out a peculiar cry. This unexpected turn of events put Ginyu and his comrades on high alert, readying themselves for Frieza's potential attack. Yet, from somewhere, melodious music began to play. They told him, Don't you ever come around here. Don't want to see your face, you better disappear. So beat it, just beat it. The music was none other than the iconic song Beat It by the legendary Michael Jackson. As the music resonated, Frieza began to move. With a tilt at a 45-degree angle, he executed the moonwalk and twirled in a space-like rhythm. Each step, reminiscent of a devil's dance, left Ginyu and his companions utterly astonished. They could discern that the seemingly forward steps were an illusion, creating a genuine visual trick. They had never imagined that dancing could be performed in such a manner. Listening to the invigorating music and witnessing Frieza's captivating movements, GYS murmured, Though I have never heard the language of that accompanying song, for some reason, I feel compelled to join him. The other four nodded in fervent agreement. As the final note played, Frieza gracefully concluded his performance, reverting to his usual cold-blooded demeanor. Clap, clap, clap. The stunned Ginyu team finally regained their senses and erupted into applause, with Gudu and GYS vocally cheering for Frieza. Frieza's lips twitched slightly. He had never imagined that his ventriloquism lessons from Shu would be utilized on this absurd group. Seeing that Ginyu and his comrades showed no signs of stopping their applause, Frieza, slightly impatient, interjected, Enough, will you join my Frieza force or not? The five paused, then, without hesitation, they prostrated themselves before Frieza, proclaiming, King Frieza, we willingly pledge our allegiance to you. Frieza's expression softened somewhat. Truth be told, he had completely lost his dignity in appeasing them. Had they dared to refuse, he would have been furious and unhesitatingly obliterated them for the humiliation they brought upon him. Yet, just as Frieza began to relax, Ginyu raised his head again, making a modest request. King Frieza, your dance was truly astonishing, and in our admiration, we failed to remember the details. Could you demonstrate it once more? Frieza's countenance darkened instantly, fuming. Mr. Ginyu, I have indulged you thus far, due to your name. But do not push your luck. Frightened by Frieza's ire, Ginyu and his comrades hesitated to speak further. They all stood upright, approaching Frieza with solemn expressions. Ginyu, Bart, Riku, Des, Gudu, we pay our respects to King Frieza. Frieza smiled amiably at the familiar figures before him. Nodding, I have heard of your esteemed names. You are considered top-tier warriors in the North Galaxy. The five hurriedly expressed humility. No, it is you, King Frieza, who is far more formidable. Huh. Frieza's eyes narrowed into slits. There is no need for modesty. Since you have chosen to follow me, you shall receive positions and treatment befitting your strength. From this day forth, you five shall be the elite squad of my Frieza force, also known as the Ginyu Force. You may refuse any assignments unless I directly issue them. Upon hearing that they could continue to work together, the Ginyu Force members were elated, hurriedly thanking Frieza. Thank you. King Frieza, Ginyu cautiously raised his hand, tentatively asking, will we still be able to dance while serving? Frieza casually nodded with a smile. Why not? However, just as Frieza finished nodding, he was suddenly taken aback. No wonder. In the original story, Frieza, despite not enjoying the Ginyu Force's opening dance, always graciously watched it. It turned out this was a small request they had made from the very beginning upon this realization. One could argue that the original Frieza was not without merit as a leader. How wondrously strange fate can be. Yet despite these thoughts, Frieza's eyes were filled with shadows of caution and trepidation. The trajectory chosen by myself and the original Frieza is undeniably divergent, yet the outcomes remain astonishingly similar. Is this merely the inertia of history, or are certain events preordained by fate? A slight unease lingers in Frieza's heart. Nevertheless, today is indeed a fortuitous day. In need of capable subordinates, he has successfully recruited 5 proficient followers, and remarkably, Ginyu is the current de facto ruler of this planet. This will spare Frieza a multitude of troubles. Now, you 5 shall accompany me back to the spaceship. I have some inquiries to make of you. Yes, Lord Frieza. As Frieza led Ginyu and the others back to the spaceship, chaos reigned in the control room. To understand this tumult, we must recount the events that transpired after Dodoria and Zabon returned to the ship. Fearing a potential alliance among the 5 individuals, Dodoria, apprehensive that Frieza would be outnumbered, shut down the ship's operational systems. He then enlisted Zabon to find Sui Ching, who was tending to Furman in the infirmary. Dodoria expressed his concerns to Sui Ching, imploring him to use his divine powers to observe the battlefield. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, they would be prepared to intervene. Sui Ching, recognizing the validity of Dodoria's worry, understood that if Frieza were to falter, his own kin would find themselves without refuge. Thus, Sui Ching activated the Eye of the Mind, sharing his gaze with Dodoria and Zabon to survey the external conflict. Chapter 033. The Entertainment Revolution. After witnessing Frieza's extraordinary dance, the trio stood in collective bewilderment, mouths agape, following an extended silence. It was Sui Ching who finally broke the stillness. We must not disclose today's events to anyone. Let us all act as though we have seen nothing, shall we? Dodoria and Zabon nodded in tacit agreement, their hearts still racing. However, Zabon, unable to contain his discontent, struck Dodoria on the head, exclaiming, "It's all your fault. Had you not dragged me here, I would never have witnessed such a life-threatening spectacle." Dodoria retorted, "I was merely concerned for Lord Frieza's safety. Did we not agree to pretend we saw nothing? And you dare to say otherwise?" Zabon, stifled by Dodoria's rebuttal, could only huff in reluctant anger and turn away. Sui Ching sighed in exasperation. "In your current state, it would be a miracle if Lord Frieza did not notice you. Can you not maintain a sense of composure?" Dodoria and Zabon simultaneously lamented, "We are not you." Sui Ching, maintaining composure is far from easy. Sui Ching pondered thoughtfully for a moment, then proposed, I possess a divine technique that can allow one to bury a specific memory deep within the mind, unless triggered by a particular stimulus. It shall remain forgotten. Would you care to try?" Mid-sentence, Sui Ching's expression shifted as he exclaimed, "Oh no! Lord Frieza has successfully recruited those 5 individuals and is now returning." Dodoria and Zabon panicked, urging Sui Ching, "Quickly employ your technique. We must act before it's too late." "Very well." Sui Ching ceased his explanations, placing his hands on Dodoria and Zabon's foreheads. A golden light flashing in his eyes, a soft mist swirled above their heads before vanishing completely. As Sui Ching withdrew his hands, he observed their slightly dazed expressions and smiled enigmatically. "Dodoria, Zabon, do you feel better now?" They nodded, albeit with confusion. "We feel splendid, but what exactly did we ask of you?" Just as Sui Ching was about to respond, the spaceship's backup power activated, triggering an emergency alarm. This indicated that someone had forcibly opened the ship's door. Sui Ching was certain it was Frieza's unique method of entry, the red high-energy laser. Sui Ching paused, then shook his head with a smile. "No matter. Lord Frieza has returned. You should go welcome him. I will attend to the maintenance crew to replace the door." "Oh no." The two quickly became alert and dashed towards the ship's entrance to greet Frieza, while Sui Ching watched their retreating figures, slowly closing his eyes. Moments later, Sui Ching reopened his eyes, a mysterious smile gracing his lips as he headed towards the spaceship's maintenance workshop. "I in the lounge." Frieza sat at the head, surrounded by Jinyu and the other 5, who stood respectfully in a semicircle before him. This is my spaceship. For an emperor of the universe, it may seem somewhat cramped, yet I find it satisfactory for the time being. Frieza regarded Jinyu with interest. As my most formidable subordinate, Mr. Jinyu, do you not wish to introduce yourself? Jinyu, undeterred, stepped forward. Report, Lord Frieza. My tale may be lengthy. If you find it tedious, please feel free to interrupt. Frieza nodded slightly. Proceed, Mr. Jinyu. Very well. Jinyu considered his words carefully, then began to narrate. This planet is called Fosti, meaning dull, and it lives up to its name. For as long as anyone can remember, it has been a lifeless world where all tread carefully. And any form of entertainment is utterly forbidden. I was born here, and from a young age, I harbored a dream to transform this world. However, in my youth, I was powerless against the absolute authority of the monarchy. I was simply too weak. In pursuit of my dream, at the age of 20, I commandeered a spaceship and set adrift in the cosmos. During my travels, I encountered for like-minded companions from different planets who shared my dream of music, dance, and freedom. At this juncture, Jinyu glanced back at his comrades, the other 4 members of the Special Forces, clearly indicating they were the companions he spoke of. Then one day, I discovered my innate ability to exchange bodies, and I was elated. We grew increasingly powerful, and no matter how formidable the enemy, we could unite to vanquish them. Frieza raised an eyebrow. Body exchange? Jinyu nodded without hesitation. Indeed, Lord Frieza. Frieza smirked darkly. Mr. Jinyu, you seem to possess a rather perilous skill. This ability of yours could easily catch an unsuspecting enemy off guard. Yet you share this information with me. Do you not fear that I might destroy you out of caution? Jinyu gazed sincerely at Frieza. I trust you, Lord Frieza. Oh, Frieza drummed his fingers expressionlessly. Your trust appears to be unfounded. Jinyu proclaimed earnestly, the trust between dancers requires no justification. Though it seemed an absurd rationale, Jinyu's companions all nodded in agreement. Indeed, do artists harbor any ulterior motives? Observing their obstinate and tenacious demeanor, Frieza found himself momentarily at a loss for words. That it was indeed somewhat perplexing to comprehend the whimsical thought processes of these individuals. With a slight headache, Frieza remarked, very well, congratulations to you, Captain Jinyu. I assure you, I harbor no such intentions. Please, do continue. Yes, Lord Frieza. Captain Jinyu responded, bowing once more as he elaborated, I have discovered my ability to change bodies, and I am becoming increasingly proficient in this skill. Yet, I have not forgotten the dreams of my childhood, and my companions wholeheartedly support my aspirations. Thus, I have returned to this planet with my allies to initiate a revolution that will transform the entire world. We have named this revolution the Entertainment Revolution. Chapter 034. Exchange the Entertainment Revolution. Frieza mused with keen interest as he regarded the 5 individuals, their faces alight with hope. Have you succeeded? To some extent, Jinyu replied, a hint of frustration in his voice. Although we have successfully overthrown the former monarchy and seized the royal palace, the original king has vanished without a trace, and we are at a loss as to how to dismantle the oppressive customs that have stifled the populace for millennia. Ultimately, Lick nodded in agreement. We are merely artists and warriors. These delicate matters are indeed rather daunting. With a nonchalant smile, Frieza responded, do not concern yourselves with the king. I have just eradicated him along with his thousands of soldiers. We now have no cause for worry. This planet shall serve as the first step in my conquest of the northern galaxy, and to commemorate it, we shall name it Planet Frieza 1. As Frieza engaged in conversation with the 5, he paused momentarily, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. It seems it is time for me to introduce you to your future colleague. However, it appears a rat is lurking in the shadows, scheming to perpetrate some nefarious deeds. Before Frieza could finish his statement, the door to the lounge was suddenly flung open with tremendous force. Instantly, a thick cloud of smoke billowed in from outside. The dense fog left the Jinyu force, unable to sense their adversary through mere instinct. Utterly bewildered, at that moment, a purple figure burst into the room, brandishing a hand blade formed from concentrated energy. aiming directly for Jinyu's heart. With his eyes closed, Frieza frowned slightly and instinctively raised his hand, unleashing a sphere of energy. The assassin, startled, instinctively dodged aside, causing his hand blade to veer off course. Instead of striking Jinyu's heart, it merely punctured his lung. Despicable rat, Jinyu roared, severely wounded. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of energy erupted from him, dispersing the smoke in the lounge. It was only then that Frieza opened his eyes and beheld the true visage of the assassin, a pale, purple body adorned with 2 black horns. Grotesque, veins bulging from its forehead, Frieza's mouth fell open in astonishment. This appearance was strikingly similar to how Jinyu had looked upon his initial introduction in the original work. Could it be? Ha! Frieza laughed heartily, pointing at the Jinyu-like assassin. Jinyu, the moment has arrived for you to showcase your true abilities before me. Let me witness how you vanquish foes even more formidable than yourself. Ha ha ha! Jinyu, clutching his stomach with one hand, managed a shaky smile. Hee hee, Lord Frieza, just watch and behold my ultimate technique. Seeing that his attack had failed and the smoke screen was dissipated, the assassin promptly turned to flee without hesitation. He was not intimidated by Jinyu's words. In fact, if it came to a direct confrontation, the 5 elite warriors of the Jinyu force might not be able to defeat him. However, the fearsome purple creature seated at the top was an entity far beyond his reckoning. Without a second thought, he summoned his greatest speed to escape this perilous situation. But, thinking of escaping, Jinyu bellowed, his eyes aflame, Guldo! Guldo's eyes widened in shock. With both hands aimed at the fleeing assassin, he shouted in his high-pitched voice, "Where do you think you're going? Witness my binding technique." In an instant, the assassin felt his entire body rendered immobile, as if an immense force had anchored him to the spot. Cursed, the assassin struggled. While Guldo's forehead glistened with cold sweat, his limbs growing numb, veins throbbing ominously. Finally, Jinyu prepared himself, facing the assassin with arms spread wide, laughing maniacally. "Prepare to meet your end." Body change technique. In that moment, a brilliant white light erupted from Jinyu's form. Surging forth, with the assassin immobilized by Guldo, he was utterly defenseless, leaving no room for evasion. The white light struck true. Guldo finally relaxed his hands, collapsing onto the floor. Frieza sat upright, keenly observing this remarkable scene. At last, the assassin at the doorway slowly turned, arms spread wide in exhilaration, shouting at Frieza, "Lord Frieza, I become even more powerful." Ha ha! The assassin's body was now possessed by Jinyu, while the original occupant of Jinyu's body, gravely injured, fell to his knees, pale and terror-stricken as he gazed at the figure standing before him, his very own self. Ha! Frieza clapped lightly, smiling. "Congratulations, Captain Jinyu. Your abilities are truly extraordinary." "Not at all. You flatter me." "Lord Frieza," Jinyu chuckled, stepping forward to seize the body of the now-possessed assassin, coldly inquiring, "Speak. Who are you? Why did you attempt to assassinate me?" The assassin, pale-faced yet resolute, sneered defiantly. "No need for pleasantries. My mission has failed. So kill me." Jinyu, enraged, delivered a fierce punch to the assassin's face, knocking him to the ground. Without a second thought for the body that had once been his own, he stomped on the assassin's head. Sneering, "Killing you would be all too easy. Who would have thought your body would be so formidable? Today I am truly fortunate." "Ha ha!" The assassin, seething with anger, retorted. "You." Cough, cough, he spat blood onto the floor, his life force rapidly waning. Frieza chuckled at Jinyu, saying, "Eliminate him. Captain Jinyu. I suspect he is the so-called universe's greatest assassin summoned by that ineffectual royal family. Haha, so many have claimed to be the universe's best over the years, yet you truly are a man of your word. It's just unfortunate that your luck has run thin. Oh, is that so?" Jinyu mused. Gazing down at the ashen-faced assassin, he swiftly snapped the man's neck and dragged the lifeless body to the reinforced glass beside the lounge. Casually pressing the control button to open the door, he then hurled the assassin's body outside and, extending his right hand, unleashed a colossal energy blast. The blast instantly engulfed the assassin's corpse, obliterating it into nothingness. Chapter 035. Preparation for departure. Haha. Splendidly executed, Captain Jinyu, Frieza remarked, observing Jinyu's adept method of execution, his eyes never blinking. Nodding in satisfaction, I had thought that your passion for dance would render you weak. Yet it appears you are indeed true warriors. Jinyu turned back, nodding earnestly, revolution, dance, freedom. Though these are our dreams, we are equally competent warriors. Without the resolve to fight, one cannot survive long amidst the cosmic expanse. We are acutely aware of this. Indeed, Lord Frieza. Frieza laughed heartily, exclaiming, your personalities align splendidly with my desires. These are the warriors favored by me, the cosmic emperor Frieza. The entire Jinyu force stood at attention. Responding in unison, it is our honor to receive your praise, Lord Frieza. Just as Frieza was about to continue speaking, the doorbell of the lounge suddenly rang. Frieza furrowed his brow slightly and turned his gaze toward the entrance. Upon seeing that the visitor was Suaching, his expression softened somewhat. Come in, Mr. Suaching. There is no need to ring the bell any longer since the door is already open. Upon hearing the name Suaching, Gudo shivered involuntarily, instinctively calling out. Suaching turned his head and glanced at Gudo, saying nonchalantly, oh, it's you, Frieza, seated at the head, observed Gudo, and Suaching with keen interest, and inquired, Mr. Suaching, it appears that you are acquainted with Gudo? Ah, Suaching nodded, recounting, many years ago, a spaceship belonging to a cosmic entrepreneur was transporting slaves. During the journey, it was accidentally struck down by an asteroid, crashing on a planet Atla, and Gudo was the sole survivor of that ill-fated ship. At this point, Suaching cast a meaningful glance at Gudo, smiling faintly. Speaking of which, when you suddenly went missing one day, I was so concerned for your safety that I searched for you throughout the day. Gudo, my sincerest apologies, Lord Suaching. Gudo stammered, retreating nervously. Tea that time. I was terrified. I feared you might be akin to those capitalists who enslaved me, luring me aboard a ship with sweet words, only to sell me into a sweatshop. I'm truly sorry, Lord Suaching. Suaching nodded, seemingly unperturbed. That is understandable. I hold no grudges against you. Gudo let out a slight sigh of relief, yet his 4 eyes continued to dart around, unwilling to meet Suaching's gaze. Oh, so that is how it is, Frieza interjected, snapping his fingers. So, Mr. Gudo, all those extraordinary abilities of yours were acquired on planet Atla. Suaching nodded, cryptically adding, moreover, they were taught to him by me. How fortuitous that you two should meet again today. Frieza remarked. Although he held great affection for the Jinyu force, they paled in comparison to Suaching. The difference between being a subordinate of a mere mortal and a servant of a deity was indeed vast. Frieza chose not to delve into the specifics of Gudo's past on Atla. After all, they were now all part of his retinue. Thus, the best course of action was to steer clear of that topic. Suddenly recalling something, Frieza turned to Suaching. By the way, Mr. Suaching, what brings you here today? Suaching, displaying a keen awareness of the situation, nodded. Indeed, Lord Frieza, I have uncovered some leads regarding the Firepot Star. The Queen has also made some progress concerning the super water. Oh, so soon? Frieza exclaimed with delight, promptly rising to his feet. Quick, bring Ms. Chinrue over. No, I shall go find her myself. Let's be on our way. Just as Frieza took a few steps, he suddenly halted, addressing Jinyu. Mr. Jinyu, I have some pressing matters to attend to and cannot linger. Now that you have become a part of my Frieza Corps, please ensure that the medical and scientific personnel aboard the ship are well accommodated. Should you have any queries, do not hesitate to consult Mr. Suaching. You are familiar with Doria or Zabon. I trust you will get along splendidly. Jinyu and the others promptly replied, Yes, Lord Frieza. Frieza nodded. Furthermore, I may be away for a while, but do not worry. I shall return as swiftly as possible. I have eliminated many individuals associated with the Moken family, and they are likely to come seeking trouble with you soon. However, with the 5 of you present, I believe no one in the North Galaxy will pose a challenge to you. Jinyu, standing tall and proud, assured, Lord Frieza, rest assured, I will see to everything and await your return. With Jinyu's assurance, Frieza felt a sense of relief and hurriedly made his way toward Chinrue's lounge. By the time Frieza arrived, Chinrue had already made all the necessary preparations. Greetings, Lord Frieza. Hello, Miss Qian. I believe it is time to get straight to the point. Have you located the firepot star? Shinrui nodded. Yes, I utilized the Kaishin's authority to search the North Galaxy. Although my efficiency was hampered as this area is not under my jurisdiction, I am pleased to report that I have finally located it. Frieza, not doubting her words, expressed a hint of concern. However, even if we successfully find the super water and create my clone, how can I, stripped of all power, contend with it? After a moment of silence, Shinrui deliberated. Historically, Kaishins with magical abilities possess a unique skill that allows them to unlock a person's full potential. While I am still too young to fully wield this power, I could do my utmost to maximize your potential. If your potential exceeds your current combat power, we can easily eliminate the super water. However, if your current state is indeed your limit, then I shall be doomed. Frieza's expression darkened as he clenched his fists. Feeling the immense energy within his body, gritting his teeth, he declared, I agree to try. I believe my potential cannot possibly be limited to a mere 400 million combat power. Absolutely not. Chapter 036. The Fire Pot, star Shinrui, with a hint of concern, remarked, I too believe in your limitless potential, Lord Frieza. However, the super water has granted us a mere hour. While I can devise ways to extend this time to 3 days, I cannot guarantee how much of your potential I can unlock in just 3 days. Frieza's once steadfast gaze flickered slightly, but soon his resolve solidified once more. I must try. Ms. Shinrui, ever since I mastered Ki, especially in recent days, the voice within my mind has grown louder, while my own voice has faded. The most terrifying part is that all of this occurs without my awareness. That if this continues, I fear I shall cease to be myself, which is utterly intolerable. Therefore, even if it is dangerous, I must take a chance. Ms. Shinrui, let us depart immediately. Shinrui nodded in silence, grasping Frieza's hand with a light tap of her staff. She declared, since you are insistent, let us teleport. In an instant, the two figures vanished from the spaceship, abruptly reappearing on a remote planet in the North Galaxy. Firepot star. The sky was blue, and the clouds were white. Not much different from other planets. The only notable distinction was the eerie desolation. The vast plains were utterly devoid of life. Not a single creature, let alone a human, could be seen. Frieza frowned, calling out, Have we arrived? Shinrui nodded slightly and explained to Frieza. The fire-boiling star once experienced great prosperity, but due to the influence of the super water, nearly all life on this planet was completely extinguished, even posing a threat to other celestial bodies. Fortunately, the inhabitants of the fire-boiling star possessed an immense sense of responsibility. They sacrificed themselves to seal the super water, thereby averting a catastrophe. However, since then, this place has transformed into its current desolate and barren state, exuding a certain forlornness. Frieza, feeling a twinge of annoyance, remarked, So, everyone here is dead. How are we to search for the super water on such an expansive planet? Shinrui smiled gently and replied, Rest assured, King Frieza, the fire-boiling star people have not been entirely wiped out. They have left behind one last survivor, Bodaiju. Allow me to take you to meet him. No need for that. I am right beneath your feet, Lord Kaishin. Huh. Both Frieza and Shinrui quickly looked down. Indeed, beneath them was an elderly man resembling a beetle. Oh dear, how rude of us. Shinrui and Frieza hastily jumped off Bodaiju's back. Shinrui extended her hand to help Bodaiju up, her face flushed with embarrassment. I sincerely apologize. The distance was rather far, and I misjudged my landing. In no worries, cough cough, Bodaiju stammered, shaking himself slightly and patting his chest. I'm a robust elder. Even if struck by a meteor, I would be just fine. Shinrui chuckled in agreement. It is truly wonderful that you are unharmed. Now, regarding the super water, Bodaiju brushed off the dust from his clothing, raised his right index finger, and proclaimed, The super water is merely a misnomer. The true name of that weapon is Meat Clear Stew. Would you like to know the origin of this name? Frieza, growing increasingly impatient with the old man's rambling, unleashed a few key blasts to obliterate a nearby mountain, his expression darkening. You old fool. If you know where the super water is, speak swiftly. The Cosmic Emperor Frieza has no time to waste on idle chatter. Why yes, Bodaiju, startled by Frieza's display, became considerably more compliant. He respectfully approached Frieza and Shinra, leading them, "Please follow me. The super water is located in that valley over there." As he spoke, Bodegiu quietly muttered to himself, "If it weren't for Lord Kaioshin's command, even if he were to kill me, I would never allow the super water to resurface." Frieza's keen hearing caught the old man's murmurs, and though he initially intended to explode in rage, he ultimately suppressed his anger, eager to resolve the matter that plagued his mind regarding another Frieza's soul. Chen gently tapped her staff, enveloping Bodegiu in a radiant light. "Mr. Bodegiu, the journey is long. Allow me to fly you there while you guide me." With that, the light encircled Bodegiu as Shinra took off, swiftly gliding toward the valley he indicated. Frieza, with a disdainful snort, transformed into a streak of purple light, closely following Shinra. Before long, they arrived at the target valley, landing before what appeared to be a vault secured with iron chains. Shinra dispelled the light, and Bodegiu removed a pacifier-shaped necklace from his neck. Stepping forward to unlock the vault, he retrieved a container resembling a thermos and returned to Shinra's side. Bodegiu looked at Shinra with utmost seriousness, saying, "Lord Kaioshin, it is my trust in you that allows me to lend you the super water. You must remember your promise and not let the sacrifices of my thousands of kin 50 years ago be in vain." Shinra nodded earnestly, accepting the sealed container with both hands and handing it to Frieza. "King Frieza, once you open the seal, a red liquid will immediately surround you and drain you of all your power. However, please do not panic. Trust me. I will handle everything." Frieza, his expression grave, nodded and slowly lifted the lid of the container, peering inside. Suddenly, a vivid red liquid erupted from the vessel. Rushing forth, startled, Frieza instinctively sought to obliterate it. But then remembered the plan with Shinra. He glanced at her sincere face and thought, "There is no turning back now. I must trust this woman." As Frieza relaxed his defenses, the super water enveloped him completely, and some of it surged toward Shinra, eager to seize the power of the Kaioshin as well. Yet Shinra remained unfazed. With a swift motion of her staff, she activated a protective barrier that kept the super water at bay. She then turned her hands toward Frieza, who was entirely surrounded, and shouted, "Soul transfer technique." In an instant, a torrent of dark energy surged from Frieza's head. As it merged with his power, the super water absorbed it completely. Frieza, stripped of his strength, was expelled by the super water like residual waste, while the red liquid began to churn and reform, gradually taking on Frieza's outline. "Now's the moment." Shinra grasped Bodegiu's hand, stepped forward, and embraced the weakened Frieza, exclaiming, "Instant transmission." In a flash, the three vanished from their location, reappearing on another hemisphere of the fire-boiling star. Shinra gently placed Frieza against a rock, allowing him to catch his breath. Then, Shinra planted her staff into the ground, closing her eyes and reciting incantations that Frieza could not comprehend. Finally, after a brilliant flash of divine light, she solemnly removed the divine radiance from the tip of her staff and presented it to Frieza. "King Frieza, this is the divine qualification of Suking. If you accept it, you will become my priest, endowed with divine attributes. This will extend the time required for the super water to drain your body to over 3 days." Frieza's eyes flashed with malice as he growled, "All of this has been for that purpose?" Shinra quickly shook her head, earnestly replying, "It is not as you imagine, King Frieza. I understand that becoming my priest may be difficult for you to accept, but this is merely a temporary measure. Once you vanquish the super water, I will relinquish this qualification back to Suking. You must believe me. The priesthood can only be conferred by the high priest. Even as a Kaioshin of divine techniques, I can only temporarily borrow this qualification. Please trust me. King Frieza, you deceitful woman, why reveal this now?" Frieza, gritting his teeth, accepted the divine light, threateningly warned, "Ms. Shinra, do not make a decision you will regret for a lifetime. Otherwise, I will surely kill you." Unfazed, Shinra gazed into Frieza's eyes with sincerity. "I will not harm you, King Frieza. Never." "Then let it be." Frieza's eyes widened, and he swiftly embedded the divine light into his chest. In an instant, countless divine rays flickered from Frieza's 7 orifices. His aura became increasingly elusive, and an indescribable sense of comfort flooded his heart, exhilarating him. The myriad energies of the universe danced and surged towards Frieza's body, restoring his strength at an astonishing pace. Moreover, the power being restored was unlike anything he had experienced before, an entirely new kind of strength. As Frieza slightly opened his eyes, the world around him appeared clearer than ever. He could perceive even the slightest fluctuations in every corner of existence. He could hear the breaths of the heavens and the earth, the jubilations of winds and rains, the dances of clouds and moons, and the murmurs of light and darkness. Is this the realm of the divine? The once grotesque visage of Frieza had long since vanished, replaced instead by an aura of tranquility and serenity. Yet, in an instant, this serenity was shattered as Frieza felt the entirety of his strength dwindling. The wondrous state he had just begun to comprehend slipped away along with it. This profound sense of loss, having gained and then lost, filled Frieza with immense disappointment and fury. Frieza glared at Qianrui and exclaimed, "Did you have a hand in this?" Qianrui shook her head and replied, "Why would I do such a thing?" Enraged, Frieza paid no heed to her words, raising his hand to unleash an energy blast toward her. However, Frieza's power had diminished significantly, and with a mere flick of her staff, Qian effortlessly neutralized Frieza's attack. "Please calm yourself. King Frieza, I have assured you that I would never harm you. Not now, nor ever." Qianrui approached Frieza, grasping his hand and gazing into his eyes, explaining, "Your body is complete only with Frieza's soul. Yet now that his essence has been severed, you will find it difficult to harness the full potential of this form. However, rest assured, this situation is merely temporary. Once your soul fully occupies the void he once inhabited, you shall emerge even stronger than before." Frieza, vexed, shrugged off Qianrui's hand, his expression darkening as he retorted, "Temporary. How long must I wait?" Qianrui hesitated, then sighed. "You must await an opportunity, a chance that may arrive in the next moment or perhaps never at all." Frieza took a deep breath, and though he was initially consumed by rage, he found himself too weary to continue arguing, settling into a cross-legged position and coldly stating, "I shall momentarily set aside other grievances." "Did you not say you would unlock my potential? Then what are you waiting for?" Frieza's tone was brusque, yet Qianrui remained unfazed. She sat across from Frieza, conjuring a concealed barrier that enveloped the three of them entirely. Meeting Frieza's skeptical gaze, Qianrui smiled. "Originally, you would not perceive energies, so the replica of the super water would similarly not sense our presence. Nonetheless, it is prudent to exercise caution." With that, she gently waved her staff, summoning an enormous package that she cast before Bodeju, saying, "Mr. Bodeju, I am immensely grateful to you. However, we must remain here for 3 days. There may be some dangers outside, so I have prepared food and water for you. Please do not hesitate to partake." Bodeju waved his hands repeatedly, exclaiming, "Not at all. The Kaishin granted us life. To serve you is my honor. Please do not worry. I shall not intrude upon your affairs." Qianrui narrowed her eyes with a smile. "I truly appreciate it." Turning back to Frieza, she extended her hands earnestly. "King Frieza, during the unlocking of your potential, please refrain from moving, as it may disrupt my divine arts." "Do you understand?" Frieza recalled the scene from the original story where the old Kaishin unlocked Gohan's potential and could not help but smirk. "I understand. Enough of the pleasantries. Let us begin, Lady Qianrui." Chapter 038. Combat Power. 5 billion. 3 days and so, Qianrui and Frieza sat in stillness for 3 days. From initial tranquility to growing unease, Frieza's impatience mounted, fearing that any disturbance might thwart Qianrui's spell and ruin the unlocking of his potential. He found himself unable to sense even the slightest increase in his energy. The most crucial point was that Frieza had seen the original tale and knew that Gohan had also been unable to feel his energy grow during his own unlocking. Thus, immersed in worry and anxiety, Frieza endured 3 long days of monotony. Finally, on the afternoon of the 3rd day, The ceremony reached its conclusion. Qianrui slowly opened her eyes, appearing somewhat fatigued as she collapsed onto the ground. Yet her expression radiated contentment. She gently roused the dozing Frieza. King Frieza, you may now test your true power. Frieza, filled with skepticism, rose to his feet, stretching his somewhat stiff limbs and attempting to gather his energy. In an instant, Frieza's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at his hands. The overwhelming power he now possessed surpassed anything he had experienced 3 days prior. This seemingly silent yet immensely potent divine force thrilled him to the core. Breathing deeply, Frieza savored the rush of energy surging within him, almost spilling over. He felt exhilarated. Lady Qianrui, I apologize for my rudeness 3 days ago. You are indeed a true sage with newfound strength. Frieza's spirits soared. Time is of the essence. I shall confront that impostor and rid myself of that repugnant, rotting soul. Qianrui chuckled nonchalantly, although you have already been drained of energy once. And the super water cannot absorb you again. You must still exercise caution, that I can sense that its power has surged dramatically in these 3 days. King Frieza, do you require my assistance in reaching it? Frieza shook his head and slowly ascended into the sky. No need. I can already sense its location. With the burden lifted, I feel significantly more at ease. Then, Lady Qianrui, I shall return to you in 10 minutes. With that, Frieza unleashed a staggering wave of energy. The purple aura flickered, and even the smallest hint of his power sent shivers down spines. With a whoosh, Frieza transformed into a beam of purple light, swiftly traversing half a planet to arrive at the gorge where the seal of the super water had been undone. There, the black-purple Frieza, formed from the super water, stood with closed eyes, arms crossed, gazing at the sky, awaiting Frieza's arrival. Finally, as Frieza's feet touched the ground, the super water slowly opened its eyes, greeting Frieza with familiarity. Well, good day, Mr. Thief. No, perhaps it should be Mr. Robber. At last, you have the audacity to face me. Frieza remained unfazed by the taunts, instead scoffing. The villain laughs at the robber. We are cut from the same cloth, and you have some nerve. The super water laughed without anger, clapping its hands lightly. Indeed, well said. We are both rogues, and whatever we have done is simply the work of rogues. Mr. Robber, you truly align with my intentions if it were not for your destined role as my sustenance. I would genuinely consider recruiting you. Frieza's smile turned cold as he suddenly vanished from sight. The super water's expression shifted, crossing its arms before it in defense. When Frieza reappeared, his fist collided with the super water's guard. With a forceful shove, the super water sent Frieza staggering back. Chuckling, you should have lost all your power and vanished 3 days ago. Yet here you are, stronger than ever. That Queen Atla must have meddled. Frieza shot 3 energy waves toward the super water, retorting icily. You seem well informed. The super water swatted away the energy blasts effortlessly, its smile darkening. When we were one, I was like a shadow, witnessing everything you did. I know all your plans, but fear not, with the assistance of Queen Atla. No, the Kaioshin, your survival has merely been extended by 3 days, and it is all for naught. Frieza paused, momentarily silent. This was not due to a lack of response, but rather, target acquired, target individual, super water, Frieza form. Proceed with scan. The long-awaited system had unexpectedly prompted him with a notification. Frieza nodded slightly, choosing yes in his mind. Immediately after, a black-purple image of Frieza's head appeared in the 4th blank box on the left side of his consciousness, while the system provided the combat data for the super water Frieza. Simulation target. Super water form. Frieza form combat power assessment. 5. 000000000. True soul bonus. Weakness. Core crystal of super water luck. E5 billion. Frieza was slightly taken aback. When his powers were absorbed by super water, his combat power was merely 400 million. Yet, just 3 days later, his combat power had skyrocketed tenfold. How could this be? However, Frieza cast a fleeting glance at the luck value beneath super water, and sure enough, it was E, for some unknown reason. Frieza suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to laugh 3 times. Frieza's family truly had not entered the wrong door. Super Water had exceptional hearing. Upon hearing Frieza's quiet exclamation of 5 billion, he had already caught on. In response, Super Water, rather than rushing to attack, touched his nose and smiled smugly. Haha. Although I don't know how you figured out my current combat power, you must be correct. My combat power has indeed become a terrifying 5 billion. This is a realm you will never reach. Ha ha ha. Frieza looked at Super Water with a hint of pity. Just 5 billion, and he was already so pleased. One could only imagine how he would react when, in a few decades, numbers in the thousands of billions were casually mentioned. Super Water pointed at Frieza, laughing maniacally. Are you surprised? I'm also astonished. I never expected your strength to improve so rapidly. Truly worthy of my cosmic royal body. Ha ha ha. Chapter 039. Returned with a hint of curiosity, Frieza inquired, how did you achieve this? How did I do it? Super Water laughed heartily. Ha ha. Excellent question. In the past, I never trained because I was far too powerful, to the extent that I had to transform to suppress my energy lest I accidentally destroy my own planet. Although, due to some peculiar interference, I was unable to read your thoughts smoothly. Fragments of your memories have remained in my mind. Androids, Majin Buu, baby, evil dragons. Who would have thought this world-as future would be plagued by such numerous monsters? The majesty of the Cosmic King sounds almost like a joke, ha ha. So, I decided to train for a short while to surpass them. You see, it's only been 3 days, and I've already managed to astonish you. Quite effective, wouldn't you say? Ha ha ha. Frieza's pupils constricted, feeling somewhat astonished. The world he had traversed and seemed to have Frieza's character setting exceed all bounds. Training for 3 days, for 100 million turned into 5 billion. With such capabilities, why fear the super science at all? However, fortunately, he had arrived not too late. Ha ha ha. Frieza's shoulders quivered slightly, his subdued laughter gradually escalating into madness. Ha ha ha. Frieza, you haven't changed one bit. Arrogant, conceited, just like your father and brother. It's utterly repulsive. What did you say? Super Water's expression darkened, veins bulging on his forehead, as he unleashed a massive energy shockwave toward Frieza. Impudence. Ha ha ha. Do you wish to know why you can't access all my memories? Because you're simply too foolish, too weak. The Cosmic King is I, not you. Frieza effortlessly caught Super Water's shockwave with a single hand, pushing against the immense energy while advancing step by step towards Super Water. You! Super Water desperately increased his energy output, roaring madly. This is impossible. How can you possibly contend against my current strength? Yet, no matter how much Super Water escalated his output, Frieza continued to push the shockwave forward, drawing ever closer. Damn it! Suddenly, Super Water relinquished his energy output, vanishing from sight, but Frieza remained unfazed, dispersing the massive shockwave with ease, and his right hand swung out, landing a powerful punch right on the face of the stealthily attacking Super Water. Left, right, Super Water vanished repeatedly, attacking Frieza from all directions with blinding speed. Yet Frieza didn't even glance. Each of Super Water's ambushes became an opportunity for Frieza to counterattack. After a relentless tussle, Frieza emerged unscathed, while Super Water lay battered and bruised. The astonishment in Super Water's eyes was unmistakable. Cough cough, how could you possibly know where I would attack from each time? Ha ha. That's because Frieza suddenly vanished from his previous location, reappearing with his palm pressed against Super Water's core crystal. This time, Super Water could not even catch a glimpse of Frieza's shadow before succumbing to the attack. I am simply far too powerful compared to you. Frieza's victorious sneer was the last image etched in Super Water's eyes. The energy beam emitted from Frieza's palm instantly shattered Super Water's core. Perhaps to ensure absolute victory, or simply for enjoyment, Frieza unleashed 6 or 7 consecutive energy beams before relinquishing his grip. With the loss of his energy core, Super Water began to dissolve slowly. As Super Water melted away, Frieza's vengeful spirit screamed in agony, until only an eye remained of Super Water, that I suddenly burst forth with a dazzling brilliance. From somewhere, Frieza's soul echoed with maniacal laughter. The Cosmic King. Frieza shall never vanish. I may be dead, but you. There's still you. Absurd, Frieza chuckled coldly, casually releasing a shockwave that obliterated the last remnants of super water. The energy he had lost returned entirely to his body. Even encompassing Super Water's training achievements over the past 3 days. Casting a glance at the combat power displayed beneath his image in his mind, Frieza smiled coldly. Just 5 billion better than nothing. With that thought, Frieza turned and soared back along the path he had come. Traversing half a planet, he swiftly returned to his starting point. Frieza, my lord, Chinue exclaimed, her delicate face revealing a hint of joy upon seeing Frieza return safely. You succeeded. Lord Frieza, haha, merely exterminating a weakling with 5 billion combat power is hardly an achievement, Frieza replied with a grin, turning to Chinue. So, how did I fare? Lady Chinue, did I take less than 10 minutes? Chinue smiled gently. Lord Frieza, with your current strength, even the terrifying Majin Buu would not pose a challenge to you. Just as you wished, you have truly become the Cosmic King. Feeling the unprecedented surge of power within his body. Frieza nodded. You speak true. I fear nothing anymore. However, we should hurry back. My hidden dangers have been resolved, and it is time to formally commence the Frieza Force's plan to conquer the universe. To Frieza's overt ambitions, Chinue said nothing further. Nodding slightly at Bodeiju, she smiled. Thank you for your assistance this time. Mr. Bodeiju sighed in relief, shaking his head with a smile. No, it is I who should thank you, and Lord Frieza. You have liberated me from Super Water's constraints, and I can finally pursue what I truly wish to do. Until we meet again. Chinue grasped Frieza's hand, lightly tapping her scepter, commanding. Instant transmission. In an instant, the two vanished from their original location, reappearing within Frieza's spacecraft. However, their eyes were met with a scene of utter devastation. Where the spacecraft once docked, only countless fragments remained, exuding a foul, charred odor. The ground was littered with corpses. Numerous scientists and medical personnel had perished on the spot. All of these were members of Frieza's Legion. Gazing upon this sudden calamity, Frieza's expression gradually twisted, and the flames of fury within him ignited to an indescribable extent. Gritting his teeth, Frieza uttered with deliberate emphasis, "What on earth has happened here?" Chapter 040. The lone commander this place has been attacked. Lord Frieza. A shimmering energy curtain suddenly unfolded, revealing Suking, accompanied by the severely injured Sabo and Dodoria. Standing before Frieza. Moments ago, our 3 spacecraft were assaulted by a coalition of forces. All medical and research personnel were slaughtered. If my conjecture holds true, the attackers are likely mercenaries under the banner of the Galactic Corporation. Suking, supporting Dodoria and Sabo on either side, knelt before Frieza and bowed his head, stating, "This was a comprehensive retaliation. They deployed at least 20,000 warriors that I deeply apologize, Lord Frieza, for failing to meet your expectations." Only 20,000? Frieza, seething with rage, grasped Suking by the collar, lifting him into the air with a fierce glare. "Is it possible that you were bested by a mere 20,000? The illustrious Frieza Legion, under the command of the Galactic Emperor, almost annihilated by a pack of swine. You dare stand before me alive?" Before he could finish, Frieza unleashed a shockwave, inflicting severe injury upon Suking and casting him violently to the ground. Witnessing this, Dodoria and Sabo quickly interjected on Suking's behalf. "Lord Frieza, cough cough, this time it truly cannot be blamed on Mr. Suking that a strange smile crept across Frieza's face as he turned to regard the two with a look reminiscent of death. Laughing with fury, you two incompetent fools still have the audacity to make excuses." Dodoria and Sabo, horrified by Frieza's demeanor, turned pale and were rendered speechless. Yet, Chinue seemed to grasp the situation, pondering aloud. Logically speaking, with your combat capabilities, there should be no one in the North Galaxy capable of challenging you, particularly Suking, whose power level, according to the detector, should exceed 200,000. It is inconceivable that you could be defeated by a mere 20,000 mercenaries. By the way, what are the Ginyu Force? With Chinue's subtle prompting, Frieza's rage-clouded mind finally began to clear. Observing the wounds on Dodoria and Sabo, Frieza's pupils constricted. Have the Ginyu Force betrayed me? Cough cough. No, The Jinya Force, all 5 members, are true warriors. They would rather die than betray you. Lord Frieza, Suking, battered and bruised, struggled to rise from the ground, gasping. Indeed, if it were merely the North Galaxy, the 8 of us would have sufficed to sweep through. However, cough cough, those galactic corporations not only dispatched heavy troops to besiege us, but also contacted your brother, Cooler. Frieza exclaimed in disbelief. Cooler? Isn't he in the South Galaxy? Why is he here? Suking clutched his chest. Speaking with great difficulty, it appears he has been tracking us all along, and today he suddenly appeared, utterly overwhelming us. We were no match for him. Cough cough. Fortunately, he cannot sense energy, allowing me to conceal the 4 of us with my mystic arts. But the Jinya Force was captured entirely. Lord Frieza, your timely return is truly fortuitous. Cough cough. Did I ask that so? Frieza's mind was suddenly illuminated. He recalled the moment he had slain his most trusted subordinate, Bara, and the furious, resentful expression on Cooler's face, his furious roars and howls. It dawned upon him that Cooler had indeed meant every word when he vowed not to let it go. Frieza focused on the wounds of Dodoria, Sabo, and Suking. Indeed, these injuries bear a striking resemblance to Cooler's signature technique. Cooler's combat strength exceeds 300 million. Even if I had 100 more like Dodoria, there would be no match for Cooler. Having pieced everything together, Frieza suddenly erupted in laughter. He was positively delighted. Cooler, you truly have impressed me. You feigned frustration to put me at ease, all the while secretly tracking me, biding your time for revenge. Frieza's expression morphed into a terrifying snarl, as the pent-up fury within him could no longer be contained. Grinding his teeth, he declared, You are truly seeking your own demise. Suking, Frieza enunciated each word with chilling clarity. Did you just say that Cooler has only just left? Suking paused, nodding slightly. Yes, just moments ago. Daha. Do you think he'll let you slip away after vanishing right under his nose? Ha ha ha. Frieza lifted his gaze, fixated on the heavens. Based on my knowledge of Cooler, he will undoubtedly obliterate this entire planet to eliminate any future threats. This has been a long-standing tradition in our family. As expected, Frieza's prediction was spot on. In the distant sky, a fiery red sun suddenly emerged. It was none other than Cooler's ultimate technique for planetary destruction. The Death Ball, a dangerous smile, crept across Frieza's lips as he ominously stated, Cooler, I have found you. In an instant, Frieza vanished from his location, breaking through the atmosphere at incredible speed, surging into the cosmos. Just as Cooler released the Death Ball, Frieza, without batting an eye, spread his limbs and tail wide. With a manic grin, charged directly towards the incoming Death Ball. Cooler, caught off guard, had no time to react before Frieza collided fiercely with the Death Ball. At the moment of contact, the Death Ball detonated explosively. The cataclysmic energy capable of annihilating stars swept across the entire starry expanse in an instant. Countless mercenaries and Cooler's subordinates, completely unaware of the calamity, were effortlessly obliterated in the wake of the explosion. How infuriating! Cooler finally regained his senses, hastily curling his tail, desperately attempting to withstand this unforeseen disaster. As the smoke cleared, everything Cooler had just possessed vanished into thin air. His legion, his spacecraft, the representatives of the Galactic Corporation. All were annihilated without a trace. Not even a wisp of ash remained. Cooler stood, dazed, gazing upon the emptiness before him, recalling the fleeting purple figure. Has Frieza gone mad? Cooler ground his teeth, his mind blank. He actually took my Death Ball head on. This bastard, does he intend to sacrifice himself to ensure the complete destruction of the Cooler Corps? Chapter 041. Farewell, Cooler Ha. My dear brother Cooler, it has indeed been far too long. As the remnants of the explosion dissipated, a pale purple figure emerged in the distance, wearing a satisfied smile of revenge. Let me think. It seems we haven't met since that time I personally killed Bara. Have we, my brother Cooler? It was none other than Frieza. With an audacious display, Frieza confronted Cooler, exposing the raw, festering wounds of the past. Cooler glared at Frieza with an intensity that seemed to scorch, shouting, Frieza, you finally admit it. It was you who killed Bara. You damned bastard. Ha! Indeed, I confess, Frieza replied with a sinister grin. But what can you do about it, Cooler? At this point, Cooler began to regain a semblance of calm and rationality. Slightly steadying his emotions, he sneered. What will you do? Didn't Father make it abundantly clear long ago? No, there's no need for my father to intervene. I can bring your life to an end right now to relieve the hatred that burdens my heart. Father? Oh, you mean Clud? In an instant, Frieza flashed and appeared before Kefira, seizing him by the throat with a cold smirk, declaring, There's no need to rush. Once I have dominion over the Northern Galaxy, I shall certainly return to deal with that old fool. However, you may not live to see that day. What? Kefira was astonished by Frieza's declaration of rebellion, yet he was even more terrified by the overwhelming power Frieza suddenly displayed. Kefira began to panic slightly. How is it that your speed has increased so dramatically? Frieza? My progress encompasses more than just speed, my foolish brother. Frieza slowly pressed his left hand against Kefira's chest, summoning a flickering red energy blast imbued with destructive power. Now, Kefira, if you wish to live, you will immediately tell me the whereabouts of the Ginyu Force. Otherwise what? Kefira suddenly erupted, his eyes flashing with red light, as his body underwent a startling transformation. His head became imposing, and a mask formed over his mouth, accompanied by a surge in his already formidable combat power. At that moment, a voice echoed in Frieza's mind. New form of target detected. Update. Frieza promptly selected yes. In an instant, Kefira's icon shimmered with golden light on the interface in his mind, and his original data was swiftly refreshed, revealing the updated information. Simulated target. Kefira form. Final form. Armor transformation. Combat power assessment. 470 million weakness. Unknown luck. Frieza was taken aback. How could you still possess an E in luck even in your transformed state? What is there to struggle against? As for Kefira's current combat power, it was still insufficient for even a mere 3 days of Super Saiyan training to defeat with a single hand. Seeing Frieza suddenly lost in thought, Kefira was overjoyed and launched a surprise attack. Kefira unleashed all of his energy in a furious assault toward the close proximity Frieza. The violent surge of energy engulfed Frieza in an instant. Kefira laughed triumphantly. Lay your guard down, Frieza. You didn't expect I'd master the 5th form, did you? You are destined to perish at my hands. How disappointing you are. Frieza's voice suddenly emerged from the shockwave. Kefira's laughter abruptly ceased, as if he were being choked. Suddenly, Frieza's fist burst forth from the energy wave, landing a solid blow to Kefira's abdomen. The excruciating pain caused Kefira's body to convulse, and the shockwave he unleashed to ambush Frieza dissipated. Your skills are truly lacking, Kefira. You exerted such force, yet all you accomplished was to make me yawn. Frieza lightly tapped his fingertip on Kefira's chest, chuckling darkly. I initially intended to grant you a chance at survival, but it seems you do not value it. In no matter. Subordinates may be replaced, and no one is irreplaceable that I no longer wish to know the whereabouts of the Ginyu Force. I simply want you dead. Kefira. At that moment, Kefira genuinely felt fear. He never imagined that the Frieza he had long bullied and plotted against could one day determine his life and death on a whim. On the brink of death, Kefira could no longer withstand the terror of demise, and pleaded, Frieza, we are brothers. You cannot do this. Swish! The red energy wave from Frieza's fingertip pierced through Kefira's heart. You! Swish! Frieza! Swish, 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 swish! Frieza relentlessly pierced Kefira's body with energy blasts, without hesitation or mercy. Even as Kefira lay lifeless, Frieza continued his assault until Kefira was rendered a mere sieve. Only then did Frieza allow a slight reduction in his fury, coldly observing Kefira's unblinking corpse. Frieza carelessly discarded it into the vastness of space, letting it drift aimlessly. Kefira, you truly disgust me. How could a cowardly wretch like you ever be worthy of being my brother, the Galactic Emperor Frieza? Ha! Frieza's face contorted with wild laughter. Perhaps the words spoken by Super Saiyan before his demise had come to fruition. Frieza shall never be extinguished. Without me, there is still you. After having laughed to his heart's content, Frieza calmed the violent emotions within him and turned to soar toward the planet Fosti, instantly traversing the vast distance to reunite with Shinrue and the others. Mr. Suking. Oh, who is she? Just as Frieza returned and was about to inquire about some matters from Suking, he unexpectedly spotted another small figure. Suking's wounds appeared to have healed completely, and he brought forth a little girl who had been hiding behind him, introducing her to Frieza. King Frieza, do you not remember? This is Furman, the student you instructed me to take under my wing. The little girl timidly bowed deeply to Frieza, exclaiming, King Frieza. Frieza, slightly surprised, looked at Furman, now dressed neatly and radiating a charming beauty akin to a little princess, and nodded. Oh, it is you. By the way, I recall you mentioned there were 4 of you, Mr. Suking, Chapter 042. Surrender. Suking nodded and replied. Indeed, King Frieza. She was hiding within my camouflage barrier, perhaps feeling a bit shy. Ha. Frieza playfully scrutinized Furman, smiling slightly. The courageous Furman, who dared to craft laser guns to resist those wretched capitalists, is afraid of strangers? Nearby, Dodoria immediately chimed in with flattery. How could mere local tycoons compare to you, the Galactic Emperor Frieza? Your Majesty instills fear across the universe. Well said, Mr. Dodoria. However, my mood is rather poor at the moment. Your flattery does little to lift my spirits, though I appreciate the sentiment. The Frieza's smile gradually turned cold as he turned to Suking. Mr. Suking, our spaceship has been completely destroyed, which means that ship has also been obliterated. Suking understood exactly which chip Frieza referred to and quickly responded. Rest assured, King Frieza. While the chip was indeed destroyed, all the information contained within it is securely stored in my mind. Ha. This is the only good news I've heard today. Mr. Suking, you are far more reliable than my 2 useless subordinates. Frieza flicked his tail, wearing a sinister smile. Now then, Mr. Suking, think for me. Are there any detestable capitalist bases near this planet? Suking seemed to anticipate Frieza's inquiry and replied without hesitation. The nearest base is not far from here. By spaceship, it would take only half an hour to reach. No need to search for a ship. That would be too troublesome, Mr. Suking. Frieza waved his hand, his expression darkening. I do not wish to allow those wretched cosmic capitalists to live another second longer. Mr. Suking, lead the way. I shall fly directly there with you. I want those parasites to know who truly holds the reins from now on in the Northern Galaxy. No, the entire universe. As you command, King Frieza. Meanwhile, the capitalists, who had just dispatched mercenaries to obliterate 3 of Frieza's spacecraft and wreak havoc on the planet Vasti, gathered at a nearby planetary base, preparing to host a celebratory party to commemorate the triumphant defeat of the ignorant bandits who dared to challenge the authority of capitalists, the lowly mercenaries. Of course, were deemed unworthy of attending the festivities. They were only fit to linger on the periphery, gathering dust, unbeknownst to the capitalists and the high-ranking generals of the militia they had financed. Calamity loomed just around the corner as they elegantly raised their goblets, reveling in what they believed to be their self-righteous victory. Friends, an elder proclaimed, raising his glass, to the Moken family. Countless elegantly attired members of the upper class echoed in unison. To the Moken family, the elder, filled with fervor, downed the red wine in his goblet and passionately declared, Young Master Kid, I have avenged you. In that moment, followers flocked to him. Indeed, the elder was none other than the sole survivor from the wealth plunderous ship No. 3, the esteemed butler of young Master Kid. Everyone present was well aware of the benevolence and humility of this distinguished gentleman. Not only was he from a prominent family, but he was also a renowned freedom fighter across the cosmos. Yet this highly revered individual had met a cruel demise at the hands of the cosmic criminal Frieza. While we may be kind-hearted, we are by no means weak. The nefarious Frieza has already been dealt with by his brother's righteous hand. However, we have also captured the wicked accomplices of Frieza, the infamous Jinyu Force. The elder, brimming with righteous indignation, boldly recited Frieza's transgressions and expounded upon the heinous nature of the Jinyu Force, which had only been formed 3 days prior. Bring forth those cosmic scoundrels, he commanded. Immediately, dozens of direct soldiers from the Moken family pushed 5 specially designed cages forward. Numerous cables connected to the 5 members of the Jinyu Force rendered them utterly powerless. The elder, filled with righteous fury, seized a laser cannon from a nearby soldier and relentlessly fired at Jinyu's face, exclaiming, "Scoundrels! Taste the laser of democracy." Jinyu, battered and bloodied, remained defiant. "Old fool, these toys are hardly worth a chuckle to me. Jinyu, I suggest you bring out something more substantial." "Ha! Look at that, my friends, the despicable cosmic thief still puts on airs." The elder feigned humor, addressing the crowd. "I wager he's just putting on a brave front. He cannot withstand the punishment of democracy for much longer. Ha ha." A chorus of laughter erupted, though many found the outdated jest lacking in humor. Approaching Jinyu, the elder whispered conspiratorially in his ear, "Hey, you vile thief. Our Moken family leader wishes for me to convey a message. If you are willing to accept our terms of surrender and serve us henceforth, we may grant you clemency. We could even promote you to the status of a new cosmic hero across the universe. You see, our consortium controls over 70% of the mainstream media in the Northern Galaxy. No one can escape our narrative." Jinyu paused, then mockingly retorted, "Am I not the most infamous villain in the universe? You so-called great freedom fighters wish to ally with me. No, no. Mr. Jinyu, you misunderstand. It is not an alliance. But rather, you shall submit to us." The elder shrugged nonchalantly. "In truth, I share this with you merely as part of my duties. Should you refuse, I would be more than willing to personally disembowel you. As for your dreadful reputation, fret not. With a few small favors, the ignorant populace will hardly care if we betray the interests of the Northern Galaxy Federation. You must understand, the Moken family reigns supreme in the Northern Galaxy." Feigning resignation, Jinyu sighed. "Very well, I agree." Yet, just as the elder basked in his perceived triumph, Jinyu's demeanor shifted dramatically. He suddenly shouted, "Agree to your old fool's nonsense. Go to hell." In an instant, Jinyu unleashed a powerful shockwave, catching the elder off guard and obliterating his head in a flash. Chapter 043. Rescue. The elder's headless form staggered and collapsed, eliciting gasps of shock from the assembled capitalists, though now a captive. Jinyu laughed maniacally. "You presumptuous insects! Do you truly believe you can sway me, Jinyu? The only one capable of commanding us is none other than the great cosmic emperor, Frieza." "Well said, Captain," the members of the Jinyu force declared. "We would rather die than bow to these loathsome parasites." Beside them, Berta and Gold rallied, vociferously supporting Jinyu. Although they were powerless, they continued to resist as best they could, spitting at the soldiers who guarded them. Chaos erupted in the hall. The pampered minions of the capitalists, now leaderless, were utterly at a loss for what to do next. They could only weakly aim their laser guns at Jinyu and his comrades, futilely threatening them to behave. This impotent intimidation was akin to a child's play, failing to instill fear in Jinyu and only emboldening their audacity, just as the situation threatened to spiral out of control. The true authority, who had been lurking in shadows, had no choice but to step forward. "Fear not. They are merely our captives. They can do nothing." A well-dressed, rosy-faced, middle-aged man emerged from the darkness, pressing a button in his hand. In an instant, a powerful surge of electricity coursed through Jinyu and his comrades, rendering them utterly incapacitated, slumped against their cages, unable to muster even the slightest strength. The middle-aged man's timely intervention quelled the commotion, swiftly restoring order to the scene. That he approached Jinyu, casting not a glance at the headless corpse of the elder on the ground, and coldly remarked, "I fail to comprehend the rationale behind your utterly irrational decision." Jinyu openly displayed his disdain for the middle-aged man, retorting with a sneer, "How could a tiger bow to a turtle? You are merely deluding yourself." "You," the middle-aged man, incensed, recognized the mockery aimed at him for hiding in the shadows until absolutely necessary. "Very well. It seems that the brigand known as Frieza possesses some merit. Even in death, he commands such loyalty from you." The middle-aged man's casual remark struck Jinyu like a thunderbolt. His jaw dropped in disbelief. "What did you say? The great Frieza is dead. That is impossible. You lie." The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes, sneering, "What status do you think I possess that I would stoop to deceive a mere cosmic thief?" "Allow me to enlighten you. Frieza has been slain by his own brother," Jinyu roared in fury. "That cannot be. The great Frieza is far too powerful. No one in the universe could possibly defeat him." The middle-aged man scoffed derisively. That is merely a reflection of your ignorance. Not only can we eliminate the likes of Frieza, but we, the Moken family, could also vanquish the legendary Kaioshin, the creator of all life in the universe, should you wish to see. Having spoken, the middle-aged man inquired with a hint of curiosity. To be honest, I find it somewhat difficult to comprehend your loyalty to Frieza. As far as I know, you have only met him once, conversing for no more than an hour, yet you are willing to risk your life for such a fleeting acquaintance? Why? Jinyu regarded the middle-aged man with a gaze filled with pity, and only after observing the discomfort he caused did Jinyu suddenly rouse himself, roaring in indignation. The bond between artists? What do you mere mortals understand? The scene fell into an eerie silence. Everyone stared, dumbfounded, at Jinyu on stage, who seemed to shimmer with an inexplicable radiance. Rendered speechless, suddenly, from an unknown source, the sound of enthusiastic applause resounded. "Bravo!" exclaimed a voice. "Well said. Mr. Jinyu, how could these foolish monkeys possibly comprehend the profound emotions shared between a cosmic emperor and his most trusted subordinate?" Unbeknownst to them, Frieza had appeared in the distance, with Suqing closely trailing behind. As Frieza spoke, the two advanced step by step toward Jinyu. The middle-aged man immediately recognized Frieza's visage, his face paling in shock as he urgently commanded, "Fire! Fire! Do not allow him to advance another step." Countless soldiers obeyed the command, swiftly aiming their laser guns at Frieza, unleashing a barrage of fire. Yet Frieza, unperturbed, maintained his calm demeanor, continuing to walk forward, fearless, just as the multitude of lasers was about to strike him. Suqing, following closely behind Frieza, suddenly activated a protective shield, deflecting all the attacks to the exterior of the energy barrier. No assault could penetrate this seemingly thin membrane. The middle-aged man, in a state of sheer horror, scrambled backward in a desperate attempt to escape. Meanwhile, the throngs of elite individuals present finally reacted, screaming and scattering in every direction. However, Frieza paid them no mind. He strode directly to the front of the Jinyu force, smiling slightly as he addressed them. "Ah, Mr. Jinyu, Mr. Berta, Mr. Gold, Mr. Geese, and Mr. Goldo, I am delighted that I have not arrived too late and that you are all still alive." With a wave of his hand, Suqing dismantled 5 specially designed cages, liberating the entirety of the Jinyu force. From the moment Jinyu laid eyes on Frieza, he was overwhelmed with excitement. Once freed, the 5 members of Jinyu stood at attention, their faces adorned with expressions of shame as they collectively apologized. "We are truly sorry. Lord Frieza, the Jinyu force has disappointed you." "Ah, it is of no consequence, Mr. Jinyu. You need not blame yourselves." Frieza gently flicked his tail, a sinister smile playing upon his lips. "After all, the wretched insect that displeased me has been reduced to a sieve by my own hands. My mood is not as dire as it once was." "Yes, that's so. That is indeed splendid news." Jinyu felt a significant weight lift from his chest upon hearing Frieza's words. "By the way, Lord Frieza, I have a suggestion." Frieza raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "What suggestion?" After exchanging knowing glances, Jinyu and the others shouted in unison, "Let us dance together to celebrate." Lord Frieza, Frieza, get lost. Chapter 044. Identification, Mr. Jinyu, this is not a time for celebration. Do you not see that countless insects are rushing toward us? Frieza, without turning back, gestured behind him. Jinyu and the others followed Frieza's, looking up to witness a sea of mercenaries and the direct forces of the Moken family converging upon them. An overwhelming tide of approximately 20,000 elite soldiers encircled Frieza and his companions, leaving no escape route. Countless eyes glared hungrily, poised to annihilate Frieza and his entourage at the command of the Moken family's leader. In the face of such a tense situation, however, Frieza displayed not a hint of panic, instead revealing a dark smile. "Ah, how amusing, Mr. Jinyu. It seems some believe that gathering 2,000 ants can provoke a dinosaur." He chuckled. Jinyu scoffed, shaking off the lingering stiffness in his limbs, and grinned menacingly. "Lord Frieza, you need not lift a finger. I shall show this troop of jesters what it means to be a true warrior." Frieza waved his hand dismissively, slowly turning to gaze at the middle-aged leader of the mercenaries, Observing the ignorant expression that seemed to suggest he had everything under control, Frieza suddenly burst into laughter. How delightful! No, Mr. Jinyu, I must allow these ignorant pests to comprehend one crucial truth. Only the dead will earn the Emperor's forgiveness for their affronts. With that, Frieza extended his hand, unleashing a massive purple shockwave. In an instant, the encircling net of soldiers, caught completely off guard, was torn apart by a colossal breach. Nearly half of the soldiers, along with the nameless leader of the Moken family, were reduced to ashes by Frieza's energy wave. Only then did the remaining soldiers react, frantically opening fire on Frieza. In that moment, an astonishing barrage of laser energy rained down upon them, a spectacle to behold. The ferocity of the assault was sufficient to obliterate a planet. Yet 5 figures swiftly positioned themselves in front of Frieza. It was the Jinyu force. Gold, Berta, and Jinyu stood resolutely, shielding Frieza with their robust bodies from the onslaught of laser energy. Meanwhile, Berta and Guldo tirelessly dispersed the remaining energy beams aimed at Suching. After the storm of gunfire, Jinyu and the others erupted into raucous laughter, striking various bizarre poses to demonstrate their unscathed condition. At that moment, the soldiers finally grasped the terrifying nature of their adversaries. Panic ensued as some cowardly soldiers began to flee, but Frieza would not allow these ants who had dared to offend him to escape so easily. Frieza coldly commanded, "Suching, it is your time to shine." Suching hesitated briefly, but then enlightenment struck. He finally understood the significance of Frieza's inquiry 3 days prior about whether he possessed the ability to confine enemies on a large scale. Everything had been preparation for this day. With that thought, Suching confidently raised his hands, bellowing, "Vast sky, become my indestructible cage, binding technique of the divine." In an instant, the air seemed to freeze. The once empty sky suddenly manifested a heavy, transparent barrier. No matter how the soldiers attacked, the barrier remained immovable. None could escape. "Excellent work, Mr. Suching," Frieza praised as he gradually ascended into the sky. Countless soldiers, filled with terror, scrambled to evade Frieza, with even the cowardly direct soldiers of the Moken family breaking down in tears from sheer fright. Ahem! Frieza cleared his throat, and suddenly, all the cacophony ceased, leaving the soldiers in stunned silence, their mouths agape, yet unable to utter a single sound. "First, allow me to introduce myself," Frieza said, gently touching his chest in a most gentlemanly manner. "I am Frieza, the Cosmic Emperor, the strongest being in the entire universe. No one shall be my opponent. No matter how many of you there are, it is futile to believe otherwise. This point requires no further elaboration." He chuckled. My mood was rather pleasant today, yet it has been utterly ruined. Those who offend the Cosmic Emperor shall pay the price, without exception. Frieza's smile morphed into that of a demon. "I am known for my kindness. I do not wish to slaughter the innocent. Therefore, if you can identify the direct forces of the Moken family that have angered me, I may consider forgiving you mercenaries. What do you say? Is this not a most advantageous deal?" With that, Frieza lifted the silence spell, urging, "What are you all waiting for? I granted you but 10 minutes' time." Upon realizing that they could speak, one soldier, whose mind was relatively clear, shouted loudly, "Do not fall for his trick. He is orchestrating our mutual slaughter." In an instant, a crimson beam flashed, and the soldier's head was shattered by Frieza's energy blast. Frieza slowly lowered his hand, a disdainful smirk gracing his lips as he remarked, "In truth, he is correct. I do intend for you to annihilate one another. Yet you have no alternative. This is your singular chance at survival." At that moment, another bold mercenary stepped forward, exclaiming, "Or we could unite and slay you. Thus, we too could attain our freedom." "Well said," Frieza exclaimed, raising his hand, fingers poised together, and with a sudden flourish, he unleashed a slender energy blade. In an instant, it cleaved through hundreds of soldiers, their lifeless bodies collapsing to the ground in a gruesome display. The remaining soldiers, overwhelmed with terror, found themselves bereft of the courage to resist. It dawned on them that before them stood a monstrous entity capable of slaying nearly 10,000 with a single blow. Frieza clapped his hands lightly. "I admire genuine warriors with courage. However, I detest those dim-wits who believe that bravery alone can resolve all matters. Now, if there are no objections, I invite you to begin identifying one another. Countless soldiers exchanged glances, and amidst a cacophony, they divided into two factions, each accusing the other of being direct subordinates of the Moken family. Oh dear, this truly puts me in a quandary, Frieza feigned distress. Raising an eyebrow, you are all identifying one another as the lapdogs of the capitalists. How am I to discern the truth? Suddenly, an idea seemed to strike him, and he extended his finger, smirking wickedly. I recall a saying, "The righteous shall always prevail." I find that sentiment quite profound. Therefore, let us do this. You shall engage in battle. Until the last of your adversaries lies dead, the victorious party shall earn my trust as the cosmic emperor Frieza. What say you? Upon concluding his words, Frieza gradually descended to the ground, gazing up with a twisted smile. The soldiers hesitated momentarily, then erupted simultaneously into a thunderous roar of battle cries, unhesitatingly commencing fire upon one another. In an instant, the ground was littered with the bodies of the slain, falling like dumplings in a pot. All this carnage stemmed from Frieza's single utterance, claiming countless lives. There were indeed intelligent individuals among them. Yet, as Frieza had stated, they were left with no choice, standing behind Frieza. Jinyu appeared perplexed and inquired, "Lord Frieza," while one side is well-equipped yet sluggish in response, the other, although poorly armed, is fierce and valiant. Is it not evident who the true mercenaries are? Frieza, unfazed, replied leisurely, "You are correct, Mr. Jinyu. Precisely because it is easy to discern who the genuine mercenaries are, I have incited them to engage in mutual slaughter. My forces have suffered significant losses, and I must hasten to recruit more personnel, and they are indeed the finest candidates. Should they eliminate the capitalist minions, they will have no choice but to serve me. Of course, if they are unfortunate enough to lose," Frieza's expression darkened as he chuckled ominously, "then I shall simply obliterate this planet, using it as a firework display at their funeral, armed with advanced weaponry." The soldiers relentlessly slaughtered each other with deadly efficiency. Soon, the once crowded skies became less populated, and the confrontation ultimately revealed its victor. The mercenaries emerged triumphant. Yet, even as the winning side, battle-hardened as they were, only a little over 2,000 remained, each one wounded. A soldier, appearing to be the leader of this group of mercenaries, descended with his subordinates and knelt before Frieza. "Lord Frieza, we have completely annihilated the opposing side." Frieza nodded in satisfaction. "Well done. I am quite pleased. You are indeed competent warriors. I had anticipated you might show some mercy towards your employer. Congratulations. You have now earned the right to join my Frieza force." The leader's face revealed a flicker of reluctance, but he quickly bowed his head, feigning deep gratitude. "Thank you, Lord Frieza, for your forgiveness regarding our previous offenses. We shall serve you wholeheartedly from this day forth." Frieza nodded slightly. "That is, of course, the best course of action. By the way, what is your name?" The leader promptly replied, "Reporting to you, Lord Frieza, my name is Hegemonly, and I'm the leader of these young rascals." "Naturally, our leader from now on is you, Lord Frieza." The 2,000 mercenaries behind Hegemonly echoed in unison. "We salute you, Lord Frieza." Their voices resonated through the air, a far cry from the disorganized and undisciplined reputation of the cosmic mercenaries. Yet Frieza paid no mind, instead grinning as he flicked his tail. "Ah, Mr. Hegemonly, you truly know how to conduct yourself. Now, my first command." Frieza's demeanor shifted abruptly, revealing a cruel smile. "Those capitalist nobles who were entertained by the so-called Moken family have been a source of great displeasure for me. Before they escape this planet aboard their spacecraft, I wish for you to eliminate them completely. Do you understand?" Hegemonly gasped, his body involuntarily trembling. The invitation list for today included not just members of the Moken family, but encompassed all capitalist forces in the North Galaxy. The lives of the soldiers were inconsequential. To the capitalists, they were mere expendables. There was still room for negotiation, however, if he dared to slay the nobles of the various capitalist factions. He understood that it would summon the wrath of the entire North Galaxy. Having navigated the North Galaxy for decades, Hegemonly was acutely aware of the implications. The moment he acted, he would be marked for death. This realization sent a chill down his spine, and he stammered, "Lord Frieza, I." Yet as Hegemonly attempted to voice his concerns, he found himself at a loss for words. For upon raising his gaze, he beheld Frieza's grim visage and the icy cruelty in his eyes. Should he dare to refuse his command, Frieza would not hesitate to obliterate him and all his comrades, caught in the terrifying grip of life and death. Hegemonly steeled himself, gritting his teeth. "As you command, Lord Frieza." "Wise decision, Mr. Hegemonly," Frieza mused, casually placing his left hand near his mouth, chuckling softly. "So, what are you waiting for? Get to work." Suddenly, Frieza appeared to remember something, raising a finger and arching an eyebrow. "Ah. To prevent any lethargy in your tasks, let me establish a rule. If you allow even one to escape, I shall execute 100 of you. You are fortunate to have 20 lives to spare." "I'm truly benevolent." Horrified by Frieza's words, Hegemonly broke into a cold sweat. He swiftly turned to his fellow mercenaries, urging, "Quickly, brothers, eliminate those pigs without mercy. Do not let a single one escape." The 2,000 mercenaries scattered in a frenzy. Meanwhile, Suking quietly expanded the barrier until it enveloped the entire planet. The air was filled with the sounds of battle cries and screams of agony, as Suking's barrier ensured that the nobles could not flee. Facing the ravenous mercenaries, these opulent nobles were utterly defenseless, mercilessly slaughtered like swine. Chapter 046. Target. Namek hearty laughter erupted from Frieza, resonating with a delightful melody. "Ha ha! The thrill of vengeance is indeed indescribable." However, standing nearby, Jinyu approached Frieza with a hint of concern and whispered, "Lord Frieza, are you truly intending to incorporate them into our ranks?" Frieza replied with a lingering smile. "Why not?" Jinyu hesitated before cautioning. "They have only yielded to your formidable power, my lord. Yet it seems they lack genuine intent to serve you diligently." Furthermore, Frieza's expression darkened as he interjected, "Furthermore, they were complicit in a massacre of my crew." "Were they not, Mr. Jinyu?" Jinyu snapped to attention, nodding vigorously. "Indeed, my lord Frieza." "Rest assured, Mr. Jinyu," Frieza said coldly, surveying the visible mercenaries with an ominous grin. "This is merely a temporary measure. Those who dare to offend me, the cosmic sovereign Frieza, shall not find respite." A bloody massacre had just concluded, and apart from an unfortunate soul who met his demise due to the noble's defensive weaponry, the 2,000 had completed their task without a scratch. Upon returning to Frieza's side, he genuinely meticulously cleaned himself up, wiping the blood from his face before saluting. "Reporting to you, Lord Frieza. The mission has been successfully accomplished. Please, command us." Frieza nodded in satisfaction, pacing back and forth. "You have done well, but this is merely the beginning. The Moken family and all the capitalist forces in the Northern Galaxy have dared to cross me, Frieza, and I shall ensure they comprehend the wrath of a cosmic overlord." Turning to the Jinyu force, Frieza declared, "Mr. Jinyu, our next target will be those capitalists that I will have Mr. Shuqing inform you of their strongholds and bases. Your Jinyu force is entrusted with executing decapitating strikes against the most troublesome adversaries." The 5 members of the Jinyu force stood at attention, pounding their chests in assurance. "We will accomplish the task," Frieza replied with a stoic expression. "Last time, you made similar promises that I hope this time you shall not disappoint me." Jinyu felt a twinge of embarrassment and attempted to explain, but Frieza swiftly interrupted. "Enough. The previous incident was exceptional. I do not hold it against you. However, having slain Quila, I expect no failures this time. Moreover, if you have time, do not merely indulge in dancing. You must also train diligently. Should you neglect your efforts, one day, a more industrious genius will usurp you." Having learned from past lessons, Jinyu regained a sense of urgency reminiscent of his wanderings through the cosmos and promptly assured, "I shall adhere to your commands, Lord Frieza. From now on, the Jinyu force shall reduce our dance practice to 4 hours daily. We will strive to improve." Frieza, slightly exasperated, remarked, "Very well. Enjoy yourselves." Furthermore, Frieza turned to the blood-soaked mercenaries. Casually flicking his tail, You will now follow my subordinates, Dodoria and Zarbin, to scour and exterminate the capitalist bases following the Ginyu Force's strikes. Remember, Frieza's gaze hardened, his expression cruel. Except for the laborers, I want not a single soul left alive. He genuinely did not hesitate, promptly agreeing, for cosmic mercenaries often engaged in such trades. In the Northern Galaxy, it was the norm. Previously, they had been employed by capitalists, but now they served Frieza to this moment. Frieza found himself at the outset of a bloody, primal phase of capitalistic plunder. When new powers clashed with the old, many would inevitably perish. Hegemonly, Frieza said, casually flicking his tail, "My spaceship has been destroyed. Could you assist us in boarding one of those capitalist vessels to return to planet Fosti?" Hegemonly was taken aback, quickly responding, "It would be my honor, Lord Frieza. Please follow me." With that, Hegemonly led the way, while Frieza and his entourage followed, as countless mercenaries parted to grant Frieza passage. It was only at this moment that Frieza truly felt the essence of a cosmic sovereign. "Wait," Frieza gazed skyward, determination in his eyes. "This is merely the beginning." Upon boarding the capitalist ships back to planet Fosti, Frieza not only recruited a force of 2,000 mercenaries, but also acquired a fleet of 20 spaceships, including 2 capable of carrying 10,000 for 1,000, and the rest being smaller vessels and several portable spherical crafts. The ships were fully equipped, even superior to Frieza's previous vessels. After arranging for the newly recruited mercenaries to coordinate with Dodoria and Zarbin, Frieza left everything in the capable hands of Shuqing. As for Frieza himself, he personally arranged a new ship and room for Chiki. After escorting Chiki to her assigned quarters, Frieza wasted no time in asking, "Lady Chiki, are you familiar with Namek?" "Namek?" Chiki paused for a moment before understanding. "Are you inquiring about the miraculous Dragon Balls on that planet?" Frieza nodded. "I am glad you know that I intend to travel to Namek. Can you locate its position?" Chiki replied, "Finding other planets may be challenging, but Namek has been closely monitored by the Supreme Kai for generations to prevent its misuse by nefarious individuals due to the Dragon Balls." "Of course, Lord Frieza. If you wish to proceed, I can take you there immediately." Chiki's willingness caused Frieza to feel a twinge of caution. "Oh, Lady Chiki, do you not consider me one of those nefarious individuals?" Chiki smiled and shook her head. "Lord Frieza, from the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I declare that your soul is inherently good. It has always been." "Enough." Frieza's expression darkened, tinged with anger. "Your words repulse me. Lady Chiki, I aspire to dominate the entire universe, which inevitably stains my hands with blood. In fact, I have already slain many, and there will be more to come. Among those, there are certainly innocents. Thus, I implore you to refrain from uttering such distasteful sentiments. Otherwise, I will not hesitate to eliminate you as well." Chapter 047. Neru. "Very well, Lord Frieza. I understand," Chiki replied after a brief silence. Nodding, "So, when shall we set forth?" "Lord Frieza." Frieza regarded his hands, clenched his fists, and resolutely declared, "Now." Chiki grasped Frieza's hand, gently tapped her staff, closed her eyes to focus, and commanded, "Instant transmission." In an instant, the two vanished from the ship and reappeared in the distant realm of Namek. The slightly dazzling sunlight caused Frieza to squint. With blue ground, green skies, and a pleasant climate rich in oxygen, even with 3 suns shining in succession, it was not overwhelming that this truly Namek. Frieza swayed his tail, absorbing the scenery before him, juxtaposing it with the memories of that fictional planet from the comic in his mind, momentarily feeling as though he had traversed time itself. Regaining his composure, he turned to Chinrue and inquired, "Madame Chinrue, we did not come here merely to admire the landscape. Where is the Namekian?" Unfazed, Chinrue raised her hand to point towards the horizon, smiling as she replied, "He is coming." Frieza turned back and indeed beheld a distant figure, a warrior enveloped in a formidable aura, hurtling toward him at astonishing speed. Of course, while powerful in relation to others, to Frieza, he was nothing more than an oversized ant. Finally, as the figure landed before him, Frieza slightly curled the corners of his mouth in a smirk, with green skin, 2 antennae protruding from his forehead, and well-defined muscles adorned with red stripes. This unfamiliar, yet familiar visage could only belong to a Namekian. Although he appeared considerably younger, he seemed to be an acquaintance nonetheless. Frieza clasped his hands behind his back, feigning humility, and said, "Ho ho ho, young warrior, greetings." Yet, the warrior seemed unappreciative, adopting a defensive stance as he sternly warned, "Outlander, your malevolence has even caused the earth to tremble in fear. Namek does not welcome you. Depart swiftly." Oh, a dangerous glint flickered in Frieza's eyes as he smiled faintly. "Ho ho, you must be Nail. Yet you seem to lack appreciation for your situation. What if I refuse?" Nail, puzzled as to how Frieza knew his name, soon found himself lacking the energy to ponder such matters, for Frieza's imposing presence was escalating. The entire planet seemed to quiver in response to Frieza's fury. This overwhelming aura rendered Nail breathless. How could such a terrifying creature exist in this world? Cold sweat broke out on Nail's forehead, and his breathing quickened. Ultimately, unable to withstand the terrifying pressure any longer, he erupted in fury. "Let us see how a battle-hardened Namekian fares against you." Purple monster, Nail leaped into the air, unleashing a colossal shockwave toward Frieza with all his might. Frieza did not flinch or evade. He remained utterly still, allowing the shockwave to engulf him entirely. An enormous cloud of smoke erupted at the point of impact. Exhausted, Nail wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Gazing at the spot where Frieza had stood, panting as he muttered to himself, "Ha! You were careless. You fell for my trap." However, before Nail could finish his sentence, a purple figure abruptly appeared before him. Frieza swiftly extended his right index finger, effortlessly piercing a gaping hole through Nail's chest. The words that had yet to escape his lips were stifled as Nail's pupils dilated in shock, and he crumpled to the ground, utterly devoid of combat ability. Frieza descended slowly before Nail, placing his foot on Nail's head, mockingly laughing. "Ho ho! What a pity, Mr. Nail. You no longer have time to showcase your exceptional talents." Frieza suddenly lifted his foot, sending the severely injured Nail flying 10 meters away with a kick, coldly remarking, "Do not feign death, Namekian warrior. Just now I did not directly target your vital points. You ought to be able to stand." "Ho ho! You truly are despicable, attempting to play dead to ambush me." Hearing his plan exposed by Frieza, Nail gritted his teeth and shakily rose to his feet, retorting, "Monster, even if I cannot defeat you, I shall drag you to hell with me." "Ho ho, Mr. Nail, you certainly possess a penchant for delusional thoughts." Frieza paid no heed to Nail's provocation, flicking his tail dismissively. "Do you truly believe an ant can achieve mutual destruction with an elephant?" "Ho ho." Suddenly, Frieza's expression turned cold, and he said ominously, "I spared your life not to hear such drivel. Mr. Nail, please tell me the location of the Grand Elder, and perhaps I shall grant you a swift death." Nail clutched his wound, gritting his teeth defiantly. "You wretched monster, I will never tell you where the Grand Elder is." In an instant, Nail's eyes widened, and 2 beams of laser energy shot forth from his gaze toward Frieza. Frieza's face darkened as he opened his mouth and blew gently. The lasers were instantly deflected back, piercing through Nail's eyes. "Ah!" Nail screamed in agony, clutching his blinded eyes and collapsing once more to the ground. This time, he truly lacked the strength to rise again. Frieza leisurely approached Nail, using his tail to coil around Nail's neck, lifting him off the ground, and seething, "Foolish insect, I have repeatedly given you opportunities. Yet you failed to comprehend the value of life. I shall ask you one final time. Where is the Grand Elder?" Though nearing death, Nail still managed a pained smile, stuttering, "Delusional thoughts. You bastard!" Frieza's expression was as frigid as ice as he levitated Nail into the air, a sinister smile forming on his lips. "Ho ho ho, you truly are a tough nut, Mr. Nail. However, your defiance will yield no results, but rather infuriate me further. I no longer wish to seek the Grand Elder. I shall." Frieza's demeanor shifted to one of madness as he cackled, "Destroy all of Namek. Your brethren, your kin, and everything will be utterly obliterated by my hand." Chapter 048. The Grand Elder Nail gasped in horror. "Roaring, you monster!" "Monster?" Frieza replied with a chilling smile. "A fitting description, indeed. With that, Frieza disregarded Nail's feeble struggles, raising his right hand to gather a sphere of crimson annihilation energy. Ho ho ho! What a pity, Namekian warrior. Had you not been blind, I would have relished allowing you to witness how I obliterate your homeland, how I exterminate your kin. All of this is due to your foolishness in provoking me. The most formidable cosmic emperor, Frieza, Nail cried out in torment, no. Then, this shall be your final mercy. Frieza gazed at Nail, whose sanity was nearly unraveling, and after a moment's wicked smile, he asked, now, are you willing to take me to meet your Grand Elder? Nail's expression was one of struggle, yet he ultimately conceded, I will take you there, but you must promise that you will not harm the Grand Elder. Frieza raised an eyebrow slightly, dissipating the energy sphere in his hand as it fell to the ground. He released Neru and remarked, Ho, if only you had been more perceptive sooner, you would not have had to endure so much suffering. Rest assured, my purpose for coming here is solely to obtain the Dragon Balls in your possession. As long as you do not obstruct me, I truly have no desire to eliminate you wretched green-faced creatures. I could see that moment. Shinrue stepped forward, placing her hand over Neru's wound. Neru instinctively recoiled, but in his weakened state. He was unable to make any further movements, only gritting his teeth and resigning himself to fate. Noticing Neru's wariness, Shinrue smiled gently as she channeled her healing magic, saying, There is no need to be anxious. I am here to mend your injuries. If you wish to survive, do not resist, and you will soon be fully restored. Frieza cast a cold glance at Shinrue, yet he did not intervene. Initially reluctant, Neru surrendered completely to Shinrue's ministrations upon receiving the first wave of healing energy, allowing her to proceed unhindered. As the white energy in Shinrue's hands grew increasingly bright, Neru's injuries began to heal gradually until he was completely restored. Neru rose from the ground, still somewhat resistant, and huffed at Shinrue, You are in cahoots with him. Do not expect my gratitude. However, he soon regarded Shinrue with confusion, scrutinizing her from head to toe, and hesitantly inquired, But your energy is undeniably filled with righteousness, even somewhat divine. Why do you associate with him? Shinrue shook her head, refraining from answering Neru's question, and returned to stand beside Frieza like a loyal attendant. Frieza glanced back at Shinrue and coldly stated, You could have chosen not to heal him. I can already sense the vital energy. With a little searching, I can locate the Grand Elder. Shinrue smiled and shook her head, saying, Lord Frieza, the Dragon Balls of Namek can only grant wishes if the Namekian language is used. If you were to kill him, the Grand Elder would never yield. Humph, consider yourself fortunate. Namekian warrior, Frieza replied, his expression darkening. I am in a foul mood at present. The Dragon Balls are not something I must possess. Should you dare to play any further tricks, I will obliterate your planet without hesitation. Do you understand? Neru gritted his teeth and responded, I understand, but I hope you can assure me that once you have made your wish, you will leave Namek forever. Can you promise that? Frieza displayed a smug grin. No problem. I am the Cosmic Emperor. My desires are few. Although your planet appears to hold considerable value, I have no interest in trading with those cosmic parasites. Ho ho ho. May you keep your word. Neru took a deep breath and turned to fly into the distance. Frieza and Shinrue followed closely behind him. As they approached the Dragon Balls, Frieza's mood soared to great heights, even reaching the point where he felt inclined to destroy one or two planets to vent his exhilaration. In Shinrue's mind, Frieza's voice resonated. You performed quite well just now, Lady Shinrue. Shinrue paused momentarily, then smiled in response. Thank you for the compliment, Lord Frieza. The trio swiftly ascended to a towering cliff where they encountered a massive structure resembling a snail's shell, complete with round windows. Having read the original text, Frieza recognized this as the residence of the Grand Elder of Namek. This time, Neru refrained from any tricks, clearly aware that his display of strength had made an impact. Entering the building and ascending to the second floor, Frieza finally laid eyes on the Grand Elder, the creator of the Dragon Balls. Though he appeared far less frail than in the original narrative, he nonetheless seemed aged and worn, his corpulent form seated in a chair, barely able to move. The three settled. Neru had yet to speak when the Grand Elder slowly opened his mouth and addressed him. I'm already aware of the details, oh. The Grand Elder then turned his gaze to Frieza, blinking as he inquired, "You are the cosmic Emperor Frieza, are you not?" "Indeed, a formidable presence. Even the most talented warriors of Namek are no match for you." Frieza snorted derisively. "Old man, since you understand my intentions, there is no need for further words. Hand over the Dragon Balls and grant my wish. Otherwise, I will destroy Namek immediately." The Grand Elder nodded slightly, extending his right hand with difficulty to retrieve the one-star Dragon Ball from atop his seat. Frieza's eyes narrowed as he used telekinesis to draw the Dragon Ball to float behind him. Nero, with disdain, remarked, "You have acquired the Dragon Ball. Shouldn't you leave our planet promptly?" "Acquire the Dragon Ball? Ho ho!" Frieza retorted, striking Neru with his tail and sending him crashing to the ground. He then gazed coldly at the Grand Elder and continued, "Old man, it seems you still harbor hopes that you think I am unaware that there are 7 Dragon Balls. Do you believe I don't know that wishes must be granted in the Namekian tongue? Your repeated attempts to deceive me have begun to test my patience." The Grand Elder shook his head with difficulty. "I have no intention of concealing anything that I am more aware of your might than anyone else. I have instructed the elders of each village to send their strongest warriors to deliver the Dragon Balls here. Please do not misunderstand." Chapter 49. Grant me immortality, delivering them here. Frieza, familiar with the original narrative, knew the Grand Elder spoke the truth. The Dragon Balls were indeed safeguarded by the elders of each village. However, given the vastness of Namek, it would take considerable time to gather them. Frieza frowned and asked, "How long will it take?" After a moment's contemplation, the Grand Elder replied, "The village farthest from here is Zenino. Their warriors will require at least 3 days to reach us. 3 days. Frieza's expression hardened. "I cannot wait that long. Have them bring the Dragon Balls outside and stand ready. I will personally collect them one by one. Oh, and tell them to refrain from any futile resistance. I will not show mercy." The Grand Elder nodded slightly. "Understood. You may have Neru guide you." "Not necessary." Frieza casually unleashed an energy wave, shattering the circular glass window behind him. With a sudden surge of energy, he grinned wickedly. "The vital energy of this entire planet is under my control. I know precisely where they are." With that, Frieza transformed into a violet streak of light, vanishing into the sky. Only after Frieza's departure did the Grand Elder turn his gaze towards Shinrei, who had remained largely inconspicuous, and hesitantly remarked, "Forgive my boldness, but could it be that you are—" Shinrei smiled gently, shaking her staff as she replied, "You are quite perceptive, Grand Elder of Namek. I assumed that upon seeing this staff, you would understand my identity." Finally recognizing Shinrui's true identity, the Grand Elder grew anxious and exclaimed, "Lord Kaioshin, why are you with that fiend? And moreover," as he faltered, Shinrui seamlessly continued, "And why do I seem to be his subordinate?" "Correct?" Seeing that Shinrei was unperturbed, the Grand Elder nodded in agreement. "Indeed, that creature named Frieza exudes a level of malevolence I have never encountered before. It is unfathomable how the Kaioshin, who stand for benevolence, would associate with him." Shinrui fell silent for a moment before shaking her head. "I am sorry, but I cannot disclose the specific reasons. However, please trust me when I say that everything I do is for the future of our universe. No, for all 12 universes, and he is a pivotal figure in that future." The Grand Elder slightly parted his lips and sighed. "Very well, I understand that I shall enlist Neru to assist that Frieza in fulfilling his wish." At that moment, the Grand Elder felt a stirring in his heart as he glanced at the newly risen Neru. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to share the channel of mental communication with Shinrui. "Grand Elder, who is she?" "She is the Supreme Kai of the West, the highest deity who created all things in the universe, transcending all other gods. That is merely her self-proclaimed title. We have no means to verify it. Actually, there's a way to confirm it. In the distant past, when the Namekians had just created the Dragon Balls, we had already drawn the attention of the Kaioshin. The Dragon Balls are an extension of the Dragon God's power, a privilege not meant for mortals to wield. However, the Kaioshin did not strip us of the Dragon Balls. Instead, they taught us many wondrous powers and bestowed upon successive West Kaioshin a new mission, to protect the Dragon Balls from being misused by malevolent beings. Once the Dragon Balls were created, the first wish granted was for the staff in her hand to be able to sense any crisis on Namek and issue a warning, so that when the Dragon Balls are eyed by evil individuals, we could arrive in time to prevent calamity. Of course, this is not solely the Kaioshin's responsibility. It is more so our duty. The gods have their plans and arrangements. We merely need to follow them. Neru remained silent for a while before finally nodding. Meanwhile, Chinrue and the Grand Elder exchanged a knowing glance, both nodding in agreement. Just then, Frieza had gathered the other 6 Dragon Balls and returned with all 7 in hand. The Grand Elder turned to Neru and said, "Neru, go forth and summon the Eternal Dragon. Remember, regardless of the wish, you must clearly convey it to Purunga, the Namekian dragon." "Yes, Grand Elder." Neru flew out through the hole Frieza had created, closely followed by Chinrue, leaving the Grand Elder alone inside the room, deeply sighing in resignation. Outside, Frieza placed all the Dragon Balls on a somewhat cramped platform and addressed Neru with a scoff. "Namekian warrior, summon the Eternal Dragon in your tongue." With the Grand Elder's permission, Neru could say no more. He spread his arms and called out loudly, "Guardian of Namek, the dream god Purunga, I beseech your arrival to grant my wish." In Namekian language, in an instant the sky darkened and ominous clouds gathered, accompanied by thunder and lightning. A beam of divine light erupted from the 7 Dragon Balls, swirling in the sky, transforming into a stout and magnificent green dragon. The Eternal Dragon Purunga of Namek. Seeing the real Eternal Dragon for the first time, reality and memory intertwined, leaving Frieza momentarily dazed. All his past dreams and childhood hopes surged into Frieza's mind at that moment. "Speak your wish." "Possessor of the 7 Dragon Balls, within my power, I can grant you 3 wishes." The resounding voice of the Eternal Dragon Purunga jolted Frieza back to reality. Frieza, regaining his composure, expressed the desire he had long coveted in the original narrative. "Grant me immortality." Neru nodded and loudly conveyed Frieza's wish to Purunga. "Yet, this wish I cannot fulfill." The voice thundered like a storm, delivering a crushing blow to Frieza's heart. "Cannot fulfill it?" Frieza roared in fury. "Aren't you a dragon? Can't you grant any wish? Why can you not make me immortal?" The Eternal Dragon Purunga replied in his booming voice, "Your energy is far too powerful. Altering your body to achieve immortality is beyond my capabilities. Please state another wish." "What?" Frieza's mouth fell open, never having imagined that his own strength would be the greatest barrier to achieving immortality. Chapter 050. Wishing if you cannot make me immortal, what use are you to me? Frieza's gaze grew increasingly dangerous and malevolent as he slowly raised his hand, his index finger glowing with a red destructive light aimed at the chest of the Namekian dragon. Frieza, filled with extreme disappointment and unbridled rage, sneered, "Dare to mock the Emperor of the Universe. Die." Just as the red energy beam in Frieza's hand was about to be unleashed, Chinrue urgently interjected, "Frieza, please wait. Though it cannot grant you immortality, you can still make other wishes. Surely there is something else you desire?" Frieza responded with a mocking laugh. "Huh. Aside from immortality, I desire nothing else, nor do I need anything. The Emperor of the Universe already possesses everything the cosmos has to offer. Do I require the charity of this wretched creature? If it cannot grant me immortality today, not only will I destroy it, but I shall obliterate the entire Namek as well, to quench my hatred." Frieza's fury surged, and the chilling murderous intent even instilled fear in the dragon. Neru stood on guard once more, though it seemed futile. Finally, in this most critical moment, the dragon spoke again. "There's a method to grant you the wish of immortality. However, if you wish to know it, it will cost you one of your wish opportunities to Oh, you agree?" "Oh." Frieza's eyes narrowed slightly as he haughtily crossed his arms, sneering. "Ha! So even you, wretched creature, fear death." With that, Frieza turned coldly to Neru. Neru wiped the cold sweat from his brow and raised his head, addressing the dragon. "Dream God Purunga, please inform him of the method to attain immortality." In Namekian language, Purunga acknowledged the wish request and looked down at Frieza, stating, "Your energy is excessively potent to transform your body into an immortal one. You must locate the 7 Super Dragon Balls scattered across the 6th and 7th universes, summon the Super Dragon, and use the divine language to express your wish. Only then can the immortality you seek be realized. The 6th and 7th universes? Frieza pondered, unable to recall any mention of these 2 universes from the original narrative, let alone the existence of a Super Dragon Ball that seemed superior to the Namekian Dragon Balls. Might it be that Namek is not the origin of the Dragon Balls in this universe? Frieza voiced his queries, and the eternal dragon Purunga answered each one. The Namekian Dragon Balls are merely crafted from fragments of the Super Dragon Balls that your ancestors once stumbled upon. Possessing only a fraction of the Super Dragon's power, yet always limited in capability, in the boundless cosmos, there are 12 universes, and we inhabit the 7th universe, AS for traversing the barriers between universes. You may seek assistance from the Kaioshin of this universe. Oh? The Kaioshin? Frieza glanced at Shinrui beside him, and she nodded in confirmation, affirming Purunga's words. What he says is true, though I must admit this is the first time I have heard of the Super Dragon Balls. Very well, Frieza acknowledged the method to achieve immortality. His anger somewhat abated that he retracted his aura, allowing everyone present, including the dragon, to breathe a sigh of relief. Then my next wish is to resurrect all my subordinates who were slain on planet Frost. Just as Purunga was about to respond, Frieza impatiently interrupted. I know your limitations. Foolish creature. You can only revive one person at a time, correct? Purunga paid no heed to Frieza's verbal insults and nodded, saying, You are correct. Frieza scoffed and asked, Are you aware of Earth? After a moment of silence, Purunga replied, In the entirety of the universe, there are precisely 1,321 planets named Earth. Do you possess any more specific search information? Such a multitude. Frieza was evidently taken aback by the sheer number of planets bearing the name Earth. However, upon reflection, he found it quite reasonable. The name Earth was simple, and many intelligent races would initially refer to their homeworld in such a manner. With this in mind, Frieza flew to the window of the Elder's dwelling and shouted towards him, Old man. Many years ago, when Namek was struck by a cataclysmic natural disaster, there was a genius warrior among you who placed his son in a spaceship and sent him into outer space to escape. What was that warrior's name? The Elder, startled, blurted out, How do you know about Katas? Oh, so his name is Katas. Frieza raised an eyebrow and called down to Naru, Inform him. I wish to know the current location of the son of the Namekian warrior Katas. Immediately, Naru hesitated, perplexed as to how this purple creature knew so much about matters he had never heard of, but recalling the Elder's instructions, he dutifully began to make a wish to the eternal dragon in the Namekian language. Seizing this opportunity, Frieza extended his hand toward Shinrui and said, Return the device I entrusted to you. Once you return, have Suin scan for its signal. IT may be a bit distant, but it should definitely be detectable. Once you've located me, dispatch a team of approximately 10 to come and retrieve me. I do not wish to wait long. Understood? Shinrui nodded, slightly shaking her staff to retrieve the device, which she then handed to Frieza with a smile, saying, Take care, Lord Frieza. Frieza was momentarily taken aback, seemingly not expecting such cordial words from Shinrui. However, he quickly dismissed it with a cold snort. No one in this universe can threaten my life. I have no need for your polite words. Lady Shinrui, as they spoke, Naru completed his wish. The eternal dragon of Namek nodded and said, This wish is quite simple. I shall transport him to the designated planet now. Simultaneously, Frieza heard the voice of the dragon in his mind, asking, Someone has made a wish to send you to the 3rd planet of the North Galaxy's solar system. Do you agree? Frieza was slightly taken aback, but nodded in assent. Subsequently, a red light flashed in the dragon's eyes, and Frieza abruptly vanished from his location, successfully transferred. Now, you have one final wish remaining. Express your heart's desire. I can fulfill any wish. Chapter 051. Earth Naru respectfully addressed Shinrui. Kaioshin, please state your final wish. Shinrui paused momentarily and floated to the Elder's window, giving a slight bow to him. Elder, the realm of gods has faced great calamity. The deities were slaughtered by monstrous beings, and I was fortunate to survive. Becoming the queen of the Atala, possessing my own people, they are kind and diligent. Yet due to various reasons, they have been forced to abandon their homeland and wander through the cosmos. Elder, May I request permission from my people to relocate to Namek and dwell alongside you? The elder chuckled warmly and nodded. Since they're the subjects of the Kaioshin, I certainly have no reason to oppose. Namek is quite desolate at present, with ample land available for habitation. However, we Namekians cherish nature, and I hope your people will not disrupt the natural environment here. May I ask? Shinrue smiled and replied, Rest assured, elder. They have suffered enough from the pains of industrial pollution. I believe they will cherish nature even more than you do. Then, Shinrue clasped her hands together, closing her eyes to connect telepathically with countless Atala people. Aside from a few who wish to remain on industrial planets, all the Atala expressed their desire to migrate to Namek, promising never to harm its natural environment. Thus, Shinrue made her wish to the eternal dragon in the Namekian language, Dream God Barunga. Please allow all Atala who wish to settle on Namek to be transported here. Upon hearing the final wish, the eternal dragon Barunga nodded and replied in his resounding voice, This is quite simple. In an instant, a multitude of radiant lights appeared all around, and countless Atala began to manifest on Namek. They brought nothing but their diligent hands and intellect, ready to start anew, ensuring that history would not repeat itself. After conveying Frieza's instructions to Suine with her staff, Shinrue smiled, rolled up her sleeves, and raised her arms high, calling out to all her subjects, So, on this day, the Atala will settle here, and we will use our most industrious hands to forge our future. Oh! Countless voices echoed in enthusiastic agreement. Shinrue lifted her gaze to the verdant sky, a gentle smile gracing her lips. I have decided to settle here, Lord Frieza. From now on, Suine shall serve you. He is exceptionally capable, and you no longer require my presence. The promise made long ago has now been fulfilled, but we shall part ways here. Leading her people, the Atala gradually departed, beginning to reconstruct their homeland and strive towards the life they envisioned. All the while, Frieza, now on Earth, remained blissfully unaware of these developments that, in truth, even if he had known, he would feel no regret, but rather a sense of relief. All along, Shinrue's selfless dedication had been somewhat incomprehensible and even unsettling to Frieza. For whether it was from his previous life's belief that human kindness outweighed debt or his current vigilance as the emperor of the universe, Shinrue's existence had indeed made him feel somewhat uneasy. Now, her voluntary departure was beneficial for both parties, of course. Frieza remained oblivious to all of this. Currently, he stood in the temple on Earth, an amused smile gracing his features as he observed the two figures before him, demigod Piccolo and Bobo, who appeared to be on high alert. Ha! Frieza donned his signature, distinctive smile, striding towards the demigod Piccolo and Bobo with deliberate steps, sneering, Aren't you the gods of this planet? Why do you appear so fearful in my presence? Demigod Piccolo, overwhelmed by Frieza's imposing aura, trembled uncontrollably, unable to move. The malevolent energy emanating from Frieza's petite purple form was akin to an unfathomable abyss. The demigod was utterly convinced that this purple monstrosity could take his life with merely a glance. Good heavens, such a terrifying creature exists in this world. Haha, you needn't be so tense. Frieza ambled about the temple as if it were his own garden, stating, When I'm in a good mood. I'm rather amicable, the demigod stammered. Who are you? Why have you suddenly appeared in the temple? Me? Frieza exclaimed, Yes, allow me to introduce myself. I am Frieza, the emperor of this universe. You may refer to me as King Frieza or your majesty. Haha, this is indeed a rare privilege. The deity stammered, Frieza. Frieza narrowed his eyes dangerously and unleashed a crimson energy wave that instantaneously pierced through the deity's arm. Slowly parting his lips, Frieza coldly remarked, It is King, you foolish green-skinned alien. It was only at that moment that the deity began to comprehend the situation, as the excruciating pain from his arm finally registered in his brain. The deity screamed in agony, clutching his wounded arm and retreating with a hint of trepidation. What do you want on Earth? Haha, this planet's technology is exceedingly primitive. However, there are still elements that pique my interest, such as the Dragon Balls. Observing the deity's astonishment, Frieza sneered, As the creator of the Dragon Balls, I believe you possess a unique method to effortlessly locate all 7 of them. Do you not? With a gesture towards the side, Frieza commanded, "Immediately send that dark-skinned creature to gather all the Dragon Balls and bring them here. I shall return in approximately 1 day, and if I do not see the Dragon Balls by then, I will annihilate the entire Earth." Ha ha ha. Frieza mocked with a raised eyebrow. Of course, perhaps you could also summon some of the so-called experts on Earth to collectively confront me, or you might even employ some formidable weapons, whatever you choose. However, I must offer you a piece of advice. Frieza's face contorted into a cruel smile. Do not provoke the mood of the Cosmic Emperor. You must not. With that, Frieza transformed into a purple beam of light, vanishing from above the temple, leaving the deity and Bobo, finally liberated from their unbearable terror, collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. Chapter 052. The streets after a considerable time. The deity and Bobo, having finally regained their composure, exchanged silent glances. Eventually, it was Bobo who could no longer contain himself and spoke. "Deity, what shall we do now?" The deity's expression was grave as he covered the gaping wound on his arm, the lingering fear in his eyes refusing to dissipate. "I have no solution," he lamented. "I can feel it. He is not merely posturing. He is truly formidable. Too formidable." Bobo cautiously proposed, "Can we summon Shinron to eliminate him?" The deity sighed in resignation. "Shinron is my creation. He cannot contend with foes stronger than myself, that I believe we must heed his warning and avoid provoking him. For now, we must comply with his demands." At this juncture, the deity suddenly tore off his injured arm with a fierce shout and instantly regenerated a new one. Gritting his teeth at the pain in his right arm, he instructed, "Bobo, you must immediately gather all 7 Dragon Balls from around the world, and they must be collected by tomorrow." Bobo nodded eagerly, yes. Bobo will retrieve the Dragon Balls as quickly as possible. With that, Bobo snapped his fingers and summoned a magic carpet from within the temple. Just as he was about to depart, the deity's voice resonated suddenly behind him. "Bobo." The deity's expression fluctuated as if he had made a momentous decision. "Go to the sea where Master Rashi sealed the Demon King and retrieve that rice cooker. Bring it back to the temple." Bobo was taken aback. "Deity." The deity clenched his fists, his gaze fixated on his own hands, murmuring, "What Earth needs now is not a deity, but powerful warriors. Even if it means relinquishing my status as a deity, I must once again merge with Demon King Piccolo." Bobo, momentarily dazed, thought, Bobo's emotions are quite complex. The deity appeared to lose all strength, slumping to the ground and weakly gesturing. "Time is of the essence. You must hurry." "Understood, deity." "Bobo believes we will continue to survive." With that, Bobo gently tapped his foot on the flying carpet, and in an instant, he vanished from sight, heading to the human realm. The deity remained, gazing blankly at the sky, uncertain of what the future held for Earth. Now, let us shift our focus back to Frieza. Guided by the energy signature, Frieza effortlessly located a sizable city. The streets were bustling with traffic, pedestrians bustling about, while countless hovering cars impatiently honked at the traffic lights. This familiar scene suddenly transported Frieza back to his past life as an ordinary person. Standing on the street, amidst the neon lights and the cacophony of life, he felt as though he did not belong here, nor in this city, his inner tranquility starkly contrasting the surrounding clamor. The passers-by showed no signs of alarm at Frieza's presence, for within this city, there were many other peculiar beings who appeared even more bizarre than he. People had long grown accustomed to the extraordinary. Earth scenes from his previous life flashed by like a kaleidoscope in Frieza's mind, and for a fleeting moment, a hint of nostalgia flickered in his eyes. Just then, 2 shadowy figures in a nearby alley stealthily set their sights on him. Peering out, one of the feline-like beings whispered to his companion, "Hey, Jerry, have you seen that purple freak out there?" The other human-like man adjusted his glasses and nodded with a sinister grin. "I saw him. That guy named Tom seems at a loss as to where to go. Perhaps we can pull off a score with him." Tom cracked his knuckles and twisted his arms with a smirk. "I'll go grab him right now and then extort his family. I've seen plenty of bumpkins who just arrive in the big city. Their families are usually quite wealthy. We could make a fortune." Jerry waved his hand cautiously. "Let's be careful. The police are not far off. We should avoid making too much noise. How about this? I'll lure him over here, and then you can knock him out from behind. We can take him back to our secret hideout and deal with him there. What do you think?" Tom grinned widely. "No problem. Your mind is always sharper than mine. That little purple guy will definitely fall for it." With their plan set, Jerry peeked out and glanced at the police officer sitting in a patrol car, enjoying a donut, confirming that it would be difficult for him to see this side. Jerry then donned a faux friendly smile, rubbed his hands together, and approached Frieza. "Hey there, my friend. You seem a bit lost. How can I assist you?" Frieza turned his head, regarding Jerry with keen interest, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The inherently intimidating glint in Frieza's eyes and the cold smirk made Jerry feel a twinge of regret. He sensed that this was not a character to be trifled with. Frieza activated his scouter and placed it against his ear. "Power level 2. Frieza nearly burst into laughter. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a shadowy figure lurking at the alley's entrance. In an instant, Frieza understood, grinning maliciously as he turned to Jerry and spoke in an eerie tone. "You are quite right. I truly need your assistance, my friend. Perhaps we can step into that alley over there for a more leisurely discussion." At this moment, Jerry appeared to have an epiphany, frantically waving his hands in terror and stammering. No, it's unnecessary to— I am not very familiar with this place either." With that, he turned and fled. He stumbled into the alley, his voice tinged with a hint of weeping as he shouted towards Tom. "Run! Tom! Run! Why?" Tom stood up from his hiding place, pointing inexplicably behind Jerry and saying, "Did you not already lure the fat sheep in?" "Hey, this time it went much smoother than before, my friend. He's in." Jerry gasped as he turned back, only to see Frieza standing ominously behind him, greeting him with a sinister smile. Well, we meet again, my enthusiastic friend." Jerry was so frightened that he fell limp, unable to utter a word, tears and snot streaming down his face as he trembled, repeatedly whispering, "Please don't kill me, please don't kill me." Chapter 053. The palace beside him, Tom seemed somewhat oblivious, still not comprehending the situation as he walked directly up to Frieza, gripping his neck with one hand while brandishing a small revolver against Frieza's forehead. Growling, "You little brat. Are you the one playing tricks? What have you done to Jerry?" Whoosh! A crimson beam shot through Tom's chest. His hands fell limply to his sides, his gaze instantly vacant, pupils constricting violently as he lost consciousness, never to awaken again. "Humph! How dare a lowly creature show disrespect to the Emperor of the Universe?" Frieza sneered, kicking Tom's lifeless body aside before looking down at the utterly petrified Jerry and darkly chuckling. Well, young man, you are quite fortunate to have encountered the most benevolent emperor in the universe. Look, he offended me, yet I have allowed him to keep his entire corpse." Though Frieza was smiling, Jerry perceived that smile as an unprecedented terror in his life. "Please, I beg you, do not kill me," Jerry implored, wishing to cling to Frieza's leg in desperation, yet fearing that such an action might provoke Frieza's wrath. Instead, he could only weep, pitifully begging, "I will do anything you desire. Just spare my life." "Haha, of course I won't kill you." Frieza chuckled, flicking his tail. "You see, as long as you don't provoke me, I can be quite amiable, right?" Jerry dared not utter a word of dissent, fervently nodding in agreement. "Now, regarding business, it seems I do indeed require your assistance, my friend," Frieza said, clasping his hands behind his back, smiling cheerfully. "Tell me, where is the palace of the Earth King, as the Emperor of the Universe?" "I wish to pay a visit." Upon hearing such a simple question, Jerry finally breathed a sigh of relief and eagerly nodded. I know. Your Excellency the Emperor, the city of the king is not far from here. If we take a plane, it would only take 2 hours. I will go procure an aircraft for you immediately." With that, Jerry gritted his teeth, seizing Tom's handgun as he prepared to dash out. However, Frieza's eyes narrowed, and he immediately employed his telekinetic powers to freeze him in place, retracting him with a thought. Wrapping his tail around Jerry's neck, Frieza grinned ominously. "Haha, do you wish to flee?" "Foolish insect." Jerry's face was filled with dread as he replied, "No, Your Majesty, you misunderstand. I only wish to acquire a mode of transportation." "No need." Frieza's body began to levitate, taking Jerry with him into the sky. "Now, tell me, in which direction is the palace?" Jerry gulped, cautiously pointing westward. Frieza then closed his eyes, beginning to sense the energy in that direction. Finally, he found it. In an instant, Frieza transformed into a violet streak of light, soaring through the sky, and in a mere moment, he had whisked Jerry to hover above the palace city. Regaining his senses, Jerry looked around in confusion before suddenly pointing excitedly at the palace below, exclaiming, "Your Majesty the Emperor! That is it! That is the king's palace!" Frieza raised an eyebrow, a cryptic smile spreading across his face. "Ha ha! I owe you one this time, young man." Jerry hastily waved his hands in humility. "Not at all, Your Majesty. It is you who possesses great power." "Ha ha ha! You need not be modest." Frieza's tone gradually turned cold, his chilling smile widening as he continued, "Since you have helped me locate the palace, I shall, of course, honor my promise and let you go." Jerry's pupils dilated in terror. He immediately grasped Frieza's sinister intentions. No, but it was far too late for him to realize. Frieza lifted the telekinetic protection from Jerry, letting him plummet from thousands of meters in the air. Seconds later, a muffled shattering sound echoed back to Frieza's ears. Jerry had become nothing but a pile of mush. A flicker of delight flashed in Frieza's cruel gaze as he turned his attention to the palace guard squad, who were startled by the noise and descended towards them, landing before the squad of dozens. Frieza calmly flicked his tail and declared, "Take me to your king, you ants." The guards immediately aimed their submachine guns at Frieza, their leader bellowing, "You have some nerve. How dare you cause a ruckus outside the palace? Get lost at once, or we shall open fire." Frieza's expression darkened, and with a mere flick of his wrist, he unleashed a shockwave that obliterated the entire squad, coldly scoffing, "Unappreciative fools." Then, in an instant, Frieza teleported to the palace entrance, his eyes flashing with crimson light as he shattered the gates, walking leisurely into the depths of the palace. An alarm suddenly blared overhead. Countless armed soldiers poured out from within the palace. Without hesitation, they opened fire in an attempt to suppress him, while others dragged out shoulder-mounted rocket launchers. However, to Frieza, all of this was child's play. Countless bullets rained upon Frieza, yet the feeble force could barely dent his shield. At that moment, a squad of burly soldiers with rocket launchers stepped forward, lining up to aim at Frieza, and commenced firing. "Ha ha! What a tedious game." Frieza slowly extended his right hand, casually waving it. In an instant, a powerful gust of wind surged forth, sending the rockets spiraling back. Before the soldiers could even react, they were obliterated by their own missiles. When the smoke cleared, the lawn in front of the palace lay in shambles, scattered bodies strewn about like a scene from hell. Ha ha! Pointless resistance. Frieza continued deeper into the palace. This time, no one dared to impede his march. Perhaps all had perished, or perhaps they had fled. Who could say? Finally, as Frieza passed a corridor, a robust, valiant warrior of the king's army appeared before him. The warrior cracked his knuckles and sneered at Frieza. "Hey, stop right there, purple monster!" "Oh!" Frieza's eyes narrowed slightly as he chuckled. "Ha ha! Brave warrior, do you know what became of the last person who referred to me in such a manner?" The warrior remained unfazed by Frieza's intimidation, merely scoffing. "You can kill as many worthless beings as you like. It doesn't concern me, humph. You seem to possess some sorcery, unafraid of firearms, yes? Though it feels somewhat unworthy to deal with a puny little creature like you. It appears I'm the only one who can handle you now." Chapter 054. The king handle me? Ha ha! You certainly have a knack for jest. Frieza's expression darkened as he coldly remarked, "Do not act foolishly, you foolish insect. If you are willing to surrender, perhaps I could assign you the menial task of cleaning the floors." Enduring such humiliation from Frieza, the warrior could no longer restrain himself and bellowed, charging at Frieza with a fierce punch. The force of his fist cut through the air with a thunderous sound, demonstrating the terrifying power it possessed. However, Frieza dismissed it with a mere extension of his finger, flicking the warrior aside as if he were a mere nuisance, rendering him immobile upon the ground. Approaching the fallen warrior, Frieza placed a foot upon his chest and chuckled coldly. "You certainly have a grandiose voice, but it appears you lack any real fighting prowess. I have yet to exert even the effort of yawning, and you are already on the brink of death. Now, tell me, where is your king?" The warrior coughed up blood, gritting his teeth as he stammered, "Such delusions." Frieza's laughter was icy. "It seems that both Namek and Earth are home to many tough individuals." Alas, after crushing the warrior beneath his foot, Frieza slowly closed his eyes, beginning to search for any remaining active targets in the vicinity. The individual he had just slain was likely the last line of defense for the royal palace. As a king, he would never abandon his post unless absolutely necessary. Therefore, after this warrior's demise, the king would surely flee. Suddenly, Frieza's eyes snapped open. "Found you!" In an instant, he vanished from his location and reappeared on the upper platform of West City, aboard a plane that was preparing for takeoff. "At last, I have located you." Frieza scanned the interior of the aircraft, swiftly recognizing the blue feline figure seated in the rear. He was indeed the king from the original Dragon Ball series. "How disgraceful to abandon your subjects and flee alone. Such behavior is unbecoming of a king." Frieza's gaze sharpened as he flicked his tail, sending a nearby bodyguard who attempted to draw a weapon flying. With a cold smile, he said, "Wouldn't you agree, Your Majesty?" The king, maintaining his composure despite the slaughter of his guards, replied steadily, "Who are you? Why have you come to disturb the royal palace?" "Disturb? Huh." Frieza's tail swept the king off his feet, and he placed his foot on the king's head, sneering, "Put aside your kingly demeanor, old man. You must understand that your life hangs by a thread." "Who am I, you ask? I am the ruler of the entire universe. The Galactic Emperor, Frieza. I have come to reclaim the planet that rightfully belongs to me. What say you, Your Majesty?" The king gritted his teeth and insisted, "I shall never surrender my kingdom to an evil being like you." "Your perception is commendable," Frieza replied with a sinister grin, "yet I have no intention of seeking your consent." With that, he lifted his foot from the king's head, grasped his chin, and forced him to meet his gaze. Shouting, "Look into my eyes!" Soul technique. In an instant, a wave of consciousness swept through the king's mind. The feline monarch was shaken to his core, his expression becoming vacant and dazed. Hecate last, the cat king struggled to rise. Bowing deeply to Frieza with utmost reverence. "Great Frieza." The spell had succeeded, and Frieza, filled with pride, declared, "No need for such formalities. Mr. King, the Frieza force will require your unwavering support in our endeavors on Earth." The cat king nodded vigorously. "It is my honor to serve great Frieza." "Very well. In a matter of days, months, or perhaps years, my subordinates will arrive to provide you with close protection." Frieza mused, narrowing his eyes in contemplation. "Your daily affairs should remain unchanged. No adjustments are necessary, except for one thing. Are you familiar with the Capsule Corporation in West City?" The cat king nodded repeatedly. "Dr. Briefs is an acquaintance of mine." "We are in regular contact." "Excellent," Frieza said sternly. "I want you to direct all core policies to benefit the Capsule Corporation. They must hold an absolute advantage in the marketplace. Do you understand?" The cat king immediately agreed without hesitation. "I shall obey your command, great Frieza." "Good, that I expect to remain on Earth for some time longer. Please arrange accommodations for me," Frieza said, his interest piqued as he looked at the cat king with curiosity. "I find it peculiar. Despite Earth's advanced technology and the omnipresence of capitalism, it seems this society has yet to fully transition into a capitalist one. How is it that you, a seemingly inconsequential feline, have become the king of all 43 regions of Earth?" The blue feline hesitated briefly, but quickly responded, "Because in my youth, I gathered the Dragon Balls. Great Frieza. I wish to become the eternal king of Earth." "Oh, is that so?" Frieza snapped his fingers, recalling how, in the original story, Bulma had mentioned that the previous person to gather the 7 Dragon Balls had wished to become king. So it was him. How amusing! Frieza gradually ascended into the sky, addressing the cat king. "I have pressing matters to attend to and must leave for the time being. You may concoct any reason to cover up this incident, whether it be a terror attack or an alien invasion. I do not wish for any insolent fools to dare confront me when I return. Do you understand?" The cat king stood at attention. Saluting, "Rest assured, great Frieza. Leave everything to me." Frieza nodded and swiftly flew back toward the temple. His speed was remarkable. In the blink of an eye, the temple was already in sight. Outside the temple, a Namekian clad in a robe marked with the character for God stood calmly, next to an open rice cooker. Before him lay 7 Dragon Balls, neatly arranged and of fist-sized proportions. You do have quite the efficiency. Frieza gently descended onto the temple plaza, a playful smile on his face. Where has that black fellow gone? Did he abandon you? The deity remained expressionless, neither displeased nor pleased, and replied, I have gathered the Dragon Balls. Since you are so familiar with them, you must know how to make a wish. Feel free. Chapter 055. Magic Sealing Wave. Very well. Frieza's eyes narrowed dangerously as he called out to the 7 Dragon Balls. Arise, dragon! The sky darkened abruptly, and a golden light burst forth, transforming into a colossal green dragon. Though it lacked the imposing presence of the Namekian dragon, it was still quite formidable. The dragon lowered its gaze upon Frieza. Speaking in human tongue, brave one who has gathered the 7 Dragon Balls, state your wish, and I shall fulfill it. Though the previous dragon made similar boasts, I shall grant you one last chance. Frieza said, placing his hands behind his back and raising his chin, I have many subordinates who perished on planet Frost due to my foolish brother, Cooler. That planet is quite distant from here. Can you resurrect them? The dragon fell silent for a moment before nodding. You wish to resurrect all your subordinates who fell at the hands of Cooler, correct? Frieza affirmed. Indeed, that is a simple task. The divine dragon's eyes ignited with a crimson glow, which faded after a few seconds. Very well. Your wish has been granted. Farewell, it declared, transforming once more into the 7 Dragon Balls, which scattered across the skies and dispersed to every corner of the earth. Meanwhile, Frieza, having had his wish fulfilled, redirected his gaze toward the Namekian warrior clad in divine robes before him. You seem to have undergone quite a transformation, Mr. God, Frieza remarked, arching an eyebrow as he pondered his words. You appear to have evolved from a feeble ant into a marginally more formidable one. That this change is so subtle that even I nearly failed to notice it. The deity remained unfazed by Frieza's taunts, responding calmly, since your wish has been realized, you should depart from this planet swiftly. A flicker of malice flashed in Frieza's eyes as he replied with a sinister smile. What if I choose not to? A profound silence ensued. The deity sighed softly. I have witnessed all your deeds in the mortal realm. You are indeed a perilous beast. I should not harbor any illusions. Oh, Frieza raised an eyebrow, sneering. Do you believe that after merging with Demon King Piccolo, you can stand a chance against me? Ha ha ha. You are remarkably well informed. The deity slowly raised both hands, concentrating as he declared, I do not believe I am your match at present. Rather, I've come to a clearer understanding of your might. I am but a grain of sand compared to your celestial brilliance, wholly incomparable. Yet even I, in my relative weakness, possess my own means to unleash our roar. Do you think I resurrected the rice cooker solely to merge with Demon King Piccolo? You are mistaken, Frieza, recognizing the familiar stance of the deity and the words spoken, suddenly recalled, the demon seal wave? Indeed, the deity bellowed a thunderous roar that echoed through the heavens, his hands summoning a multitude of green whirlwinds. Gemonsel vave. Although this technique was awe-inspiring, Frieza showed no sign of trepidation, scoffing disdainfully, ha ha ha, with such an outdated move. However, mid-sentence, Frieza was taken aback as he felt his body moving involuntarily. It seemed as though he was being grotesquely stretched, engulfed by countless green storms, rendering him completely immobile. Ah! Rage, resentment, disbelief. Frieza shrieked in terror. How could such an antiquated trick, long relegated to the annals of history, ensnare the great cosmic emperor? As the demon seal wave took effect on Frieza, the deity felt a wave of relief wash over him. Prior to this moment, he had doubted whether the vast difference in their powers would render the demon seal wave ineffective. Now, everything was unfolding favorably. What a stroke of luck! The self-important tyrant of the universe shall fall to a technique devised by mere mortals. The deity raised his hands high, aiming at the opening of the rice cooker, and struck downwards with fervor. In an instant, Frieza was propelled by the green tempest, hurtling towards the rice cooker with the speed of lightning. Frieza, having read the original narrative, envisioned the image of Demon King Piccolo, who had been sealed away for countless years, emerging aged and decrepit Frieza's eyes bulged with fury as he roared defiantly. How could I, the illustrious cosmic emperor, meet my end in such a place at the hands of an insignificant insect? Receive my attack. Binding technique. In an instant, the deity felt an invisible force binding him. His limbs and muscles became rigid, utterly immobilized. Finally, with a resounding crash, the whirlwind carrying Frieza grazed the rice cooker, crashing heavily to the ground. The winds dissipated. The demon seal wave had failed. The deity felt his eyelids grow heavier. The after effects of forcibly using the demon seal wave against an opponent far superior had finally taken their toll. Exhausting all his vitality, the demon seal wave had also claimed the deity's life. His vision blurred, and he was left devoid of any strength. Alas, the deity lay upon the ground, forever closing his eyes. Only Frieza, who had narrowly escaped, remained, drenched in cold sweat, gasping for breath with a vacant stare. Ha ha ha. I, the Cosmic Emperor, nearly succumbed to this rubbish. In a moment of irrationality, Frieza's forehead bulged with veins as he erupted in rage. This accursed deity, this wretched planet, feel the wrath of Cosmic Emperor Frieza, Planet Destruction Ball. Frieza ascended into the heavens, raising his right hand high as a red sphere of annihilation expanded to an enormous size. Eclipsing the sun's light, Frieza's eyes gleamed with frenzied delight as he cackled, "Earth, farewell!" Yet in this moment of utmost peril, Frieza's scouter suddenly blared to life beside him. Hello, Frieza-sama, it's Suking, can you hear me? Suking? The communication momentarily jolted Frieza's mind back to clarity. Casting a spiteful glance at the Divine Palace, he gritted his teeth, dispersing the Planet Destruction Ball and unleashing a massive energy shockwave that obliterated the floating palace. Chapter 056. Karen Tower with some of his anger alleviated. Frieza answered the scouter's call, taking a deep breath before calmly stating, "Suking, it's me." "Ah, Frieza-sama? Wonderful. The connection has finally been established." The voice of Suking, tinged with relief, echoed through the device to Frieza-sama. "I have recorded your coordinates. Approximately 3 months from now, the warriors you requested will arrive on your planet to welcome your return. Until then, please bear with us. And one more thing. Just now, I received a report that all the scientists and technicians killed by Quila have been resurrected. Did you use the wish orbs to fulfill this?" "Dragon Balls," Frieza replied, feeling slightly vexed. "Indeed, while I have been away, I expect you not to cease your assaults on those cosmic conglomerates, if upon my return I do not witness the anticipated results. I shall make you all pay dearly, including you, understood, Suking? Rest assured, Frieza-sama, our offensive is progressing quite well. The enemy is steadily retreating. I will report any good news to you immediately." Hearing Suking's assurances, Frieza's mood lightened considerably. He ended the communication and glanced at the now utterly destroyed palace, sneering before transforming into a streak of purple light and departing. Yet, unbeknownst to Frieza, within the seemingly obliterated palace, 2 survivors remained, in the time chamber. When Bobo witnessed the moment the entrance to the time chamber vanished, he broke down in tears. He knew that aside from the fact that they had spent 48 hours inside without exiting, there was only one other possibility for the Dor's disappearance. The palace had been completely destroyed. Since the temple has been destroyed, it is only natural that the celestial deity would also meet a grim fate. A young Namekian standing beside Bobo tugged gently at his pant leg, whispering, "Has my father passed away?" Bobo wiped away the tears from his eyes, crouched down beside little Bick, and sorrowfully nodded. Yes, the celestial deity has indeed perished. Little Bick did not shed a tear. Instead, he firmly grasped Bobo's shoulder and declared earnestly, "Mr. Bobo, please do not grieve. As my father said, if he should meet with misfortune, then I implore you to train me here. When my strength is sufficient to shatter the barriers of dimensions and return to Earth, I shall seek vengeance for him. Trust me, Mr. Bobo, that day shall not be far off." The departing Frieza did not retreat far, but instead flew directly towards the very base of the temple. In the blink of an eye, an oval-shaped tower top appeared before Frieza's eyes. It was none other than the Korin Tower. A satisfied smile crept onto Frieza's lips. The reason for his visit was unmistakable. He sought the Senza beans. Although Frieza did not believe that he currently required such items, they were certainly better than nothing within the Kirin Tower. Kirin had already received word of the celestial deity's demise at Frieza's hands and was hastily packing his belongings, preparing to flee. However, the numerous jars and containers he was reluctant to abandon severely hampered his escape speed. His cherished staff, cat toys, low-waist levers. Oh, and the senza beans and ultra-divine water, burdened by countless bags. Kirin laboriously dragged his belongings to the lookout rail, brandishing his staff and calling out loudly, "Come forth, flying Nimbus!" Yet before the Nimbus could arrive, Frieza had already glided into the Kirin Tower from behind him. "Where do you think you're off to, Mr. Cat?" Frieza remarked with a sinister smile, his tail rhythmically swaying as he approached Kirin as the mighty emperor of the universe. "Frieza has come to pay a visit. And you would deny me this courtesy, Frieza?" Turning around to behold Frieza's terrifying figure and the overwhelming aura of pressure emanating from him, Kirin was struck with fear, collapsing onto the ground. However, gathering his resolve, Kirin gritted his teeth, stood up with his staff pointed at Frieza, and, stuttering yet resolute, exclaimed, "You vile fiend! How dare you slay the celestial deity? I shall not let you go unpunished." "Oh, is that so?" Frieza sneered twice, his eyes narrowing slightly. In an instant, Kirin was struck by an invisible force, hurled out of the Kirin Tower. Alarmed, Kirin scrambled forward desperately, grasping the tower's railing tightly, executing a somersault to regain his footing. Applause erupted from Frieza, who mockingly clapped slowly, chuckling, "Mr. Cat, your performance is truly splendid. If you were a circus performer, I would surely grant you a handsome tip." Kirin then comprehended the full extent of Frieza's terror. Moments ago, he had been flung from the tower without understanding a thing. If Frieza truly wished to kill him, he would not even need to exert effort to breathe. Recognizing this, Kirin's mind raced, and he gazed intently at Frieza, panting slightly. "You are refraining from killing me because I possess something you desire. Am I not correct?" "Oh," Frieza flicked his tail, raising an eyebrow. "Indeed, I am quite interested in the senzu beans you possess. However, there is one thing you have misunderstood. I do not kill you simply because extinguishing an ant's life brings me no satisfaction. Ha ha ha. You wish to barter for the senzu beans?" Kirin, somewhat perplexed, replied, "With all due respect, while senzu beans can instantly heal all injuries, you are already so powerful that I cannot fathom what use you would have for them. You talk too much. Mr. Cat." Frieza's expression darkened, "that if you insist on seeking death, I can easily oblige by killing you first and then claiming the beans myself. Very well, I understand that I shall fetch the senzu beans from the storeroom immediately." Kirin spoke, and suddenly an idea sparked in his mind. Yes, perhaps there was a way to deal with this malevolent creature brimming with evil. A glimmer of hope ignited within him as he cheerfully retrieved a large teapot from his pile of belongings, dragging it before Frieza and rubbing his hands together in a flattering manner. "Your Excellency, the Emperor of the Universe, the senzu beans have been stored for too long. It may take some time to locate them. Why not sit down and enjoy a drink while you wait?" Without waiting for Frieza's response, Kirin took the teapot adorned with a divine label, poured a generous cup of beverage, and respectfully offered it to Frieza. "Your Excellency, please enjoy this drink while I retrieve the senzu beans for you." Seeing Frieza accept the cup without apparent suspicion filled Kirin with secret delight. Drink up, drink up. The ultra-divine water possesses properties that counteract evil and is laced with poison. It is the perfect weapon against such a fiend." As Kirin thought this, he watched eagerly as Frieza held the cup, anxiously urging him to drink the ultra-divine water and thus restore peace to Earth. However, Frieza raised the ultra-divine water to his nose, inhaling its fragrance. The cup was toyed within Frieza's hands, yet he showed no inclination to drink. Clearly, Frieza, well versed in the original tale, had already discerned the true nature of this so-called beverage. Had this been 10 minutes prior, Frieza might have recklessly downed the ultra-divine water without a second thought. However, after narrowly escaping being trapped in a rice cooker by the sealing wave, how could Frieza allow himself to be foolish enough to fall into the same trap again? With a sudden grimace, Frieza crushed the teacup in his hand. Kirin's heart raced at the sound of shattering glass. "Oh no, I've been discovered. A surge of malevolence emanated from Frieza as he raised his dripping right hand, grinning maniacally. Mr. Cat, it seems you do not grasp the value of life. Red destructive energy coalesced at Frieza's fingertips, its overwhelming aura causing the very sky to tremble. Pitiful insect, die. Frieza's eyes widened suddenly. The area of his hand that had been splashed with ultra-divine water erupted in excruciating pain. Countless black tendrils of smoke surged from his hand, emitting wretched howls akin to those of tormented spirits before vanishing into oblivion. Frieza, both furious and astonished, turned to glare at Karin, roaring, "You despicable ant! What foul trickery have you employed in that ultra-divine water? Curse you! Curse you, you vile insect! Perish!" The red destructive energy at Frieza's fingertips became blindingly radiant, swiftly directed towards Karin. Yet as Frieza's arm swung halfway, it came to an abrupt halt. Cold sweat streamed down his forehead as blood vessels burst in his eyes. Frieza gritted his teeth, dissipating the destructive energy in pain, clutching his head tightly. Countless chaotic and malevolent thoughts swirled within his mind, as if a multitude of voices clamored in his ears, urging him, "Annihilate! Annihilate everything!" Countless malevolent thoughts tormented Frieza, compelling him to clutch his head and scream in agony. At long last, Frieza suddenly lifted his gaze, his eyes burning crimson as he fixed an intense glare upon Master Karin, shouting, "Hurry! Douse me with all the remaining super-divine water, while I am still myself. Do it quickly!" For a moment, Master Karin was daunted by Frieza's ferocity, and without a second thought, he opened the lid of the teapot containing the super-divine water and hurled it towards Frieza, exclaiming, "Here comes the super-divine water." The entire pot of super-divine water cascaded over Frieza. Instantly, a searing pain surged through his mind. Every inch of his skin felt as though it were being relentlessly stripped away, and every bone in his body seemed to be shattering violently. Not only his blood, but even his very soul felt as if it were being incessantly scorched. The unimaginable agony that he had never conceived of in his lifetime caused Frieza to collapse to the ground, convulsing and emitting a heart-wrenching wail. Countless dark energies coalesced into black smoke, frantically erupting from Frieza's body. The black smoke pierced through the tower's apex, engulfing the entire sky. Distorted and frenzied faces surged within the black haze, continuously emanating bizarre and maniacal laughter. Master Karin was likewise taken aback by the horrific spectacle before him. Trembling, he cowered in the corner of the tower, horrified by this hellish manifestation. Finally, as the black mist dissipated, a feeble Frieza lay on the ground, drenched in cold sweat and twitching slightly. Scenes from his journey since traversing worlds flooded his mind. The increasingly violent version of himself, the ever more deranged version of himself. Were those truly me? What have I done? Frieza's gaze became vacant as he stared blankly at the ceiling of the tower, murmuring, "How did I become this way?" Hearing Frieza's words, Master Karin, filled with indignation, retorted, "You are always like this, you scoundrel. Always like this? Yes, indeed. Was Frieza not always like this? Powerful, cold, merciless, bloodthirsty. Everything he had done was precisely what the true Frieza would do." Taking a deep breath, Frieza struggled to rise from the ground, leaning against the railing as he sat down. But had I not already dealt with the true Frieza that resided in my mind? Why, then, do I still become this way? Suddenly, a spark of realization lit up in Frieza's mind. Of course, it seemed that ever since he had eradicated the original Frieza's soul, his actions had begun to grow increasingly unrestrained. He had become more like Frieza than ever before. Frieza narrowed his eyes, his mind racing to recall every detail since his arrival, seeking any clues. Yet everything had changed silently and imperceptibly, making it nearly impossible for Frieza to discern when the problems had begun. Ultimately, Frieza arrived at the only possibility he could conceive. It was Qianrui who had meddled with him. But was she not the Kaioshin? What benefit would it bring her to make him as wicked as the Frieza of the original narrative? Frieza, now slightly overwhelmed and confused, shook his head, deciding to temporarily set aside this quandary until he could regain his mental clarity to ponder it thoroughly. Raising his head, Frieza, slightly out of breath, extended his hand toward Master Karen, saying, "Please, give me a Senzu bean." Master Karen was taken aback. Was this truly the same demon who had threatened to annihilate planets over a mere disagreement moments ago? Chapter 058, The Divine Attendant. Doubts clouding his mind, Master Karen pondered whether Frieza's body had suddenly faltered for some reason, leaving him utterly weakened and incapable of action, so weak that he now needed to ask for a Senzu bean in such a conciliatory tone. Master Karen's heart leaped with joy. If he was not mistaken, this could very well be the perfect opportunity to eliminate Frieza. Thus, Master Karen smirked with delight and casually retrieved a small jar from a nearby pile of luggage. Grasping a handful of Senzu beans, tossing them into the air and catching them. What if I refuse? Refuse. Frieza's eyes narrowed dangerously. In an instant, all the Senzu beans in Master Karen's hand flew into Frieza's grasp. Master Karen stared in shock at his now empty hand, stepping back in fear, stammering, "Why, you're not injured?" "Humph," Frieza scoffed disdainfully. "I am merely a bit fatigued. Do not harbor any illusions, if I wish to kill you. A mere glance will suffice you." Master Karen, trembling in terror, took a step back, but then, as if he had realized something, stared at Frieza in astonishment. "The dark energy around you has completely vanished." Frieza shot a cold glance at Master Karen, chewing on a Senzu bean without uttering a word. Master Karen's eyes widened. Indeed, it was different. Though Frieza's words were menacing, he himself had transformed entirely. It was as if he were two sides of the same coin, akin to the god of creation and King Piccolo. "Hey, Cat Master!" Frieza's call snapped Master Karen from his contemplative state, and he quickly crossed his arms in front of his chest, nervously inquiring, "What do you intend to do?" "And I am a divine being, not an ordinary cat." "Meow." Frieza's lips twitched slightly, feeling a twinge of annoyance as he replied, "I ask you, does the super divine water only awaken latent potential within the human body? Why did I merely touch it and undergo such a transformation?" Master Karen, somewhat nervously, retorted, "The super divine water is not so simple. It is an ancient treasure, said to be the rainwater used by the divine realm to nourish the divine tree, inherently possessing the power to counteract malevolence. It is perfect for dealing with scoundrels like you." With that, Master Karen, with a hint of menace, added, "So, how does it feel to be purified? Unpleasant, is it not? If you do not leave Earth soon, do you believe I will hesitate to douse you with another pot?" Master Karen merely intended to frighten Frieza. However, to his utter astonishment, Frieza nodded earnestly, stating, "I indeed require more super divine water for unforeseen circumstances. Bring me all of it at once." Master Karen was left utterly bewildered, stammering, "Why, you're serious?" Frieza's expression turned icy, and he spoke in a low voice. "You are unwilling to provide it? No matter. I can take it by force. And no, that is not what I meant." Master Karen was clearly terrified by Frieza, hastily waving his hands, nervously explaining, "It is not that I do not wish to give it to you, but the super divine water was bestowed upon the divine by Lord Kaioshin, who then passed it to me. It is a treasure of the divine realm, and I possess only one pot. The gods have already been slain by you. Where am I to procure more super divine water for you?" Frieza paused momentarily, but soon recalled a segment from GT. Indeed, he remembered that in Dragon Ball GT, the super divine water was hidden within a temple, and it had indeed annihilated all of Baby's offspring. Considering this, Master Karen might truly be speaking the truth. However, the reason behind his transformation into a ruthless and cold-hearted individual remained elusive. Now that he had finally regained some semblance of clarity, what if he were to revert to his former self again? Cursed be it! Frieza sighed wearily, raising his head to furrow his brow at Master Karen. "Do you know where there is more super divine water? If there is, you must answer truthfully. I believe you would not wish for me to revert to my previous self, would you?" Master Karen recalled Frieza's distorted and hideous visage from moments ago. Shuddering in terror, his entire body bristling with fear, anxiously pacing back and forth, Master Karen divulged all the information he possessed. "If you wish to find super divine water, your only option is to seek out Lord Kaioshin. However, only the gods know where Lord Kaioshin is, and since the gods have been slain by you, what are we to do now?" "Lord Kaioshin." As Frieza's mind raced, he recalled that Son Goku had first sought the king of Otherworld by traversing the Serpent Road from the underworld. Thus, if he wished to locate the king, all he needed to do was find a way to descend into the realm of the dead. No, perhaps there exists an even simpler method. Frieza hastily pressed the communication button on his earpiece and spoke in a low voice. "Mr. Suking, are you there?" Before long, Suking's slightly fatigued voice resonated through the device. "I have been here all along, Lord Frieza. What is your command?" Frieza instructed, "Immediately summon Shinrui to Earth. I have urgent matters that require her assistance." On the other end, Suking paused momentarily, hesitating before replying. "Are you not aware, Lord Frieza? Queen Shinrui has decided to settle on Namek with a portion of the Atlarians. She has not returned." "What?" Frieza's eyes narrowed into slits, a whirlwind of thoughts flashing through his mind. Such a critical juncture. Shinrui had inexplicably vanished. It seemed she was indeed embroiled in significant trouble. Frieza's gaze flickered, and although he had already formed a conclusion in his mind, he still solemnly inquired, "Suking, can you still reach her?" As expected, Suking shook his head. "I regret to inform you, Lord Frieza, that she entrusted the only means of contacting her to you, unless she reaches out to us. We have completely lost all communication with her." Frieza, unwilling to accept this, retorted, "But are you not her divine attendant, Mr. Suking? Why are you unable to contact her?" "No," Suking replied, shaking his head. "I ceased to be that some days ago. Lord Frieza, I have been stripped of my status as her divine attendant." "What?" This revelation jolted Frieza's memory. He suddenly recalled that during their time on Planet Fire, Shinrui had transferred her divine attendant status to him. In other words, he was now the true divine attendant of Shinrui. Damn it, Frieza's thoughts became somewhat chaotic. Shinrui had clearly stated that her qualification was only temporarily borrowed. The appointment and dismissal of divine attendants were solely in the purview of that so-called Grand Priest. Could it be he was deceiving me? In an instant, a surge of violent thoughts surged within Frieza's heart. Alarmed, he quickly quelled his turbulent emotions, striving to maintain his composure. "Very well, Mr. Suking. Teach me how to contact the king of Otherworld. I shall reach out to her myself." Simultaneously, Frieza inwardly seethed, "and then capture her. Eliminate her. However, I apologize, Lord Frieza." Suking's voice, tinged with regret, emanated from the communicator. "The telepathic connection between the king of Otherworld and the divine attendants is established personally by the king and cannot be relayed through words." "Understood," Frieza replied flatly, his expression devoid of emotion. Just as he was about to terminate the communication, he suddenly asked, "You would never betray me, would you, Mr. Suking?" Without a hint of hesitation, Suking responded from the other end. "Never, Lord Frieza." Simultaneously, Frieza's ears seemed to resonate with Shinrui's past oath. "I will not harm you, Lord Frieza, that I promise." "Never." Taking a deep breath, Frieza nodded slightly. "I trust you, Mr. Suking. I hope you do not betray the trust one have in you. By the way, I notice your voice seems somewhat weary." Suking, with a tone that was slightly fatigued yet tinged with excitement, replied, "Indeed, Lord Frieza. Due to a recent research project, I have been somewhat restless. I intended to report to you once there were results. But since you have inquired, I shall share this with you. During our recent assault on the capitalist base, Mr. Dodoria discovered a peculiar plant on that planet, which the capitalists used as a trap. It is a type of vegetable that automatically attacks enemies, with combat capabilities significantly surpassing those of ordinary warriors. We are currently studying the seeds of this plant that I believe I can potentially cultivate them into autonomous combatants. That way, we shall possess a true Frieza force. Cultivated warriors." Upon hearing Suking's words, Frieza immediately thought of the elite creatures that Vegeta had cultivated upon arriving on Earth in the original tale. A single cultivated warrior possessing a combat power of 1200. What an astounding concept. In the notoriously weak North Galaxy, a combat power of 300 barely qualifies one as a warrior. Yet a cultivated warrior with a power of 1200 could wipe out everyone on a planet. Unbeknownst to him, wicked thoughts surged once more within Frieza's heart. "Excellent work, Mr. Suking," Frieza exclaimed with a hearty laugh. "Continue your research. I fully support you." Suddenly, Frieza was struck with alarm, decisively disconnecting the communicator, his eyes wide with dread as he gasped for breath. Just now, had he not let out a sinister laugh again? Why was this happening? What was amiss? Gritting his teeth, Frieza resolved that he could no longer wait. As for the path to the underworld, Frieza closed his eyes, meticulously recalling every detail from the original Dragon Ball narrative. Suddenly, it struck him. The fortune teller. In the original tale, the fortune teller could freely traverse between the realms of the living and the dead, even bringing the deceased back to the human realm for a day. If he wished to venture into the underworld to find the king, then the only course of action was to seek out the fortune teller without delay. Frieza abruptly turned to Master Karen and shouted, "Cat Sage, where is the fortune teller? Tell me at once." Startled, Master Karen was taken aback by Frieza's sudden outburst, but quickly recollected. Indeed, the fortune teller can traverse between the realms of the living and the dead. You should seek her out. With his short legs scurrying, Master Karen rushed to the railing, calling out into the distance, "Come forth." Nimbus Cloud. Before long, a vast expanse of yellow mist swiftly approached the summit of Karen Tower. It was Nimbus Cloud. Master Karen separated a portion of the cloud with his staff and gently tapped the extracted part, gesturing towards Frieza. "Nimbus Cloud, I entrust you. Take him to the fortune teller at once." Whether or not Nimbus Cloud truly understood Master Karen's request, it shifted slightly towards Frieza before darting off into the distance. Observing Nimbus Cloud's departure, Master Karen urgently called out to Frieza, "Hurry and follow it. It will guide you to the fortune teller." For Frieza, Nimbus Cloud's speed felt excruciatingly slow. With a haughty scoff, he transformed into a streak of purple light, racing after the direction in which Nimbus Cloud had vanished. Watching Frieza's retreating figure, Master Karen finally exhaled deeply, collapsing onto the ground, muttering, "At last, I've managed to send this terrifying fellow away." After a considerable time, Master Karen regained his breath, hurriedly rummaging through his belongings until he retrieved a mobile phone. Dialing a number, he spoke urgently into the receiver. "Hello, is this the travel agency? Please provide me with a ticket for a spaceship to outer space." "Yes, you heard correctly. It will cost a fortune. Can I pay with some fish jerky?" With arms crossed over his chest, Frieza swiftly caught up with Nimbus Cloud, soaring eastward. As he flew, he pondered the predicament he found himself in. On the surface, Shinrue undoubtedly bore the greatest suspicion from the very beginning. When she had unearthed the essence of another Frieza's soul within him, to later unlocking his potential, she consistently played pivotal roles at critical junctures, despite her seemingly inconspicuous presence. Especially, she, originally the Kaioshin, should embody a love for peace, standing in stark contrast to Frieza. Yet, merely for the sake of migration, she disregards everything to assist herself, seemingly without seeking any return, devoid of selfish intent. This is indeed illogical. Moreover, she does not even attempt to halt her own malevolent actions. This is far from the Kaioshin who is said to be rooted in benevolence. From orchestrating her own schemes, despicably manipulating Fuhrman to expose the sinister owner of the sweatshop, to feigning a savior's role by rescuing Fuhrman while continuing to enslave those laboring under dire conditions. In Chapter 060, The Great Sword, Shinrue not only turns a blind eye, but also leaves all her subjects to aid Chi Temung in purifying the industrial planet. Then, later on, during the incident of the Firepot Star, she forces herself to accept the divine nature of peace. Furthermore, when she arrives at Namek, she prevents herself from killing Nail and even tends to Nail's wounds in her fury over her inability to achieve immortality. She contemplates destroying Namek, but ultimately manages to quell her rage at that moment. I believed it was a tacit cooperation between Shinrue and myself. But upon reflection, it seems she has been tirelessly striving to reform Frieza in every conceivable way. Benevolence and kindness are not merely about avoiding evil, but rather making every effort to transform it. In truth, during her presence, even the malevolent, cold-blooded, and violent version of myself never took the life of an innocent. I have never obliterated a single planet. Even now, having found refuge, Shinrue still leaves behind Siyu Qing. Just as I contemplated annihilating Earth, the communicator rang unexpectedly. Could it truly be mere coincidence? Could this Shinrue really be the mastermind orchestrating my downfall? Once I calmed down to reflect, I realized many things previously unseen and unconsidered. Frieza found himself immersed in a multitude of thoughts and notions, unconsciously landing on the stage of the divination grandmother without even realizing it. He merely stood there quietly, motionless. However, the two individuals engaged in combat on the stage, better described as one person and one vampire, upon noticing Frieza's sudden appearance, looked down upon him with disdain, folding their arms and remaining still, which incited their ire. The vampire, adorned with boxing gloves, shouted from a distance, "Where did this giant lizard come from? Hurry up and roll away, or I shall drain every drop of your blood." Frieza was taken aback, snapping back to reality. Slightly bewildered, he glanced around and realized he had already arrived at the divination grandmother's palace. The entire scene remained unchanged from the original narrative. Even the vampires on the combat stage were the same as the first or second rounds. After a long silence from Frieza, another challenger, a fierce-looking man with a face full of scars, approached and mockingly patted Frieza on the head, scoffing, "Round dumpling head. This competition is not for scrawny little fellows like you. Hurry back home to suckle." Just then, the divination grandmother, who had just foreseen who Frieza was, urgently shouted, "No." Yet, it was too late. Frieza slowly raised his head, fixing his gaze on the burly challenger, his eyes suddenly widening. In an instant, the man was struck as if by a heavy blow. His face turned pale as he clutched his chest, retreating step by step, ultimately rolling his eyes and collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Meanwhile, the vampire who had been preparing to rush in for assistance hesitated, glancing at the divination grandmother, only to find her frantically clapping her hands 3 times, vanishing from sight. The vampires were astounded. Those who had mingled in this realm for years recognized that the divination grandmother had fled to the underworld, and it appeared she was fleeing for her life. The vampire's teeth chattered as he struggled to raise his hand, wiping his eyes, hoping it was merely an illusion. But where had the divination grandmother gone? A hand, neither large nor strong, pressed on his shoulder, yet the vampire dared not move, his voice tinged with tears. She just escaped to the underworld. Oh, Frieza raised an eyebrow slightly. The earlier insolence of the burly man had nearly caused Frieza to lose control, hence he had not noticed the old woman fleeing. Contemplating, Frieza began to understand that it was highly likely the divination grandmother had foreseen his remarkable achievements, causing her greedy nature to falter, discarding such a vast estate without a second thought. Quite the cunning witch. With that thought, Frieza's expression darkened as he turned to the vampire, sneering. "Since she has fled, there is little I can do, but would you be willing to deliver a message to her? Just tell her that I no longer wish to kill, but if someone provokes me, then it would be another matter entirely." The vampire, trembling in fear, nodded vigorously. "No problem. Just a message, whatever you ask. I am willing. However, she has already gone to the underworld. How can I convey a message to her?" A sinister smile crept across Frieza's lips as he gently pressed his right hand against the vampire's heart, emanating a flickering red destructive energy, cruelly stating, "Just like this, wait." A witch seated before a crystal ball suddenly appeared not far from Frieza, cold sweat beading on her forehead as she swallowed hard. "How may I assist you?" "His Majesty Frieza, the Cosmic Emperor?" "Huh." Just as Frieza chuckled, he suddenly became startled, slapping the vampire away, his expression unwavering. "You knew I was looking for you, yet you dare to flee?" The divination grandmother wiped the increasing beads of sweat from her forehead, her voice trembling. "Though I have lived for a long time, I still do not wish to die." Climbing down cautiously from the crystal ball, she inquired of Frieza, "What brings you to seek me?" Frieza nodded, getting straight to the point. "I wish to go to the underworld. You must take me there immediately." The divination grandmother was taken aback, perhaps not expecting someone would voluntarily seek death. However, she quickly realized that Frieza intended to travel to the underworld in his living form. Thus, she hastily waved her hands. "Living beings cannot enter the underworld, unless granted special permission by the King of Hell. But even with his approval, you would still need to find a way to the underworld yourself." Frieza narrowed his eyes. "Surely you cannot bring me directly to the underworld?" The divination grandmother shook her head. "I can only bring the deceased back to the living realm. But I cannot take the living to the underworld. However, do not worry. I will now seek a divination for you regarding a method to reach the underworld. With that, the divination grandmother positioned her hands before the crystal ball, reciting an incantation. Before long, the once transparent crystal ball began to reveal numerous images. Ultimately, those images focused on an opened grand door. Frieza frowned. "Where is this?" The divination grandmother peered carefully into the door, but could only see a void of darkness, her gaze ultimately landing on a sword that blocked the door's closure. Chapter 061. The Outer Demon Realm. Could this be the entrance to the Outer Demon Realm? The divination grandmother murmured. "I have heard that the Outer Demon Realm possesses a pathway leading directly to the Inner Demon Realm, and there's also a small road leading to the underworld. However, only the king of the Outer Demon Realm, Ashura, knows that path, and it is fraught with dangers. Even Ashura himself cannot traverse it. Who would have thought these rumors were indeed true? The Outer Demon Realm?" In an instant, Frieza recalled a certain individual not inferior to Cell, asking in a deep voice, "Is it the Demon Realm where Dabura resides?" The fortune-telling elder shook her head and said, "Dabura is the king of the underworld. Within the depths of the underworld, he reigns supreme. However, once he emerges, his power significantly diminishes, which is why he typically resides in the innermost sanctum of the Demon King's palace. You will not be able to encounter him." Humph. If it weren't for the pressing time, I would indeed consider venturing into the underworld to eliminate Dabura and eradicate any future threats. Frieza, displaying a hint of impatience, flicked his tail and retorted, "Old woman, kindly inform me where this grand door is located. I shall head there immediately." The fortune-telling elder pointed towards the south and indicated, "From here, if you fly straight ahead for approximately 913 kilometers. You will see it." 913 kilometers, Frieza mused silently, converting the distance in his mind before calibrating the navigation system on his device. I could see that moment. The bewildered guide, the straw hat ghost, floated over to the fortune-telling elder and whispered, "Grandma, how much should we charge him?" The fortune-telling elder was startled and hastily covered the ghost's mouth, scolding in a hushed yet furious tone, "Are you seeking death? He is a villain who has even slain deities. Do you dare ask him for money? If he spares our lives, it would already be a miracle." The guide ghost, clearly taken aback, timidly replied, "Then let us pretend I never spoke, Grandma." Frieza's keen hearing caught every word exchanged between the elder and the ghost. Having adjusted the navigation, Frieza turned back with a sinister smile, saying, "Ah, indeed, you have rendered me a significant service. I ought to express my gratitude." Although ostensibly words of thanks, they sent shivers down the fortune-telling elder's spine as she hastily waved her hands, exclaiming, "Thank you, but no need." Humph. As the cosmic emperor Frieza, I never retract my words. Frieza's gaze shifted to the line of challengers waiting nearby, and with a dark smile, he added, "Very well. Allow me to assist you in dispatching them." "What?" the fortune-telling elder exclaimed, quickly shouting to the confused challengers, "You all, if you wish to live, flee at once." Alas, it was already too late. Frieza raised his right hand high and swiftly swept it across. A massive energy blade sliced through everything in its path. All the challengers were cleaved in two, while the front door of the fortune-telling elder collapsed simultaneously as Frieza reveled in his triumph. A sudden, sharp pain pierced his mind, his vision blurred, and when he regained clarity, he found himself staring at the remnants of destruction. Bodies severed and debris scattered. The sense of bewilderment washed over him as he gazed at his own hands. His thoughts a tumultuous mess. After a prolonged silence, Frieza took a deep breath and transformed into a flash of purple light, vanishing into the horizon. Meanwhile, the fortune-telling elder and the guide ghost, trembling and clinging to each other, finally exhaled in relief and collapsed to the ground. The elder glanced at the vampire lying unconscious and scolded, "Useless." She then turned her ire towards the other three skilled individuals cowering at the door, chastising, "A bunch of good-for-nothings. You've squandered an entire year's worth of wages." The concealed individuals, a cloaked figure, a demon, and a mummy, assured her, "It's fine. The earth is perilous now. It's safer to return to the underworld." Thus, the three rolled up their bedding and bid farewell to the fortune-telling elder, vowing never to return. However, halfway through their departure, they suddenly recalled that the terrifying purple monster had seemingly headed towards the outer underworld. Momentarily, the trio stood dumbfounded in the desert. For others, 913 kilometers might seem a vast distance, but for Frieza, it merely required the blink of an eye. Nevertheless, to avoid overshooting, he deliberately slowed his pace as he pondered the chaotic scene that had just transpired. Why had he transformed so abruptly, as if he were a different person? He had done nothing to provoke such a change. Was the effect of the divine water wearing off? Cursed be it. A beeping sound pierced his thoughts. Frieza snapped back to attention, carefully scanning his surroundings until he soon discovered the door leading to the outer underworld. Canceling his flight technique, Frieza leapt directly from the sky, landing heavily on the ground. Upon seeing the sword propped against the grand door, Frieza confirmed he had indeed found the right place. Without hesitation, he strode towards the pitch-black entrance, the dim flickering candles casting an oppressive atmosphere around him. Not far into the passage, a colossal steel blade suddenly blocked his path. Emerging from the shadows was a towering demon with horns protruding from its head, who bellowed in a gruff voice tinged with intimidation. This is a forbidden area for outsiders. Without a pass issued by the King of Hell, no one is permitted to pass. Frieza's eyes darkened momentarily as he raised his right hand, emanating a red energy glow. Just as he prepared to pierce the demon's heart with a lethal blow, his expression contorted, and with a clenched jaw, he dissipated the energy orb, instead unleashing a powerful invisible force from his palm. The enormous demon was sent soaring like a mere paper puppet, crashing heavily onto the floor several dozen meters away, rendered unconscious. Gradually retracting his right hand, Frieza remained silent as he continued deeper into the abyss. As he passed by the fallen demon, a flicker of hesitation and conflict crossed Frieza's face. Ultimately, however, he chose not to end the demon's life. After taking only a few steps, Frieza encountered a fork in the path. Just as he felt a slight headache coming on, a gentle yet commanding female voice resonated from behind him. "Friend from the outside world, it appears you could use some assistance." Frieza turned to see a woman dangling from the ceiling. With pointed ears and scant attire, she wielded a sword at her waist, clearly a native of the outer underworld. "Indeed, I require help," Frieza responded with a serious demeanor. "I seek Azura. Do you know where his palace is?" Azura, the underworld woman, leaped down from the ceiling, her demeanor tinged with caution as she replied, "What do you seek Azura for? Although you defeated Gara, who is known as the strongest in the outer underworld, you are no match for Azura. I advise you to turn back." Frieza, weary of conversing with someone whose combat prowess was hardly better than that of an insect, replied impatiently, "I wish to go to the underworld. It is said that only he knows the way from here to the underworld. I merely seek his assistance to—" "I see," the underworld woman said, her eyes glinting with thought, "that I know the way to the underworld. I shall lead you there. By the way, my name is Mela. What is yours?" Frieza instinctively smirked, responding with a deep voice, "I am Frieza, the Cosmic Emperor. May I inquire why you wish to assist me?" Mela seemed unfazed by Frieza's self-proclaimed title. Rather, she smiled seductively, placing a hand on his chest, her enchanting eyes fluttering. "I admire your strength, respect your courage, and find your sense of humor delightful. Outsider." Frieza remained unmoved. Brushing her hand aside as he coldly stated, "I despise frivolous women. All I require from you is guidance." Myra's smile appeared slightly rigid at first, yet she quickly adjusted her demeanor and floated toward the right fork in the path. Beckoning, "Follow me, outsider." Frieza let out a disdainful huff and slowly levitated to trail behind her. As they traversed numerous junctions, Frieza gradually began to recollect his memories, that he recalled that this segment was absent from the original comic. But it seemed he had seen it on television at some point. Unfortunately, with the passage of time, many details had faded from his mind. They passed through a myriad of corridors, each checkpoint guarded by denizens of the demon realm. However, with Mira leading the way, none dared to question them. Thus, they continued on until Mira halted Frieza before an intricately carved door adorned with demonic totems. The door was flanked by 4 formidable-looking demons who, upon noticing Myra's approach, hurriedly greeted her. "Miss Mira." "Yes, Mira responded with a nonchalant tone. Open this gate to the underworld immediately. The underworld? The gatekeeper hesitated, seemingly on the verge of voicing a concern. Yet Mira feigned displeasure. Cutting him off with an irate command, I said, open it. Do you dare to disobey my words? Ah, yes, at once, the gatekeeper complied, swiftly moving to activate the mechanism on the stone wall. The door, intricately etched with demonic imagery, creaked open, and in an instant, a surge of frenzied demons clamored to escape, their roars deafening. Mira covered her ears and shouted to Frieza, hurry. If you wish to enter, the door can only remain this wide. If it opens further, those creatures will pour out. Frieza did not rush. Instead, he slowly raised his hand and gently projected a minuscule red energy sphere, which drifted into the open doorway. Boom! With a resounding explosion. Countless monsters were obliterated, leaving behind nothing but dismembered remnants. One still twitching finger plummeted from the door, landing at Frieza's feet. The scene fell eerily silent. The 4 guards, knocked off balance by the blast, stared in astonishment at Frieza, while Mira gazed at him in disbelief, unable to comprehend how this seemingly frail figure had annihilated such formidable foes with ease. Who exactly is he? Ignoring Mira and the guard's shock, Frieza pointed toward the door and turned to her. Speaking in a low voice, is the path to the underworld within. Mira inhaled sharply, nodding with difficulty. Why, yes. Once you enter, you must proceed straight ahead until you reach the deepest point to arrive in the underworld. However, this path is exceedingly perilous. Even an Asura may not survive. You should reconsider. Frieza paid her no mind, slowly floating upwards and gliding through the now open door. Before departing, he turned back, casting a chilling glance at Mira, and remarked with a sinister smile, I hope you do not make a decision you will come to regret. Madam, in truth, Mira had already begun to regret her actions. As the beloved of an Asura, she realized from the very first moment she laid eyes on Frieza that he was far beyond what her partner could contend with. Although Frieza claimed he merely sought guidance from the Asura, there was no way the proud Asura would deign to lower himself in such a manner. Moreover, this creature named Frieza, with his purple hue, exuded an aura of overwhelming malevolence merely by standing there. He was undoubtedly a remorseless demon. Thus, Mira had brought Frieza here under the pretense of luring him into the demon realm, hoping the even more terrifying monsters within would deal with him. However, Mira gasped. Having just witnessed Frieza's formidable prowess, she was utterly terrified. Yet, she could not divulge her deception to Frieza. Doing so might spell disaster not just for herself, but for the entire outer demon realm. Thus, until Frieza vanished through the entrance to the inner demon realm, Mira remained silent. Quick! Close the door! The 4 guards, as if awakening from a dream, rushed forward to seal the mechanism, the door slowly closing. After completing this task, one of the guards, still shaken, cautiously addressed Mira. Miss Mira, will there be any repercussions for bringing him into the inner demon realm? This was precisely Mira's concern. Yet, she could only reassure them, attempting to convince herself as well. Fear not. This door is forged from the hardest steel in the universe, Kazan steel, by the king of hell himself, and is sealed by the Lord of the Realms. Not even the king of the inner demon realm, Depura, can breach it. We need not worry. He certainly cannot escape. Chapter 063. Depura. The demon king deep within the inner demon realm resides Depura, the supreme ruler above all demon kind. His power is unmatched, with no one in the realm capable of challenging him. Yet this formidable being now lies prostrate at the feet of another. Depura, your inner demon realm is absolutely dreadful. A diminutive figure resembling a caterpillar lounged upon what should have been Depura's throne, impatiently tapping the armrest. Not only is the air here unbearably foul, but the beasts outside are utterly uncouth, and most loathsome of all, my dimensional black hole cannot even open in this wretched place. How could I have thought to escape to the demon realm? Indeed, this was Babidi, who, having been pursued by the Lord of the Realms and subsequently cut in two by Frieza, had fled to the demon realm. Now his injuries appeared fully healed, and he lived quite comfortably. Kneeling at Babidi's side was a robust demon with crimson skin. A massive belt around his waist bore the symbol of infinity, signifying his boundless power and unparalleled malevolence. He was none other than Depura, the Demon King, yet the black mark resembling him on his forehead clearly indicated his current status. He had been completely subjugated by Babiti's magic, reduced to Babiti's most loyal lackey. Depura bowed his head, a hint of trepidation in his voice. "I sincerely apologize for the disturbance, Lord Babiti. I shall promptly venture outside and eliminate all the beasts." "No need," Babiti replied with a yawn. "This place is already dull enough. If you go and kill them, I will have no entertainment left." "Depura, did your sister not say that the teleportation magic array was nearly complete? When can we finally leave this dreadful place?" Depura quickly responded, "Rest assured, Lord Babiti, I have urged her. Tawa mentioned that only the final step remains. We should be able to depart either today or tomorrow." "Oh, that is indeed splendid news," Babiti exclaimed, leaping from the throne and pacing excitedly. "I will finally return to the universe and awaken my Majin Buu. Ha ha. With your assistance, Depura, even the Lord of the Realms will not be able to stop me." Depura grinned malevolently, clenching his fists. "Fear not, Lord Babiti. I alone can eradicate the Lord of the Realms. If you wish to conquer the universe, I am more than sufficient. There is no need for that Majin Buu." Babiti shot Depura an annoyed glare. Snorting, "What do you know? The power of Majin Buu is beyond your imagination. Moreover, you can only run rampant within the inner demon realm. Once you leave, I shudder to think how much of your fighting power will remain. To rule the universe, mere trash like you won't suffice." Babiti's words were exceedingly harsh, yet Depura dared not retort. He merely lowered his head, cold sweat beading on his brow. "My sincerest apologies, Lord Babiti. I was too arrogant." "Enough," Babiti said with a deep voice, hands clasped behind his back. "Your combat ability is quite commendable, at least in the Northern Galaxy. No one can rival you. How infuriating. If it weren't for your sister's magic circle being limited to transporting only 2 individuals at a time, I would have preferred to bring her along. Although your martial prowess is formidable, your intellect pales in comparison to her brilliance," Depura, feeling somewhat aggrieved, replied. "But I am absolutely loyal to you, Master Babiti." Babiti nodded, squinting slightly. "Indeed, her heart is too pure. I cannot control her at all, which is precisely why I chose to take you instead. How ironic. The most wicked individual in the demon realm, the sister of the illustrious Demon King, turns out to be a good person. Ha ha. Humph. Nevertheless, if she weren't a good person, I would not have received healing when I was gravely injured, and I might have perished long ago." Babiti took a deep breath and, without looking back, strode towards the door. "Very well. Let us see how the magic circle is arranged. I cannot bear to stay in this wretched place any longer." Depura hastily followed closely behind Babiti. Just then, a violent explosion shook the entire Demon King's palace. The very ground of the demon realm seemed to tremble. "What is happening?" Babiti commanded Depura, "Go outside at once. Is some beast going mad and attacking the Demon King's palace?" "Yes, Master Babiti." Depura unleashed a surge of energy, blasting a massive hole through the palace wall, and swiftly flew outside. Babiti immediately activated his protective shield and followed behind Depura. The explosions continued. Waves of red energy relentlessly battered the Demon King's palace. Countless hills, lakes, and hunting grounds were reduced to rubble, and the culprit behind it all loomed in the black sky, a faint purple figure. Emperor Frieza of the universe. Who dares to act so recklessly outside my palace? Depura spotted Frieza at once, waving his right hand to conjure a steel blade. He charged fiercely towards Frieza. Upon seeing Depura, Frieza realized he had indeed been deceived. Although he had considered this possibility, Myra's complete disregard for his warnings had thoroughly enraged Frieza. "Ha! How splendid! How dare he deceive the illustrious Emperor of the universe? Just wait, Mira. Once I eliminate Depura, I shall swiftly return to deal with you. Clean your neck and await your fate." With that thought, Frieza charged unhesitatingly towards Depura. In Frieza's eyes, Depura's strength was merely on par with Cell and hardly a match for him. Yet he had no inkling that within the demon realm, Depura's combat power was entirely different. Depura opened his mouth and, taking the initiative, unleashed a slender blue flame towards Frieza. Frieza snorted disdainfully, his eyes flashing with red light, dispersing the flame. However, when Frieza glanced down again, Depura had inexplicably vanished. "Take this!" Depura's roar resonated from behind Frieza. The steel blade came crashing down towards Frieza's head. In that instant, Frieza envisioned himself being cleaved in two by Trunks in the original story. How infuriating! "You shall not succeed!" Frieza suddenly erupted in fury, his eyes widening as he shouted. Binding Technique. Chapter 64. The Death of Babidi. Depura's movement abruptly halted. His hand froze mid-action. Simultaneously, a voice echoed in Frieza's mind. Target detected for entry. "Would you like to record?" Frieza decisively chose yes. In an instant, another avatar appeared in the blank space of Frieza's mind, and Depura's information unfolded before his eyes. Simulated target. Depura's shape. Normal combat power assessment. For 300 billion, demon transformation bonus. Demon realm evil energy bonus. Weakness. Unknown luck. Frieza was not particularly interested in Depura's combat power. Rather, he cast a sidelong glance at his luck value. How rare it was, after more than 60 episodes, to finally encounter a fortunate soul whose luck was not rated E. However, Frieza's smile took on a sinister edge as he pressed a hand against Depura's chest. "Ha! It appears you possess a skill akin to instantaneous movement in the demon realm. But you are still doomed. You foolish wretch who dares to provoke the Emperor of the Universe." Depura was rendered immobile, unable to move, and as he faced imminent death, he suddenly opened his mouth and spat a mouthful of saliva at Frieza. Surprised, Frieza quickly dodged to the side, swatting Depura away with his tail. Having read the original story, Frieza knew all too well that being hit by Depura's saliva would lead to instant petrification. Coldly gazing down at Depura, Frieza spat, "This is a despicable and disgusting trick." Although he had taken a heavy blow from Frieza, Depura regained his freedom. He wiped away the blue blood from the corner of his mouth and conjured a halberd, hurling it fiercely at Frieza. Frieza would not fall for such tricks again. Transforming into a purple light, he swiftly circled around the weapon and charged directly at Depura, engaging him in close combat. Depura threw a punch at Frieza, but Frieza seized his wrist. With a slight twist, he instantly snapped Depura's arm. Depura, eyes bloodshot, staggered back 2 steps before suddenly roaring. The arm that had been broken miraculously regrew. "Oh," Frieza remarked with curiosity, "you seem somewhat different from the Depura I know. It appears you truly deserve the title of Demon King in your domain." Yet, Frieza's figure flickered, instantly appearing behind Depura, his tail sweeping across and breaking Depura's spine, in terms of speed and strength. Frieza's current state completely overpowered Depura. "You are still far from it, Demon King, Mr. Depura." Frieza enunciated the words Demon King one by one, mockingly whispering them in Depura's ear, but Depura had sustained far too severe injuries this time. His self-healing abilities seemed unable to keep up. He could only lie on the ground, convulsing and glaring at Frieza, emitting strange, hoarse sounds to "ha." Then farewell, Mr. Depura. Frieza extended his hand, aiming at Depura's head, conjuring a red energy sphere. Just as Depura's life hung by a thread, Frieza suddenly heard a familiar voice exclaim from behind, "It's you?" The voice sounded somewhat familiar. Frieza turned to see Babidi, hidden behind a protective shield. "Ah, I thought it was someone important. Turns out it's just the trash I sliced in two." Frieza wasted no time, unleashing 2 energy waves towards Babidi. However, when the energy waves struck Babidi's form, they passed through without any resistance. It was merely an illusion. Meanwhile, the real Babidi had already positioned his crystal ball, raising his hands high towards Frieza within the orb, exclaiming with excitement, "Ha ha! He fell for it. This time, without the Supreme Kai nearby, I can certainly control this servant who is 100 times more powerful than Depura. Come forth, Babalaraba." In an instant, familiar malevolent thoughts began to erode Frieza's sanity. Countless dark energies enveloped Frieza once more. Ah! Frieza writhed in agony. Yet, having just endured the even more excruciating ordeal of the Super God Water, he was still able to catch his breath. Frieza forced himself to concentrate on searching for Babiti's energy. But under the excruciating pain in his mind, maintaining even a semblance of clarity was a formidable challenge, let alone calming his thoughts to sense the enemy, just as the mark resembling Mon Frieza's forehead began to flicker into visibility. The moment Babidi was on the verge of success arrived. A staff shattered Babiti's protective shield. It pierced his heart. Babidi, who had been solely focused on plotting against Frieza, had invested all his mental energy into the battlefield. Yet he could never have anticipated that another individual was also scheming against him. With great difficulty, Babidi turned his head and beheld a white-haired woman clad in a red bodysuit. Tawa. Babidi struggled to extend his hand to grasp her. But Tawa ruthlessly withdrew the staff and thrust it violently into Babiti's heart once more. You shall not die well. After uttering his final words with bitterness, Babidi finally closed his eyes in despair. Meanwhile, the similar marks on Frieza and Dubra's foreheads gradually faded and vanished. With Babiti's death, his spells lost all efficacy. Tawa took 2 hurried breaths and dashed towards Dubra, pulling him into her embrace. Concern etched on her face. Brother, are you all right? Dubra gasped lightly, weakly nodding. I feel much better. Thank you. Tawa, no. Tawa lamented with self-reproach. If I hadn't saved that despicable sorcerer, you wouldn't have fallen victim to his tyranny. This is all my fault. It's all right, Dubra interjected, his body gradually healing as he sat up with effort, weakly adding, Isn't it all over now? Over? Huh. A voice that sent chills down Dubra's spine suddenly echoed. Dubra, filled with dread, turned to face the source, the silhouette of the purple demon, Frieza. Dubra sprang to his feet, conjuring a steel fork once more, charging towards Frieza. Tawa, run, as far away as you can. Chapter 065. Until we meet again, Humph. Overestimating yourself, Frieza raised his hand and unleashed a swift red laser, instantly piercing through Dubra's chest. Dubra hadn't even reached Frieza before his defeat was sealed. With a sinister smile, Frieza approached the severely injured and unconscious Dubra, wrapping his tail tightly around Dubra's neck, lifting him up. Turning to Tawa, Frieza jested, You must be Dubra's sister, right? Huh. Look at your brother. His life hangs by a thread, and you can bear to run away just like that. Oh, forgive me. I almost forgot. You are from the demon realm, and I suppose familial bonds mean nothing to you, right? Then Frieza's gaze suddenly turned frigid. I shall just kill him. No. Tawa scrambled to Frieza's side, clutching his leg and pleading, I beg you, spare my brother. If you seek to vent your anger by killing, then take my life instead. Huh. What a statement. Frieza bent down, cupping Tawa's face with his right hand, sighing, Such a beautiful and kind face is a rarity even among humans. Who would have thought you were the sister of the notorious Demon King Dubra? As he spoke, Frieza's palm slowly transitioned into a claw, gripping Tawa's head tightly, emitting a red light of destruction. Tawa closed her eyes, tears streaming from the corners. What a pity, little girl, you all must die, just as Frieza's right hand was about to unleash an energy wave. He suddenly released Tawa's head and swung to the side. The violent energy shockwave surged across the surrounding wasteland, creating a concave explosion across the horizon. Tawa, astonished, lifted her head to see Frieza, writhing in agony. Clutching his head, his expression fluctuated, sometimes fierce, sometimes tranquil. Finally, Frieza's eyes widened, his state stabilizing. Tawa stared in confusion at Frieza, whose emotions were in turmoil, uncertain of how to react. Frieza gasped for breath, reaching out his right hand once more, slowly pressing it towards Tawa's head. Desperate, Tawa closed her eyes in resignation, preparing to quietly accept the arrival of death. But then, the gentle touch grazed her head. Tawa opened her eyes in disbelief to see Frieza's tail lowering Dubra and walking wearily into the distance. You. Tawa hoisted the unconscious Dubra on her back, incredulously calling out to Frieza. You're not going to kill us? Frieza glanced back, a faint smile of bitterness gracing his pale face. No, I need to find a way to leave here. Also, thank you for killing Babidi. Leave here? Tawa suddenly recalled the teleportation magic circle Babidi had commanded her to create. She hurriedly shouted to Frieza, Wait, don't rush off. I have a way to send you out of the demon realm. Frieza turned around in surprise. Incredulity etched on his face. You? Tawa, slightly bashful, held her head high and replied, Yes, it is I. With that, Tawa, carrying Dubra, waved to Frieza and ran towards her palace. Frieza blinked, looking down at his hands, feeling unease wash over him once more. Why did I lose control again? Frieza lifted his gaze to the dark sky of the demon realm, silently contemplating. Perhaps it is the environment of the demon realm affecting me. With no answers to be found, Frieza could only sigh, hastening to follow Tawa towards her palace. After navigating through numerous damaged corridors, Tawa finally led Frieza into her laboratory, where a complex magic circle was painted in the center with an unknown substance. Fortunately, this place is quite distant from my brother's palace, so it hasn't been affected. Otherwise, if you wanted to leave, you would have to wait at least a month. Tawa gently laid Dubra down and gestured towards the center of the magic circle. All right, step inside. I can activate it now. Frieza hesitated briefly, but eventually stepped in, asking Tawa, Where will I be teleported to? Tawa rested her chin on her hand. You will exit from the same place you entered. If you came from a dangerous location, be prepared. Frieza shook his head slightly. It's fine. Just begin. By the way, is your brother all right? Tawa glanced back at Dubra, relieved to see his wounds nearly healed, and then turned to Frieza. He's fine. My brother is the king of the demon realm. As long as he remains within the demon realm, no matter how severe the injury, he can recover swiftly. At this point, Tawa suddenly turned serious and said to Frieza, I will remember your kindness for not killing us today. If you ever find yourself in danger, I will do everything in my power to save you. Frieza was taken aback, chuckling bitterly. What does that even mean? Sywell, I appreciate your sentiment. In fact, I should be thanking you instead. No, this is the rule of the demon realm. Tawa earnestly explained to Frieza, in the demon realm, mutual slaughter is our way of life. The victor can unconditionally sever the head of the vanquished. Although I do not agree with this, it is our rule. You triumphed over your brother, yet spared his life. Such is a kindness that cannot be denied. Though the denizens of the demon realm may be devoid of compassion, I am not of their ilk. I aspire to be a good person. In Tawa's bright, luminous eyes, it seemed as if a dazzling light suddenly flickered. That radiance brought an unparalleled tranquility to Frieza's heart, a feat that even the Kaishin Chi Hui could not achieve. I understood then. As the peculiar symbols of the magic circle began to illuminate, Frieza stood at its center and nodded towards Tawa, saying, Although I initially thought my strength would render your assistance unnecessary, today it is indeed thanks to you that I have been rescued. Until we meet again. Standing outside the magic circle, Tawa chanted an unusual incantation, her staff swirling around her form. The green light intensified, eventually enveloping Frieza entirely. The magic circle was fully activated. After a considerable duration, the circle dimmed once more, yet Frieza had already vanished without a trace. A faint smile graced Tawa's lips as she gazed upon the now empty magic circle, softly uttering, Until we meet again. Chapter 066. Ashura. As the green light flickered, when Frieza regained his vision, he found himself standing steadfastly at the entrance he had originally entered, the 4 guards stationed nearby. Upon recognizing Frieza's reappearance, dropped their weapons in a frenzy and fled in terror. Oh no! Lord Mira! That purple monster has emerged again. Watching the guards retreat in a state of panic, Frieza felt not a ripple of emotion within. He refrained from striking, from obstructing, devoid of anger or murderous intent. What remained was a profound serenity. With his hands clasped behind his back, he began to retrace his steps. Frieza could distinctly sense that perhaps due to Babidi unleashing all his malevolence before his untimely demise, the dark energy that had once lurked deep within his mind had dissipated significantly. Who would have thought that by inadvertently straying into the demon realm, he would alleviate the malevolence within his consciousness? At last, as Frieza turned the third corner, Mira and Ashura, accompanied by a formidable force from the outer demon realm, appeared before him. Now, Frieza's mind was in a state of profound tranquility, and the divine essence bestowed upon him by Chi Hui was genuinely manifesting. No trace of his aura was detectable. Thus, Ashura could not discern the extent of Frieza's power, instead perceiving Mira's grand display on behalf of such an unassuming figure as rather perplexing. However, having witnessed Frieza's perilous nature, Mira remained vigilant, with beads of cold sweat forming on her brow as she glared at Frieza. Her teeth clenched. Even the king of the demon realm, Depura, cannot break the seal of that door. How did you escape? Frieza regarded Mira with indifference, replying, I received assistance from a benevolent soul, though I hardly believe that door could truly confine me. Mira, anxious, retorted, Are you here to exact revenge? If so, then bring it on. We are not afraid of you. Nay, Frieza replied, lost in thought, his gaze distant. My current disposition is rather pleasant. If you could guide me to the true path leading to the underworld, I have no desire to dwell on such trivial matters with you. Yet before Frieza could finish, Ashura, standing beside Mira, felt insulted. He stepped forward, displeasure etched upon his face. In my domain, it seems you have forgotten your place. Not wish to engage with me? Ashura scoffed. You diminutive purple fiend. Who do you think you are? The king of hell? In the outer demon realm, Ashura performed a somersault in midair and lunged at Frieza, shouting in fury. Never has anyone dared to speak to me, Ashura, in such a manner. Frieza stood resolutely, allowing Ashura to unleash a barrage of strikes upon him, yet remained unmoved. At last, having had his fill, Frieza slowly extended a finger and gently flicked Ashura's forehead. Instantly, an almost imperceptible ripple spread across Ashura's brow. After a brief pause, Ashura was struck as if by a tremendous force. The impact sent him ricocheting between the floor and ceiling multiple times before he finally ceased moving. Such extraordinary and terrifying prowess left the demon soldiers trembling in fear. Yet Frieza appeared unfazed, treating the matter as a triviality, and walked calmly towards Mira, stating placidly, Madam, may I now be escorted to the correct passage? Mira glanced at the incapacitated Ashura, a surge of concern for her beloved filling her heart. All along, Ashura had been the strongest in the outer demon realm, and as the most beautiful, Mira was naturally the king's consort. However, this sudden adversary rendered even Ashura, the king of the outer demon realm, akin to a lost dog. It was all her fault. Had she not provoked Frieza, Ashura would not find himself in such a woeful state. Very well, I shall take you. Mira gazed intently at Frieza and said, I can lead you to the path leading to the underworld, but you must agree to one condition. What say you? Frieza regarded Mira with mild curiosity and inquired, What is it? Mira, with gritted teeth, declared, I wish for you to spare Ashura's life. Do not harm him. Frieza nodded slightly. I harbor no interest in you that a giant does not find amusement in squashing ants. If you cease your tricks, I shall refrain from pursuing further from the depths of the pit. Ashura heard the exchange between Mira and Frieza, feeling his pride trampled like never before. Yet the most ironic part was that despite his fury, he was utterly powerless. Frieza was simply too strong. Power, beauty, the undefeated war god of the outer demon realm. Ashura had once possessed it all. But from this day forth, he was no longer the fearless war god, but rather someone who needed a woman's plea to survive. Ashura groaned in anguish. I am Ashura. At that moment, a sudden surge of formidable strength coursed through Ashura, compelling him to endure the pain and rise, laboriously climbing out of the pit. Frieza! Ashura bellowed with rage. You stop right there. Frieza turned, gazing impassively at Ashura, whose battle fervor was evidently rising. Frieza, you claim to be the emperor of the universe, but do you dare face my next move? You surely do not dare. The so-called emperor of the universe is merely a coward. Frieza offered no response, merely turning to face Ashura, arms crossed over his chest. Yet his intent was unmistakable. Bring it on. Seeing his plan come to fruition, Ashura chuckled coldly, slowly positioning his hands beside his temples. Even the kindest soul harbors a hint of malevolence deep within. And I shall magnify that flicker of darkness within you, until it erupts. What say you? Having second thoughts, are we? Go, demon beam. With Ashura's shout, a spiraling wave of energy hurtled towards Frieza. Only then did Frieza recall this technique. He had witnessed it before in the original narrative, wielded by the first ace demon under the fortune teller, aside from Sun Gohan. This move was exceedingly lethal for Frieza, who was already beleaguered by the encroaching darkness. Chapter 067. The underworld having recently suffered a significant setback from the magic seal wave, how could Frieza possibly endure another misfortune? With a sharp gaze, Frieza instantaneously teleported behind Ashura, extending his right index finger to strike the back of Ashura's head. In an instant, the demonic light dissipated. Ashura, rolling his eyes back, fell into a deep unconsciousness, crashing heavily to the ground. Frieza looked down at the unresponsive Ashura, raising an eyebrow and stating, "You mentioned that I could regret my actions while there was still time." With that, Frieza stepped over Ashura and approached Mela. Tilting his head slightly, he said, "Shall we proceed? Lady Mela?" Mela cast a worried glance at the fallen Ashura before leading Frieza onward. After traversing 2 corridors, Mela brought Frieza before a statue of a demon. She then raised the statue's left hand upward while pulling down the right hand, and upon completing this action, the statue's previously closed eyes suddenly opened. 2 ethereal blue beams of light shot forth from the statue's eyes, illuminating the opposite wall. In that moment, something miraculous occurred. The once solid wall began to soften and collapse under the influence of the blue light. Before long, a long and dim tunnel appeared before Frieza. The tunnel exuded an uncanny emptiness, and one could faintly hear the wails of countless vengeful spirits, sending chills down one's spine. However, Frieza was certainly not one to be intimidated by such hollow displays. Rather, he peered curiously into the depths and inquired of Mela, "Is this the pathway to the underworld?" Mela nodded. "Indeed, this path leads directly to the Hall of Yama, but it is fraught with peril. Few can traverse it and survive aside from Yama himself. That, of course, for one who has emerged unscathed from the demon realm, this may not pose a significant challenge. Very well. Then we shall part ways here. I hope you do not repeat the same mistake. Next time, I may not be so merciful." Frieza was about to step into the tunnel when suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he turned back and beckoned to Mela. "Come here." Though puzzled, Mela dared not defy Frieza and approached. "What is it?" Yet before she could finish her sentence, Frieza abruptly delivered a fierce tail swipe, sending her flying. Mela, gritting her teeth against the pain, rose from the ground. Bewildered by Frieza's sudden change in demeanor, unsure of what had offended him, Frieza coldly addressed Mela's confusion. A giant may not take pleasure in slaughtering ants, yet will not ignore the affronts posed by them. This is merely a minor reprimand. You should count yourself fortunate that I harbor no desire to take a life at present. Wiping the blue blood from her lips, Mela incredulously remarked, "Did you not say you would not hold me accountable? Had I chosen to pursue this matter, the entirety of the outer demon realm would already be in ruins. To be frank, your impression of me is exceedingly poor." With that, Frieza turned and soared into the depths of the tunnel. As he ventured deeper, the tunnel's entrance gradually sealed, ultimately vanishing and reverting to its original wall form. Alone in the shadowy tunnel, Frieza traveled for quite some time without encountering the dangers Mela had mentioned. Everything here was eerily calm. Not a single soul, nor even a ghostly silhouette was in sight. What Frieza remained oblivious to was that, contrary to appearances, this tunnel was not devoid of peril. In fact, countless malevolent spirits lurked in the dark corners, awaiting the opportune moment to strike, including demons of comparable might to Ashura. However, the divine aura emanating from Frieza instilled profound fear in these specters, preventing them from approaching him. Instead, they desperately sought to evade the invisible divine light that surrounded Frieza. Thus, Frieza traversed the path to the underworld in serene tranquility, encountering not a hint of danger. Of course, even if those malevolent spirits did emerge with Frieza's prowess, their demise would merely repeat itself, posing no threat whatsoever. Emerging from the final exit, he beheld a sky shrouded in dark clouds, where countless pale, smoke-like bubbles lined up, extending from above into a colossal ancient palace below. Having perused the original text, Frieza immediately recognized that these mist-like entities were the souls of the deceased, and the destination of their journey was the very palace upon which he stood, the Hall of Yama. He had finally arrived in the underworld. Now, he merely needed to traverse the serpent path to reach King Kai's planet and acquire the super divine water capable of dispelling malevolent energies. Having contemplated this, Frieza promptly descended like a violet flash towards the Hall of Yama. As he approached, a ghostly attendant spotted Frieza and hastily attempted to intervene, exclaiming, "Hey, you there, soul! Do not recklessly charge ahead. Line up as you ought." Frieza ignored him entirely, soaring directly through the gap above the entrance of the Hall of Yama, landing before Yama's desk, where a soul undergoing judgment was about to speak. Only to be silenced by Frieza's piercing gaze, Frieza raised his voice, "Yama, take me to the serpent path at once. I wish to see King Kai." Yama, engrossed in reviewing documents, suddenly heard someone requesting an audience with King Kai, prompting him to adjust his glasses and lean forward. "Who are you, newcomer? Souls are to be judged one at a time. How dare you skip the line? Ghostly attendants, what is your incompetence?" Frieza slowly floated into the air until he was at eye level with Yama and raised an eyebrow, stating, "No need to call for them. They cannot stop me. That I am not here to report. I merely seek your assistance to guide me to the serpent path." "Assist you?" Yama squinted, scrutinizing Frieza closely. He slammed his hand on the desk in astonishment. "Yuri's still alive? How can a living being be here in the underworld? I shall have the ghostly attendants send you back immediately." However, before he could finish, Yama suddenly paused, a look of confusion crossing his face. "Wait, you are indeed alive, but how did you arrive in the underworld? Wait a moment, there seems to be a divine presence about you. Are you a newly appointed deity from some planet?" Frieza shook his head. "I am not a deity. I traverse from the outer demon realm via a hidden path." "Outer demon realm?" Yama pondered with his chin in hand, then erupted in fury. "Damn Ashura! He has once again neglected his duties. When he dies, I shall ensure he is condemned to the depths of hell." With a displeased huff, Yama closed the documents in his hand and asked Frieza, "You wish to go to the serpent path?" "That is but a trivial matter, I can grant that. However, I must confirm that you are not a suspicious individual. So tell me, what is your name?" Chapter 068. King Kai Frieza? Yama furrowed his brow. Contemplating, "I believe I have heard that name before." After a moment's thought, Yama rummaged through a drawer and retrieved a dossier, meticulously searching until he finally found it. He presented Frieza's file, flipping open the cover to examine. "Let me see, Frieza is sexually reproduced, servant of the West Kai god." "Wait a moment." Yama gasped in shock, repeatedly comparing the photographs in the dossier with Frieza's actual appearance. His mouth agape. "You are the legendary servant of the Kai god. How utterly disrespectful of me." Frieza slightly opened his mouth but chose not to elaborate further. He merely nodded. "Indeed. May I now proceed to the serpent path?" "That is certainly not a problem." Yama slapped the table and directed the scribe beside him. "You immediately escort this esteemed gentleman to the serpent path." With that, Yama rummaged through his pockets, finally producing a car key and tossing it to the scribe. "Drive my vehicle. It is imperative that this esteemed angel is safely delivered." "Do you remember?" The secretary was likely somewhat taken aback by King Yama's affable demeanor. Nearly dropping the keys, with a smile, King Yama rubbed his hands together and sheepishly remarked to Frieza, "I truly apologize for any rudeness earlier. It must have been quite embarrassing for the angel. I am currently swamped with official duties and cannot accompany you myself, but I assure you that I would have gladly driven the angel myself otherwise." Frieza was pleasantly surprised by the efficacy of Su Yuqing's divine attendant qualification. Had it not been for this qualification today, upon witnessing Frieza's impressive achievements, King Yama would likely have engaged in combat without hesitation. If that were to occur, Frieza's rampage in the underworld would spell doom for him. With this in mind, Frieza nodded at King Yama and said, "No worries. I merely require someone to guide me." "I truly appreciate your assistance, King Yama." King Yama, touched, wiped away a tear and exclaimed, "The angel's understanding of the hardships we face as subordinates is profoundly moving. Please remember to visit me whenever you have time. Although this is the underworld, there are indeed many attractions to behold. Please do not leave yet." Frieza, however, found no desire to engage further in idle chit-chat with King Yama, given the precariousness of his own situation. He had no time to squander in such trivial matters. Guided by the underworld secretary, Frieza arrived at the parking area, approaching a rather opulent stretch Lincoln. The secretary expertly removed a parking ticket from the car window and tossed it into a nearby trash bin. Then opened the left door for Frieza before circling around to the driver's side. As the vehicle roared to life, the underworld secretary cheerfully explained to Frieza, King Yama's car is an extended model, which rarely fits into regular parking spaces, resulting in daily tickets. However, that is of no consequence. This vehicle is registered as a judicial vehicle, and the underworld's traffic police will not truly penalize it. Frieza's lips twitched slightly, his expectations of the underworld seemingly misplaced. Leaning back against the leather seat, he gazed out at the underworld scenery, pondering his thoughts. Soon, the car came to a halt. The underworld secretary exited to open the door for Frieza, gesturing towards an endlessly winding path below, stating, Angel, this is the snake road leading directly to King Kai's planet. As you can see, this is the snake's head, and by the time you reach the tail, the journey will be complete. Frieza nodded, preparing to take flight, but the secretary called out to him, producing a capsule from his pocket and offering it to Frieza. This snake road is reputed to be quite lengthy. Only the esteemed King Yama has traversed it in its entirety during his youth. As you are still a living being, you may find yourself hungry along the way. This is my lunch and dinner. Though it may not be gourmet fare, I hope you will not find it lacking. Frieza was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. Ultimately, he waved his hand dismissively, saying, I appreciate your kind intentions, but I shall forego the lunch. The snake road is not too daunting for me. With that, Frieza turned, ascending slowly into the air, transforming into a streak of purple light, vanishing from the secretary's sight. In the original tale, Sun Wukong took 6 months to traverse the snake road, yet upon his return, it took him merely a day. It is worth noting that at that time, Sun Wukong possessed only a combat power of 5,000. Today, Frieza's strength dwarfed that of Sun Wukong by countless magnitudes. At his speed, he would hardly have time to eat. Frieza, as a beam of purple light, swiftly traversed the distance, producing a piercing sound as he cut through the air. Should there have been others on the snake road, they would have heard the noise long after Frieza had disappeared from view. In mere minutes, Frieza reached the end of the snake road. Raising his gaze, he spotted a small, round asteroid floating steadily above the snake road. King Kai's planet. I've arrived. Frieza leaped toward King Kai's planet, gracefully flipping mid-air to land securely on the surface. Observing the North Kai, who was bent over, tinkering under a vehicle, Frieza couldn't help but smile. The North Kai extended his right hand from beneath the car, beckoning to the monkey sitting nearby. Babulous, have you found a wrench yet? The monkey rummaged through a box on the ground, emitting a series of peculiar sounds. Standing behind them, Frieza's eyes narrowed slightly, causing the car to levitate instantly. Subsequently, the scattered parts on the ground seemed to assemble themselves. Piecing together the vehicle's chassis, both the North Kai and Babulous were taken aback, staring in astonishment as the car was fully reassembled, accompanied by the rumbling sound of the engine starting. After repairing the vehicle, Frieza had turned off the engine and set it back down, cheerfully greeting the North Kai. What do you think of my little gift, North Kai? Are you satisfied? Only then did the North Kai and Babulous register Frieza's presence. Turning to face him, Frieza intended to introduce himself, but was met with an unexpected reaction. Upon catching sight of Frieza, the North Kai's expression transformed in terror, his mouth agape as he exclaimed, Frieza? Chapter 69, A Jest. Oh, you know me. Frieza raised an eyebrow, remarking, but it seems you do not appear to welcome my presence, North Kai. The North Kai adjusted his sunglasses, wiping the cold sweat from his brow with a handkerchief, and whispered, of course, I recognize you. I became aware of your arrival in the North Galaxy. Your and your father's reputations in the East and West Galaxies are quite infamous. What brings you here so unexpectedly? Frieza shook his head in denial. I did not arrive unexpectedly. I traversed the Snake Road in 1 minute specifically to seek you out, yet your demeanor suggests a lack of friendliness. The North Kai, frightened, quickly hid behind Babulous, trembling as he stammered, what do you intend to do? I warn you, should you dare to harm the Kai, you will certainly attract great trouble. Frieza found the situation both amusing and exasperating. Who said I intended to kill you? I am here to request the super divine water. The North Kai remained skeptical, shaking his head vehemently. Do not attempt to deceive me. You have already slain the deities of Earth. I will not fall for your trickery. Feeling a slight headache, Frieza pointed at the innocent-looking Babulus and addressed the North Kai. Even if I were to deceive you, do you truly believe that hiding behind that monkey would afford you any protection if I were to genuinely wish to harm you? That is a valid point. The North Kai chuckled nervously, stepping out from behind Babulus. Attempting to avoid the monkey's furious screeches, to diffuse the tension, the North Kai quickly shifted the topic, regarding Frieza with a serious expression. You do appear somewhat different today. There seems to be no trace of malevolence about you. You seek the super divine water? It is a precious, sacred item. What do you intend to use it for? Frieza flicked his tail, hesitating for a moment. However, after careful consideration, he resolved to disclose part of the truth to the North Kai. The tale is rather lengthy, and I cannot explain it all at once. But the gist of it is this. I was once clouded by malevolence, committing many acts against my true will that I do not seek to excuse my past actions, as they were indeed a reflection of my intentions at that time. However, by chance, I was splashed with the super divine water and discovered it possesses the ability to purify the malevolence within me, although it addresses the symptoms rather than the root cause. At present, there appears to be no better solution to the troubles afflicting me. The North Kai, resting his chin on his hand, murmured, Indeed, the super divine water possesses the ability to dispel malevolent energies. Yet it cannot transform an evil individual into a virtuous one. It seems that some nefarious substance has invaded your body, rendering you so tempestuous. Very well. The North Kai reclined in a nearby chaise, gesturing towards Frieza. Come here. I shall make an exception and examine you. Despite the North Kai's insufferable demeanor and Frieza's skepticism regarding the ability of even the supreme Kai Qianrui to resolve this issue, let alone the North Kai, he nonetheless approached, harboring a glimmer of hope. The North Kai sensed Frieza's distrust and, slightly displeased, remarked, Your eyes seem to brim with skepticism, young man. I am no longer inclined to assist you. And I shan't even offer you the super divine water, unless, the North Kai smirked, raising his right index finger, unless you can share a joke that truly amuses me. Let be known that making me laugh is no easy feat. Frieza's countenance darkened, and his eyes widened in fury. In an instant, Frieza's telekinetic power overturned the North Kai along with his chaise. The North Kai, tumbling across the ground, rose with a soiled appearance, pointing an accusatory finger at Frieza. Your attitude is utterly abominable. How dare you lay hands upon me, the esteemed North Kai? Begone. I shall grant you nothing, Frieza retorted with a cold snort. It is you who have overstepped, though I am no longer malevolent. I shall not be at your beck and call. The North Kai, taken aback by Frieza's words, turned away, bending at the waist and trembling slightly, pushing the nose to the face. Ha! The North Kai could no longer contain himself, clutching his belly as he turned back to Frieza, pointing and laughing heartily, pushing the nose to the face. Your joke is simply delightful. You are truly a comedic genius. Frieza, momentarily perplexed, twitched the corners of his mouth. Thank you. Finally sated with laughter, the North Kai wiped the sweat from his brow with a handkerchief, adjusted his small sunglasses, and said, Well, since you have shared such a hilarious joke, I shall overlook your rudeness. Now, extend your hand. I shall assist you with my key. Frieza paused. Key? The North Kai, brimming with pride, replied, Indeed, it is key. This is my unique technique, one that no one else possesses. I have even devised a special move called Key Blast. What say you? Am I impressive? But do not get your hopes up. I shall not teach you this technique. You disrespectful wretch. Frieza smiled faintly, extending his right hand towards the North Kai. Is this what you mean by key? Just as Frieza's words fell, a vibrant surge of life energy erupted from his hand. The intensity of the key astonished even the North Kai. How can this be? The North Kai vigorously wiped his small sunglasses, staring in disbelief at Frieza's right index finger. Ki is the most righteous energy in the universe. Only those with a benevolent heart and extraordinary talent could possibly wield it. Why do you? Frieza's gaze became somewhat dazed as he recalled the words of Chinrui. Your soul is inherently good. So that is it. Frieza blinked, regaining his composure, and asked the North Kai. However, this key is not merely the ambient key of North Kai's planet. It also contains my own power. My energy seems to have entirely transformed into something akin to ki. What? The North Kai, incredulous, grasped Frieza's right hand, his antennae trembling with perception. The final assessment left the North Kai utterly dumbfounded. Such astonishing life energy, such remarkable vitality. In this universe, is there truly someone capable of cultivating ki? Chapter 070. Cultivation indeed. You are quite extraordinary. After examining Frieza's body, the North Kai, slightly puzzled, remarked, while your ability to cultivate life energy into ki is impressive, I do not sense any malevolent energy within you. Which is truly perplexing. Were it not for my prior observations of you, I might suspect you were deliberately jesting with me. The North Kai paced back and forth, snapping his fingers. How about this? I have an abundance of super divine water. It would be inconvenient for you to take it all at once. Instead, why not remain here for a while? I shall observe you, and should any malevolent energy manifest, I may discover the issue with your body. What do you think? Frieza found himself devoid of better options, and with the spaceship dispatched by sea, you still 3 months away from Earth. Staying here temporarily seemed acceptable. Moreover, Frieza suddenly recalled an important matter that I wished to learn the Kaioken. Just as the North Kai took a sip of tea, upon hearing this, he spat it all out in shock. Flustered, he wiped the corners of his mouth, staring at Frieza in disbelief. My Kaioken has always been a closely guarded secret. How did you come to know of it? Frieza, frowning, replied impatiently. My sources of information are beyond your imagination. Mind your own business. In short, will you teach me or not? The North Kai adjusted his small sunglasses, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. It is not that I am unwilling to teach you. But this technique, while powerful, is perilous to master. Your talent is commendable, yet it may not suffice to learn the Kaioken that moment. The North Kai suddenly clapped his hands. How about this? I shall teach you to drive. Look, I have a ready-made racetrack. You could drive around for leisure every day. Is that not far more enjoyable than learning the Kaioken? A glint of menace flickered in Frieza's eyes as he seized the North Kai by the collar, coldly asserting, as the Emperor of the Universe, Frieza, there is no one who dares to refuse me what I desire. You insolent fool. The moment those words left his lips, both Frieza and the North Kai froze. Suddenly, Frieza hastily released the North Kai, urgently extending his right hand. Quickly, I can sense that malevolent thought is dissipating. The North Kai wasted no time, gripping Frieza's wrist, commencing a thorough examination. Yet once again it yielded no results. Beyond Frieza's immense power, the North Kai sensed nothing. With his hands behind his back, pondering with a furrowed brow, the North Kai ultimately could devise no better solution and instructed Frieza, do not concern yourself with training for now. When the time comes, I shall teach you. Your strength is already formidable. What you need to focus on now is cultivating your mindset. You must achieve a state of tranquility akin to the sky, a grounding like the earth, a gentleness like the breeze, and a stillness like the waters of a pond. Frieza contemplated the North Kai's words, finding some merit in them, and promptly inquired, what should I do now? The North Kai pointed to the chaise that Frieza had just overturned. First, repair my chaise, then recline upon it. Close your eyes, think of nothing, do not fall asleep, and regardless of what transpires, do not leave your seat or open your eyes. Can you manage that? Frieza was taken aback, seemingly surprised that such a profound state could be achieved through such simplicity. However, Frieza did not utter much. He simply approached the dilapidated lounge chair and commenced the process of assembly and fitting. Meanwhile, King Kai of the North, observing Frieza beginning his task, discreetly turned away, covering his mouth as he stifled a chuckle. Beside him, Baburus looked at King Kai with a puzzled expression, emitting peculiar sounds of ho-e. Baburus, you inquire why I am so joyful. It is simply because I casually refer to work as training, and a fool eagerly rushed to undertake it. Ho-e. Ah, Baburus, you wish to know who that fool is? Hee, it is none other than the big idiot behind me who claims to be the emperor of the universe. King Kai deliberately spoke these words loudly, ensuring that Frieza heard them clearly. Just as Frieza was about to erupt in anger, he quickly realized that this was merely an obstacle designed by King Kai to test his ability to remain undisturbed by external factors. Upon understanding this, Frieza found himself surprisingly unperturbed. He even abandoned the repair of the lounge chair, flicking his tail and reclining on the grass, closing his eyes to relish this rare moment of respite. However, oh dear, Baburus, he has lain down in the very spot where I often relieve myself. What shall I do? Ho-ee, ho-ee. Frieza's lips twitched slightly as he considered King Kai's words, and he genuinely felt the dampness of the grass beneath him. Could it be that this old fool truly does frequent this spot? No, this is a test. I am in training. I must not become agitated. I must remain as tranquil as the sky. After much effort in calming himself, Frieza exhaled deeply, savoring the precious moment of relaxation. Yet, beep, beep, beep. A red light ahead. Please slow down. Bip bop, bip bop. King Kai, driving his vintage car, produced a cacophony of strange noises, shattering Frieza's tranquility. Finally, Frieza could no longer contain himself. Sitting upright, he opened his eyes only to be startled by a monkey face looming close. Baburus, grinning widely, pulled out a water gun from behind and sprayed Frieza's face with a stream of water. In an instant, Frieza's rage eclipsed reason. He flung Baburus aside and bellowed at King Kai, "Get away from me!" King Kai and Baburus, terrified by Frieza's murderous glare, trembled in fear. Without a word, they dropped the water gun and the car, fleeing back into the house, peering through the crack in the door, terrified that Frieza might, in a fit of rage, obliterate the entire King Kai's planet. Humph! With King Kai and that monkey no longer causing disturbances, Frieza reclined once more, closing his eyes. You think I won't train just because you say so? I will train in the system for 3 months and see if you notice. Chapter 071. Frieza the Great. Resurrected. Observing that Frieza lay there seemingly without intent to retaliate, King Kai and Baburus both sighed in relief, sitting back to back. King Kai wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, still shaken, and said, Baburus, do you think I've lost my mind for wanting to guide a notoriously wicked villain in martial arts? Baburus nodded emphatically. Ho-ee, what? King Kai spun around, pointing at Baburus and scolding. You ungrateful monkey! Am I not doing this for our own lives? How dare you insult me? However, King Kai hesitated, peering through the crack in the door at Frieza lying on the grass, and slowly remarked, his natural talent is exceptional, and he possesses a remarkable affinity for energy. He should be the best candidate to learn the King Kai fist. Yet my intention was to impart my skills to someone with a pure heart. And clearly, he is not yet worthy. With a heavy sigh, King Kai concluded, alas, in this universe, where can one find a good-hearted warrior with a fierce spirit? I shall observe him a while longer. If he can resolve his inner turmoil, perhaps I could. Suddenly, a surge of malevolent energy swept in like a tidal wave. King Kai's words trailed off, his heart tightening. This is bad. He quickly turned his gaze to the grass, where Frieza lay, now enveloped in a thick shroud of dark energy. Countless tendrils of black smoke were oozing from him. King Kai cursed inwardly, never expecting Frieza to shift from tranquility to chaos so abruptly. Yet, there was no time for panic. Without hesitation, King Kai dashed towards the corner of the house, seizing a large jar and rushing outside. Just as he burst through the door, a multitude of black smoke ensnared Frieza, lifting him from the ground. Slowly, Frieza opened his eyes. They were filled with chaos and malevolence. The madness and cruelty in his gaze were enough to chill the soul. Seeing Frieza standing there, seemingly unguarded, King Kai gritted his teeth and hurled the jar at Frieza, cupping his hand around his mouth and shouting, Frieza, look, there's a flying saucer behind you. Frieza turned to the sound, his eyes emitting 2 beams of red laser, instantly shattering the jar. King Kai's heart leapt with joy. Frieza had taken the bait. As the jar shattered, a torrent of super divine water cascaded over Frieza. The deluge of super divine water was inescapable. However, at that critical moment, Frieza suddenly vanished from sight. With a splatter, all the super divine water drenched the ground. In an instant, Frieza reappeared before King Kai, towering over him. The overwhelming presence of his purple figure sent King Kai into a trembling panic. Stammering, Frieza, what do you intend to do? What do I intend to do? Ho ho. Frieza glanced back at the spot where he had previously stood, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Not a bad scheme. Old man, if I had not already mastered the ability to stop time, I, the mighty Emperor Frieza, would surely have been drenched by that damned super divine water. I truly appreciate your generosity, King Kai. Frieza slowly placed his right hand on King Kai's forehead, revealing a cruel grin as he murmured, Alas, the Emperor Frieza of the universe is no longer needed. Boom! Following a tremendous surge of energy, King Kai was obliterated by Frieza's energy wave. Next, Frieza lifted his gaze towards Baburus, who was fleeing in terror. Whoosh! A beam of red energy pierced through Baburus's chest, watching Baburus fall to his demise. Frieza slowly withdrew his still-smoking fingertip, a wicked smile spreading across his face. Ho ho ho, this is simply delightful, utterly delightful. The sensation of slaughtering deities is exquisite. Frieza cackled madly, his frenzied laughter seeming to transcend reality. Echoing throughout the cosmos, his countenance twisted grotesquely, and the malevolent energy enveloping him intensified. The black smoke surged and roiled with greater ferocity. Not only did it obscure the entirety of King Kai's planet, but it also began to spread towards the Snake Way. The sky was shrouded in darkness, the light of day completely extinguished. At long last, the once boisterous Frieza fell silent, contentedly observing the ominous clouds in the sky as they encroached upon the dominion of the underworld. Gradually ascending, Frieza stretched languidly, casting a glance downward at King Kai's planet, and with a sinister chuckle remarked, To commemorate the resurrection of King Frieza, let us obliterate this planet for a bit of merriment. With that, Frieza conjured a dark red energy sphere in his right hand and hurled it towards King Kai's planet below, exclaiming, Shatter into oblivion, King Kai's planet, along with that wretched super divine water. The moment the energy sphere struck the planet, it erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. With a resounding boom, the once sacred sanctuary of the king was utterly annihilated, leaving not a grain of sand or stone behind. Everything was reduced to mere dust of the underworld. Beneath the spectral halo of the deceased, the North Kai and Baburus, hiding in the distance, were paralyzed with fear, terrified that Frieza might discover their presence and annihilate them once more. Oh no, he has demolished our home. Shoo, keep your voice down, Baburus. I am well aware that our abode has been obliterated. Then what shall we do now? We can only hope we do not meet our demise a second time. As the North Kai and Baburus anxiously prayed for Frieza's swift departure, an ancient seal at the far reaches of the universe was simultaneously broken. The notorious bandit Bojack, who once traversed the 4 great galaxies with the intent to wreak havoc, had finally regained his freedom. Yet before they could celebrate their liberation, a deeper malevolence stirred, awakening suddenly. A rift in space opened, and a swirling mass of black clouds enveloped Bojack and his companions before they could react. Countless tendrils of darkness surged into their mouths, nostrils, and ears. Despite their frantic roars of terror and resistance, they were as powerless as ants. Chapter 072. Bojack finally, as the malevolent black clouds fully infiltrated Bojack's band. Blinding flashes of crimson surged forth, adorning each member with peculiar ornaments. The gems dangling from these adornments radiated a blinding brilliance, exuding an aura of seemingly limitless malevolence. As the dark energy coursed through them, each individual's power surged to unprecedented heights. The 5 members of Bojack's crew ceased their resistance, instead luxuriating in their newfound strength, stretching their forms and reveling in the boundless power they had acquired. Gradually, their bodies became more robust and formidable, faint ripples of darkness emerging beneath their feet, expanding until they formed an intricate magical circle. In an instant, Bojack's crew vanished from the far reaches of the universe, only to reappear before Frieza in the underworld. The once holy ground had been entirely transformed by Frieza into a domain of dark energy, further amplifying Bojack's crew's combat prowess. Standing opposite them, Frieza regarded them with a cold stare. Having witnessed the original film adaptation, Frieza recognized the 5 figures before him. Sharing an allegiance to evil, Frieza refrained from attacking, instead contemplating the notion of enlisting them as his subordinates. However, the quintet, their powers at their zenith, opened their eyes filled with malevolence, and surveyed Frieza as one would a prey, their intentions far from benevolent. Gokuya let out a maniacal laugh, drawing his sword with a swift motion, appearing before Frieza in an instant. And slashing fiercely, perhaps influenced by the original story, Frieza harbored a deep-seated disdain for anyone daring to strike at him with a sword. Perish, you audacious fool who dares offend the cosmic sovereign. Frieza closed the distance abruptly, seizing Gokuya's wrist with his left hand while his right hand clutched Gokuya's throat, swiftly twisting it off. Without hesitation, Frieza hurled Gokuya's lifeless form towards Bojack and the others. A sinister grin gracing his lips, Bojack and his companions were taken aback, hastily preparing their defenses. Die, you foolish pests! Frieza brought his hands together and unleashed a torrent of immense energy towards Bojack and his crew. Gokuya's remains were quickly engulfed by the shockwave, disintegrating into ash. Meanwhile, the remaining 4, relying on the dark energy emanating from their ornaments, barely managed to withstand Frieza's wrath. As the dust settled, Bojack and his companions found themselves in disarray, gazing in horror at the purple monstrosity not far away. In the past, they had roamed the universe unchallenged, but now, after countless years, had they encountered a warrior capable of effortlessly slaughtering them. The vast disparity overwhelmed Bojack. He howled in fury, as dark ripples once again radiated from beneath his feet. Simultaneously, the ornaments worn by the other 4 gleamed with blinding light. Suddenly, their ornaments converged into one. The 4 figures instantaneously merged into a single entity. A formidable surge of malevolence swept through the air like a tornado, enveloping the black clouds conjured by Frieza. A powerful warrior emerged, proclaiming, "I am Bojack. I am Zanya. I am Bujin. I am Pikin." The warrior spoke the 4 names in distinct tones. And ultimately, a wicked grin spread across his face as he bellowed in a 4-fold voice, "I am the most powerful warrior in the universe, the demon god, Bojack." With this proclamation, it felt as though the very underworld trembled. Countless powerful vortexes of energy surged forth from his being, sensing the might of this newly awakened warrior. Even Frieza found himself narrowing his eyes in caution, adopting a more serious demeanor. Meanwhile, the North Kai and Baburus, hiding in the distance, were nearly paralyzed with fear. One Frieza was already formidable enough. How could another, seemingly even more fearsome entity, emerge? The North Kai, in utter despair, clutched his head and squatted down, losing a measure of control as he lamented. "What ill fortune has befallen me today? One has yet to depart, and another arrives on the heels of the first." Baburus mirrored the North Kai's posture, squatting beside him, scratching the back of his head in distress. Oh no. If I recall correctly, the one who just arrived must be Bojack." The North Kai paced back and forth, muttering to himself, "Indeed, I perished and their seal was simultaneously lifted, but why have they suddenly manifested here? They appear to be far more powerful than before." Baburus mimicked the North Kai's movements, raising his hands as he followed along. "Oh no, Baburus, this is not the time for your antics," as the North Kai exclaimed. He quickly clamped a hand over his mouth, cautiously glancing towards Frieza, relieved to find that the 2 villains seemed unaware of their presence. "Aha!" The king suddenly clapped his hands, realization dawning upon him. "Baburus, why don't we make haste and flee while we still can?" Baburus leapt in place, rolling his eyes at the North Kai. "What? You dare call me a coward?" The North Kai adjusted his sunglasses in anger, retorting, "I am merely considering our lives, even if we are already deceased. But you are correct, Baburus, that, as the North Kai, I stand before 2 potential threats to the galaxy, that if I were to flee now, it would be utterly disgraceful." The North Kai turned to Baburus, giving him a thumbs up. "Trust me, Baburus, I, the North Kai, shall capture both of them." Upon hearing the North Kai's declaration, Baburus leapt in excitement. However, just as the North Kai peeked out, before he could assess the situation, he was swept away by the shockwave from the battle between Frieza and Bojack. One hand clutched his hat while the other held tightly to Baburus's tail, preventing the force from hurling him into the abyss. After a struggle, he managed to crawl back, leaning against a rock as he gasped for breath, inwardly lamenting, "This is far too terrifying. If possible, I truly wish I could turn and flee." Contemplating this, King Kai glanced at Baburusu beside him and muttered darkly, "Cursed monkey." Resting his chin on his hand, King Kai pondered inwardly. "I have boasted grandly, yet what shall I do now? The only technique I have that might vanquish them is the spirit bomb. But the energy here is woefully insufficient. It is hardly feasible to defeat even one, let alone two above." Suddenly, it seemed as though a realization struck King Kai, and he clapped his hands, exclaiming, "Aha! Perhaps." Chapter 073. Spirit Bomb. While King Kai was making preparations, a new round of clashes commenced in the distance between Frieza and Bojack. The two exchanged blows, engaging in relentless, fierce combat. Each strike was ruthless, each punch landing with ferocity. It appeared that both were evenly matched, yet every attack from Bojack was deftly blocked by Frieza, while Frieza's every blow found its mark. However, Bojack seemed impervious to pain, his momentum only growing stronger. Veins bulged on his forehead as countless malevolent energies surged from his every orifice. At that moment, a long-awaited system notification echoed in Frieza's mind once more. Detected a target for recording. Would you like to proceed with the read? Frieza confirmed once again. Simultaneously, the sixth simulated persona in his mind was overtaken by Bojack's visage. In an instant, an overwhelming power surged within Frieza. Countless malevolent energies enveloped his form. Coalescing into a black armor, Frieza's expression shifted dramatically, his voice morphing. "I am King Cold. I am Quila. I am Frieza. I am also Frieza. I am Depura. I am still the Demon King. Bojack. Ha ha ha. I'm the ultimate evil monarch. I'm the mightiest emperor." Frieza's unparalleled aura of power rendered Bojack immobile, instilling a profound terror akin to a demon encountering a tyrant. "Thank you ever so much, Mr. Bojack," Frieza said, controlling the malevolent energy, drawing Bojack closer and slowly extending his right hand to conjure a steel blade. "In the past, I believed I was Frieza. Later, I thought I was that timid soul who had traversed dimensions. It is you, Mr. Bojack, who has awakened me." Frieza aimed the blade's tip at Bojack's heart, grinning malevolently. "You have truly ignited my awakening. It is only today that I comprehend my true self. I am the embodiment of all malevolent thoughts, the leader of all evil, the emperor of darkness." Bojack trembled in sheer terror, unable to break free from the shackles of malevolence that Frieza had forged. "To commemorate my awakening, I shall bestow upon you a glory unattainable by others." Frieza's blade easily pierced through Bojack's chest, exclaiming madly, "That is the glory of being the awakened emperor, the first to slay." Just as Frieza's blade was about to penetrate Bojack's heart, he suddenly paused slightly. Concurrently, the shackles of malevolence binding Bojack dissipated in an instant. Though Bojack was momentarily bewildered, he wasted no time in mustering his strength and turning to flee. Frieza's eyes narrowed as he reached out once more, attempting to ensnare Bojack, but this time Bojack did not simply yield. He struggled fiercely, thrashing in defiance. "What is happening?" Frieza stared at his hands, puzzled. "Why is my power diminishing?" At that moment, Bojack managed to wrench himself free from Frieza's grip. However, rather than flee, Bojack revealed a sinister grin and unleashed a colossal energy sphere towards Frieza. Frieza, unperturbed by Bojack's assault, casually swatted at the energy sphere, intending to deflect it. Yet upon impact, the energy sphere detonated with tremendous force. The sheer destructive power inflicted agonizing pain upon Frieza. In the aftermath, Frieza's right arm was left bloodied and limp. Bojack's strike had obliterated Frieza's arm. "Ha ha! The ultimate evil emperor! Why have you lost your regal composure and become so wretched?" Bojack mocked. Despite feeling increasingly fatigued, Frieza maintained a serene smile. "You think that with one arm severed, I cannot defeat you? Mr. Bojack. With that, Frieza grasped his severed right arm tightly, and in a swift motion, tore it away. Following this, he bellowed. From the remnants of his mutilated arm, a new limb sprouted forth. Bojack's expression faltered momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure, sneering. You are indeed tenacious the moment your arm regenerated. Your aura diminished significantly. You are no longer my match. Today, it is you who shall perish. With that, Bojack became a blur, instantly appearing before Frieza. He delivered a powerful punch to Frieza's abdomen. Frieza's eyes widened in agony as he coughed up blood. The excruciating pain caused the invulnerable Frieza to convulse. Yet despite the torment, a malicious grin crept across Frieza's lips. Golden bind technique. As Frieza shouted, Bojack hesitated momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, Frieza spat directly at Bojack's face. Instantly, Bojack's visage began to petrify. As Frieza felt his strength wane, he quickly kicked Bojack away, retreating to catch his breath, awaiting Bojack's complete petrification. Bojack, struggling, seemed to understand that his demise was imminent. He desperately attempted to reach out and strike Frieza. However, as his head was the first to petrify, he could no longer see Frieza. Ultimately, Bojack's entire form transformed into a stone statue, unable to unleash a single wave of energy. Frieza wiped the blood from his lips, glaring in resentment at the falling stone statue of Bojack. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed an energy wave, shattering the statue into irretrievable fragments. Cursed, wretched insect, you have exhausted my cosmic might. However, Frieza pondered, what has happened to my power? Just as Frieza was at his most fatigued, a sudden gust of wind rustled behind him. Struggling to turn, he beheld an astonishing sight. A colossal spirit bomb hurtled towards him at breakneck speed. With barely any strength left, Frieza could not escape. Only watch helplessly as the spirit bomb drew nearer, crashing into him with a resounding impact. Cursed it all. Is this how Frieza meets his end? Chapter 074. Rib Rice Boom. The immense spirit bomb engulfed Frieza entirely. He had no energy left to resist, taking the blast head-on. Fortunately, the spirit bomb was not overwhelmingly powerful, and Frieza miraculously survived the explosion. Covered in wounds, his vision began to blur. Though he had preserved his life, he had expended his final reserves of strength. At last, darkness enveloped him, and he plummeted from the sky, collapsing onto Snake Way. Unconscious that moment, King Kai, floating in the sky, finally exhaled in relief. Lowering his hands and wiping the sweat from his brow, he adjusted his small sunglasses, patting his chest with lingering apprehension. That was close. Thankfully, I suddenly recalled that Frieza's energy is composed of spirit energy, which could perfectly fuel my spirit bomb. However, King Kai cautiously leaned toward the direction where Frieza had fallen, asking anxiously, is he dead or not? Babarusu, could you check if he has perished? Beside him, Baburus was shaking his head vigorously, desperately retreating. Alas, it seems I have no choice but to personally verify this. The North Kai subtly traced an arc through the air, soaring above Snake Way, casting his gaze down upon Frieza, who lay there motionless, his body riddled with wounds. Yet with the keen perception of the North Kai, it was unmistakable that Frieza was undeniably still alive. Such astonishing vitality. The North Kai adjusted his little sunglasses, exclaiming in awe, to have endured a direct hit from a spirit bomb and still possess such a vigorous heartbeat. What manner of creature is he? After observing Frieza for a while, the North Kai shook his head, sighed, and turned to Baburus, calling out loudly, Baburus, I will fetch some super divine water from the other Kais. You stay here and keep an eye on him. If he awakens suddenly, you must run swiftly, understood? Baburus was taken aback. Pointing at Frieza with one hand and then at himself with the other, he fervently shook his head, exclaiming, No way, no way. The North Kai tilted his head, placing his hand beside his ear, feigning ignorance. What? You say you understand? Good, then I shall rest easy. Wait for me. I shall return shortly. Baburus became increasingly frantic, yet the North Kai pretended not to see. His antennae twitching slightly before he vanished from sight. Baburus stood there dumbfounded for a moment, before suddenly snapping back to reality. grabbing a stone from somewhere and clutching it tightly, vigilantly watching Frieza's every move. Meanwhile, as the North Kai instantaneously transported himself to the realm of the West Kai, he found the West Kai lounging in a recliner, leisurely sipping coffee while enjoying a battle between several formidable fighters before him. This left the North Kai feeling rather wounded. He too wished to be as relaxed as that, but alas, fate had dealt him a cruel hand. Sighing, the North Kai raised his hand in greeting. "Hey, West Kai." The West Kai raised an eyebrow, sitting up from his recliner, adjusting his single-lensed golden glasses, and exclaimed in surprise. "Oh, is that the North Kai? What a rare visitor! Huh, what S with the halo above your head? Have you died? Ha ha ha." The North Kai's face flushed with embarrassment as he retorted angrily, "I sacrificed myself for the safety of the galaxy. What could a hedonistic landowner like you possibly understand?" The West Kai leisurely sipped his coffee, sarcastically remarking, "But you've died, and I am still alive." The North Kai huffed indignantly. "Nonsense. You too shall meet your end one day, and then we shall see who laughs last. Enough chatter, quickly provide me with some super divine water, lest it be you who faces calamity next. Calamity for me? Ha ha." The West Kai gestured to one of the warriors nearby. "You, go inside and bring out a jar of super divine water for the North Kai." Then the West Kai turned to another green alien wrapped in a turban, smiling. "Ribrice, come here." Ribrice nodded and approached the West Kai, slightly bending forward. "My Lord Kai." The West Kai proudly introduced him to the North Kai. "Well, what do you think? This is the mightiest warrior of our West Galaxy. You cannot even begin to fathom his prowess. Ha! If Ribrice hadn't died early, that fellow named Crud would have long since reported to the King of Hell." Just then, the super divine water arrived. The West Kai handed the jar to the North Kai, puzzled. "By the way, you haven't mentioned what you need the super divine water for." The North Kai sighed in exasperation. "Frieza came to my place, and I managed to subdue him with great difficulty that I want to purify the evil energy from his body with the super divine water." "Frieza?" The West Kai stroked his chin, hesitating slightly. "I feel like I've heard that name somewhere." "Yes, ISNT, that Frieza, the youngest son of Crud? Ha, their family is notorious throughout the galaxy. How unfortunate for you to have crossed paths with them." "North Kai." The North Kai muttered under his breath. "Just wait until he comes for you. Let us see if you still find it amusing. By the way," the West Kai pointed at Ribrice, "should I send Ribrice with you, in case the super divine water proves ineffective? He could easily deal with that Frieza fellow." The North Kai waved his hand. "I appreciate your kindness, but he likely wouldn't be able to handle Frieza, that I shall go ahead alone." "What?" The West Kai was displeased and grabbed the North Kai, indignantly stating, "Are you looking down on the mightiest warrior of West Galaxy? Let me tell you, even Frieza's father, Crud, would fall to Ribrice in a single blow." At that moment, Ribrice nodded confidently. "Indeed, even if all three of them attacked together, they would not be my match." Sighing, the North Kai held the jar of super divine water and turned. "If you insist, then let us go together. Place your hand on my back, and I shall take you there now." Ribrice confidently placed his hand on the North Kai's back, nodding. "All right, let us go, North Kai." The North Kai's antennae twitched slightly, and in an instant, the two vanished from sight, returning to the North Kai's residence. The North Kai turned to Baburus and inquired, was there no unexpected situation? Baburus brandished the stone in his hand, solemnly declaring, "No way, no way. Beastman fearless." Chapter 075. Awakening. A jar of super divine water was poured over Frieza. Instantly, it erupted into countless black clouds. Distorted faces formed from the evil energy continuously emerged from Frieza's body, dissipating into the air. With this, an even more unbearable pain followed. The previously unconscious Frieza was jolted awake by the agony, slowly opening his eyes. The North Kai, nervously hiding behind Ribrice, cautiously asked Frieza, "Who are you?" I am." Somewhat dazed Frieza struggled to rise from the snake way, vigorously patting his head and lamenting, "I remember now. How did I end up like that again?" Supporting his forehead with both hands, Frieza closed his eyes and took a deep breath, then looked up at the North Kai with a hint of apology. "I'm sorry. I returned to normal." The North Kai shook his head vehemently. "I don't believe you. I am in a state of soul right now. If you kill me again, I shall completely vanish from this world. If you claim to be fine, then you must produce some proof. Just awakened. Frieza's mind was still a bit foggy, and he failed to notice the sly smile at the corner of the North Kai's mouth, perplexedly asking, "How am I supposed to prove that?" Then, the North Kai extended his right hand, grinning. "You can tell me a joke. If you can make me laugh, then I will believe you. What do you say?" After a long silence from Frieza, the North Kai feigned displeasure, crossing his arms and pouting. "Oh, you seem rather reluctant, young man. Are you still the wicked Frieza from before?" "No way. I'm leaving now." Frieza sighed in resignation, glancing at the halo above the North Kai's head, and replied apologetically, "North Kai likes to urinate anywhere." The North Kai. Rib rice. Hey, you little rascal. I asked you to tell a joke, not to spout nonsense." The North King, infuriated and flustered, pouted his lips and stamped his feet. He then pointed accusingly at Rib Rice, threateningly declaring, "Young man, this matter is nothing but a fabrication on his part. You must forget it immediately. Do not let the West King learn of this. Do you understand?" Rib Rice, somewhat bewildered, nodded slightly. After his outburst, the North King exchanged a knowing smile with Frieza. In truth, the moment Frieza had awakened, the North King had already discerned that Frieza had reverted to his original form, devoid of any trace of malevolence. Contemplating this, the North King intended to approach Frieza and inquire about the situation, to understand why he had transformed from unproblematic to utterly sinister in the span of mere seconds. However, just as he took a step forward, he was halted by Rib Rice's arm. Rib Rice, his gaze fixed intently on the seated Frieza, spoke with a slight elevation in tone. "Hey, are you Frieza?" His tone was far from cordial. Frieza cast a sidelong glance at Rib Rice, remaining silent. "You, along with your brother and father, have wreaked havoc throughout the galaxy. Even in the afterlife, I have heard of your notorious reputation. You even killed the North King." Rib Rice advanced toward Frieza, suddenly erupting, "What a pity! I'm already dead. If I were still alive, I would ensure the demise of you and your father." Frieza raised an eyebrow slightly, responding in a low voice. "Oh, that is quite impressive." Rib Rice found Frieza's peculiar tone discomforting, retorting angrily, "Don't try to act innocent. Even if you feign innocence now, I will not be deceived. Bring it on, Frieza." Frieza, unperturbed, withdrew into his own thoughts, recalling the moments when he had been completely overtaken by malevolence, along with the 6 wicked faces that had haunted his mind. Clenching his fists, Frieza slowly raised his head and addressed the North King earnestly. "I believe I have discerned the true culprit behind all this." "Oh," the North King exclaimed in surprise, "you have identified the cause. What is it that is meddling?" However, just as Frieza began to speak, he suddenly realized that his ability to traverse dimensions was his greatest secret, one he could not easily divulge to others, especially regarding the system. With a resigned sigh, Frieza hesitated and replied, "No, it's nothing. I cannot confirm it just yet." The North King, wise to Frieza's insincerity, refrained from pressing further, instead offering a solemn warning. Regardless of the reason, do not engage with it any longer. This time, it was merely one North King who has perished. And since I do not seek retribution, it is of little consequence. However, should you lose control completely next time, becoming a threat capable of annihilating the universe, the God of Destruction will undoubtedly intervene and obliterate you. The God of Destruction? Frieza inquired, raising an eyebrow with curiosity. Due to the early point of his dimensional traversal, Frieza was unaware that a sequel to Dragon Ball had been released, featuring immensely powerful gods of destruction and other beings, believing that the ultimate adversary was merely a dragon of 1 star. Indeed, the God of Destruction is, before the North King could finish, Rib Rice could no longer endure Frieza's indifference and audaciously launched an attack. Kicking at Frieza's head while bellowing, "Take this!" Frieza effortlessly extended a finger, easily blocking Rib Rice's strike, and then flicked his hand that a wave of white energy rippled outwards, and within a second, Rib Rice had completely lost consciousness. Frieza, his eyes narrowing, utilized telekinesis to return Rib Rice to the snake way, then stood up slowly, gazing at the ominous black clouds above, which showed no signs of dissipating. Frieza let out a soft sigh and asked the North King, "North King, Do you have any means to resolve these black clouds? The North King shook his head, his expression one of helplessness. I do not even know what those black clouds are, let alone how to find solution. However, I can surmise that this place no longer belongs to the afterlife, nor to the sacred realm. Frieza clenched his fists, his teeth gritted as he looked earnestly at the North King. I have sensed my own insignificance, the feeling of being manipulated by an enigmatic puppet master. I shall not allow that despicable individual lurking in the shadows to succeed. North King, I am willing to learn from you. Would you guide me once more? The North King nodded quietly, adjusting his small sunglasses, and smiled slightly. Oh dear, I am at a loss with you. Your humor is quite delightful. I shall reluctantly acquiesce to your request. Chapter 076. Congratulations, congratulations. However, now that my King-S planet has been destroyed by you, it appears we must seek refuge elsewhere until I can petition the Grand King for reconstruction. This. A mischievous smile crept onto the North King's face as he turned to Frieza. You hold on to rib rice and place your hand on my back. I shall take you to meet the West King. I am eager to see his expression upon learning that rib rice was defeated by you in a single blow. Frieza was momentarily taken aback, realizing that the North King and West King appeared to have a strained relationship. Shaking his head slightly, Frieza grasped the unconscious rib rice, placing his right hand on the North King's back. While Baburus, who had just arrived, leaped forward and clung tightly to Frieza's tail, Frieza's expression darkened, suppressing the urge to fling the creature away, and said to the North King, "All right, let us proceed." The North King nodded, the antennae on his forehead twitching lightly, and in an instant, the three beings and one monkey vanished from their location, reappearing on the West King's planet. Yet before Frieza and the others could steady themselves, they heard a chorus of orderly, slightly mocking shouts nearby. The North King is finally dead. How joyous! The North King is finally dead. How joyous! In the distance, three figures clad in king attire were joyfully approaching. Hand in hand, singing merrily, the North King was taken aback, clutching his head in despair. Oh no! Why are all three of them here? What am I to do? All three of them. Frieza raised an eyebrow, realizing, oh, they're the other three kings from the east, south, and west. Just as he spoke, the three kings had reached the North King's side. The diminutive West King clapped mockingly. How delightful! North King, you old fool. You have finally met your demise. The burly South King eagerly nodded in agreement. Indeed, as soon as I heard from the West King that you had died, I rushed over to witness your disgrace. Ha ha! How embarrassing for a king to perish. The rotund East King was even more direct, tiptoeing to poke at the halo above the North King's head, feigning surprise. Oh dear, I thought the West King was jesting. It turns out you truly have kicked the bucket. With that, the three kings stood together, bursting into hearty laughter. The North King's face flushed crimson with anger as he leaped up, shouting at the trio. Old hag, wealthy landowner, laborer, what is there to celebrate about my death? Ah, do not be so upset. The diminutive West King waved his hand dismissively, grinning. It has been over 200 years since the four of us last met. It is rare for us to gather. Let's not make it unpleasant. How about we organize a celebration instead? A nearby lady, the East King, expressed her agreement, saying, why not host a racing competition? I just purchased the latest model of sports car. The robust South King quickly shook his head in refusal, exclaiming, no, no. Racing is simply too dull. I propose we hold a martial arts tournament instead. What do you all think? A martial arts tournament. The West King was so elated he nearly jumped up, laughing heartily and clapping his hands. Well, since you proposed it, don't come crying to me when my strongest warrior, Rib Rice, leave you utterly incapacitated. Huh. Suddenly, mid-laughter, the West King turned to the North King, saying, by the way, where is Rib Rice? I haven't seen him. Finally, it was the North King's turn to boast, smiling as he adjusted his small sunglasses. I brought him here. Look, the one lying on the ground is him. What? The West King rushed to the unconscious Rib Rice, shaking him vigorously while calling out, Rib Rice, Rib Rice, wake up. What has happened to you? Rest assured he is fine, the North King said with a mischievous smile as he pushed Frieza forward, proudly pointing at Frieza and adding, Rib Rice challenged him, and didn't he manage to land a single blow before being knocked out? I told you rib rice was no match for our Frieza, but you wouldn't believe me. Ha ha ha. Frieza. The West King pondered, stroking the golden rim of his glasses. Isn't he the one who killed you? The three major kings of the East, West, and South were simultaneously astonished, exclaiming, "What? North King, have you lost your mind, bringing such a dangerous individual here? Fear not. He is no longer a villain." The North King patted Frieza on the shoulder and then, with a mysterious tone, continued, "However, his power remains formidable." Ha ha! At last, it was the North King's moment of triumph, a satisfaction hard to contain. Meanwhile, Frieza dramatically flared his energy, a powerful surge sweeping through the area, causing even the three major kings to struggle to maintain their footing. Fortunately, Frieza only briefly displayed his might before retracting it. Otherwise, the place would have quickly turned into a wasteland. Dizzy and disoriented, the three kings stared in awe at Frieza. Such overwhelming energy, it seemed even the so-called strongest king of the underworld would not stand a chance against him. What manner of creature is he? Still reeling from the shock, the three kings straightened their attire and gathered closely to discuss fervently. "Did you see that? He is incredible. Our strongest rib rice was effortlessly defeated by him. What about your subordinates? Do any of them stand a chance against him? If it's a race, I have plenty of experts on my side." Martial arts, however, the three kings felt a mix of anxiety and reluctance to compete, fearing the loss of face and gossip about their cowardice towards the North King. Yet they also dreaded the certainty of defeat. After much contemplation, the West King suddenly had a bright idea. Clapping his hands, "I've got it. I know how we can handle this." The other two kings eagerly inquired, "What is your plan? Please share." The West King's small eyes darted around as he revealed, "If we compete fairly in martial arts, we will undoubtedly lose. But we can challenge him to something else." The East King's eyes lit up with excitement, exclaiming, "A race!" The South King and West King simultaneously retorted, "No racing." The West King, feeling a headache coming on, shot the East King a look, then continued mysteriously, "I've heard that within the great King's temple lies a mirror-like water pool, an extraordinary treasure. It has existed since the very creation of the universe by the King of Worlds, recording all events that have transpired in this cosmos, and it has manifested into a world for exploration. Anyone who enters will partake in the events recorded within. Of course, it is merely a virtual illusion with no practical value, but it could serve our purpose perfectly." The South and East Kings listened, mouths agape, and began applauding. "You're truly remarkable, West King. How did you come to know of such things? However, we still do not understand how we can use this mirror water pool to defeat the North King." The West King chuckled. "The only way for someone to exit that pool is either by forcibly pulling them out or by fulfilling certain conditions that allow them to leave voluntarily. Completing the task of the mirror pool requires more than just brute strength. What do you think? Isn't my plan splendid?" "Ah, what a brilliant idea." The East King pondered with his chin in hand. "Moreover, the great king adores hosting martial arts tournaments. Though our event may not be a direct competition, he would surely welcome an adventurous challenge." The South King clapped his hands. "Ha ha! Then it's settled. I shall show you that the warriors of the South Galaxy are the strongest." The East King immediately countered, "No, it is the East Galaxy that reigns supreme." This time, the West King refrained from arguing with them. For his most capable warrior, Rib Rice, was currently incapacitated by Frieza. Engaging in disputes now would be rather humiliating. However, he was glad to have a backup plan. With a resolved heart, the West King approached the North King with a grin, saying, "North King, after our discussions, we have unanimously decided that the martial arts tournament shall proceed as planned, albeit in a different format. If you're scared, you may withdraw at any time, with Frieza by his side." The North King's confidence soared, and he thumped his chest, declaring, "As long as it's a martial arts tournament, I accept any format." "Very well." The West King turned and beckoned the North King. "The competition will take place on Great King Star, in the Great King's temple. Let us be on our way." "Great King Star?" Frieza inquired, slightly puzzled. "Is that still a thing?" The North King nodded. "Each of the four major kings possesses their own King Star. Situated at the end of the snake path in the underworld, above us lies the realm of the righteous, the place where good souls go after death. Great King Star is located near there, and nearly all virtuous martial artists from across the universe are found there. However, the North King crouched, cradling his head in despair. To reach Great King Star, we can only take a flight from the airport next to the underworld Yama City, heading towards the Heavenly Kingdom. What are we to do? Frieza, feeling bemused, asked, "What's the problem? Do we need to make a reservation for a flight?" The North King sighed in exasperation. "You'll understand once we arrive at the airport. Just place your hand on my back. Let us go." With a flick of his tail, Frieza sent Baburus tumbling down, then grasped the North King with one hand while placing his other hand on the North King's back. In an instant, the two vanished from West King Star and arrived at the boarding gate of the underworld airport. Simultaneously, the other three major kings also arrived at the airport. Strangely, the East, West, and South Kings did not enter through the same entrance as the North King. They emerged, beaming with joy, waving at the North King and laughing heartily. "North King, we shall take our leave first. Let us meet at the entrance of the Great King's temple." Ha ha ha. In stark contrast, the North Kai was dejected, his countenance shrouded in gloom. The inexplicably vexatious Frieza trailed behind the North Kai as they traversed the boarding gate, only to board the most dilapidated aircraft in the entire fleet. Alas, Frieza, visibly disgruntled, pointed out the window, where the three supreme Kais of the East, West, and South were luxuriating by their opulent aircraft windows, that he indignantly exclaimed, "Why do they get to travel in such lavish planes while we are relegated to this nearly obsolete wreck?" With a heavy sigh, the North Kai lamented, his voice tinged with sorrow. "My North Kai planet has been obliterated by your actions, leaving not even a trace of ash. All the savings I amassed over millennia have vanished, and now we are left with not a single coin. The fact that we can even board this flight is merely due to the airport's courtesy, considering my status as a Kai." Frieza paused momentarily, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face as he muttered, "I apologize, that let's not dwell on sorrowful matters." The North Kai, regaining his composure, resolutely declared, "This journey to the Grand Kai's planet presents an opportunity for me to request the reconstruction of North Kai planet. I am determined to save enough to purchase that sports car I have long coveted." Frieza curled his lip, at a loss for how to respond. At last, the aircraft took off, and the luxurious plane in the distance swiftly disappeared from view. Meanwhile, the decrepit craft that Frieza and the North Kai occupied struggled to even start, and even upon ascending into the skies, it continued to tremble incessantly. Frieza could not help but question this predicament.